Deep in Seoul's subway, a chilling announcement echoes. One station is skipped because it's now a total death trap. Closed forever, yet life above flows as usual. Commuters scroll through phones, oblivious to the darkness lurking right beneath them. It is a boring day for most. People read, others nap, but the mundane atmosphere is about to shatter. Heads turn as a mysterious figure boards. On his back rests a massive blade that screams trouble. He is no ordinary commuter. Aside from that giant hunk of steel, he looks oddly plain. He walks toward the emergency lever like he owns the place. A sign warns hunters only. With a cold click, he presses the button. Suddenly, the carriage lights flicker with an ominous glow. Next stop, the abandoned station. Panic ripples through the crowd. Stopping there is illegal and usually ends in a bloodbath. Is this a prank? Passengers mutter. No one stops there unless they are suicidal or looking for a fast way to heaven. Are you crazy? Someone yells. That station entrance is a buffet for monsters. Even the air down there tastes like death. They find bodies there, not survivors. But then, they see the sword again. It hits them. This isn't some reckless idiot. He is a hunter, the legendary underground specialist, Kang Chul. Most have only heard the myths. Few have seen the man. Seeing a hunter actually get off here is a rare sight. An old veteran watches him, his eyes filled with grim memories. Still got reckless kids chasing death, eh? The old-timer scoffs, his voice heavy with a warning meant for the living. Keep your head on a swivel. Kid, this old man wasn't just anyone. His government medals told a story of brutal wars. He peels back his glove, revealing a cold, metal prosthetic. Whatever took his arm down there is still waiting in the dark. That beast is still breathing. His elite silver hunter squad went in full of hope and came out as a tragedy. They could not even scratch the monsters. They returned broken and bleeding. This is no playground for rookies. Kid, why go toward the abyss? The elder asks. Kang Chul remains silent, his presence as heavy and cold as his blade. A brutal scar carves through his face, a map of past survivals. The old man sighs, realizing some questions don't need answers. That gaze says it all. The veteran offers a final wish. I hope that confidence isn't just ego, but real skill. Kang Chul steps onto the cursed platform. Immediately, the shadows begin to squirm. From every crack, hungry eyes lock onto him. The monsters hiss, sensing fresh meat. A new toy has arrived. They whisper, it is time for a bloody feast. Passengers watch through the glass, praying for a miracle. They hope this lone warrior doesn't become just another ghost in the tunnels. Doors hiss shut, leaving him in the dark. It all started 20 years ago when the subways became a hellish nightmare. Monsters erupted across the city. Creatures with no DNA match, spawned from the very depths of a nightmare we didn't understand. These varied abominations turned the commute into a survival game. Some were pests, others were gods of pure, unadulterated slaughter. The tracks ran red with blood. Now, these derelict tunnels are simply known as the underground, a realm ruled by monsters. At the exit, a duty officer blocks the path. Kang Chul stops, his expression as blank as a fresh grave. He doesn't argue, he just stands there with total indifference. Restricted zone ahead, the officer warns, looking worried for him. A group of flashy young hunters nearby size him up. They look at his plain clothes and snicker. Talk about overconfident. Boss monsters prowl nearby, the guard adds. Unless you are a high-tier gold rank, stepping in there is a total death sentence. 4-man squads only, he insists. One of the guys, looking like he stepped out of a fashion magazine, walks over. Meet Li Huan, the unapproachable protector. He looks Kang Chul up and down. Going in without armor. Are you suicidal, kid? Master Dandelion, Nongseok, joins in. He was hoping for a powerhouse recruit, but he's clearly disappointed by Kang Chul's vibe. Then there is Kim Jinho, a sharp-eyed archer who says nothing. He just analyzes the newcomer, looking for signs of talent. Hey, mister, Suit Jinho calls out mockingly. Want to join our party? You are going to need help to survive this. Let's be real. You won't last 5 minutes alone, ready to beg for our protection. Huan brags about his shield, while Nongseok prepares his flashy magic. They think they are the ultimate subway dream team. We are flawless, Dandelion boasts. The archer smirks, claiming he never misses a kill. They are busy patting their own backs. Teamwork makes the dream work, the protector preaches. They have spent years perfecting their synergy, or so they claim. While they brag about their skills, Mr. Suit simply ignores them. He starts walking toward the darkness without a word. Hey, don't be a hero, Huan yells. Dandelion just scoffs, telling the team to let the idiot die alone. He is just trash without gear. Dandelion spits. Let the monsters have him. One less arrogant rookie to worry about. But the archer pauses, his instincts are screaming. Something is shifting in the air. Get ready, boys. Something is coming. Suddenly, a pack of mutated hounds bolts past them in terror. They aren't hunting, they are running. But from what or who? Our protagonist, Mr. Suit, sniffed the air calmly. I smell fire, he noted, his expression colder than ice. A sinister mist crept down the stairs, signaling doom. Suddenly, a massive dog sprinted toward them, looking absolutely terrified. Its eyes were wide with pure horror. The hunters stood confused, watching the supposedly fierce beast flee for its life. It looked like a nightmare. with flaming eyes and jagged fangs, a level 15 giant walking dog, built for slaughter. Battle scars covered its muscular frame like a map of pain. This beast was clearly a veteran of countless brutal wars. The impregnable protector smirked, thinking he'd finally found the station's king. He was ready to deliver some divine punishment today. He arrogantly asked the monster if it understood human speech, seeking a dramatic moment before their inevitable, legendary clash. "State your dying wish, monster," he declared heroically. But the level 15 beast had something much more pathetic in mind. In a very human voice, the dog whimpered, "Please, just save me. Talk about an awkward twist for our hero." The protector froze, wondering what salvation a monster could want. Then, the dog dropped its weapon and stuck its tongue out. Screaming for rescue, the dog abandoned its pride. Then, a massive shadow loomed behind it, a true nightmare from the depths. A level 55 monstrosity appeared, a salamander from hell, the most terrifying thing ever seen in this subway station. Mr. Suit remained composed, though his eyes sharpened. Behind him, his team's courage crumbled like a poorly built dungeon wall. Nobody mentioned a kaiju master, Dandelion shrieked. This was far beyond their skill level, and everyone knew it. Archer frantically searched for a guidebook, desperate for a cheat sheet. Meanwhile, Mr. Suit prepared himself for a real fight. Archer's hands trembled as he flipped pages, his eyes darting between the book and the massive lizard towering over them. In a fit of pure frustration, he hurled the book at the beast. "This useless piece of trash," he screamed. The guide was 10 years old, no wonder it didn't mention the giant dragon currently trying to incinerate the entire team. The protector tried to act tough to keep morale up. "We don't need a book to survive this," he shouted. "Just stay focused and don't panic," he urged. But deep down, the lack of information felt like a death sentence. Archer suddenly remembered a grim entry from a hunting diary. This monster, this salamander, was a notorious, legendary killer. 2 years ago, at another station, it turned a raid into a massacre. The young man's face went completely pale. 4 golden rank hunters, the best of the best, fought this beast and lost. They all met a very grisly, painful end. Chills ran down their spines. They weren't just fighting a monster. They were staring directly into the eyes of death. The salamander let out a soul-shaking roar. A wave of concentrated negative energy surged forward, aiming to erase them all. The young hunters tried to brace themselves against the dark tide. It was a desperate, brave stand against impossible odds. Boom, 3 hunters were sent flying like ragdolls. They were completely helpless against such an overwhelming, divine flow of energy. Only Mr. Suit stood his ground, unfazed and unmoving. He looked at the salamander with a cold, predator-like intensity. The others crawled out from the rubble. Covered in dust, they surveyed the damage, realizing they were outmatched and outclassed. Dandelion realized this wasn't a fair fight. "It's a slaughterhouse," he thought, "and we are just the main course." The power gap was a vertical cliff. Dandelion's mana had vanished in a single breath, leaving his defenses totally empty. His mana shield shattered instantly. Suddenly, the monster began to glow again, its body igniting like a miniature supernova. It was charging up for another blast. The air around the beast shimmered as the heat reached a terrifying level. "Hold the line," the protector roared behind his shield. "I'll take the hit. You guys run for the exit now." "I'm not running," Archer yelled back. "If one sacrifice saves you 2, then I'm ready to pay the price." The protector wouldn't budge. "My shield is my life. Don't argue with a man who has nothing left to lose." Dandelion cut in, his voice shaking. "We can't survive another hit. We have to retreat while we still have legs." He begged the protector to fall back, but the man was stubborn. He was determined to go down fighting. He braced himself, shield locked firmly. The salamander drew a massive breath, ready to turn the station into ash. Archer and Dandelion screamed in terror as death approached. No shield on Earth could stop the coming inferno. "I live to protect my comrades," the protector shouted. His spirit blazed even brighter than the monster's own flames. "I am the wall of Li Huan," he proclaimed heroically. "I will not fall, even if my heart stops beating." Finally, Mr. Suit stepped forward. "Enough drama," he sighed, actually moved by his team's unexpected display of loyalty. "I won't let you guys get hurt," he promised. "But seriously, everyone needs to learn how to stay calm." He stared down the salamander and smirked. "By the way, your fire, it's not even lukewarm." This trash wasn't the Fire Lord. Total waste of time. Suddenly, the beast unhinged its massive jaws. A hellish inferno erupted. Incoming, the tank roared, desperately bracing for the searing heat. "Danger level extreme, keep those shields locked," the Metro Hunter barked to his panicked crew. The flames were soul-piercing. Our hero gripped his blade, ready to carve through fate itself. The monster spat fire, mocking the human. It truly believed this pitiful mortal was beneath it. Flash, the Metro Hunter's blade sang, carving deep, bloody wounds into the beast's hide. The monster felt the end. Across the capital, subway nightmares were spreading like a plague. The city was drowning in crisis. Our protagonists stood as the final line against the abyss. They are the legends of the dark underground hunters, and he is one of them. "Goblin hit your head." Posters mocked the masses with tales of everyday monster-related mishaps. Poisonous vines or accidental stabbings. The walls were plastered with bizarre corporate warning signs. Injured by your own mace, the company promised a refund for your battlefield blunders. A flashy ad for a superstar. Our hero was peddling insurance like a man possessed. Exclusive injury coverage right here. Just sign on the dotted line to save your life. 500,000 won a month, a small price for survival, but a fortune for mortals. Upselling cancer insurance to hunters. A few 100,000 more for true peace of mind. Sign today for premium perks. The salesman's tongue was smoother than a dungeon boss's slime. You haven't even tasted dungeon dirt. The hunter sneered at the salesman's persistent audacity. In this graveyard station, people choose death. I'd rather buy a gun than your policy. The young salesman didn't flinch. Stop wasting your breath, the hunter growled, dismissing the pitch. Sell this trash to civilians, not hunters. The rejection stung worse than a monster's claw. 3 years since the world broke, dungeons turned the job market into a literal bloodbath. High school grads landed corporate gigs now. Taiyan Corp was the ultimate golden ticket. 0 contracts this month. The cold reality of failure hit harder than a dungeon boss. Don't come back without a signature. The boss kicked him straight into the gutter. Spirit broken, wallet empty. He was drowning in a crisis before even hitting 25. Instant noodles again. Life tasted like cardboard until a phone call shattered the silence. His little brother, his only reason to live. They were opposites, but blood was everything. I got into Taiyan Medical. The kid was a genius, a single ray of hope. His brother was his entire world. He'd sell his soul to keep that dream alive. I knew you'd smash it, he cheered, masking his own despair with brotherly pride. Sorry I can't earn money yet. Big brother had to carry the world alone. I'm just the lucky younger one. The weight of duty felt heavier than any blade. Am I bothering you? Never, the older brother lied, his heart breaking in silence. Had lunch yet? The kid was checking in, sensing the hidden struggle. Kimchi stew and beef, he lied, staring at a cup of cheap, salty noodles. Let's grab dinner tonight, the kid promised to visit, unaware of the office nightmare. Time flies in the shadows. His little brother wasn't a child anymore, he was a man. Back to the sealed gates of the underground, where death and commission checks collide. I need those contracts. He went full predator, hunting for clients among the monsters. Monster dogs howled in the dark divine light. Strike them down, a hunter screamed. Invisible speed, activate high-octane action exploded as steel met fur and demonic fang. The subway was a chaotic battlefield. He approached a hunter mid-swing with a 10-year deal. Sign now for free detection goggles, a marketing pitch in the middle of a bloodbath. Get lost, I'm fighting for my life, the hunter roared, dodging a fatal bite. The hunter claimed that signing without reading saved him precious monster-slaying time and let him focus on combat. He'd promised to sign that contract, but suddenly he begged not to be disturbed by anyone else nearby. The young man waited for the hunters to rest and immediately slipped his insurance contract into the leader's hand. Trusting such an honorable man, the hunter blindly signed, claiming he could definitely be trusted without any doubt. Success, the agent's bank account was finally waking up as he thanked the hunter for this golden opportunity. The hunter asked why a kid would choose such a suicidal career involving nothing but constant, life-threatening adversity. I've got a little brother to feed, the insurance agent replied, driven by the need to earn big. Rare loyalty, a truly family-oriented salesman, the hunter mused while watching the young man worry about his kin. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the dungeon depths as the agent realized his younger brother was there. The man exploded in rage, shouting at his brother, "What are you doing in this monster-infested hellhole, Junior?" The boy was worried sick because the meeting time had passed, failing to realize he'd walked into a trap. Sorry, kid, there's 0 mobile signal in this monster pit, the older brother explained, apologizing for the silence. The station guard had snitched on his location, revealing the insurance agent had gone underground 3 hours ago. He'd been trapped in the dark for hours, yet his brother had followed him into the dangerous shadows. The older brother fumed, warning that the metro isn't a playground and the risks were far too high. Junior screamed back, I always worry when you take these death trap jobs. Your entire life is one big risk. A tearful embrace followed as they cried together, lamenting the cruel, tragic hand fate had dealt their family. Even the battle-hardened hunters wept. I think I need some of that insurance too, they sobbed in unison. Suddenly, a terrifying, low rumble vibrated from the dark abyss, drawing everyone's eyes toward the deep, unknown tunnel. A rusted chain whipped out from the darkness, snaring the younger brother's leg in a cold, metallic grip. A titan-sized beast emerged from the shadows, hoisting the terrified boy into the air like a broken doll. It was the boss monster, the true apex predator of this dungeon had finally revealed its hideous, massive form. The master of the hellhounds looked absolutely murderous as it loomed over the survivors with ancient, dark eyes. Seeing his fallen pups, the beast roared in unbridled indignation, lashing out with a fury that shook the walls. Did you destroy my dogs? The monster roared, its eyes burning with a promise of absolute, bloody retaliation. The carnage began as hunters fought off a wave of dogs, while the monster prepared to crush the boy. Desperation drowned out the agent's terror as he rushed forward to prevent a looming catastrophe from claiming his brother. Run, save yourself, the little brother screamed, even as the monster prepared to take him down for good. Something snapped inside the man. His rationality died. replaced by a fierce, primal hunter instinct ready for slaughter. He was ready to tear the beast apart with his bare hands, regretting every second he spent in this dungeon. Snatching a hunter's blade, immense regret transformed into a blinding, powerful rage that surged through his entire being. He became a whirlwind of steel, butchering every hound in sight as his anger became the fuel for combat. But the agent couldn't reach him in time. Feeling he lost his meaning of life, a dark transformation began. He vowed to crush every single monster until the world was empty, seeking vengeance for his stolen, precious brother. Later, 3 hunters bravely faced a level 55 salamander, yet they seemed oddly calm despite the immense danger. The Metro Hunter ended the supermonster with chillingly casual ease, eyeing the boss as his next potential trophy. Master Dandelion was speechless at the sheer scale of the battle. Such tremendous strength was beyond his imagination. The impregnable protector marched toward the man in the suit, his eyes burning with a question he couldn't ignore. "Why didn't you warn us about these high-level threats?" the young man shouted, his voice dripping with anger. "This isn't a game, we nearly died," he barked. But the Metro Hunter only asked if he was scared. "Are you afraid of this monster?" the hunter asked, peering into the protector's soul with a cold, mocking gaze. "Be honest with yourself." The Metro Hunter sneered. "You're only angry because you were paralyzed by your own fear." The protector froze as the cold truth cut deeper than steel. He finally realized his own pathetic, blinding weakness. Despite being weak, he was merely showing off to his colleagues, putting every single one of them in danger. Pure shame washed over the young hunter. He was angry at his savior, a mistake that was truly unforgivable. Rhythmic clapping echoed through the hall. Real hunters talk with their fists, don't they? They turned to see the dismantling master and his guards. The crew radiated pure professional menace. He offered a chilling smile, praising their success. "I'm reasonable unless my associates get restless." The master mused that these rookies might become VIP clients if they survived long enough. "Most hunters end up as crippled trash or underground muck," he noted with terrifying nonchalance. Metro Hunter squinted. "You're early," the foreman just chuckled, adjusting his heavy gear. "Young called me too late, so I rushed over," he grumbled. Suddenly, his vibe shifted. With a flash of steel, he drew his blade. The rookies gasped, reaching for weapons in panic. "Stand down," Metro Hunter commanded. "This is no ordinary butcher, he's the monster slasher." "I just recycle what's left." The master grinned. "Need rare materials, I'm your man." His guards raised their rifles, eyes cold. "We value safety above all else," they deadpanned. Without another word, they began carving the massive carcass. It was a symphony of gore and precision. The massive beast required hours of grueling work. The young hunters watched, feeling useless and annoyed. "I'm done with this dump," Master Dandelion groaned, but the archer's eyes were still burning. "Not yet," she whispered. "This dungeon still hides secrets that need uncovering." They watched Metro Hunters retreating back. He had finished his business and was moving on. The protector remembered the salamander's fury. He had truly believed he could tank any attack. Watching the Metro Hunter slay a level 55 beast was different. It was pure, unadulterated power. "I want that strength," the protector muttered. He was done being a side character. He vowed to become invincible, a true shield for his comrades, just like the man walking away. "I'm sick of being the weak link." His self-loathing was finally fueling a desperate transformation. "I will be stronger," he roared. Metro Hunter paused, remembering his own humble beginnings. Their eyes met the trembling rookie and the legendary veteran, a silent passing of the torch. Metro Hunter turned away one last time. "Next week, different station, don't be late." He dropped the coordinates with a casual wave. "Whether you show up is up to you." The 3 friends shared a determined hug. They would meet at the agreed time, no matter what. Alone amidst the ruins, their journey truly began. They were no longer just kids playing hero. The air felt different. They finally had a chance to become legendary, real hunters. 2 hours later, the silence was shattered. A pack of thugs swarmed the salamander's remains. "I paid 20 million for this lead," their leader spat. He wasn't looking for a fair fight. "Let others do the hard work, then we take the credit." He surveyed the butchered monster. "Whoever did this was a pro," he muttered. "But they better be ready for a war." Guildmaster Guran's eyes narrowed. "I don't return favors, but I'm an expert at revenge." The Guran Guild, a den of ex-convicts running the city's shadows. They were the underworld's law. Deep within their metro headquarters, the atmosphere was suffocating. Then, a lone young man walked in. "Is the landlady in?" he asked casually. "I'm looking for a girl named Bin Bin." The entire cafe went dead silent. Every killer in the room turned to stare at the intruder. "Is this kid lost?" One thug sneered. "You took a very wrong turn, brat." He pressed a cold blade against the boy's throat. "This is Guran territory. Disappear or die." The young man just smiled. "I wouldn't do that," Ghost Sword whispered. The thug roared, swinging his blade in a rage. "How dare you mock me? Put the toy away." A voice rang out. A girl watched from the far table. In a blur, the thug was disarmed and pinned. The boy's knife was now at his throat. The room froze as the realization set in. They were facing a legend, the Ghost Sword himself. "I thought he retired," someone whispered, trembling. The monster had returned to the light. "Ghost Sword." the legendary disassembler, hid his blade and asked why the air felt so thick with tension. The man grinned, asking the hostess for a cold drink, but she snapped that her precious loot was gone. Feeling violated, Bing Bing growled that her prey was supposed to be the salamander lurking in the underground station. Ghost Sword looked puzzled, swearing he gave her the exact coordinates for the monster's scheduled respawn time. But she arrived only to find cooling corpses. Some professional vultures had already picked the bones clean. Was she just too slow, or was a darker force at play here? Ghost Sword's smirk didn't help. Enraged, she told him to zip it before smashing the table into 1,000 jagged wooden splinters. This is the second time she roared, refusing to let another thief humiliate her like this again. Ghost Sword clutched his head in agony. Was that pesky interloper stealing their kills again? How did he get top-tier intel faster than a professional? The boss fumed over losing 3 major VIPs. The clan leader declared a massive loss. Their prestige was being dragged through the dirt by this ghost. She demanded compensation for the mess, leaving Ghost Sword stunned. What kind of debt was he facing? If it was just about the gold, she wouldn't have summoned a legend like Ghost Sword, right? She wanted the thief dead but used polite words to hide her bloodlust classic. Terrifying Bin Bin. Is it too hard, she asked. Ghost Sword laughed, calling it the simplest yet most hilarious contract ever. 3 days had passed since the salamander's terror in the station. The clock was ticking for everyone. At his screen, the young man calculated, only a few days until his fateful meeting with that gentleman. Everyone was waiting, yet no one even knew the guy's name. Meanwhile, our warrior started his grueling grind. He wasted no time. Meanwhile, Hongsik the mage struggled to focus apparently. His wisdom teeth were cursed. While he got surgery, our hero acted like a pro ranger, scouting dungeons to lead his future crew. He scoured the web for intel. The next target, the infamous Yoido dungeon, it was time to hunt. At home, he realized top-tier info is rare. Even the Blackhorn Guild's spies were struggling to keep up. They claimed Yoido was just a low-level playground for rookies. The informant told the archer he tried his best. No epic bosses, no elite monsters, just trash mobs. He complained that the request was a total snooze fest. Our hero was stunned. If there is nothing there, why did they schedule the meeting in that dump? Was the training pointless? No, the salamander appeared out of thin air last time, so anything could happen. Don't sweat it, the archer replied, dropping another mysterious request on the table. Any news on this one? The payment cleared. The target, a scarred-eyed warrior in a sleek black suit, wielding a deadly blade. But the informant hit a wall. No matter who he asked, this hunter was a total ghost. It was like he never existed. Our hero recalled the unique V-shaped crest on that man's legendary sword. That is a platinum rank insignia. How could a top-tier powerhouse have 0 digital footprint in this world? A high-level enigma. The informant asked for more questions, but our hero's wallet was officially bone dry. I'll be back when I'm rich, the archer promised. He had a mountain of secrets still to uncover. Why stay with those losers, the man asked. With his brains, he could easily reach gold rank solo. A gold rank archer gets insane perks and backing from the biggest guilds. Why pass that up? The archer looked him dead in the eye in a death trap dungeon. Would you die for your comrades? The man blinked, stunned by the heavy question. Why ask something so deep in a place like this? He paused, then gave the honest truth. Hell no, I don't have the guts to be a martyr. I have got a wife, a kid, and even a mother-in-law to feed. I am not throwing my life away. He laughed, admitting he would be the very first person sprinting away from the front lines. The archer smirked. Me too. At least they were both honest about their survival instincts. But deep down, he knew he needed a real shield, someone willing to bleed for the team's survival. He was thinking of the Protector. For his team's sake, he could never accept that guild's offer. Down on subway line 7, workers were baffled. The machinery was acting like it was possessed. I have been at this for days, the foreman groaned. Meanwhile, Babitos the blacksmith realized something was missing. This sharpening job is a total nightmare. What did that kid do to this blade? It's completely trashed. He claims he hit a rock, but actually fought a salamander. That's a high-tier monster, no wonder it's broken. The blacksmith scoffed. Only a legendary underdog would treat their precious gear like literal trash. Who is this client? He then asked Metro Hunter about that beast's fire. Is the salamander's flame truly as hellish as the rumors say? Metro laughed, saying that monster's heat is nothing compared to that girl. If only the blacksmith knew the real fire. The blacksmith shook his head. Why is this kid still obsessed with her? Is he really that petty and vindictive? The old gnome sighed. If he can't exorcise this ghost from his heart, his skills will never reach the peak. Why not just let this blade retire? It's painful to even look at this mangled piece of scrap metal now. But Metro Hunter insisted. The sword still has one purpose left. For him. This broken steel is actually perfect. The blacksmith frowned. That's not the point. That blade has tasted way too much blood already. It's stained deep. Even a veteran like me gets the chills just standing near it. This thing isn't a tool, it's a curse. If he keeps wielding this cursed edge, everyone around him will suffer. This path only leads to total destruction. The blacksmith muttered that the kid probably doesn't care. He's not exactly the making friends type of hunter anyway. Meanwhile, our hero was busy chatting with his buddy Hong. Hey man, how's that tooth still hurting after the hit? Suddenly, a thug interrupted. Is this your bike? Trying to steal it? The archer just blinked. It's mine. He tried to unlock his bike, thinking this was just a weird misunderstanding that would be cleared up in seconds. But Ghost Sword charged in screaming, "Liar, that's my bike." He actually pulled a knife over a bicycle, seriously. The archer had enough. "Who are you, and why are you trying to hijack my ride?" he shouted back bravely. The stranger smirked, waving his cold blade in front of the archer's eyes. "Me, I'm just your average, everyday murderer." The young man deadpanned. "A killer. At least introduce yourself properly before you start with the psycho-villain monologue." He knew this wouldn't end peacefully. Facing that lethal dagger, he reached for his own weapon, a trusty three-tiered baton. He'd heard rumors of hunters who prey on the weak at dungeon entrances. Was this guy one of them? Ghost Sword laughed. "I'm not some petty street thug, kid. I'm a professional assassin. There's a big difference." With terrifying speed, the assassin struck. The archer didn't stand a chance and was sent flying through the air. He crashed hard against the pavement. One blow, just one blow, and he already knew he was completely outmatched. Coughing up blood, he realized the gap in their power was like heaven and earth. This guy was a monster. Ghost Sword tilted his head. "Strange. I stabbed your acupuncture point perfectly. You shouldn't even be able to twitch right now." He stepped closer, baffled. "How are you still moving? My precision strikes never fail. What's your secret, little brat?" The killer leaned in, eyes narrowing at the archer's shoulder. "What did you do? Why didn't my blade paralyze you?" Then, he ruthlessly plunged his knife into the kid's chest. "I'm curious. Let's see what makes you so special." The blade sliced his shirt open, revealing straps underneath. The killer froze. "Wait, are you wearing a bra, pervert?" The archer groaned. "It's not a bra, you idiot. It was a specialized chest protector used by elite rangers." Ghost Sword smirked. "I see. You're full of surprises, aren't you? A tactical vest saved your life today, kid." The killer mocked him. "Can that little vest protect your other side too?" The archer just gave a tired sigh. "Sorry, but I'm not here to satisfy your weird curiosity." Suddenly, the archer put his fingers to his lips and whistled. The piercing sound echoed everywhere. The killer flinched. "That's way too loud. Why the hell are you whistling now?" The archer smirked. "Standard ranger protocol. When we're in deep trouble during a dungeon crawl, we signal for help." And that sound, that was the emergency SOS signal. The assassin clearly didn't realize whose turf he was on. "This area is the Ranger Guild's base. My comrades will be here in seconds. You're totally cooked now, pal." Smiling through the pain, he told the murderer there was no escape. "You're about to become literal monster meat." But Ghost Sword just chuckled. "Do you really think anyone is coming? I've already activated my room of silence." He'd blocked all sound with a massive wall of mana. It's his signature skill. No one outside can hear a thing. "No matter how much you scream, I'm the only one listening. Can't you even sense the mana? You're so blind." The archer looked confused. "Mana conversation." Ghost Sword sighed. "Forget it. You're just going to die now anyway. You're so sloppy it's boring. I've lost all interest in talking to a dead man walking." The end was near. Why waste time on a weakling? Ghost Sword sensed this archer was hiding a lead on that station. First, he'd crush the tiny wizard and that shield brat. Professionalism demands a total wipeout. These three heroes thought teamwork made the dream work. Too bad dreams turn into nightmares. The archer panicked. "Wait, stop," he screamed, desperate to save his doomed comrades from the phantom sword. He had the ultimate bait, information about the hunter who single-handedly slaughtered the fire-breathing salamander. The Ghost Sword froze. That legend from the underground was exactly who he was hunting. "I know where he is," the archer gasped. The assassin's eyes flared with a predatory hunger. Elsewhere, a man hummed a jaunty tune amidst the blood and steel. The master dismantler had arrived. His crew trailed behind as they reached the scene of a fresh, brutal slaughter. What a hellish mess. The man chuckled. He could still feel the savage, unstable mana vibrating. His client was close, deep in the shadows. The legendary Metro Hunter waited, exhausted but victorious. "Right on time," Hun grunted. The businessman bowed, knowing time was worth more than gold. "So, who was the unlucky victim today?" A level 49 burning bear lay broken nearby. "Tough skin." The merchant winked. "Dismantling this beast will be a real workout for my boys." Hun ignored the chatter. "Do you have the item?" he asked, his voice cold as ice. The merchant produced a sleek box, a special gift for my favorite monster-slaying regular. Inside lay fire resistance medicine, forged from rare glacier essence, pure quality for a man who hunts hellfire. Perfect for the fire-drenched battles Hun preferred. "You're late," the hunter remarked sharply. The merchant sighed. "The 13th Guild is hogging all the glacier zones lately. Very annoying. But for the right price, this businessman could find a needle in a dimensional rift." Business is about trust. After all, Hun didn't care for the talk and swallowed the medicine. Suddenly, his eyes erupted with demonic fire. The power surged through his veins like molten lava. "You're pushing your limits again, Hun," the merchant noted, seeing the hunter's terrifying transformation. The Metro Hunter was becoming a literal machine of destruction. He never spared himself any mercy. The master wondered, "Are those little chicks you met really going to be your apprentices?" Hun's gaze sharpened. Dismantlers shouldn't ask questions unless they want to be dismantled too. Message received, the merchant quickly backed off, realizing he'd almost stepped over a deadly line. Go home and rest, boss. The heavy lifting here would be handled by the professionals. Hun turned his back. Clean up this mess, he ordered, his mind already on tomorrow. The crew got to work. Same script, different dungeon, just another day in the life. The merchant watched him go. A wolf raising chicks. No, he's forging them into phoenixes. A fascinating story in the making. He signaled his team to begin the gruesome harvest. Safety first, boys, let's slice this bear open and see what's inside. Above ground, the sun dipped below the horizon. The metro hunter watched the dying light. Tomorrow was the big day. While the students trained, the ghost sword was already making his move. The archer sat bound and gagged, a pawn in a game between two legendary predators. Uedo Station? The ghost sword whispered. That would be the metro hunter's final resting place. Hun wasn't stupid, he knew the risks. A blacksmith once warned him of a supernatural catastrophe. Dwarven superstitions, Hun had laughed then, but he never let go of his trusted blade. Their mental link was absolute. The sword wasn't just a tool, it was a part of him. Morning arrived. The two young students were already waiting, vibrating with nervous energy. Master, we're ready. Hun stared at the protector, who looked like he was moving houses. It's specialized training, the boy chirped, wearing every piece of gear he owned. Potions, snacks, a sleeping bag. He had enough for a month-long vacation in hell. Hun sighed. Drop the junk. We're here to kill, not go on a picnic. Dandelion claimed he prepped all night, but actually just slept through it and forgot his gear. Talk about a total slacker. Hun realized their party was missing a soul. Where's the extra baggage? Dandelion said their colleague caught a cold and stayed. No more waiting, the metro hunter declared they were moving out. Hun flashed his card at the turnstile, and the gate opened. Hun tapped his card, and the passage hissed open. Welcome to the legendary world of dungeon diving, boys. The team followed their teacher. Dandelion opened the guide, reciting facts about the infamous Yoedo dungeon habitat. This hellhole is crawling with diabolical monsters. It serves as a diverse training ground for any brave souls. Rumor says most hunters stopped coming here after the loot dried up. No prey means no pay, right? Our protector realized something was off. It's been ages since anyone visited, but he couldn't even spot a single ant. He noted the eerily quiet atmosphere. No ants, no mobs, no nothing. Talk about a boring field trip. Dandelion panicked. No monsters meant no loot and zero training progress. What a waste of a perfectly good dungeon run. But Hyung dropped some truth. Devils don't actually die. They just respawn in the demon world, leaving nothing behind. Material rewards are non-existent here. You've got to come for the experience, not the treasure. It's all about the grind, baby. The protector looked devastated. Fighting for free, that's a nightmare. But Metro Hunter just laughed it off. Don't be a baby, Metro Hunter teased. Didn't our protagonist want to reach the top? Growth is the ultimate prize. The kid vowed to surpass his master. In response, Metro Hunter promised to introduce the greatest warrior he'd ever met. The boys were buzzing with excitement, meeting a legend. This was the lucky break every main character dreams about. Then, the hype died. He introduced them to a Simon, a low-level demon warrior with a massive, unearned ego. Wait, a level 5 mob is the greatest warrior. The protector was skeptical. Is this a prank or just bad writing? Dandelion scrambled to check his encyclopedia. Surely there was some hidden boss-level secret about these weird little guys. They didn't look like warriors, they looked like cannon fodder. The encyclopedia confirmed it. These guys are bottom-tier garbage. Rank F tier, level A measly 5, their name Simon. Truly, the most intimidating name in monster history. The protector was insulted. These warriors looked like stray dogs. He was ready for a real challenge, not this. Metro Hunter warned him. Never underestimate the weak ones. Underestimating a Simon is a one-way ticket to the hospital. The Simons were already arguing over who got to kill the humans first. Talk about having some serious misplaced confidence. One demon stepped forward like he'd won the lottery. He brandished his weapon, daring the hunters into his ring. A one-on-one duel. From a level 5 mob, the protector almost laughed. This little guy really had some guts. Challenge accepted. Shorty, the young man grinned. He was about to give these monsters a lesson they'd never forget. A scarred Simon charged, eyes glowing with pure malice. He swung his cleaver like he actually knew what he was doing. Shield up, mace ready. Our hero wasn't playing around. He wanted to show this demon exactly who was the boss. Simon didn't back down, unleashing a devil sword technique. Suddenly, the low-level mob started acting like a real protagonist. The air grew heavy as the demon struck. With a roar, he launched a direct hit at our favorite shield bearer. Kang the protector tanked the blow with his shield and immediately countered with a bone-shattering mace swing. Direct hit. The Simon went flying backward like a Team Rocket member. Now that's what I call effective crowd control. Dandelion cheered from the sidelines. Watching his buddy ragdoll a monster was definitely the highlight of his day. The protector didn't let up. His opponent was airborne and completely defenseless. It was time for the finishing move. Simon realized he was screwed. Without ground under his feet, he was just a glorified target waiting to be smashed. The young man closed the distance in a flash. As soon as the demon landed, a massive fist came flying in. No time for a defense. The protector unleashed a punch so hard it should have sent that demon back to hell. Is it over, he wondered. He'd poured a lot of power into that strike. Surely no level 5 mob could survive. But wait, the Simon was still standing. He'd blocked the punch using his own horns. Talk about a hard-headed opponent. The horns were cracked, but the demon's spirit was unbroken. Our hero swung his mace again, fueled by pure irritation. Simon dodged with surprising grace and immediately retaliated with another devil sword strike. This guy was persistent. The protector barely evaded the strike. This time, the demon's intensity had doubled. Things were finally getting spicy. Evading was getting tougher, but after that failed lunge, Simon left his side wide open. It was the perfect opening. Gotcha, the protector thought. This was the moment to end this ridiculous duel once and for all. Explosive counter, Simon was sent flying like a ragdoll. Steel clatters as the demonic warrior coughs up ichor. Did I win? Master, the young hero grinned wide. Don't celebrate yet. His heart is still beating. No horns, no blade yet. The monster's eyes blazed fury. A one-eyed freak stepped out, craving a rematch. He growled a challenge that shook the entire arena. He's unarmed. Buddy, this is a total freebie. But our noble knight wanted a true, honorable duel. He kicked the cleaver back. Arm yourself, demon. The show must go on. Come at me again. Rage boiled over. Simon gripped his blade for blood. A demonic charge. Our hero raised his heavy shield. The devil sword technique, flashy, but totally basic. Clang the knight blocked it without breaking a sweat. Time for the payback swing, full power, baby. I'll show you the true strength of a protector. Shield met chest, and the monster's balance crumbled. I believe in you, Dandelion screamed from the sidelines. One massive swing, the final blow was coming fast. Pinned and desperate, it's game over for you, beast. But Simon wasn't afraid, he was actually smirking. End of the line, a mace strike crushed his ego. Blood sprayed everywhere as the knight stood tall. Absolute victory, the teacher watched with cold eyes. We're invincible, Dandelion's ego was through the roof. Rough style, but he's got that killer instinct. The demon vanished, but the crowd's chanting intensified. The party's not over, the monsters wanted more blood. They'll keep coming until they respect your strength. Then I'll fight until every last one bows down. He stepped forward. Who's the next victim? Step up. Another Simon, another day. Same old boring moves. Defeat after defeat. These demons really need tactics. 10 down, our hero is a literal demon-shredding machine. A short breather, he's evolved into a true slayer. Next, but the next challenger looked different. This demon had a weird skin tone and vibe. Why is he blue and what is he mumbling? Master, is this ugly guy actually trying to talk? It's the communication trial. Don't fail the vibe check. Talk to him, or you're stuck in this dungeon. I don't speak, grumbling demon. How am I supposed? Relax. Words aren't the only way to speak. Kid, link your thoughts. Peer into that demonic soul. How do you chat with a beast? Our hero was totally stumped. Master Hyung handed him a mystery bottle. Drink this and learn. Kid, is this real? Juan wondered. Can a drink teach me monster tongue? Dandelion panicked. Don't touch it. Juan, it looks like pure poison. That bottle reeked of sinister vibes. One sip and he'd be doomed. How can he save the world from the bathroom? It's too risky. To chug or not to chug? The young warrior hesitated for a beat. Trust the master. He popped the cap, betting his life on it. Metro Hunter saved him before, so he'd follow him to hell now. Cough. It tasted like battery acid and ancient regrets. Absolutely disgusting. What is that? Dandelion screamed. Juan's eyes were turning blood red. Pure blood vampire essence. The master smirked. Our hero's heart nearly stopped. A monster-making juice. Metro Hunter confirmed his student's worst nightmare was real. Contaminated blood. Juan was shaking. Is this the end of his humanity? Am I turning? Relax, the teacher laughed. The curse is totally gone. It's just a demonic energy drink now. Basically, supernatural Red Bull. 24 hours of demon power, high-level magic surged through his veins. Dandelion couldn't believe the master's insane training methods. Truly a madman. Suddenly, the monster's growls sounded like actual words. It worked. Lucky little baby, the monster sneered. Wait, did he just call me baby? Is there another infant here? The demon looked around, acting all smug. My elite warriors lost to this clumsy brat. How embarrassing, Simon scoffed. Hey, I fought like a legend, Juan shouted. He wasn't having it. The demon laughed. Fine, you've got guts. Kid, you won fairly. You're a true hunter now. The demons actually lined up in respect. We acknowledge you as the challenger. Talk about a massive rank up. Juan's ego was soaring. He finally earned his stripes as a warrior. Don't celebrate yet, the monster warned. That was just the tutorial key. I'm pumped, let's go. Juan was ready to fight the world. The demon sighed at his hype. So much useless, noisy energy. Follow me, overexcited human. The path to true adversity was opening. Wait, no break. Juan realized he might have overhyped himself there. No rest for the weary. They waved goodbye and headed deeper down. Simon was a living GPS, navigating the dark tunnels like a pro. We've arrived, the demon whispered. The air grew heavy and cold. You still think like a puny human. Watch a real devil work. He pointed his paws, and dark mist swirled around the stone wall. Boom, a secret door appeared. Move over. Secret passages. This was epic. The boss room. Dandelion trembled. This felt like the final boss. Master stayed silent. Simon joked that finding it was a piece of cake. The real test is behind this door. Walk away now or die. If I run now, I'll be a loser forever. Courage fueled Juan's heart. He wouldn't live with regret. It was time to enter the lion's den. Why help a weakling like me? Juan asked. Dandelion wondered too. Survive and I'll tell you, the master replied. No pressure, right? Our knight was fired up. Surviving this was the only way to get answers. The boy stepped inside. A massive hall opened up, revealing a stone arena floating over a literal sea of boiling magma. Walking the narrow path, our hero reached the plateau. A massive shadow loomed ahead of him. The beast's back was turned. A challenger, it growled, its voice vibrating with dark, heavy energy. Our guy confirmed it. The armored demon chuckled, claiming he'd been waiting for a decent fight. But as he turned, his eyes sparked with disappointment. He saw a tiny, powerless shrimp instead. Hiding his fear, our protector roared that he wasn't a child. The demon just gave a cold smirk. Then prove it. This was Aeon, the level 20 evolution of Simon, a true heavyweight beast. He looked nothing like a regular mob. This was a giant demon clad in pure intimidation. This absolute unit glared at our hero. He hoisted his blade. The time for talk was over. The demon's sword dwarfed the boys. One hand was all he needed to wield that iron slab. Aeon swung with absurd force. Our hero knew a direct hit meant an instant game over. He had to block everything. Having learned Simon's moves, the protector hunted for a weak spot. Stop waving that toothpick around. The boy countered the level 20 beast at the perfect moment. Aeon reeled back, shocked by the impact. Our protagonist felt a surge of pure battle adrenaline. Hard to breathe, isn't it? He taunted. But Aeon wasn't about to take that lying down. The demon's pride was wounded. He lunged, deciding it was time for a very painful reality check. He snatched the boy by the neck. Let's see you talk when you can't even draw breath. Our protector broke free, coughing up blood. Another brutal strike sent the knight crashing into a wall. His health bar was hitting zero fast. He slumped down, strength fading. The monster loomed over him like a bringer of the apocalypse. With glowing eyes, the demon sneered, "You're no warrior. You're just another pathetic human failure." The boy tried to rise, but his shield felt like it weighed a ton. He was spent. Aeon tossed his sword aside. "You're not even worth my steel," he growled, clenching his fists. He delivered a crushing punch. "Beg for your life, cry like all the other trash before you." The demon expected him to drop his gear and run. That's what the weak always do. But this kid was different. "I don't give a damn," he wheezed, refusing to back down. Aeon froze in surprise. He hadn't expected this much backbone from a half-dead human worm. "I'm no wimp, and I'm not leaving," the monster sighed and smashed him again for good measure. Aeon expected him to beg and run like the others, but the boy's eyes stayed sharp. Covered in blood, the boy refused to budge. "I'm no weakling, and I'm not going anywhere." The monster apologized for the stubbornness before delivering another bone-shattering blow to the boy's face. Cut to a boring bus ride. Life used to be a dull, gray loop of endless nothingness. Every day was the same. School was a chore, and our hero felt completely out of place. He felt stuck in a permanent traffic jam. No talent, no social life, just another loner. He ignored the world and his classmates alike, feeling like his life was just being wasted. Bullies stayed away thanks to his dad's elite sports genes, but his temper kept everyone else out. He knew he was a social disaster. His life felt like a slow-motion wreck with no escape. No matter how many fights he won, he felt no satisfaction. He was just killing time. He was searching for a way out, refusing to live aimlessly in this boring, flat world. Then came a typical Monday at the metro station. It seemed like just another gray, ordinary day. The station was packed, and he felt that familiar depression threatening to swallow him whole again. He was bored to tears, his heart heavy with a longing he couldn't even put into words. Suddenly, boom, an explosion rocked the carriage, and a boy with a sword appeared in the flash. The passengers gasped. A real-life monster hunter had just spawned right in their morning commute. Concerned voices filled the air. This hero was the legendary Golden Holy Knight, the one they call Invincible Sun. Turning to the boy, the knight demanded his gear. Trembling, the young man handed over the heavy sword and shield. The hunter nodded in thanks, his body battered and broken. Every breath he took seemed like a painful struggle. He dropped the shield, his strength failing. "I can't even hold this anymore. Kid, get out of here while you can." "But what about you?" the boy cried. The hunter's gaze hardened. "I stay. I have a duty to fulfill." "Run now," Invincible Sun roared. Monsters were closing in fast. As a hunter, he would be their final stand. He thrust his blade forward as panic exploded. Terrified passengers scrambled, screaming for any way to escape the carnage. Desperate cries for rescue echoed through the halls. People were frantic, searching for a path away from the nightmare. The boy stayed firm. "It's close," the hunter hissed. Suddenly, a level 34 Cyclops appeared, wielding a massive club. "I won't let this be my day of shame," Invincible Sun growled. He would fight until his very last breath. He was at his absolute limit, mentally and physically. Restraining this mountain of a beast seemed nearly impossible now. Without his shield, he had to focus. He decided that a desperate, all-out attack was his only chance at survival. Invincible Sun lunged to shatter the monster's club, but in a horrific twist, his own legendary sword snapped in half. A fatal mistake, perhaps, but he had stalled the beast just long enough to save the innocent lives behind him. Suddenly, a fierce battle cry rang out. the young man charged forward, shield in hand, to join the desperate fight. He was determined to help the Cyclops froze in shock, never expecting a second ant to challenge its overwhelming power. The monster's focus wavered. He hadn't accounted for two opponents. This was the opening the hunter needed to end it. Seizing the chance, the hunter unleashed a secret technique. The blade split the air, and the monster fell in defeat. The boy stood frozen, shocked by his own bravery. "You did well," the hunter praised. "You've got real guts." "Kid, you're brave for your age," the hunter added. The boy stammered that his body had simply moved on its own. That day, face to face with death, everything changed. The hunter looked him in the eye with a serious, knowing expression. "The step you take after facing fear, that's what saves people." He smiled. "Kid, you have the talent of a hero. Do you want to become a hunter?" That question echoed in the boy's soul, changing the course of his destiny. His heart hammered against his ribs. In that moment, he realized he had finally found his true purpose in life. "I want to be a hunter," he declared. He would be the one on the front lines, the warrior with the shield. Meet Han Li years later, facing a level 20 Aeon. The monster's massive fist seemed to move in slow motion. Is time stopping, he wondered. Suddenly, a mysterious voice answered, "No, it's because you called out to me, boy." A girl materialized before him. "Time hasn't stopped," she teased. "It's just flowing so slowly you can barely even notice." "Who are you?" he yelled. She smiled dangerously. "That blood you drank, it belonged to me. I'm the one helping." Han Li recoiled in terror. "You're that vampire auntie." He couldn't believe the legendary demon was standing right there. "Auntie," she barked. This was Ziyi, a rank 9 vampire demon, a high-class purebred royal of the underworld. "Did Keel give you my blood?" she asked. "He's the only one dumb enough to let a human drink it." "You know Teacher Keel?" Han Li asked. She scoffed, calling his master a primitive brute unworthy of her friendship. "Then why are you here?" he pressed. She leaned in close. "Because you summoned me yourself, you little shield-bearer." Han Li was baffled. He hadn't called anyone, but the vampire explained that her blood carried a deep, ancient connection. "A single drop can infect hundreds," she whispered, "and you drank quite a lot. I heard your heart from afar." She could hear his pulse all the way from the demon world. Their blood bond completely transcended the 5 senses. As Aeon's fist remained frozen in the air, she explained the truth. His near-death emotions had finally reached out. He remembered his teacher's cryptic words. He only truly understood the meaning of that red liquid after drinking it all. "Take advantage of this," she urged. Time was crawling at a snail's pace, giving him the ultimate edge in battle. The passage of time was so slow that the world seemed dead. This was his moment to strike back hard. "Use this power," she whispered. Han Li felt a surge of energy he had never experienced before in his life. The monster was a sitting duck. With the vampire's blood boiling in his veins, he prepared his most devastating counterattack. This wasn't just luck, it was a contract signed in blood. The legendary protector was about to awaken his true potential. The battlefield was his stage now, with time itself on his side. Han Li moved to end the monster's reign. Our hero's oblivious. If that monster's fist connects, his head is turning into a crushed melon. Trembling with fear, the lad begged for silence, swearing right then to transcend his own pathetic weakness. "Relax, kid," she smirked. She'd come to save him, bound by a mysterious and ancient soul oath. Oath he was lost. "Ask the Metro Hunter later," she said, before suddenly driving her hand into his chest. The boy screamed in pure agony. Why would his savior just put a hole through his heart? "Hush," Z whispered, focusing intensely. Her vampire hand was buried deep inside the poor boy's ribcage. Searching near his heart, found it, she chirped, like she'd just discovered a long-lost treasure. With a violent yank, she ripped something out. The boy's scream echoed through the entire chamber. "Just clearing the pipes," she explained. That blockage was the only thing stopping his mana circulation. Normally, that's 10 years of training, but look, a brilliant blue aura was already exploding from him. Is this actually his mana? The protector was stunned. The kid's actually got a drop of talent. Every creature has mana, but feeling it, that's where the true monsters are born. Young man. Suddenly, he felt it, a tidal wave of boundless power surging from the very depths of his soul. "That's all I can do," the vampire teased. "Now comes the sacred ritual, the test of a true warrior. Even high-class demons have rules." She couldn't interfere further. He had to survive this on his own. "Dodge or die." "Kid," she shouted. Time, which she'd been freezing, was about to slam back to normal. Reality resumed at full speed, but our protector wasn't the same. He finally had a plan to win. Mana coursed through him like liquid fire. He gripped his shield, ready to flip the entire script. "Live on and defy fate itself," she yelled. "The debt to Metro Hunter, consider it paid in full. And tell Mr. Hyun the next time we meet, I'm definitely taking his life." Eye to eye with destiny, he realized right then that he didn't have a single second to waste. Focusing every nerve, he channeled his new strength into his legs. It was now or never. Boom! The rank 20 monster's punch pulverized the wall where his head was just a second ago. Dust everywhere. The demon was baffled. How did this puny human just vanish from his sight? "Honestly, I've no clue how I did that," he joked. But one thing was crystal clear now. He was 10 times stronger than a heartbeat ago. It was time for a brutal, aggressive counterattack. A massive bang rocked the room. loud enough to make his teammates outside jump in shock. Dandelion spun around. That mana, it's new, is that really coming from our friend, Hang? Mana isn't just a magic battery, the teacher explained. It's the ultimate physical steroid for elite hunters. Dungeons turn humans into supermen because they're constantly soaked in high-density dungeon mana. When a hunter breaks his limits, he hits the awakening point. Then, he finally masters the mana. Mr. Dandelion nodded. In that case, Hang didn't just wake up, he just exploded into a new realm. Simon pounced. You're insane, using a curse to force an awakening. You're playing with his life. A demon worried about a human, the hunter laughed. Since when did you get so attached, Simon? I'm not worried, the demon smirked. Once a fire like Hang's is lit, it won't be extinguished easily. Hang is a literal inferno. He better come back, his friend yelled, or I'll beat him up myself. Aimon crawled from the rubble, his arm mangled and broken. He was absolutely seething with rage. Standing before him was the Protector, clad in glowing armor and radiating a terrifying, warlike aura. You call that an awakening? Our hero scoffed. Using forbidden power just makes you look pathetic. Cocky brat, the monster roared. A little power-up doesn't change the fact that you're dead meat. The Golden Knight just tightened his grip. Predictions are for losers. Let's see who's still standing. Our main character stood tall, his combat aura flaring like a localized typhoon. He asked if his foe even knew what a real awakening felt like. Forbidden power, the boy teased. Honestly, seeing his rival resort to such cheap tricks made the guy look more pathetic than a level 1 slime. The beast scoffed, claiming the brat just woke up and already had an ego the size of a dungeon boss. Some things never change, do they? The monster roared about an easy victory, but the Golden Knight just chuckled. Don't count your chickens before they are incinerated. Ugly, he countered. Seeing his rival on equal footing, Aeon's ego snapped. He roared, promising to demonstrate his absolute superiority once more. The beast swung his massive blade, mocking the boy. Witness the mind-boggling gap between us, he bellowed with arrogance. A devastating strike descended, but Mr. Hang stood firm. His indestructible shield held back the tidal wave of destruction. A blinding flash preceded a thunderous boom. Meanwhile, a cold-blooded killer began stalking the shadows near the subway station. Creeping through the underground with a psychotic grin was Ghostblade Wei, a legendary platinum-level slaughterer. The Simon gang blocked his path, looking for trouble. Wei just chuckled, asking why they were staring so intensely. The assassin's smile widened. Their tough guy act just made him want to humiliate them even more. Luckily for them, he was on a tight schedule. Wei drew his steel, ready to end this quickly. I don't waste time with small fry, Ghostblade whispered. In a heartbeat, he turned the Simons into red mist. With his bloody chores finished, Wei moved on, back at the duel. The clash with the rank 20 beast raged. The momentum shifted as they reached a deadlock. Both combatants poured their entire souls into every bone-crushing exchange. Cleaver against mace, a symphony of steel. Each warrior was convinced that victory was just one strike away. The boy's shield parried every lethal blow, but then, the monster snatched the mace with its bare, hideous hand. You cannot match my raw power, the beast laughed. The young hunter looked up, totally unfazed by the threat. Do you use your head for anything besides a target? He asked. Let's see if you have any brains left. Wham! A savage headbutt landed right on the monster's nose. The villain staggered back, screaming in absolute agony. Unable to find his balance, the beast hit the floor hard. He scrambled up, roaring that he accepted the challenge. Aeon retaliated with an identical, brutal headbutt. Now both of them were shouting through the blinding pain. Pure madness. The two idiots continued bashing skulls for several minutes. It was impossible to tell who would pass out first. Your head is surprisingly thick, the monster panted. Our battered hero just wiped blood from his grin. Brains cost extra. I've heard that one before, the boy joked. Bruised but not broken, he prepared for the next round. The monster was stunned. You're the most reckless brat I've ever seen. Why use your head like a battering ram? Doesn't matter how I fight, the boy spat, only that I'm strong enough to win this damn war. Aeon sneered, calling the boy a clueless insect. You're just a worm that learned to spit a little mana. The Protector's eyes blazed with fury. Who are you calling a worm? Aeon prepared to unleash his true mana mastery. Behold the true power of a mana controller, the monster roared. The hunter felt a chilling pressure seize his heart. Intense shivers ran down his spine. He took a deep breath, forcing his panic to subside into focused intent. Recalling his training, he lowered his center of gravity, shield held tight with both hands, the perfect defensive stance. The beast unleashed the demonic sword art straight cut. The Protector countered with the legendary shield art tortoise form. The impact was catastrophic. The indestructible shield actually cracked, leaving the young hunter in a state of pure shock. The monster's laughter echoed. Without your favorite toy, you're just a sitting duck. The boy's expression darkened instantly. You just made a fatal mistake, the boy whispered. That shield was my most prized possession. Now I'm angry. Aeon mocked him, telling him to cry harder, but the Protector vowed to break the monster like his shield. The beast laughed at the boy's god complex. You think awakening made you invincible? You're still just a pathetic human. Gripping his weapon, the boy's killing intent exploded. A wild, warlike aura began swirling around his heavy mace. The monster froze in disbelief. How can a mere human manifest such pressure? Aeon's confidence started to crumble. Suddenly, the aura vanished. Had he failed? The boy sighed, realizing he'd only managed to scare the beast briefly. Fine control is still a pain, he muttered. Guess I'll just have to hit you with everything at once. With a deafening shout, he opened the mana floodgates. His entire body glowed like a miniature sun about to supernova. If he couldn't control it, he'd let it run wild. I'm not losing to a monster like you. He swung his mace with a promise to reach the top. Witness the strength of my resolve. The mace crashed down, triggering a massive explosion. Outside, the impact made the heavy dungeon doors rattle and moan. The doors finally creaked open. Dandelion shouted to Master Hang Young that the brutal showdown was finally over. The team rushed inside through the dust. Dandelion sprinted toward his battered friend, screaming his name in relief. Despite being covered in blood and bruises, the boy gave a thumbs up. The test is over. I passed. His friend's warning echoed. The protector told him to stay still. Everything hurt, and his strength had completely vanished. Ghostblade smirked through the doorway, claiming he'd finally found his mark. The young man smiled like a true predator. The armored hunter was paralyzed by weakness. Kneeling in silence, he waited as the young men prayed for his recovery. Dandelion declared it was time to move. He urged Hang to stand up, but the situation looked incredibly grim. The young man admitted he was drained. He just wanted a quick nap. Mr. Protector's only wish, some sweet, peaceful sleep. Dandelion worried. Should they actually let him rest? He looked like he'd been dragged through a dungeon backwards. The teacher warned it was mana shock. Falling asleep meant death from mana depletion. That's one hell of a wake-up call. Dandelion yelled at Hang to stay awake. The exhausted boy mumbled that a fairy would surely swoop in to save him. Metro Hunter scoffed. No one is coming, kid. Why would such a broken, overpowered ability even exist in this world? Blood Atonement is a one-time cheat code, and he's used it? Hang thought the game balance was totally unfair. The boy was too tired to even process it. Dandelion screamed, desperately trying to keep his friend from drifting away. Metro Hunter told everyone to chill. A mana potion and a short breather would get the kid back on his feet. Dandelion produced their last resort, a high-grade potion. This stuff was condensed mana, pure magical energy in a glass bottle. Dandelion immediately poured the glowing liquid into his comrade's mouth. Hang didn't resist. Metro Hunter finally allowed the boy to rest. But wait, the teacher sensed trouble was brewing nearby. We have guests, Mr. Hyun noted. He planned to give them a warm welcome. The two warriors approached each other. Weapons were drawn as tension spiked. Mr. Hyun demanded to know the identity of this mysterious, grinning Ghostblade. Just a humble assassin, the boy chirped, gun ready. The two rivals sized each other up, waiting for an opening. They studied every movement. Suddenly, Ghostblade struck, but Hyun was ready, blocking the lethal blow with sheer martial instinct. The assassin was stunned. How did he block it? His presence and footsteps were supposed to be completely erased from existence. Metro Hunter smirked. Hard to miss that overwhelming bloodlust. It was so thick it gave him goosebumps. Talk about a giveaway. The young man was shocked. He thought he'd hidden his killing intent perfectly. Guess he's not as stealthy as he thought. He realized Metro Hunter was dangerously sensitive to aura. Ghostblade noted his opponent was also hiding some serious power. Hyun called him a chatterbox killer. Unlike other assassins, this guy just couldn't keep his mouth shut during a hit. I just love my job. Ghostblade laughed. Hyun asked who hired such a coward to send an assassin after him. Wrong answer, the killer replied. You never ask a pro about his mysterious clients. That is unprofessional. Hyun decided to stop chatting. He gripped his sword with both hands, ready to let the steel do the talking. Ghostblade liked that energy. Less talk, more stabbing. The assassin moved like a bolt of lightning around his rival. He appeared behind Hyun, promising to clock out on time today, but his speed wasn't enough to escape the hunter's eyes. Hyun tracked the movement perfectly. With a sharp upward swing, he sent the assassin flying back into the distance. Not today. A failed ambush means you've already lost, Hyun mocked. In a fair fight, a sneaky rat can't beat a true warrior. A head-to-head skirmish is a death sentence for a killer. Metro Hunter stood his ground like an immovable mountain. Ghostblade laughed it off. He never planned on fighting fair then. The skill used against him was unleashed once more. The battle intensified. The Protector watched as the same deadly technique On used reappeared. This duel was reaching a boiling point. Neither fighter gained the upper hand. Then, Ghostblade noticed something. Hyun's sword was literally screaming in agony from the stress. Metal fatigue, the iron was at its limit. Hyun remembered the dwarf's warning, this blade needs time to settle down. Just hold together a little longer, Hyun prayed. Ghostblade sensed the weapon's weakness and prepared a devastating finishing move. The killer smiled. The more attacks Hyun blocked, the stronger the next strike became. It was a vicious, losing cycle. Metro Hunter switched to rapid-fire short attacks. He needed to keep the assassin in the dark and prevent a full power strike. His movements became more organic, even as the hunter realized his opponent was accurately striking every weak point in his steel. He had to end this fast. Before the sword shattered into a million pieces, Hyun prepared for one final, decisive blow. With a roar, he gathered his strength for a single swing. Everything rested on this one moment of pure power. The two weapons collided with an earth-shattering impact. A massive explosion of energy turned the entire battlefield into thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, the survivors held their breath. Both opponents were still alive, but the Metro Hunter's blade was... When the smoke cleared, everyone saw both rivals still alive. However, the Metro Hunter's situation was looking spicy. Shattered, Mr. Hyun stared at his broken steel with despair. Only a jagged fragment remained in his trembling grip. Panic erupted, his students screamed as the legendary blade snapped, a literal omen of certain doom for their master. Memories flooded back. The blacksmith's grim warning echoed, carrying such a sinister relic would only invite bloody tragedy. Ghostblade cackled, mocking the pathetic weapon. He sneered at the broken scrap, questioning the quality of his foe. With a venomous smirk, he asked if this trash was bought from some bargain thousand trivia shop. Pure disrespect. Meanwhile, the archer lay bound. His captor peeled back the tape, offering dumplings like some bizarre, dutiful host. The other thugs growled. Why feed the prisoner in their world? A loose end should be buried, not fed. The bald leader snapped back. They weren't a common gang anymore. They were a professional guild with standards now. Slaughtering kids for sport was bad for business. It was exactly why Ghostblade was told to stay away. A villain glared at the boy, warning him against whistling. He knew the kid's dangerous reputation and wasn't taking chances. Whistle all you want, brat. No one is coming. You're trapped in a fortress where hope goes to die. The other villain laughed. Even if you scream until your lungs burst, not a single soul will ever hear you. Suddenly, the heavy gates slammed open. Mysterious figures stepped through the smoke, catching the villains completely off guard. Where is the child? Rank 83 Falconer, Angel, stood there with a lethal bird of prey on his shoulder. The Black Deer Guild's Angel. The thugs trembled. What could a high-ranking hunter possibly want in this hellhole? Stunned, the bald man dropped his dumplings. How did they track them? They had erased every single digital footprint. Security cameras are for amateurs, Angel countered. They didn't need technology when they had the ultimate aerial predator. The falcon screeched, its eyes locked on its prey. The villains froze. Crossing a rancor meant certain, painful death. Terror took over. The thugs chose survival over pride, leaping through the window in a desperate, frantic escape. His comrade asked if they should give chase. Angel just watched them run. This was his territory now. A faint smile touched the archer's lips. Had his rescuers finally arrived? The man confirmed he was safe now. The archer didn't care about himself. His eyes sharpened with worry as he asked about the old man's fate. Which old man? The saviors were confused. The archer's voice turned grave. The master was in grave, immediate danger. Back at the battlefield, the Metro Hunter stood tall, clutching his shattered hilt, a truly tragic, hopeless sight. Mr. Hyun didn't care who sent the assassin. He only had one question: why make him the primary target? Ghostblade smirked. Apparently, Mr. Hyun had eaten someone else's lunch, a fatal mistake in this cruel world. The hunter's eyes blazed. If he ate their lunch, he'd now flip the table and start a bloody rampage. The air grew heavy. Where was this terrifying, monstrous mana coming from? The students watched in absolute awe. Ghostblade sensed the shift. Was this man even human? He felt like he was facing a literal monster. No more talking. Lyricism was dead. The killer braced himself as the atmosphere turned cold and suffocatingly heavy. Ghostblade lunged with his dagger. A broken sword shouldn't be a threat, yet his instincts were screaming in terror. The assassin's strike was blocked. The boy gasped. How was a shattered blade standing firm against a full weapon? Impossible. The Metro Hunter had replaced the missing steel with pure, solidified mana, a blade of raw energy. He swung the scrap as if it were a divine relic. Ghostblade's defenses were crumbling against the onslaught. Boom! A devastating strike connected, shattering the assassin's balance and sending him soaring backward through the air. This is absurd, Ghostblade hissed, regaining his footing. If strength failed, he would resort to the filthiest tactics. The Metro Hunter stepped into the light. Are you not ashamed of such vile, pathetic words? He asked coldly. Ashamed? The killer laughed. Do you know what my victims say before I pierce their hearts with my blade? They call me a dirty scoundrel and a bastard. They claim they'd win if the fight were actually fair. How ridiculous! Honor means nothing to the dead. In this world, the only thing that matters is survival. Shame is for the losers, the assassin spat. Only those who fail should feel the weight of disgrace. The dance of death resumed. Both warriors searched for a single opening, their blades clashing in a rhythmic blur. Your reaction time is impressive, Ghostblade admitted, but even the quickest reflexes have a breaking point tonight. The hunter's senses were heightened. Hearing every heartbeat, the mercenary realized he had to sever those heightened connections. One by one, I'll strip your senses away first. I'll plunge your world into absolute, silent darkness. Suddenly, the Metro Hunter froze in confusion. The assassin lunged forward, exploiting his blinded vision. A domain of absolute silence descended. Mr. Hyun stood paralyzed, trapped in a world without sound. His combat instincts shattered without his senses. How could he fight what he couldn't even feel? Ghostblade cackled, weaving a soundproof barrier. In this cage, your screams are silent. Hunter flailed his sword in blind desperation. Rage burned in his chest, but he was striking shadows. The assassin laughed at the pathetic display. To him, the hunter was already a dead man. This is agony, Hunter thought. Without sight or sound, even dodging felt like a death wish. Calm down, focus. He forced his breath into a steady, rhythmic flow to survive. He sharpened his remaining senses to a razor's edge, then he unleashed a devastating counter-strike. Ghostblade's smug safety shattered instantly. How he gasped. How did he detect me? Got a hidden third eye or something, the mercenary joked. Hunter merely tightened his deadly grip. Your evil aura reeks like a dumpster, Hunter replied. Ghostblade's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Are you a man or a wild beast? The villain hissed. Why are you playing so passive? You can barely stand. The killer sneered. Allow me to grant you eternal peace. Demonic fire blazed in his eyes. He lunged, aiming to snap the hunter's broken blade. Suddenly, a whistling arrow bit the dust. Ghostblade skidded to a violent, screeching halt. Don't move an inch, a voice boomed. Armed men emerged, a legendary archer leading them. Your mission is over, Ghostblade, the archer stated. The assassin realized he was finally cornered. Dandelion cheered at the sight of their savior. The tables had turned. There was no escape. How are you here? The villain spat. The archer always claims the final kill, he replied. He drew his bow, locking onto the target. Checkmate, mercenary, you're going nowhere. Capture him immediately, the order echoed. The twin brothers, Sang and H. Lee, charged forward. They scattered swamp vine seeds across the soil. Instantly, the ground erupted with rapid, magical growth. Giant vines lashed out like hungry serpents. Ghostblade panicked, trying to flee the tightening trap. Arrows rained down from every single direction. All he could do was dodge and pray for luck. The vines snared the fugitive like a fly. He was bound tight in nature's suffocating grip. He collapsed, a prisoner of his own greed. The vines tightened with every desperate struggle. Behold the black deer's hunting art, the man mocked. The killer was now completely immobilized. Why save this brat? Ghostblade roared. He's no brat, the man replied with cold pride. He's an elite falconer from our top camp meat angel, rank 83 of the guild. We value every single bond we forge. That connection is what makes us a true guild. Scum like you wouldn't understand our ideals. Talking to you is a complete waste of breath. Ideals spare me the lecture. Ghostblade spat back. He saw no point in arguing. To him, guilds were just masks for greed. Money is the only god people follow. You're blinded by your own darkness, Falconer countered. Not everyone shares your twisted, lonely soul. Elves have zero honor anyway, the killer grumbled. He was tired of these boring moral lessons. Whatever, just do your worst. The twins hauled the defeated mercenary away. They headed straight to the main headquarters. His fate would be decided behind iron bars. Suddenly, Ghostblade stopped and looked back. Hey, Hunter, about our little duel. Let's call it a draw for now, Hunter smirked. I'm ready whenever you are. I tried to reach the underground earlier, Archer apologized, but chaos broke out everywhere. At least I brought the reinforcements, Hunter nodded. No need to explain yourself. Kid, go join your friends. The hunter smiled. Tread and Dandelion rushed over with joyful tears. Where have you been? They cried out. It's a long story. The archer laughed heartily. I'll tell you everything over dinner, but first, let's get out of here. The protector roared in gratitude. To save the guild like that, he truly is a brother for life. Archer turned into a total crybaby, but Dandelion scolded him. No tears. You were actually cool for once. Seeing their bond? Falconer smiled. Such rare camaraderie is a treasure in this cutthroat world of hunters. These boys are an example to us all. Praise the heavens. 0 casualties. What a miracle. Falconer approached our hero with a bow. I am the leader of the prestigious Black Stag Guild. He extended a hand of friendship. The Metro Hunter accepted. The name is Kang Chul, he replied. Meeting him was an honor, Falconer insisted. You must visit our headquarters. You will be treated like royalty. But what about that slippery assassin? Kang wondered if justice would truly be served this time. Hunters killing hunters is a big no-no. It is strictly forbidden by the association's ironclad laws. I am handing this mercenary over to the authorities. As far as I am concerned, the case is closed. Kang frowned. Attempted murder deserves more than a slap on the wrist. Is there a deeper conspiracy here? Was the infamous Nine Dragons Guild pulling the strings? Falconer asked if Kang knew of their dark reputation. There is no solid proof yet. The rats have scurried back into the shadows, leaving no traces behind. Could someone from the Nine Dragons hold a grudge? You must have stepped on some very powerful toes. Kang pondered. I only slay monsters in the abyss. I do not have time for petty human squabbles. The falconer bid his farewell. Watch your back. Hunter, the world above is more dangerous than dungeons. They parted ways. Kang looked back. These guys actually did him a solid. He will not forget this debt. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. His student was practically vibrating with questions about their training session. Master, you promised. Why did you choose to train me of all people? What is the secret? Kang sighed. It is because of that shield. It belongs to a past I have known for a lifetime. The original owner was the legendary swordsman Bomu. I knew the man behind the steel very well. A hunter's will is a wildfire that never dies. That shield is your inheritance, passed down by fate. The boy stood frozen. Inheritance. Did his master really have a connection to such a legendary figure? Questions flooded his mind. I am sticking with you. Master, I need to know everything about this legacy. But Kang shut him down instantly. Denied. I walk this path alone. You are not ready for this. The boy pouted. But you said the will is transferable. Why are you ditching me now? Do not get dramatic. With your current low rank, you would be monster snacks in under 5 minutes. But life is full of surprises. Train like a demon, and maybe you will hit gold rank one day. Kang flicked a single coin through the air. The boy fumbled but caught it. A token of destiny. Pass your exam, then head to the Eternal Life Guild. Look for the cobbler they call the coffin maker. The dismantler will show you true hell. That is where your real training begins. Do not die before then. The lesson was over. The boy clutched the coin as if it were made of solid gold. As Kang walked away, the boy screamed, I will do it. I will become the greatest hunter ever. Dandelion sighed. Great. Another impossible mission. We are really going to be busy, are we not? The adventure never stops. Archer grinned. For the first time, life actually feels like a main quest. Simon watched from the shadows. To him, the Metro Hunter was a fading ember of a bygone era. But these boys, they were a blazing inferno growing by the second. The cycle of power continues. Meanwhile, the twins were busy dragging the failed assassin toward Hunter Association headquarters like a sack of potatoes. Hey Ghostblade, no potty breaks. If you gotta go, hold it in or wet yourself. No escaping. Ghostblade chuckled darkly. He knew he was caught. You guys are serious business. I will give you that. Silence is boring. Let us spice up this trip, the twin chirped. I have got a story to tell. It is an ancient tale from the archives. A legend born before the capital's first dungeon ever appeared. It all began in a land of peace, long before the sky cracked open and monsters spilled out. He was born into a noble lineage of an honored race, a child of absolute destiny. The dark elves, even among those shadow dwellers, he was the elite of the elite, pure noble blood. He lived as a chosen child, never denied a single luxury, but paradise is always a temporary lease. Disaster struck when they least expected. The earth split, the heavens fell, and he was swallowed by darkness. Waking from the abyss, his world was gone. The beautiful land he knew had become a total nightmare. A girl asks if the infant is okay, but the child is lost. She reaches out to help. An elf shoves her back instantly. How dare a mere human try to touch the young lord's body? Why push her? She's just helping a man, shouts. The warrior elf only responds with a murderous glare. He grips his sword with lethal intent. The king tries to calm his son's explosive, royal rage. Lotus admits they are just as confused. He orders his subordinates to sheath their weapons and stand down. With a bow of obedience, the blades are put away. King Lotus seeks a peaceful way out. The Dark Elf King wants peace. This is a misunderstanding, Lotus says to the confused, staring crowd. He asks for an interpreter of the ancient tongue, but to the humans, he sounds like total gibberish. Nobody understands a word of this ancient man's speech. An aide confirms communication is a massive failure. Lotus turns to the gods for guidance. Suddenly, the police arrive to join this bizarre fantasy party. Things should be clearer now. Officers announce they are investigating reports of illegal weapons on the scene. The elves watch them closely. Lotus asks if they are the true authorities of this strange land. The policeman thinks it's a movie set. No filming without a permit, he barks at the legends. He orders the extras to follow him. The counselor warns the king they are being summoned elsewhere. The king agrees to follow. The policeman casually asks his partner what this fantasy flick is even about. The king tells his son, the moon doesn't shine on quitters, a bit dramatic, but he's the king. Hope exists as long as you believe. But reality had a much darker script in store for them. Instead of hope, they found handcuffs. Armed police arrested the tribe, ending their royal dreams in seconds. A nightmare began for the prince. Monsters flooded the city like a rising black tide from underground. The government deployed soldiers at every station. The orders were simple: if it's not human, destroy it. The elves lost their ruler in this land. The young prince stood alone, his father gone forever. Centuries of order vanished instantly. They fled into the dark depths where even the humans wouldn't follow. Humans had bigger problems now. For the elves, life became a literal, living hell in the shadows. Resources were non-existent. Survival was a luxury. Hunger and devastation became their only constant, cruel companions. Everyone thought only of themselves. On the verge of extinction, the nation finally slipped into total madness. The result was horrific. To survive the winter, the elves descended into a dark, forbidden taboo. Cannibalism became their new reality. The first victims were the weak, the elderly, and the innocent children. The prince's uncle approached him, wearing the dead king's crown like a stolen, shiny trophy. He called the former king naive for his peaceful ways. I'm the captain of this ship now. He claimed elves should have used force. We wouldn't be starving if we were killers from the start. Help was a myth. The first victims were the elderly. Then, the uncle looked at the prince. He claimed they needed a strong leader. The boy asked why he was wearing his father's crown. The uncle blamed the former king's naive choices for their misery. That won't be the case now. He declared himself the new leader. He argued that elves should never have tried to talk to humans. Force was the only way, he roared. He planned to reorganize the army to win it all back. Then he told the prince he must become provisions. He saw no other way to survive this hell. Drawing a dagger, he prepared to butcher the boy. He planned to feed dozens with one child. Your father's sins will be atoned for, he screamed. The prince thought it was all absolute nonsense. Strangely, the madness made him feel calmer. The man lunged with his knife, screaming for his death. Die with honor, he roared, but instinctively. The young elf swatted the blade aside with lethal speed. He knew what had to be done. The uncle screamed in terror as the child fought back fiercely. Kill or be killed. The path was clear. Standing over the body, he said, I'm the king now. On his 10th birthday, the young elf's gaze turned cold. Since that day, doubt never touched his soul again. Guilt was buried in that dark hole along with his childhood. His old life ended. A killer was born. The metallic stench of blood clung to him like a curse. No amount of scrubbing could wash away the sin. As the scent lingered, he finished his tale. Thus, the legend of the ghost blade began. Feared by all. A tragic past, one brother noted, but the other scoffed. Tragedy doesn't excuse a monster's blood-soaked crimes. Their driver interjected, praising their vice leader, a dark elf who chose the path of light, unlike this ghost blade. Ghost blade yawned. Why all the whining? Is this a guild or a daycare for crybabies? He mocked. Don't you dare insult the Black Deer Guild, the young man barked, his face red with desperate fury. Your angel will weep when I send back your corpses. Ghostblade smirked, despite his bound hands. But his legs were free. He coiled like a predator. The guard's eyes widened. They realized their mistake too late. Watch out, a guard screamed. Too late. Ghostblade's kick connected, sending the driver into instant darkness. The driver's head shattered the glass as he slumped out. Terror erupted. The steering wheel spun wildly. The vehicle transformed into a chaotic metal beast, swerving violently across the road like a dying animal. It smashed through the guardrail, plunging off the overpass. Gravity took hold as they plummeted toward the abyss. A bone-jarring crash followed. The car flipped, but Ghostblade shattered the window and crawled from the wreckage. Standing amidst the flames, he whispered his father's words, "The moon never shines for those who surrender." Now free, he arrived at the Itaewon Underground Station, a decaying, gritty labyrinth where only the strong survive. Mansu, a platinum-level powerhouse from the Nine Dragons, barked an order, hand over your weapons or die. Without a word, the visitor launched a devastating right hook. Mansu never saw the shadow-fast strike coming. It was Ghostblade. I'm not in a talkative mood, he hissed. Wipe that pathetic look off your face. Step aside, Mansu, the mistress commanded. Cutting through the tension, our guest has finally arrived. Mansu bowed low, his pride wounded but obedient. But Wei's eyes narrowed, cold enough to freeze blood. One more word and I'll snap your neck, Wei threatened. The mistress chuckled. Now, don't bully my guards. The Association and Black Stag are hunting you, she warned. You're walking a tightrope, Ghostblade. They let the archer escape, not me, he spat. Idiots couldn't even handle a simple errand. Sit, she ordered. This isn't a social call. He complied, wondering what game she was playing now. This place reeks, he grumbled. She smiled. The smell of rot is perfect for hiding from prying eyes. She offered him a glass, but he declined. I don't drink with people I don't trust, he muttered. She sipped her drink, eyes clouded with nostalgia. A drink can unlock 1,000 buried memories, she whispered. Ghostblade's expression darkened. Memories are just ghosts that haunt you. I have no good ones left. The past was a void of ash. Enough talk. Why am I here? Are you that desperate? Did you summon me just to kill one man? Why build a guild if you're this weak? He scoffed. Restrictions stifle the soul, he added. But she countered. Wild lives leave nothing behind but bone and dust. I have a family now, she said firmly, a bond that defies even the cold grip of death. She stood tall, her presence radiating power. My goal is simple, to see my children grow in peace. Touching dream, Wei smirked, but hopelessly doomed. You're building a castle on a foundation of sand. Shadowy threats loomed. The Black Deer, one of the top 10 guilds, had officially marked them for total annihilation. Clashing with a fifth-line giant was suicide. The dispute over the underground station was about to get bloody. They won't back down, she warned. The lives lost in that crash demand a payment in blood. Angel is coming for revenge, she noted, but she grinned. Finding a ghost in the shadows is impossible. With his secret identity safe, the 9 dragons would feast on this chaos to rise among the elites. Why run from destiny, she mused. We'll use this war to carve our names into history. Ghostblade finally reached for the glass. Fine, but what about that hunter? Is he still breathing? Her fist slammed onto the table, rattling the room. The Metro Hunter cost me everything. He must die. My VIPs are gone because of his interference. I won't rest until his soul is extinguished forever. Her pristine reputation was on the line, so she ordered the hunter's immediate disposal. Wei warned the Black Deer tribe wouldn't stay quiet, but she vowed to handle it. A sinister aura surged around Ghostblade as he realized he faced a truly devious viper. With the scheme exposed, the exhausted young hunters retreated to a nearby cafe for grub. The waiter delivered the goods, mouth-watering grilled boar belly and crispy fried chicken for the protector. The armored waiter served the meal. The protector declared this the ultimate post-battle feast. Watching him inhale food, the archer wondered if his friend had been starving lately. Hang just kept shoveling it in, claiming he couldn't feel full regardless of the amount. Perhaps excessive mana consumption caused this bottomless pit of a stomach, yet he continued eating. Channeling mana had clearly boosted his stats, but it also made him a literal eating machine. The archer marveled at Hang's progress. Even a former bottom-tier hunter was finally evolving. Dandelion was stunned, believing only mages were gifted. Who knew this loser had hidden potential? The protector laughed, calling it pure talent, but Dandelion wasn't buying the sudden glow-up. Talent, you almost exploded from mana shock last time you pushed your limits, Dandelion jeered. To avoid another heart attack, the protector flexed his high-tech hunter's watch manufactured by Tai. It runs entirely on the user's mana. Dandelion's eyes turned green with envy at the gadget. It was the latest model, featuring a sleek design and a much-needed mana shock warning system. Dandelion fell in love with the gear, but the archer noted both guys had identical watches. They're completely different, the boys screamed in unison, offended by the lack of style appreciation. The protector suggested they tackle the upcoming gold rank promotion exam as a coordinated team. Dandelion had been prepping for ages, just waiting for his buddies to reach his level. He whipped out his encyclopedia. The gold rank exam was only 1 month away, crunch time. They needed specialized training, but meanwhile, a dwarf blacksmith was currently losing his mind. Seeing a familiar face, the blacksmith charged like a bull, screaming at the unscrupulous scoundrel. It was the Metro Hunter, looking as cold as a statue while effortlessly dodging the attack. The angry dwarf tumbled past, eating dirt while swearing a blue streak at the man. He'd warned Mr. Hyung that golden dragon scales need time to mature, they aren't basic iron. Had he waited a month, that legendary blade wouldn't have snapped like a cheap toothpick. Metro Hunter just handed over the broken steel, asking for a fix and promising caution. Are you mocking me? Your head needs fixing. Not this sword, the master craftsman shrieked. Mr. Young calmly asked if a master smith should really be trying to murder customers. You know this blade is my life. Stop the whining, will you take the job, he demanded. The dwarf clutched his head, lamenting the hunter's unhealthy attachment issues and his own luck. Golden dragons have been extinct for decades. Finding matching materials for this repair is impossible. The hunter smirked, asking if the dwarf was actually a master or just master of yapping. That did it. The blacksmith brandished his hammer, boasting his skills were second to none. He claimed to be the greatest smith in the game, but even he had limits. Standard techniques couldn't mend this divine weapon. It required mastery beyond existing expert levels. Only one legend could pull this off, the retired god of the forge, Master Mercedes. Cut to the World Tower of Tsan, where the elite live within ultra-luxury VIP apartments. The hunter and the dwarf arrived for a high-stakes meeting in the most prestigious building. Living here was every blacksmith's ultimate dream, though our hero found the luxury quite excessive. Mr. Hyung chuckled, noting that dwarf greed and human greed look identical from this height. The dwarf took offense, claiming they just like showing off, they don't steal like humans do. Hyung wondered why the little guy was getting so defensive over a simple observation. The cold voice on the intercom didn't care about their quest. Master Mercedes was clearly in a foul mood. No sooner had Mr. Han pressed the buzzer than the voice told them to vanish into the abyss. The landlord claimed he had zero interest in human contact, but our hunter only needed a listening ear. The voice barked back, stating his ears were closed to everyone and these uninvited pests should leave now. Mr. Han simply sat on the floor, making it clear he was staying, praising the legend of Mercedes. The young hunter declared he wouldn't budge, not until the master restored his broken blade to its glory. The landlord smirked, unleashing his level 20 living armor security system, a masterpiece of defensive magic. Guards drew their shimmering steel over the intruder as Mr. Han repeated his stubborn demand for a repair. With a smirk, the hunter slammed the guards' heads together, tossing them aside like yesterday's trash. He wasn't moving an inch. This legendary hunter was on a mission, and those level 20 mobs were nothing. The dwarf blacksmith, seeing the absolute carnage, decided that staying out of the fray was his best move. More level 20 tin cans rushed in to clear the room, but they were just fodder for our hero. Mr. Han turned the hallway into a dance of destruction, deactivating enchanted armor with his bare fists. Seeing the chaos escalate, the blacksmith begged the hunter to keep those sharp edges away from his beard. The hunter told the dwarf to survive on his own, earning him the title of an insensitive bastard. The dwarf cried out, claiming this was why the hunter had zero friends despite their years of bonding. Terrified he wouldn't survive the afternoon, the blacksmith realized he had to pull out his secret weapon immediately. The little gnome scrambled to the intercom, frantic fingers slamming the button for one last desperate plea. He screamed into the mic, "It's me, Babitos, open up or we're both turning into pancakes out here." As Mr. Han kept tossing guards like ragdolls, a spark of recognition finally flickered inside the apartment. Mercedes paused. "Is that really you, little snot-nosed Babitos?" The gnome beamed with pride at the insult. Confirming his identity, the dwarf stood tall while Mercedes noted his beard had finally caught up to him. The master finally relented, opening the gates to his sanctuary, curious about the young man's sheer audacity. Mercedes grumbled that Babitos should have identified himself earlier as the group stepped into the workshop's shadows. Mr. Han teased the little snotty Babitos for his work, earning a furious glare from the prideful dwarf. The master smith's eyes narrowed as he examined the shattered steel. This wasn't just any common blade. He instantly recognized the divine glow of golden dragon scales, and Babitos bowed to the only true master. But the master was retired, declaring his forge was cold and they had wasted their long journey. The hunter scoffed, calling the legend of the master smith a total fraud and a massive exaggeration. Hook, line, and sinker, Mercedes snapped back, claiming such a repair was child's play for him. The hunter smirked, asking why the master was hesitating, but the smith only felt contempt for human greed. The master spat that humans only destroy for resources, though Han argued that dungeon monsters are real threats. Mercedes raised the broken fragment to the light, questioning if this blade would only taste monster blood. To a true artisan, this wasn't mere metal, it was a soul poured into a physical form. He'd rather see the steel remain broken than held by someone who viewed it as a mere tool. Our hunter questioned why a creator cared so much, while the master stood firm in his artistic conviction. Mr. Han decided he had heard enough, signaling the dwarf that it was time to leave this place. The panicked gnome asked about the sword, but the hunter was already turning his back on the legend. He wouldn't trust his life to steel forged by a coward, and that insult cut deeper than steel. Suddenly a voice thundered that the master was no coward as a new challenger stepped into the light. An apprentice named Bentley appeared, demanding an apology for the disrespect shown to his master. Han stared at the newcomer, surprised that a recluse like Mercedes actually had a disciple under his wing. Meanwhile, at the Metropolitan Hospital, a somber gathering of the Nine Dragon clan honored their fallen heroes. The air was heavy with grief as the clan leader arrived, her presence commanding the respect of all. Raising a glass to the departed, she swore their names would never fade as the shadows grew long. She tossed over condolence money so her guild could feast like royalty. Rich guilds make even simple soup taste like pure gold. The dragonhead loved the food but hated the trashy service. Falconer told the girl to finish her scraps and vanish already. She laughed, calling them a bunch of useless, low-tier extras. Angel's eyes flared. "Take that back right now, you little brat." She was clearly hunting for trouble by insulting his entire squad. The dragonhead laughed. She was just stating the cold truth. Angel snapped, his fist roared as the whole room froze solid. Tension peaked as allies barely managed to restrain his murderous arm. "Don't, Angel, this little brat isn't worth the effort," they screamed. Realizing she wanted a scene, Angel decided to back down. Falconer warned that one more word would be her absolute last. She mocked the boss for being all bark and no bite. "Your fallen subordinates are likely crying in their graves right now." That was it. Angel's fist connected with her jaw instantly. She hit the floor hard, but the dragonhead smirked. Her guild erupted in fury. The real war had finally begun. Chaos broke out as the restaurant transformed into a bloody battlefield. Bentley shouted that no one dare call his master a coward. Mercedes ordered his apprentice to return to his room immediately. The protagonist sensed a tragic secret behind the blacksmith's retirement. It started with a cursed weapon commissioned by a bloodthirsty hunter. The Leviathan of Black Iron took 6 grueling months to forge. That masterpiece birthed a dark, twisted obsession in the buyer. He began hunting every weapon the master had ever created. Blood spilled as hunters died for their legendary master-crafted gear. Why go so far? Was he seeking a dark market fortune? Mercedes sighed. It wasn't about money, it was far worse. The hunter was destroying them to be the sole owner. Mercedes couldn't bear seeing his children shattered or broken anymore. He blamed his own hands for every single life lost. The protagonist spoke up. "You're just running from the problem. Fix my sword and I'll fix your past for free." Mercedes roared. "My clients were rankers, you're a nameless brat. You think you're stronger than elites? Get out of here." "We won't know until I fight," the main character replied coolly. Mercedes asked his companion to talk sense into this lunatic. "He's crazy, but he's the strongest hunter I have ever known." The gnome revealed the kid was from the legendary Blue Sword. Mercedes gasped. "The ones from that horrific underground massacre." The old man still refused. His heart had frozen long ago. "My hands are different now. I can no longer hold hammers. I'll stop your tremors by hunting that monster. Lend me steel." Mercedes looked up. Every blade he made was his very soul. Since he lacked gear, young Bentley stepped in. If he needed firepower, he was his man. It wasn't a masterpiece yet, but the boy had poured his soul into every single bullet. He'd infused it with his faith. Meanwhile, over at the Metro Information Center, things grew tense. An employee looked up as Ghostblade approached. It had been quite a while since their last meeting. He asked Happy how she was holding up. She admitted finding his target was proving quite difficult. Finally, she slid over a folder marked Top Secret. The young assassin gave a satisfied, dark nod. She teased that the source would shock him. Ghostblade leaned in, his curiosity piqued by her secret. She'd snatched the intel from the Herb of Eternal Life Guild, a risky move for anyone else. He wasn't surprised. Everyone used them. Happy insisted he just read the damn file already. He flipped it open, wondering why she looked so pale. Then, his eyes widened in pure disbelief. A platinum ranker with VIP status, this had to be some kind of glitch in the system. She explained that VIPs are rare, even among diamond ranks. Only the top 100 can apply. This wasn't some random mob. Ghostblade realized he was hunting a literal monster in human skin. The girl pointed to the back page. Every single detail about this hunter was strictly classified. But wait, there's more. His agent was the real shocker. Ghostblade's blood ran cold. The head of the Undertaker's Guild was handling him. Coffin Blade only manages 5 hunters total. He was picking a fight with the elite. The girl warned him to run while he could. Ghostblade just grinned. The more dangerous the prey, the more interesting the hunt became. She asked if he had 10 lives. He joked he wasn't sure, then shifted back to business. Drawing his dagger, he mentioned it was soaked in that hunter's blood. Now, he needed a trace. He handed the weapon over. The girl promised that if the scent was fresh, he was caught. She was a black market informant from the stray dog race. Tracking was in her DNA. The assassin couldn't help but admire her focus. Every time he saw her work, he was mesmerized. She told him to shut it. She needed total silence to catch the target's lingering essence. Sniffing the blade, she activated her toilet water skill. Yeah, the name is weird, but it works. Combining charm and mana, she locked onto the scent. It led straight to the city's tallest skyscraper. The prey was lounging on the top floor. She reported her findings to the ghostly blade. Luckily, the scent was still fresh. Ghostblade smirked, asking where that suit-wearing bastard was hiding. She pointed a finger upward. He was currently standing at the capital's highest peak. Game on. Meanwhile, Mr. Hyun was busy inspecting a new blade. Mercedes watched him in tense silence. It looked a bit rough, but the balance was perfection. Bentley beamed under the professional's praise. The gnome grunted that the kid had talent. He might be young, but his potential was insane. Now, they just had to find him. The dwarf claimed he knew exactly where to look. Word on the street said he was near the Nightcloud headquarters, specifically the Lawless Branch 6. That place was a total war zone. Most sane hunters wouldn't dare step foot in that district. The Nine Dragons Guild was pulling the strings. Hyun wondered if this was just a coincidence. He told Babat it was time to move. The dwarf waved goodbye to Master Mercedes. Duty called. The old blacksmith asked if he was leaving right now. Hyun had one final errand first. Is this about that Ghostblade assassin? Babat asked if they should hire some extra muscle for protection. The hero wasn't interested in hiring anyone. He didn't need the Herb of Eternal Life's help. That assassin would show his face soon enough. He didn't even need to look for him. The blacksmith doubted it. That guy surely wouldn't be dumb enough to attack them openly. But as the lift doors hissed open, Hyun saw a familiar shadow. Someone was waiting for them. Ghostblade stood there, cool as ice. This encounter was clearly part of his master plan. Without saying a single word, the killer reached for his blade. It was showtime. He lunged with a lethal dagger, but Hyun countered with a Spartan kick. It was a silent, lightning-fast flash. The blacksmith dove as Hyun spoke. An assassin missing a headshot? You're a total disgrace to the craft. Backstabbing is boring, Ghostblade hissed. I want you to see your end. The killer demanded a rematch, but Hyun only hunts monsters, not flies. The dark elf froze. Was this monster-level strength just a warm-up? You hit the mark, Hyun smirked, shattering the assassin's fragile ego. Impossible, I almost had you. Hyun decided to stop playing around. Don't get cocky, Muscle-Brain Ghostblade barked, masking his growing fear. Experience beats raw power, he roared, unleashing another desperate smokescreen. Again with the smoke, do all assassins share one brain cell? Spectators gasped as Hyun prepared to flex his new legendary blade. One swing, and the smog vanished. The blacksmith wept for his house. That was a feint, Ghostblade yelled, pivoting with desperate new tricks. I'm bored, Hyun sighed. Your moves are easier to read than a child's book. He expected a lethal elf, but found a predictable amateur instead. This might sting, Hyun warned, swinging his sword with absolute, crushing force. The impact was seismic. Ghostblade was trapped like a cornered rat. He couldn't advance or retreat. Hyun's reach was a literal fortress. My luxury carpet, the owner cried. The dwarf just rolled his eyes. Why so passive now, Hyun teased. Ghostblade's temper finally exploded. One lucky hit and you're a philosopher. Hyun mocked his infinite pockets. Items kept spawning. Ghostblade launched a strange, glowing orb in desperation. Hyun sliced it midair. Big mistake. A toxic purple cloud erupted instantly. More smoke. You really need a new hobby, Hyun complained, coughing. It's hallucinogenic powder, Ghostblade cackled. Welcome to your worst nightmare. Unless you're immune, your body is about to become a useless statue. The elf hated items, but Hyun was a literal human cheat code. Prepare for 1,000 cuts. Ghostblade prepared his final, desperate flurry. Meanwhile at the hospital, the clan war was turning into a circus. Is Black Deer full of toddlers? Your punches feel like soft marshmallows. Wipe the blood off your own nose before talking trash. 9 dragons. Worry about your boss, kid. You're already at death's door, Red barked. The leaders finally clashed, their killing intent heavy enough to shatter glass. Angel blocked a heavy strike, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated fury. We aren't just a shield, we're the hammer, Angel roared, winding up a punch. A diamond-level manager stepped in, stopping the absolute chaos effortlessly. Violence is so uncivilized, Kim sighed. Someone explain this mess, now. He started it, the lackeys pointed fingers like children on a playground. It's the 9 dragons, they're hiding behind that ghost blade creep. We only came to pay respects, the dragonhead lied with a smirk. The girl offered a fake apology, her voice dripping with poisonous sarcasm. You're dead meat, Falconer screamed, but Manager Kim had seen enough. Street fighting is banned. Do you all want your licenses revoked? It looks like a bunch of bullies picking on the small fry. Thanks to this mess, the Black Deer was slap-fined for public violence. Kim finally drew the line. He declared the Black Deer Guild banned from all dungeons for 5 days for their blatant violations. Heavy fines and discipline followed. Angel screamed discrimination, but Kim wasn't buying the act at all. Angel, the actual instigator, was hauled away to the association for a cold, hard interrogation session. With the deer out for 5 days, 9 dragons prepared to hijack Gondok Station on Line 5. The 9 dragons leader smirked. Now, they just had to wait for the hallucinogens to finish the hunter. Inside the haze, Ghostblade danced around his dazed target, sinking his lethal dagger deep into flesh. The assassin sneered, asking if the pain was unbearable. After all, he'd just pierced the hunter's heart. Young replied casually, no pain, just a bit of irritation. Then, Ghostblade saw something terrifying. The hunter's body suddenly erupted into roaring flames. The panicked assassin screamed, wondering why he wasn't dead. Young sighed. Clearly, he didn't meet expectations. Turns out, his body just refuses to stay dead. Ghostblade cursed, calling the Metro Hunter a total fraud. That's definitely not how a professional behaves. The hunter smiled. Coming from a low-life assassin, he'd take that as a glowing 5-star compliment. He crushed the assassin's fist in a burning grip. The flames flared, turning the area into an inferno. Ghostblade shrieked for mercy as the blaze swallowed them both right before the terrified blacksmith's eyes. In a flash of fire, both warriors vanished. Meanwhile, the 9 Dragons Guild was busy celebrating early. Their leader raised a glass, toasted their success, and offered drinks to mark their supposed victory. The red-haired lackey cheered, calling her the world's greatest boss. Everyone toasted to their bright, corrupt future. They never imagined the Hunters Association would actually help them. Angel must be absolutely losing his mind. Being framed as the culprit probably gave him a heart attack. He'd never faced assault charges before. The red-haired man laughed. Angel is likely sweating in an interrogation room right now, ready to confess. With Line 5 wide open, their plan was flawless as long as Ghostblade kept causing massive chaos. The lackey worried if things would fail if Ghostblade was caught. The boss just laughed it off. That's impossible. Ghostblade is platinum rank. The association only ranks based on monster slaying, not human hunting. If the association ranked players on how well they kill people, Ghostblade would be legendary by now. Having finished their feast, the boss ordered everyone to gear up. It was time to move out. The thugs roared in agreement. These mercenaries were ready to follow their ruthless leader into the abyss. She told them to pack every weapon they had. It wasn't a raid, it was total war now. A battered Ghostblade sat slumped before the Metro Hunter, looking like he'd crawled out of hell. Bentley stood in awe of the hunter's power. Babat just nodded, having warned them about this monster. Kang Chul mourned his ruined shirt. It was brand new and expensive before it got shredded in the chaos. Babatos asked if the fight was truly over. The hunter gave a silent, confident nod of affirmation. The blacksmith shuddered, remembering the assassin leaping from the lift. He'd definitely lost a year of life. The gnome mocked the broken Ghostblade. Poor guy really picked the absolute worst opponent to mess with. The dwarf wondered if they should report him. The hunter disagreed, deciding on a much darker path. He insisted on keeping this a total secret. Then, he pulled out his phone to make one call. Soon, a diamond-ranked deboner known as the Coffin Man arrived, wearing his signature red-tinted glasses. He remarked it had been a while since a call-out. He's always happy to serve a loyal customer. The hunter gestured to his client. The undertaker scoffed at the beaten, arrogant assassin on the floor. The Coffin Man asked for instructions. Should he use slow torture or make the body vanish forever? Hyung wanted the mastermind's name first. The undertaker grinned, equally curious about who sent this amateur. An assistant caster suddenly spoke up. He recognized the man. He was one of their own coppersmiths. The undertaker pressed for certainty. The witness nodded, swearing he remembered seeing the man's face before. The Coffin Man glared at the young man. It seemed they had a dirty rat hiding among them. As the undertaker loomed nearby, he narrowed his eyes at our hero. He could smell a filthy rat hiding in the shadows, waiting to pounce. The red-spectacled creep demanded the boy, promising to extract every juicy secret for the hunter. Metro Hunter nonchalantly agreed, letting the deboner indulge his twisted whims while the shady man smiled. Giddy with his ingredient, Red Glasses planned a new masterpiece as the undertaker gave strict orders. Don't butcher the kid yet, he isn't a monster, so let's skip the immediate electroshock treatment. The assistants bagged their prize while the Red Glasses weirdo bid farewell, eager to begin his work. Metro Hunter departed, leaving the legendary Ghostblade under the Undertaker's questionable, creepy care. The professional creep assured him all was well, while Mercedes watched the departing guests suspiciously. Is that the legendary Everlasting Life Grass Guild Master? This mysterious Mr. Ha Young is truly an enigma. Mercedes felt the itch of unanswered questions, desperate to corner Mr. Hyun for some serious interrogation. Respecting the hunter's raw power, he promised to personally forge that broken sword once the spear arrived. Hyun smirked, trusting the dwarf's ironclad word after all. These short masters never break a blood promise. At Turtle Guild headquarters, a high ranker sat in deep meditation, his overwhelming mana flooding the gym. This is the invincible Sun Beck, rank 32, facing a deadly machine designed for high-speed lethal projectiles. Forget tennis balls, this beast spits out literal battle swords aimed straight at the hunter's throat. With inhuman reflexes, the young master parried the flying steel, refining his legendary strength in the chaos. Mid-swing, a nervous assistant interrupted his flow, announcing a guest had arrived at the worst moment. Rage flared in the hunter's eyes. He'd warned them never to disturb his sacred training sessions. After the girl's frantic apology, Beck sheathed his blade and demanded to know who dared interrupt him. It was none other than Wang Li, the old acquaintance, appeared, flashing a grin at his former comrade. Beck sensed it immediately. Wang Li's aura had completely evolved through some hardcore secret training regime. The newly awakened protector bragged about his power, but Beck wasn't impressed by the flashy mana show. Did you come just to flex? Wang Li shook his head, admitting the shield Beck gave him was totaled. He felt guilty, but Beck laughed it off, surprised the guy was even still using that junk. Gear is meant to break in battle, the invincible Sun noted, telling the protector to stop whining. Wang Li explained he'd faced a mana-infused blade that shattered his confidence along with his defense. If they can buff swords with mana, why can't we do the same for shields? Beck asked rhetorically. The invincible Sun demonstrated, coating his own shield in a dense, shimmering layer of protective energy. A light bulb went off in Wang Li's head as he begged to learn this ultimate defensive technique. After swapping war stories, the veteran hunter finally agreed to pass on his mana shield secrets. I'll teach you, Beck warned, but don't expect a walk in the park. This training is total hell. I'm no quitter, the protector declared, fully prepared to endure whatever torture Beck had in store. Liking that fiery attitude, the master ordered the young man to release his internal mana immediately. Beck analyzed the raw energy, noting the kid had plenty of power but zero control over it. You need to transmit your soul concentrate and feel the underlying current of power, he instructed. The confused protector struggled, unable to grasp the abstract concept of mana flow at first. Action speaks louder than words. Beck grabbed his hand, crushing it in a vice-like grip. Suddenly, a surge of foreign mana flooded Wang Li's senses, making the invisible flow tangible. Staring intently into his eyes, Beck guided the process until a sinister presence suddenly manifested nearby. A mysterious fairy vampire appeared out of thin air, shocking the rank 32 hunter completely. Long time no see, she whispered. Beck froze. Shouldn't she be trapped in the demon world? The curse is broken, she teased, crediting the boy for her unexpected freedom from the darkness. She was an uninvited nightmare, and Beck demanded to know why she'd crawled back to the surface. Her mission was chilling. She wanted the Metro Hunter's head served on a silver platter. How dare you, Beck roared, his blood boiling as he prepared to shred the vampire queen. This sudden ambush was bad news. Her unique movement skill made her faster than any mortal eye. Teleportation, she's a ghost. Beck swung his blade wildly, desperate to keep that blood-sucking shadow at bay. He unleashed a flurry of steel, a desperate wall of metal to stop the vampire's deadly advance. Lightning flash activated. He thought he was safe, but poof, the vampire brat was already breathing down his neck. Close, but no cigar, she teased. You've actually improved since 10 years ago, old man. Beck scrambled back, his pride stinging. He reset his stance, but the girl moved like a glitch in reality. She blurred past him, calling him a rude little hunter. Beck spat back, demanding to know why she chose Hang. Answers aren't free, sweetie, she giggled. Maybe if you actually managed to graze me, I'd talk. Big mistake. Beck decided to shut her up by sealing every escape route with a web of razor-sharp strikes. He entered swift swing mode. Dodge this, he roared. The vampire just yawned, claiming this was basically child's play. She summoned her demonic bats. Wang Li watched, jaw dropped, as two absolute monsters clashed like gods. Talk about a front row seat to greatness, the girl smirked, dismissing Beck's best effort as a lucky shot. Getting cocky, are we? She summoned her demon sword, and suddenly, the very atmosphere felt wrong. The air warped. My blade bends reality itself, she bragged, turning this world into my personal demon realm. Gravity turned into a brick wall. The invincible Sun hit the floor, crushed by a sudden, soul-heavy weight. Gripping his hilt, Beck braced for the end. She swung that ghostly blade. Offer your soul to me. Clink. Wang Li stepped in, blocking her strike. Beck gasped for air while the girl just sighed. Drinking my blood only helps you survive the demon world once, she explained. Wang Li cut in, begging for peace. Why stop the fun, she asked. The boy shouted that both she and Beck were his literal lifesavers. I can't choose between my heroes, he cried. The girl burst out laughing. A savior, her. Being called a hero totally ruins my vibe, she joked, retracting her aura. The slaughter was officially cancelled. She told Beck to babysit the kid. Words out, I'm back, she warned, and the world is shaking. They're too scared to touch me, she mused, but they'll definitely come for my little henchman here. Beck was stunned. You're quitting the power struggle just like that? He couldn't wrap his head around it. I've waited long enough, she purred. The current dungeon master's expiration date is coming up real soon. With a wink, she vanished into thin air. Beck turned to the kid, asking what the hell just happened. Flash forward to Gondok Station. Line 5. 2 guards stood like stone statues before the underground gate. The Nine Dragons Guild leader rolled up, looking like he owned the place. Scram. Kids, this area's closed. Welcome to the unspoken law of the Abyss. 10 guilds, 10 branches, total monopoly over the depths. They act like peacekeepers, but really they're just camping the best loot drops for themselves. They claim they're helping, but it's just a corporate-style gatekeeping of the most lucrative dungeons. Total monopoly, but these guards weren't budging. No entry for 9 dragons. This is black deer turf. The red-haired guy laughed. You think you can just tell the 9 dragons to walk away? Your guild's been fired from defense duty anyway, he sneered. We're generously taking over this sweep. Get lost, losers, he barked. Following his boss's orders, the tension was thick enough to cut with a sword. The boss slammed open the gates. Unique boss room ahead, gold ranks only, unless you want a death wish. They plunged into the darkness. The 9 dragons weren't here to play, they were here to conquer. Total carnage inside. The air grew heavy and rank. Something huge, something legendary was waiting in the shadows. Shut it, the leader hissed. The ground trembled. A massive silhouette emerged, a knight clad in terrifying armor. Level 62. Gamf Mansu stared up. Is that a boss or a freaking skyscraper? How'd he even fit in here? Time to test the big guy. Mansu charged in, unleashing a magnum strike right at the giant's ankles. Lasso team, move out. Ropes whirled through the air, hooking onto the monster's massive, iron-clad limbs. We've got him pinned, they cheered. It was a textbook takedown, or so they thought. The guildmaster stepped forward, eyes glowing. Gamf's armor is thick. Boys, aim for the weak spots, the joints. The titan roared, swinging a fist the size of a car right at her face. Mansu didn't hesitate. He threw himself in the way, taking the blow head on. The impact sent the redhead flying like a ragdoll. Mansu got the praise for their rank. That boss was a beast, but elite teamwork always conquers raw power. Proclaiming the 9 dragons' flawless record, she unleashed a spear shower. A rain of jagged steel descended upon the beast. The monster fell. Victory while the warriors carved it up. Mansu's eyes sparkled. He'd found precious ferrous metal. 10 million per kilo, talk about a jackpot, Mansu cheered. The salamander disaster was finally a distant memory. This raid was pure gold. Belly complained about the weight, wondering how they'd ever haul this massive carcass home. The girl smirked. She'd expected a challenge, but this behemoth promised a profit far beyond her wildest, greediest dreams. Bring the deboner down, she barked. Suddenly, a shadow emerged. A man stood there, uninvited and strangely calm. No need for butchers today. The boss spun around, fuming. Who dared trespass on the 9 dragons' private territory? It was the subway hunter, the legendary phantom who allegedly makes a living by stealing other people's hard-earned lunches. How did this cockroach find them? He was supposed to be a corpse by now, not standing there breathing. Mr. Hyun just grinned. It had been a long time since anyone had managed to annoy him this much. Then she saw it, the ghost blade dagger. Panic flared. That cursed blade wasn't known for leaking its master's secrets. How did he track her? The Metro hunter shrugged. His methods were a bit rough, but they never failed. Fatal mistake, the boss hissed. No cameras, no witnesses. If a hunter vanishes here, the world remains unaware. Mr. Hyun laughed. A perfect graveyard. He was more than comfortable with those terms. Let the games begin. Enraged, she screamed. How dare this self-righteous brat bluff to her face? She signaled her men to kill. He beat Ghostblade, so treat him like a monster, she roared. Battle formation, grind him into the dirt. The assault squad lunged, deploying heavy double chains. They treated the young man like a high-ranked dungeon boss. Can you cut steel? Boy, they mocked. But the Metro hunter didn't even try to slice the incoming chains. Instead, he slammed his sword into the earth. The ground shattered as if struck by a literal falling star. Shrapnel exploded everywhere. Lethal stone shards became projectiles, shredding the bandits' formation in a chaotic, dusty instant. He didn't stop. With every strike, the destruction intensified. The gang was forced into a desperate, frantic retreat. He's using debris as a weapon, the boss gasped. Such a reckless, wild fighting style was unheard of here. Suddenly, he was inches from her face. Distractions are lethal in a real fight. Princess, he whispered coldly. She was paralyzed by his speed. How could one man dominate her entire crew? Mansu intervened, firing his magnums. Get back, Mansu yelled. He'd saved his boss, but his trembling fist was already shattered from the impact. Why the hit? Hyun asked. I don't even know you. Why send an assassin for my head, anyway? You stole our prey, she shrieked. Twice. You have no idea how much gold you cost my guild. Hyun stared, unimpressed. You'd kill over some loot. That's pathetic. Her eyes burned with pure, toxic entitlement. Everything here is mine, she wailed. Hyun just chuckled. Look at you crying like a spoiled little baby. That was the limit. Shut up, she roared, abandoning defense to channel every drop of mana into her spear. One crushing blow to pierce his heart, she lunged forward, determined to erase him from existence once and for all. But her body froze. Bingbing's spear stopped midair as her knees hit the stone floor, trembling with primal fear. Her dungeon-honed instincts were screaming, a terror she hadn't felt since her childhood took hold of her soul. Her survival instinct gave one final, desperate command run. This wasn't a hunter, it was a literal god of death. Hyun sighed. Is murder really the answer to a lost commission? That logic is absolutely, laughably absurd. She kept screaming that the targets belonged to her. In her twisted mind, his robbery justified her bloodlust. Taking what was rightfully hers was all that mattered. To her, crushing his life was just a natural business reaction. Keep crying like a baby, Hyun mocked. His words were like gasoline on the fire of her ego. She lost it. Close your mouth, she shrieked, fueled by a rage that burned hotter than her own mana. Forget defense, she poured everything into her spearhead. A single, devastating strike was all she needed to end him. The bandit leader lunged for the kill, but then the impossible happened. Gravity seemed to double. Bingbing couldn't even swing. She collapsed to her knees, a look of pure, unadulterated confusion masking her face. The survival instincts she'd forged in the darkest dungeons since childhood suddenly screamed a different story. Those primal instincts shouted a terrifying truth: if she didn't avoid this fight, she wouldn't survive the minute. Her jaw dropped at that monstrous mana enveloped in hellfire. Our hero smirked, asking his rival if she was ready to quit. His eyes burned with demonic intent as he unleashed Flame Cutter. Poor Bin Bin watched her entire world turn into a bonfire. Loyal Manso dove in, playing the human shield to save his boss from becoming a roasted marshmallow. Talk about a dedicated employee. The thugs screamed in terror, realizing they were fighting a literal god. Their only plan, grab the boss and run for dear life. Bali tried a desperate move, swinging a giant net like he was catching butterflies. The bandits actually thought this would stop him. Our boy snapped those chains like toothpicks, calling the move pathetic. Seriously, did they think a net could restrain a walking volcano? One brave fool hugged the hero, shouting for the boss to escape while he still had his skin attached. Noble, but stupid. The Metro Hunter shrugged him off like a fly, delivering a jaw-shattering punch that sent the guy into tomorrow. Lights out, buddy. Our main character realized he looked more like a raid boss than a hero. Watching the trash scatter, he chose mercy over pursuit. He admired his new blade, satisfied that it didn't break during his little warm-up. Quality gear is truly hard to find these days. Standing over the wreckage of a metal titan, he scratched his head. What do you even do with a pile of scrap metal? Meanwhile, Bin Bin and Manso reached their office, gasping for air. They were safe from the chase, but their pride was totaled. The boss was fuming. She couldn't wrap her head around where such a freakishly strong hunter had suddenly crawled out from. Her perfect plan was in ruins, all because of one man. How could a powerhouse like that exist without her knowing? Approaching the office, Mansu noticed the door was already open. The bandits tensed up. It seemed they had an uninvited guest. Bing Bing stormed in, ready to kill whoever dared sit in her chair, but the stranger waiting there wasn't just anyone. Meet Ingi Hong, the Night Cloud Guild's resident loan shark. He waved a casual hello, looking like he owned the entire place. He'd been dying for this reunion. He asked Bing Bing why she returned with empty pockets instead of the promised dungeon loot. The usurer joked that she looked more like the one who got raided. Bing Bing, clearly annoyed, asked what brought him there. No appointment, no welcome, but Ingi Hong didn't care about manners. He was there for the one thing that matters: cold cash. Since she missed the interest payment, he decided a personal visit was necessary. It's hard to ignore a guy with a debt list. He claimed to be a saint for waiting after the whole salamander mess, but even a saint's patience has its limits, right? His tone shifted. Being polite was a courtesy, not an invitation for her to act like a brat. The atmosphere turned freezing. She explained the raid was a success until a destroyer crashed the party, a man who defied every rule of the system. She described his formless sword style and those terrifying flames, a swordsman wielding fire. It sounded like a total fairy tale. The moneylender just laughed, telling her to use her brain. Fire is for mages, not meathead swordsmen, everyone knows that. Bing Bing snapped back, swearing she saw it with her own eyes. She wasn't lying, she was just traumatized by the heat. The man with the scarred ear scoffed at her naivety. In his world, there's an explanation for everything, usually a pricey one. He figured it was just an enchanted artifact. Rare, sure, but anything can be bought if the price is right. Bing Bing doubted an item could radiate that much killing intent. That wasn't just magic, it was pure, unbridled pressure. The loan shark just shrugged, suggesting she should have spent more on her own gear. Tough love from a guy who wants your soul. He patronizingly offered to find her a similar item, but there was a catch. There's always a catch with guys like him. No more free passes. Since her credit score was in the trash, she'd need to offer something far more precious than gold. This time, the collateral would be her life, something far more valuable than cash. Meanwhile, our hero stepped into the shadows. Not a soul walked the desolate streets. The hunter reached a massive, painted gate, moving with an air of practiced mystery. He approached the mysterious entrance hidden in the ruins. He moved with the confidence of someone who'd been here many times. He pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a massive cauldron of eternal fire. It was like stepping into the heart of a volcano. A narrow path led through the dancing flames. This wasn't a room for the weak, it was a sanctuary of heat and power. He walked toward the inferno, the flames licking his boots as if welcoming home a master. Things were getting intense. He whispered to the fire, feeling it call to him more frequently now. The connection was growing stronger every single day. His broken blade was strapped to his back. He never let it go, a constant reminder of the vengeance he still owed. He held the shattered steel over the heat, telling it not to be so angry. This blade had survived hell for 20 years. He promised to restore the edge, just so he could finally plunge it into her heart. Talk about a dramatic reunion. The flames suddenly reached out, morphing into delicate human fingers. The metal began to glow with a strange, sentient light. From the heart of the blaze, a girl of pure fire emerged, her burning eyes locked onto him. The true story begins now. As the man approached, the blazing woman gripped the Metro Hunter's throat with lethal, fiery intensity. He stood paralyzed as her scorching presence seared Mr. Hung's face, the heat almost unbearable. They shared a hellish embrace as she whispered a chilling warning directly into the Metro Hunter's ear. She hissed that he shouldn't play games using that woman's face before the atmosphere turned deadly. Without hesitation, the Metro Hunter plunged his broken blade through her flaming chest, shattering the illusion. A blood-curdling scream erupted, followed by a massive explosion that swallowed the hunter in devilish flames. When the smoke cleared, he stood transformed like a demon, sporting those same terrifying, glowing eyes. Suddenly, Mr. Hun bolted awake, gasping as harmless flames danced around his bed in the dark. Back in reality, the Metro Hunter sat trembling, trying to shake off the remnants of that nightmare. He was utterly fed up, exhausted by the endless cycle of cleaning his scorched room every morning. Declaring Gondok Station as his next destination, the guy finally stood up while flames flickered nearby. Meanwhile, Hunter Beck was stunned, asking if the Metro Hunter really forced him to drink demonic blood. Wong confirmed it, leading Bomu to reveal that the legendary hunter was actually his former master. The Protector was shocked to learn that Bomu had actually trained and surpassed his legendary teacher. However, Bomu admitted he was still significantly weaker than the Metro Hunter's true, hidden potential. He explained that ranks and numbers are just basic tools that fail to measure true monsters. The Protector finally realized his teacher was an elite powerhouse far beyond any standard hunter level. He wondered why the battle against the Ghostblade was so difficult if he was that strong. Bomu laughed, noting that the trainee was likely just dead weight holding the master back. He added that if the hunter went all out, the entire area would have turned to ash. The master held back his true power solely to keep the Protector from being incinerated instantly. There's no time for idle chat, it's time to grind. The intense training session resumed immediately. Thwack a club hit the Protector's head, but his helmet luckily saved him from a concussion. Beck shouted that he needed to circulate mana clockwise, but Wong was completely lost and confused. Wong complained that this was his first time hearing such complex instructions while time was wasting. Bomu warned that enemies could strike at any moment, so they needed to explain things faster. He wondered how this rookie even awakened his powers with such a pathetic level of understanding. More deeds, less words, Wang shouted his new motto, demanding they skip the theory for practice. Suddenly, Secretary Kim materialized from the floor, leaving the Protector absolutely terrified and speechless. Bomu explained she was an earth magician who moves through the ground like a literal ghost. Meet the platinum rank instructor, Secretary Kim, the woman about to make his training a nightmare. Hunter Beck ordered her to give the boy a real lesson using the summoning golem trial. She summoned a massive level 18 stone golem, a rocky beast ready to crush the trainee. Kim explained the 7 ranks, starting with the stone level, the lowly apprentices of the hunter world. These rookies can't even enter a dungeon without a high-ranking babysitter to hold their hands. Next is bronze, where hunters can clear easy dungeons and slay monsters up to level 5. Silver rank is where they choose a class and finally handle threats up to level 15. Then come the gold veterans, the elite 20% who have mastered the art of mana. These warriors are capable of destroying level 30 monsters without even breaking a single sweat. Above gold sit the legends platinum, diamond, and the world-class rankers who rule the system. Since the kid awakened his mana, he was technically eligible to test for a promotion now. His first challenge, defeating a golem, the absolute weakest foe a gold rank would ever face. The monster's eyes flashed red as it charged, swinging its massive stone arms with murderous intent. The Protector steeled his resolve, knowing he had to crush this level 20 rock to advance. This was the wall standing between him and greatness, and he lunged forward to strike. His strike failed. Thinking fast, he leaped to flank the beast. He moved, but the golem spun with a terrifying, sharp reaction. Caught off guard, Mr. Hong was stunned by its sudden agility. Aren't golems brainless rocks? Why is it moving like a ninja? Never underestimate a girl who trains her golem in secret martial arts. Cheater rocks shouldn't dodge, he screamed while getting absolutely schooled. Secretary Kim grinned. Today was a crash course in extreme survival defense. Double fist strike incoming, a staggering blow aimed right at his pride. They watched the newbie, still a green kid, she teased with a smirk. Not over yet. Hong braced his feet and gripped his sword tightly. Let's go again. The boy's spirit was far from being broken. Why no, Mana Kim asked. The boy admitted his control sucked. But seeing those punches sparked a crazy genius idea in his head. He couldn't hold it, so he just blasted all out at once. He tensed, deflecting the shot with pure, raw maximum explosive strength. Unbelievable, he evolved mid-fight. That's a true prodigy in the making. He's got talent, they admitted, but the trial was just getting spicy. Deflecting isn't winning. Time to stop playing nice, the girl declared. That trick won't save you twice. She prepared to drop the hammer. Golem spear technique, a lethal lunge aimed straight for the finish. One final roar, he focused his spirit for a massive, desperate counter. Impact, he took the full brunt of the attack on his shield. Mana explosion, the golem shattered into 1,000 tiny pebbles instantly. They were speechless. A pile of rocks was all that remained. Standing tall among rubble, the legendary protector had finally passed the test. Controlling raw mana without coverage, that's some high-level genius tier stuff right there. Promotion, he's ready, Bamu said, nodding at the boy's incredible growth. Told you I'm a fast learner, then he face-planted from exhaustion. Take care of him. Meanwhile, in the capital's dark, gloomy underground station, a lucky beggar scored some gold as a mysterious man walked by. Rumors of a spear-wielding psycho with a black tip haunted these tunnels. Leave while you can, the beggar warned. Death is the only neighbor here. Your life's worth more than coins, but Hyun dropped a heavy stack. Money talks, the beggar's scowl turned into a very helpful customer service smile. Map in hand, he hunted skeletons in the dark, murky depths below. Level 7 skeletons, just basic target practice for our legendary Metro Hunter. He sliced through them, proving the beggar's map was worth every cent. Thwack an arrow pinned his map to the wall in a heartbeat. Bing Bing appeared. Not taking visitors today. Lady, go away, he sighed. Humor me a bit, she'd traveled too far to leave without blood. She brought a gift, an enchanted spear crackling with terrifying, lethal energy. Your luck's out, Hunter, she sneered, spinning her weapon like a pro. No escape, no exit. This spear would be his final resting place. She lunged with the new weapon, striking with a thunderous, electric force. He blocked it effortlessly. Lightning danced, but the hunter didn't even flinch. Steel screams, Bing Bing warns the hunter he's about to be fried extra crispy. No mercy, the spear art evolves into something terrifyingly overpowered and loud. One hit, one kill, the rivals lock eyes in a deadly, silent stare-down. Tension explodes, lightning crackles from her spear as the Metro Hunter erupts. Boom, the dragon boss retreats, shocked her ultimate move barely tickled him. Round 2, she's betting everything on one final, soul-crushing strike of fury. Don't push it, he scoffs. Regret is a bitter pill you'll swallow soon. Shut up, she roars. It was time for this hunter to face doom. Weapon versus weapon, she's convinced her spear outclasses his sword any day. You're flagging. Old man, she's just starting while he's already visibly weakening. Clang with one slick move, the hunter disarms her, the spear flies. Disaster without her toothpick, our dragon boss is suddenly very, very small. Game over reality hits, fighting him unarmed is straight up suicide for her. Thought power was free, he asks? Every legendary item has a nasty catch. It's no infinite mana cheat, it's just a parasite draining your own energy. That bald manager lied. Bing Bing fumes, realizing she's been totally scammed. Too cocky, she snarls. She lacked info while he held the mana advantage. Execution time, but wait, a bolt of electricity parries his sword mid-swing. A new challenger. Some random kid just swiped the legendary spear like trash. He twirls it like a toy nice stick, he says, tossing it back. Total flex, everyone's stunned as the boy breaks the awkward, heavy silence. Where'd you get that sword, he asks, eyes gleaming with pure nerd curiosity. Smells familiar, meet Chongo, the legendary weapon collector with a weird nose. Mercedes original, that blacksmith was a weirdo, Mr. Hyun just nods slowly. Impossible, the boy cries. How could he be so sure? The mystery deepens. Praise the gods, Bing Bing shatters a potion, liquid spraying everywhere in panic. I won't fail twice, she screams, grabbing her spear with a desperate fire. Mana restored, she's back in the game and ready to crush the hunter. Hey, spear kid, help me jump him, an alliance of convenience is finally born. I don't care about him, Chongo shrugs. I just want that shiny sword. Pride, who cares? Bing Bing realizes this weird collector is her golden ticket. Deal, you take the sword, I just want him deleted from existence tonight. Sounds fun. Why not? Chongo agrees. Let the chaotic three-way battle begin now. A raid party against me, the hunter's voice is cold as the grave. 2 against 1, Mr. Hyun doesn't blink, ready to repel their combined attacks. Look at that face, he's not scared, he's just bored of these weakling numbers. Catch, he snaps an arrow mid-air with his bare hands. Pure, disrespectful power. Now's the chance, Baldy screams. Bing Bing lunges for a cowardly, desperate backstab. Not today. He swats her away like a fly. Help, she shrieks mid-flight. Manso to the rescue. He catches her and kicks her back like a volleyball. Human missile incoming, she tumbles through the air, gathering deadly, high-speed momentum. Nice assist, Manso. She's a blur of mana, aiming for the hunter's throat. All or nothing, this final strike carries every drop of her remaining soul. Electric spear meets sword, but look, Chongo is closing in from the shadows. Pincer attack. High voltage energy surges through the man. Is it finally over now? The collector warned the Metro Hunter to watch his back, but then combustion mister. Hyun began radiating pure, chaotic hellfire. Tongues of flame erupted across his skin as the Metro Hunter seized his foe, hurling him forward with violent, bone-snapping force. Bing Bing and the collector froze in disbelief. How could he shrug off a high-voltage electric discharge like it was nothing? The Metro Hunter sighed, utter boredom etched on his face. Why struggle when they finally realized every effort was completely futile? The Nine Dragons leader realized her fatal mistake regarding the enchanted item. Those flames weren't external, they were screaming from his core. Why stay? The Metro Hunter asked coolly. You know how this ends? Why haven't you tucked tail and run away yet? Bing Bing's voice trembled. Returning as a failure meant a death sentence anyway. How did she end up in this nightmare? Memories flooded back. Once, her only ambition was simple. She just wanted to ensure her comrades never went hungry again. She had only yearned for a life of laughter and peace, far from the blood-soaked steel of the hunter's world. Tears blurred her vision as she blamed him for ruining everything. I'll destroy you, she screamed, unleashing her surging mana. She lunged for one final, desperate strike, but the collector intervened with a brutal, lightning-fast kick to her ribs. She tumbled through the air like a broken doll. Her loyal subordinates rushed over, paralyzed by their leader's sudden, brutal defeat. They couldn't believe their proud boss was being treated like common trash. The shock in the room was thick and suffocating. Useless, the collector spat, looking down. Why do you wail like a pathetic infant? You are nothing but a total disgrace. He claimed a mistress this week only stained the spear's honor, kicking the legendary weapon high into the air. With a chilling gaze, he promised a merciful end. He would personally send this girl to a much better world. He gripped the spear, igniting devour mode. His mana swirled dangerously as he prepared the final soul-eating strike. In her fading consciousness, Bing Bing remembered Ghostblade. He had once begged her not to leave their small, happy circle. As she packed her meager supplies, he reminded her they were finally making a decent living. Why throw it all away? I saw the royal guards once, she whispered. Their golden spears and confident strides had ignited a fire in her soul. From that day on, she lived for the spear. She didn't just want to serve, she dreamed of becoming a legend. Wei scoffed at her devotion. Why cling to the ghost of a fallen kingdom that had long since crumbled to dust? I am not looking back, she countered fiercely. I am going to build a brand new kingdom from the wreckage. That spark became the Nine Dragons Guild. She wasn't just a romantic, she was a woman obsessed with her own greatness. Wei called her a hopeless dreamer one last time. If you ever fail, she joked, come find me, I'll hire you. She left with a smirk, telling him to watch his own life while she climbed to the top of the world. She fought and bled until the Nine Dragons became a reality. She was determined, and she finally got her way. She thought she had finally reached the peak. Every task was finished, and her grand goal was within her grasp. The flashback shattered. She realized now it was all a delusion. She had been chasing a dream that didn't exist. Ghostblade was right all along. We don't choose the dungeons choose who they want to swallow whole. Manso charged the collector in a blind rage. You have no right to touch her, he roared, ready for blood. The collector didn't even blink. With a single, bone-crushing punch, he sent the man soaring through the air like a rag doll. Insects should really learn to stay out of my way, he muttered. The power gap was simply too vast to bridge. He examined his blade, noting it was practically whimpering. The weapon was starving for a fresh soul to feast upon. The Metro Hunter realized the horrifying truth. The collector hadn't just broken the spear, he had stolen its very essence. I didn't steal it, the collector corrected with a smirk. I digested and internalized it. There is a huge difference. It was the ultimate devouring ability, a cursed fusion of mana-absorbing iron and a psychotic obsession with collecting rare weaponry. By consuming the steel, he inherited the unique skills and mana of every legendary weapon he ever broke in battle. He licked his lips, eyes locked on his opponent's blade. I wonder what does your famous sword taste like? The Metro Hunter chuckled darkly. I'm sorry, but your career as a foodie is going to end very, very soon. The guy bragged that countless hunters failed to take his soul, including a monster who swung a hammer like a fly swatter. But that hunter was no monster. His hammer was just enchanted to be weightless, an ability that now makes my spear faster. He added that his absolute favorite was a soul board that manifested mana into the shape of a lethal blade. With this specific ability, he could shred through the mana coating of any opponent's weapon like it was wet paper. The battle was escalating now. He was channeling the raw, crackling elements of electricity into his next devastating strike. Sparking with stolen lightning, he infused his blade with a deadly charge. The collector boasted like a true narcissist. He claimed these powers were earned, not stolen. Peak delusion, it was finally time. Fire versus electricity. Metro Hunter felt a strange sense of déjà vu. To him, this divine power looked like cheap parlor tricks. The collector smirked. Had his rival finally realized the gap, he claimed their training levels were worlds apart. I am on a whole different tier, he barked. Metro Hunter just stood there, completely unbothered. Clang, his heavy sword swatted away the lightning like a pesky fly. The defense was absolute. This theft made the power evolve, the boy claimed. Apparently, stolen goods are more impressive in his head. Why only block, the kid mocked. Are you too scared to use your weapon's actual skills? Mister, Hyung shrugged. Want to test it yourself? Be my guest. He had zero pity for this brat. The kid got hyped. Really, you're actually a pretty nice old geezer? He fell right into the trap. He lunged for the sword, trying to hoist it high, but surprised it would not budge a single inch. He stood there, looking like a discouraged puppy. The legendary blade lay motionless at his feet. Our hero just watched with a blank stare. Why is this thing so heavy? The brat screamed in confusion. Flashback: Bentley and Mercedes had delivered the beast on a heavy-duty trolley. Talk about a special delivery. Is all this really necessary? They had asked. The sheer weight of the request left them speechless. The Metro Hunter gripped the hilt. It is the right way. Mercedes wondered why he'd want a blade this insane. It weighed 180 kilograms, no enchantments needed when you can just crush enemies with raw weight. It is just a slab of iron, kid. No magic to steal here, just pure, heavy reality. The collector's face turned bright red. He finally realized he had been played for a complete fool. I expected a legendary catch, but I got a miserable deal, he spat, preparing to end the hunter. MC lifted the massive blade like a feather. Enough talk. This comedy show has gone on long enough. Show me what you can actually do, he challenged. Do not bore me to death before I finish you. Your iron scrap is nothing, the brat screamed. Behold Leviathan, the strongest spear in the entire world. Is that all? MC asked. Nothing but toys to brag about. You are really starting to bore me. Now I get why you failed, he sighed. I actually feel a bit sorry for you, kid. You are terrified, MC continued, scared that a stronger hunter with a better weapon will crush you. That hit home. With pure hatred, the kid rushed forward, aiming Leviathan straight for the hunter's heart. Effortlessly, the hunter parried the strike. Your spear tip is looking a bit dull today, isn't it? You have never trained properly, MC mocked. In reality, you are nothing without your stolen toys. Practice is for losers, the kid smirked. I am already a master. I do not need effort. With Leviathan, I am invincible. MC just sighed. If you are so sure, why bother the blacksmith? If you were truly a god, you would have left the old man alone. The logic was flawless. The collector was absolutely fuming. He knew the hunter was right, and the truth burned like acid. He raised his spear, screaming at the sky, why will you not just shut up? Bullseye. MC smiled. He had hit a very sore spot, and the collector was losing his mind. You know nothing, the kid roared, swinging wildly. His form was completely falling apart now. I will never lose to a parasite who only relies on his weapon, MC stated coldly. Do not lie to me, the kid shrieked. You just got lucky with those flame powers you found. Lightning crackled as he struck again, desperately trying to pierce through the Metro Hunter's heavy defense. The iron sword blocked it easily. My power was not luck, kid. It was an inevitable result. It is the result of agonizing hard work. Boom. MC launched a devastating fist strike to the jaw. The strike landed square on the mark. It was a simple move, but it achieved its purpose. The flames cost me everything, MC whispered. What have you ever sacrificed for your power? The boy turned black with pure malice. Mind your own damn business, old man. He lunged for one final attack. It was Leviathan versus Flames, the ultimate test of true strength. Boring, a lazy repeat of his previous move. Metro Hunter dismantled it without breaking a single sweat. Pathetic. The hunter scoffed at his trembling foe, mocking the young man who could barely stay upright. Swaying like a leaf, he refused to fall. The collector roared that the struggle was far from over. I'll bet my life to crush you, he screamed, tapping into the forbidden power of black mana. Time to unleash Leviathan, the ultimate weapon. He prepared his secret technique, the devastating spiral cut. Flashback time 5 years ago. A level 49 Death Knight was busy making everyone's life a nightmare. Chief, watch me, he charged forward with his spear, smelling a victory that definitely wasn't coming. Meet Chang Ho, a gold-level warrior with big dreams but zero luck. His attack a total disaster. Snap, his wooden toy shattered. The Death Knight didn't feel a thing, but Chang Ho sure felt the humiliation. Move aside, kid. A heavy hand shoved him back as a real legend stepped onto the battlefield. With eyes glowing like twin stars, the warrior told the brat to quit being a walking hazard. Boom. One spiral slash later, and that level 49 Death Knight was rethinking its entire life. One hit, one kill, the warrior's axe ended it while Chang Ho watched from the nosebleed seats. Chang Ho tried to say thanks, but the warrior looked at him like a bug on his boot. Skillless passion is just a death wish, kid. Stop playing hero with those cheap, pathetic toothpicks. Go rot in the newcomer's dungeon. You're not a hero, you're just a professional nuisance at this point. There he sat, broken spear, broken pride, the picture of defeat on the steps of a cold station. His mentor appeared, asking why he looked like his favorite webtoon just got cancelled. He spilled everything. Take this black iron. The chief handed over a rare treasure he'd claimed from ancient raids. A real weapon from this. Chang Ho gasped. This material was worth more than his whole life. A broken weapon proves you're outgrowing your limits. The chief smiled. Time to level up, kid. He passed the torch, believing the boy could forge a legendary destiny better than his own. In this world, gear is status. Don't let those dungeon elitists look down on you ever again. I'll repay you, Chief, 6 months of blood, sweat, and probably a few tears later. Behold, a magnificent artifact spear was born. It was finally time to return to the guild. He couldn't wait to show off. Look at this beauty. It only took me half a year. He walked in expecting a celebration, but found a funeral instead. Talk about a major buzzkill. The chief was gone. His colleagues were weeping, but the news was about to get much worse. They claimed he abandoned the chief. Chang Ho's blood boiled. The audacity of these liars was insane. The whole guild pointed fingers. Even worse, the crushing weight of remorse started eating him alive. He dove into the underground, venting his legendary rage on every low-level monster in his path. Nice spear, too bad you didn't save your boss with it. The hunters mocked, pure savagery. Even the thugs in the shadows knew the rumors. His reputation was officially in the gutter. Hunters are just expendable tools, kid. In their eyes, the chief was just another broken gear. Why the excuses? Chang Ho spat, his voice cold. Someone was about to pay the ultimate price. The hunter tried to buy him off with blood money. Wrong move, buddy. A very big mistake. He painted the walls with that hunter. The chief's words echoed. A weapon defines a man. Your weapon is your status. He swore through tears that no one would disrespect him again. Never again. He turned his fury back toward the collector, spear glowing with lethal intent. Leviathan is the strongest, even Metro Hunter had to admit. This kid had some serious bite. Time to turn up the heat. Metro Hunter flooded his blade with scorching, incandescent crimson flames. Incandescent mode activated. He braced himself to tank the boy's ultimate move with a fiery block. The steel turned white hot, glowing with the intensity of a dying star as the temperature soared. Everything was going to plan, but the collector was finally reaching his absolute breaking point. Just die already, but Metro Hunter landed a clean strike, sending his opponent into total darkness. Spear shattered, the kid hit the dirt screaming, "Mr." Hyun sighed, the beatdown was finally over. Chanyo spiraled into darkness, mourning his fallen chief. The dungeon's silence was a heavy, suffocating shroud. A hunter grilled him about his dead buddy. Chanho's eyes turned into waterfalls of pure, unfiltered regret. He was ready to rot in a cell just to escape the guilt. "Don't touch me," he begged. "Surrender means no payday for me," the hunter snarled. "Greed is a hell of a drug, folks." Driven by pure selfishness, the hunter lunged. His survival instincts had completely swapped places with common sense. More blood painted the tiles. Our boy was back to rotting in that depressing ghost town metro station. Like a bad rerunning anime, another reward-hungry hunter showed up, sniffing around for Chanho's head. "I'm no easy target. You greedy vulture." Chunho's eyes went colder than a blizzard in the abyss. As the hunter prepared a killing strike, Chanho just critiqued his blade. "Is that toy actually sharp?" The collector mused that despite all those power-ups, the kid was still drowning in his own tragedy. Total waste of talent. Metro Hunter sighed. Chunho had sprinted down the wrong path like a maniac. Mr. Young saw potential, but Chanho was stuck on his boss's last gift, the legendary black iron. "Be a legend," they said. The collector smirked. He'd heard that generic shonen protagonist's speech before. "If your boss saw this mess, he'd be devastated." Mr. Young added. Talk about a reality slap. Metro Hunter wondered how such a bright future turned into this nightmare. Life really is a glitch. Fate played him dirty. Mr. Young grabbed the spear. It was time to keep a heavy promise. Relying solely on a weapon is a pathetic way to live. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons stayed lingering. Bing Bing was baffled. "How is a monster like you still a total nobody in the rankings?" "I could be famous," Metro Hunter shrugged. "I just don't need the clout or the headaches." He wasn't chasing likes, Bing Bing nodded, realizing the man was essentially a walking forbidden zone. He stayed cool until the end mission cleared. Now, off to see the legendary Mercedes blacksmith. Mercedes nearly dropped his hammer. He actually returned the spear. This guy is built different. Bados and Bentley were shook. The dwarf just bragged, told you he was a man of honor. The old gnome was already counting his winnings. Betting on Mr. Young was basically a cheat code. "You were betting on my life," Young grumbled. The blacksmith finally felt the weight lift off. "I'll fix your blade," Mercedes promised. The hunter eyed those old hands. "Can you handle it?" "No worries, Gramps has it covered," Mercedes laughed. "Young Bentley here is the real prodigy now." Bentley was locked in. Mercedes had spent his time teaching the kid the secrets of dragon scales. "A new era needs a new grandmaster," the old man declared, "and Bentley is the chosen one." Bentley grinned like a true hero. "I'll forge you a blade that'll make the heavens jealous." "It better be," Mr. Young said. "My flames usually turn normal swords into useless metal puddles." Bentley froze. It actually melted. He'd never heard of a customer being too hot for steel. Now Bentley understood the golden dragon hype. Only legendary scales could survive Mr. Young's insane heat. Barbados asked the real question, "Aren't we fresh out of golden dragon parts? They're basically extinct." "We'll improvise," Bentley smirked. "That spear is going to provide the perfect materials for this job." "How long?" the hunter asked, checking his schedule. Bentley held up a week, 7 days, tops. "See you in a week, then." The man vanished, leaving his old blade behind for the upgrade. Jong Ho was a good kid, Mercedes whispered to the wind. The world just got to him. He worried about the boy's safety. Maybe we shouldn't have led him into this dungeon chaos. Don't let the darkness eat you, Mercedes warned. You've still got a legendary life to lead. I'll remember that, the hunter replied. Barbados bowed so hard he practically folded in half. The gnome's gloves were soaked in pure excitement. Meeting a master like that was a total rush. What's with the age gap, the hunter asked. He'd never seen a Bobbit this genuinely happy. Believe it or not, we're the same age, the gnome grinned. I'm just the handsome one. Stroking his beard, the elder mused that Mercedes technically predates the master himself. He warned the metro hunter, don't underestimate those dwarves. Their hierarchy is absolute law. When the blacksmith probed about his next destination, it was merely casual curiosity. The metro hunter's answer simple. He wanders wherever the eternal flames beckon him. Meanwhile, the legendary protector Wang Li prepared for the elite gold-level advancement exam. As the young man focused, his old comrades Archer and Dandelion arrived mid-stride. Long time no see, partner, the Archer chirped, celebrating their long-awaited reunion. Dandelion grinned, declaring it was finally time to unleash the fruits of their hellish training. Elsewhere, a greasy loan shark sneered at a fallen girl, mocking her pathetic state. Bruised and broken, she was a shadow of her former self, the Nine Dragons' pride. Despite her crumbling status, she still dared to claim the title of Guildhead. Bing Bing hissed that the treaty was void since her foe shunned all enchanted weaponry. Infuriated, the thug delivered a vicious kick, punctuating his insults with cold brutality. Chivalry was dead, the loan shark only cared about the gold she owed him. Looming over her, he snarled that failing this deal carried a heavy price. Cash wasn't enough anymore, the Night Cloud would now devour the Nine Dragons Guild entirely. Desperate, she begged for any other fate, but the bald devil just laughed. You think you're in a position to negotiate, he mocked, eyes cold as ice. He revealed his boss wanted her untouched prize to be sold like livestock. The plan was a high society auction, though fate had slightly derailed that scheme. He issued a final warning: stay away from dungeons if you value your life. As she crawled away, the lender mused that dealing with elves is always a headache. At the Hunter Association, a sea of applicants waited for their life-changing verdict. Our three heroes, Protector, Archer, and Dandelion, stood ready amidst the tense crowd. Chairman Hongwan stepped forth, welcoming them to the 27th Gold Rank trials. As the chief judge, Hongwan smiled, though Dandelion remained completely unimpressed. The old man looked ordinary, there wasn't a single flicker of mana from him. Is this frail elder really the one holding our destinies, the Protector wondered. Nico, of the Eight Swords, warned them never judge a book by its cover. This frail man was once the strongest warrior before modern rankings even existed. Only true monsters can mask their aura so perfectly, hiding a mountain of power. The chairman noted the high turnout this year, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. Enough talk, Hongwan declared, his presence suddenly shifting as the exam ignited. Archer and Dandelion gasped, the atmosphere shifted instantly, heavy enough to crush bones. A monstrous, suffocating ocean of mana suddenly flooded the entire examination hall. It was 10 times denser than any dungeon, a literal wall of invisible pressure. The first trial was simple: prove you can even breathe in this mana-rich hell. Knowing how to use mana is one thing, surviving it is another entirely. Flipping a 60-second hourglass, the chairman challenged them to just stay standing. 1 minute, that was all it would take to separate the legends from the losers. The Archer buckled, his lungs burning under the weight of tenfold dungeon pressure. Surprisingly, Dandelion felt nothing, his wizardly affinity acting as a natural shield. All around them, candidates were dropping like flies, slipping into unconsciousness instantly. Give up now if you want to live, the chairman thundered over the falling bodies. As the room cleared, Dandelion turned to see the Protector already forced to one knee, grit grating against his teeth. Wan Li fought to stay conscious. Remembering Ziri, he tried to reach out mentally, forbidding her help. This trial was his alone to conquer, a true solo test. If she interfered, he'd fail. Meanwhile, the proctor sensed a strange, fishy mana clogging the exam hall. Something was definitely wrong, but then, the final sand fell, the hourglass was empty, time was up. A sea of fallen candidates littered the floor, only 4 stood tall, their spirits remaining absolutely unbroken. Chairman Hongwan grinned like a shark. Impressive, we have some real monsters standing here today. Only 50 out of 400 survived. A golden path now awaits these elite few, forged in sweat. With a smirk, he dismissed them towards stage 2. Good luck, he chuckled. Try not to die. The chairman vanished for official business, leaving the rookies trembling. Suddenly, a veteran approached Wan Li. Keep your guard up, kid, the man warned. This is my 6th attempt at the gold rank. He called the first stage a mere warm-up. The real nightmares were still lurking ahead in shadows. Staying alert was the only way to survive. Wan tried to ask his name, but fate intervened. General Manager Chief Kim strode onto the stage like a thunderclap. Silence fell as he took command. After cold congratulations, Kim dropped a bombshell. Phase 2 would be a brutal team-based mission. Teams of 4 were assigned. Tension spiked as Group 5 was summoned. Our heroes' names echoed loudly. Fate is funny, Wan Li grinned at his allies. Looks like we're stuck together again, partner. Kim reviewed the roster, nodding at their balance. This group had potential if they could actually cooperate. No adjustments needed. Kim's voice turned icy as he explained the field practice rules. Let the hunt begin. This wasn't training, it was a monster-infested wasteland. Creatures of all ranks were waiting for fresh blood. Under a veteran's eye, they'd face level 30 beasts, one wrong move, and they're just monster snacks. Level 30, that's platinum territory. Even gold hunters sweat at those odds. The air grew heavy. A veteran's presence was their only lifeline. Past this, Kim promised, and the gold rank is yours. The prize was legendary, but the warning was grim. Many don't return from these fatal fields. Accidents meant deaths. As fear rippled through the group, Wan Li felt a surge of cold determination. He remembered a promise: reach gold, and a legendary guild awaits. Failure wasn't an option for him. Just one more hurdle, the armored guy roared. The gold rank is basically in our pockets, boys. 30 minutes in, Dandelion's confidence wavered. Are we lost? This forest looks suspiciously familiar. Wan Li raised an eyebrow. Weren't you the navigator? The bickering started as the path grew dark. Where are we? Juan muttered. The archer scrambled with a map. Relax, it's impossible to get lost. Snap! A slimy vine snared the archer's leg before he could finish. He was dragged away screaming. Pure chaos. The vine pulsed. It was a level 25 assassin flower, and it was hungry for meat. Carnivorous petals bloomed, revealing razor teeth. This nightmare was ready to swallow the archer whole in one gulp. Snap out of it, Wan Li roared. Aura flaring. Form up. We're turning this weed into compost. He swung his mace, but a blur of steel intervened. A warrior with 8 blades descended rapidly. Step back, rookies, he barked. One blade for the flesh, his eyes burned with terrifying, edgy intensity. He gripped 2 swords with white-knuckled fury, 2 blades to sever the very soul, a true edgelord. He became a hurricane of silver light, shredding the flowers into confetti before they could even twitch. With 8 blades, I carved the world. He unleashed his secret 8-sword style, moving impossibly fast. The 8th edge appeared. He was biting a dagger. He looked ridiculous, yet undeniably deadly. Absolute madness. Back at the gym, iron clanked. A man was crushing chest presses, muscles screaming under heavy weights. His count was in the thousands. Manager Kim watched the doorway. Been a while, old friend. The beast was Manager Hong. Seeing those talented brats sparked a fire in my bones. He panted. Kim smirked. Anyone catch your eye? Hong's eyes sharpened. A slow, knowing nod was his answer. Group 5, Hong rumbled. Kim raised an eyebrow. The one with that crazy 8-sword kid, he's unique. Hongwan chuckled. Besides that show-off, the rest have real teeth. Those disciples will shake the world. Dangling like snacks over a man-eating plant, the 8-sword swordsman sighed. Even a pro like him got snagged. Pathetic. He begged for a rescue, but our protector just stared. Weren't you supposed to be some legendary veteran, man? The veteran coughed. If I were actually good, would I be taking this exam for the 6th time? Wang Li snapped his visor shut. Time to stop talking. Watch closely, he growled, charging the monstrous flora. Blade drawn. The young warrior prepared to turn that salad into mincemeat and liberate his trapped allies immediately. Suddenly, Dandelion shrieked about a hostile monospike, but wait, it was just Simon, looking ready for action. Without missing a beat, Simon joined the fray, his blade dancing through the plants deadly, reaching tentacles effortlessly. He carved through the flower's defenses, dealing massive damage, but the beast wasn't ready to surrender its meal yet. Its gaping maw lunged at Simon. Our protector cheered, relieved to see a friendly face in this hellhole. I didn't know you had it in you, Simon, he yelled. Where'd you learn to swing like that? Must have been secret hell training, Dandelion joked. Meanwhile, the archer was currently being digested halfway through the plant. Help me first, the archer muffled screamed. Time was running out, and his life bar was flashing red. Out of nowhere, a mysterious high-level hunter intervened. He charged in like a boss to save the failing rookies. He tossed a strange sphere into the air. Everyone froze, watching the object spin before it suddenly detonated. A blinding flash erupted. These weeds are nocturnal, the stranger yelled. Light is their kryptonite. The monster slowed to a crawl. Simon and Group 5 shielded their eyes from the overwhelming, artificial sun. Don't bother with the vines, the hunter advised. They'll just grow back. You have to be much smarter. He showed them the true way to slay a killer bloom. Aim for the soft spot, he commanded. Strike straight through the core, one clean thrust, and the plant's life force completely withered away into nothingness. Easy as pie, the man shrugged. Dandelion could only watch in awe. This guy was on a different level. Spat out and covered in slime, the archer thanked his savior. He'd been 1 second away from becoming fertilizer. No thanks needed, the masked man replied. We all bleed red. Hunters have to stick together, don't they? With the danger gone? He asked if they were dungeon newbies. Wang Li admitted they were just lost examinees. We were looking for the examiner, but this place is a labyrinth, Wang Li sighed, adjusting his heavy armor. The stranger frowned. Wandering Guanghua Moon without a map, that is a fast track to the afterlife. Kids, this place is crawling with high-rank monsters. Tell you what, I will lead you to the safe zone myself. That would be a lifesaver, the protector beamed. The mysterious man finally pulled off his mask with a grin. He flashed a charismatic smile. In this world, we help our own. He extended a hand in greeting. The name is Independent Gwanggyo's Platinum Rank. The group gasped. They were walking with a literal legend. I'm Wang Li, honored to meet you, sir, under the pro's wing. The path ahead finally looked clear. They reached the safe zone smoothly as Gwanggil dropped knowledge bombs about the dungeon's deepest, darkest secrets. He pointed out the fake boss room's deadly traps for the unwary. His experience was worth its weight in gold. See these red mushrooms? They are drui, safe to eat, and actually quite tasty, he noted like a gourmet. For these rookies, his advice was like a legendary tier guidebook. Soon, they arrived at the Gwanghwa Moon Station. The vibe shifted instantly, peaceful and relaxed. The hunter stopped at the designated spot, mask still in his hand. Here we are. You are safe now, he announced. The archer looked around, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The whole station is a massive maze, the archer complained. How does anyone navigate here without a map? Gwanggil laughed. I have spent my entire career here. This dungeon is basically my second home. In fact, there is one specific monster I am crazy about catching. Wang Li's eyes widened in curiosity. If a platinum rank cannot kill it, it must be strong. The hunter nodded solemnly about his quest. Yeah, it is a long, toxic relationship, but one day, I will bag that trophy. Anyway, I am off. Good luck on your exam. Kids, don't die before you become real hunters. He gave them a final wave. The group bowed in gratitude. Without that pro, they would have been nothing more than monster snacks by now. Dandelion scoffed at the useless archer while Wang Li refocused. The examiner has to be here somewhere, guys. They scanned the massive crowd. Finding one specific examiner here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Searching ends here. The group spots a massive sign held by a stranger. Group 5 candidates, front and center. The gold rank examination has officially begun. A diamond-level powerhouse appears. Meet Worcester, the legendary veteran leading the test. The party freezes in shock. Their high-ranking examiner is a massive, towering orc. Worcester grins warmly. Who knew an orc could be this sophisticated and friendly? Don't be scared. Kids, it is time for some unexpected cross-species cooperation today. A friendly orc Dandelion's worldview just suffered a massive system error. Empty stomachs can't pass exams. The orc invites them home for a feast. Dandelion's inner germaphobe is screaming, but he follows the veteran hunter anyway. Lunch is served while Worcester meticulously analyzes every candidate's secret files. Close combat and long-range support, you boys have a solid, winning strategy. One bite in and wow, this orc is secretly a 5-star master chef? Worcester chuckles at their stares. Is my face that interesting or just terrifying? An orc making authentic kimchi? Nobody back home would ever believe this. A massive city hidden inside a dungeon. It feels like a glitch in reality. Is an underground dungeon ever natural? Use your heads, young hunters. Dungeons are more than monster pits. They house intelligent, non-human civilizations too. Worcester has been a metro veteran for years. He knows every secret corner. Dandelion shuts his eyes in pure shame. He really is the rude one here. I'm used to the prejudice. The orc sighs. Being a non-human is tough. Why did you say that, Dandelion? The team is tired of his awkwardness. Blame the dark elf trauma. Ghostblade really left a scar on his fragile ego. We should apologize again. The protector realizes Worcester is actually a total bro. Worcester is a true gentleman. They better finish their food before it gets cold. Dandelion sighs. Does the protector ever think about anything besides his next meal? Suddenly, a dark shadow falls. A wanted poster for a murderer catches their eye. A masked psycho named Guanel. He is the most dangerous predator in the city. What did this guy do? The protector asks, pointing at the masked killer's face. Worcester's gaze turns cold. That man is wanted for being a heartless orc killer. The group pales. They realize they just met this psychopath a few hours ago. A monster who treats orcs like sport? He has been a ghost for years. But orcs aren't considered monsters anymore, right? Hang Li asks in total confusion. The war ended 10 years ago. While others assimilated, orcs are still the newcomers. They aren't encyclopedia monsters anymore. Now they are neighbors trying to live in peace. Humans helped build this underground sanctuary. It was supposed to be a fresh start. I even took a 20-year loan for this place. Even orcs have debt problems. He is working his green butt off to pay the bank and fit in. But he can never forgive the orc slayer who continues to terrorize his people. The Iron Mask and the Trident. The legendary nightmare of all orc kind. Dandelion is shook. That decent guy they met was actually a cold-blooded murderer. He seemed so polite, talk about a deceptive and terrifying character design. He helped them out, but now they know his true, blood-stained identity. Guanil, the destroyer of orcs, the name now tastes like pure poison. Rest up. Kids, you will need every bit of strength for the trial tomorrow. The promotion exam begins at dawn. It is time to stop playing around. Worcester was right. Now wasn't the time for distractions. He came here with a burning, specific purpose. He had to concentrate on the exam the next day. The orc asked if they truly understood the trial. They had to hunt a level 30 monster. The examiner agreed, but warned they weren't ready yet. He wouldn't let them fight if they were weak. Worcester had to personally verify their qualifications first. I'm testing you right now, the veteran barked. Hit me with everything you've got. Rookies. The orc stood firm like a mountain. If these challengers couldn't even budge him, they'd fail instantly. Worcester would deem them unworthy for gold rank and disqualify them. The protector was absolutely stunned. He thought the hunter was surely joking, and it was a pretty bad joke at that. But the orc's eyes flashed a terrifying crimson. He was dead serious about this evaluation. He took full responsibility for his work. "Don't worry about hurting me," Worcester added with a grin. "I have iron skin." The eight-sword practitioner stepped forward, readying his blade for a massive strike. "Watch and learn," Dandelion the cocky youth shouted, preparing to unleash his most powerful technique. Dandelion just smiled. "Try your best," he said. The young man focused every ounce of his spirit. He activated the secret movement of the eight swords. He lunged at the orc with a roar. "Wave attack," he screamed arrogantly. He made a fierce stab, but then his prideful blade shattered against the veteran hunter's skin. Worcester chuckled. That actually tickled a little bit. Dandelion thought he'd be roasting this guy if they were friends. The archer realized brute force failed. "I need technical precision." He decided to unleash every bit of power he had left. He loaded every arrow at once, firing a massive Gatling shot. The orc barely flinched. "That stung slightly," the orc noted. The archer was crushed, expecting a much bigger reaction. Now it was Dandelion's turn. He prepared his magic, hoping to end this in a flash. He called for Simon's aid using the demonic straight cut. The attack still failed to impress. "No good," Worcester sighed. "Gold rank is impossible." 1 month prior, Simon meditated in the shadows. Suddenly, Dandelion appeared among the Simons. The monsters growled. "Why have you returned here, human?" Simon hesitated, but Dandelion had a secret. He'd consumed demon blood just to understand their speech. He had vital business. Simon asked why he came, since the boy wasn't even a warrior. "I want to learn from you," Dandelion replied. He sought the secrets of the Simons. He was fascinated by the precise mana control they used to tear open spatial portals. He desperately needed that high-level skill. He offered to become an apprentice to these monsters. Simon laughed. What an interesting child. Now, the boy was ready to show his new power. He would reveal the skill learned from Elder Simon, the art of mana infusion. Demons run on mana, so pouring his energy into Simon would create a stunning effect. Worcester watched in total surprise. This was the last thing he expected from a candidate like Dandelion. An evolution of power occurred. A perfect amalgamation of Simon and Dandelion's magic surged forth. He unleashed the demonic sword art. The veteran hunter was actually forced to one knee. Worcester admitted defeat in that moment. "You passed, kid. You truly have what it takes." Dandelion was ecstatic. He was the first to succeed, and Hang Li was deeply impressed. The team's newcomer realized Dandelion was a monster in disguise. The archer asked about the exam. The orc nodded. Group 5 had successfully qualified. They were finally prepared for the trial. Suddenly, a delivery arrived. 15 concentrated red potions for Mr. Worcester, the man announced. Worcester confirmed the delivery. Dandelion blinked. "Wait, do dungeons actually have high-speed shipping now?" "Hunters do more than just fight," Worcester explained. "The hunter riders can deliver anything, anywhere. They'll even brave the deepest dungeons, though the extra fees are quite steep," he added. The archer was baffled. How do you even order takeout inside a monster-filled dungeon? "Via monophone. It's a magic-powered device that works where normal signals can't reach." The Metro Hunter's summoning trick was clear. Archer questioned why Worcester ordered such a massive potion stockpile. The orc laughed. "No healers here," Worcester admitted. He just didn't want the rookies to get hurt. He prepared medicine for any scenario. The candidates thanked the examiner, finding his care surprisingly inspirational. Dandelion smirked, claiming they wouldn't need a single drop. She thought the exam would be a breeze. Soon, Group 5 encountered a level 34 steel rhinoceros. The beast's eyes burned with demonic fire. Fiery eyes glared Dandelion, and the protector stood frozen by its gargantuan, terrifying presence. The examiner joked it looked cute. The terrified rookies disagreed, immediately chugging every potion they had. Every challenger, including Simon, braced for impact. They prepared to resist the oncoming mountain of steel. Simon readied his blade. The protector shouted that their initial attacks weren't doing anything at all. The monster didn't even flinch. The young men were shocked. How could its armor be so tough? Swordsman explained the rhino used mana to reinforce its plating. Its hide was harder than solid steel. To deal damage, both the armor and mana must be overcome. Dandelion asked for its weakness. The swordsman knew the rhino's traits well. He finally revealed that they must aim for its belly. The belly skin was delicate and unshielded by magic. Dandelion snapped, wondering why he waited so long. Archer noted a solo belly attack was impossible. This was clearly a trial of their teamwork. Their synergy would determine the results. The veteran hunter watched, hoping they understood how to act. Finally, the rookies moved in sync. Archer fired a shot and commanded a full-scale assault. Simon and Dandelion rushed the front. The swordsman yelled that a head-on attack was pure suicide. No one wins a frontal clash. Dandelion noticed the beast advancing, its tactics remaining stubbornly simple. This was exactly what the mage wanted. Dandelion shouted that it was finally time for Simon's turn. Simon fearlessly swung his blade. Suddenly, a legendary evolutionary change began to surge within him. The moment Simon became a mon, energy exploded for a brief second. His power surged beyond limits. Using the beast's own momentum, Amon halted it. Dandelion saw the opening and called for Hang Li. The protector was ready. The swordsman was confused because Dandelion hadn't even explained the plan. Archer said there was no need. Everyone knew the protector was the group's silent, reliable leader. Wang Li seized the moment after the stun. He slammed his heavy shield into the beast. The massive monster wobbled, its most vulnerable spot. The soft belly was finally exposed to them. "It's the archer's turn," Dandelion screamed. The young man drew his bow, fingers trembling with tension. He was already prepared to fire. An explosive arrow streaked across the battlefield toward the target. Direct hit, the arrow struck the belly with a blast. The giant beast let out a roar. Victory, the monster collapsed, and the rookies breathed a massive, unified sigh of relief. Dandelion and the others stood ready. The swordsman marveled at the archer's absolute trust in friends. He had waited, fingers bleeding, for the perfect shot. The young men were overjoyed they survived. "The beast is finished," Dandelion declared. The veteran hunter approached the group with an impressed look. Worcester praised their performance. He then announced that Han So-na, Hang Li, and Jino Kim passed. The boys jumped for joy. They had conquered the gold-level exam on their first try. They had actually done it, but Dandelion realized the examiner didn't name Nikan among the winners. The swordsman stood in silence. Worcester confirmed that only 3 people had truly earned the rank. Dandelion was furious. This was a team mission. We all worked together, she argued loudly. The orc countered that Nikan wasn't essential. He had knowledge, but lacked the necessary combat skill. His abilities weren't at gold level. Nico took Dandelion's shoulder and told her it was okay. He was used to this. Nico knew that a premature gold rank would only make him a burden. That didn't mean he would quit. His main trait was perseverance, and he vowed to grow. One day, he'd be as strong as any hunter. Worcester smiled, certain the boy would succeed. The young man's potential was clear. The veteran knew this was only the beginning of his legend. Grit is a hidden stat. 2. The veteran hunter insisted they return to the association post-exam. Certificates awaited the rookies, but a shadow loomed. A panicked comrade rushed toward Worcester with grave news. It was Tabasco, a gold-rank orc warrior, looking terrified. "Captain, we are in deep trouble," he gasped. An orc assassin had slaughtered the patrol unit. Worcester's eyes flared with a demonic, crimson bloodlust. "Where?" "Station 5, Oasis Pub." Meanwhile, our hero, the Metro Hunter, decided to make his own strategic move. Inside the quiet pub, a mysterious visitor blended into the shadows. Mr. Hyung sat down, acting casual. "1 hot Americano on the rocks," he ordered. The room went silent. Who drinks boiling iced coffee? That legendary impossible order was the secret code. The stunned waiter led him deep into the tunnels. Past the bunkers, Hyung marched toward his destiny. He entered a VIP room where a powerful presence waited. "Are you the one?" Hyung asked. "Demiglass?" A blind mage smiled. "Pardon the dramatic hideout," he chuckled. "Meet the leader of the Black Stag Guild, a rank 7 powerhouse." This was the legendary Demiglass. "I heard you crushed those 9 dragons' pests," the mage noted, impressed by Hyung's brutal efficiency. Hyung shrugged. He wasn't doing favors, he was just clearing a path toward his own hidden agenda. "Targeting the Flame Lord. Are we?" Demiglass asked. Hyung froze. How did this blind man see his secrets? "I'm cursed, too," the mage whispered. Losing his sight opened his soul to a much deeper reality. He saw demonic flames dancing around the hunter. "My wisdom might keep you alive," the magician warned. Hyung listened. This wasn't small talk, it was fate. Demiglass pointed him toward the subway's 3rd line. "Seek the Lord of Waves." Meanwhile, Worcester's team sprinted toward the disaster zone, hearts pounding with dread. The scene was a nightmare. Dead orcs lay scattered everywhere, their lifeblood staining the cold, hard concrete. Worcester's soul shattered. He was too late to save his kin from this senseless, brutal subway massacre. A figure loomed ahead, Gwangil, clutching a blood-slicked trident over another victim. The air smelled of death. "What have you done?" the protector roared. Gwangil turned, his eyes cold and devoid of mercy. "Why are you with this filth?" Gwangil spat. The rookies explained this orc was their examiner. Gwangil laughed. First a fake hunter, now a fake examiner. He gripped his weapon of execution tighter. A beast playing human, how pathetic. The air crackled as he prepared to strike the final blow. Worcester pleaded for peace, but the era of enmity wasn't over. He begged the killer to stop. "Shut up, green trash," Gwangil snarled. He wouldn't take orders from a creature he despised. With a cruel sneer, the masked man swung. Worcester's scream echoed as the inevitable finally occurred. Time slowed down. The masked hunter ignored the pleas, his heart as cold as the metal trident. The trident sank deep. Blue blood erupted. Worcester lunged, a primal roar tearing from his very soul. Despair turned to fury. Gwangil continued his butchery, forcing the orc to draw his legendary blade. Hatred burned in Worcester's eyes like a wildfire. Revenge was the only thing left in his heart. Gwangil pivoted, thrusting his trident forward with lethal precision. He was ready to kill another beast. "I'll never forgive you," Worcester howled. His aura exploded, promising a violent end for the masked man. "Don't speak our tongue," Animal Gwangil shrieked. To him, an orc's voice was a disgusting insult. It was a collision of worlds. a man consumed by hate versus a warrior fighting for pride. We are orcs, proud warriors of this land, Worcester's voice thundered, challenging the arrogance of his foe. Guangil scoffed, using tools doesn't make you human. To him, they were just clever, wild animals. He mocked their intelligence. He knew that a hesitant strike was a death sentence in this arena. Worcester questioned the trident's reach, but the human brain was plotting. Guangil danced around his guard. The trident bit into flesh repeatedly. Yet, Worcester stood firm. A mountain of muscle that wouldn't fall. Iron skin, the attack was useless. The trainees watched in terror as their mentor became a wall. Worcester's gaze was freezing. He stepped forward, an unstoppable force of nature that made the air tremble. Guangil's weapon was ruined. His pride shattered along with his blade. The iron skin was invincible. He survived. Now, the orc was ready to strike. His iron skin trait negated the lethal blow, leaving the veteran hunter stunned by such specialized orc-slaying skills. This wouldn't be a simple skirmish. His opponent was a master of the anti-monster arts. Guangil dismissed his shattered blade, clutching his trident with enough raw power to crush his hated enemy. The masked slayer boasted of many ways to purge these green-skinned beasts until Hang Li suddenly intervened. Shielding the beast, the armored youth spread his arms wide, demanding both sides cease their violence at once. Is he insane? The masked man roared, realizing the boy was shielding a literal monster with his life. The young protector shouted that these orcs were now peaceful civilians who had fully integrated into human society. Unwilling to shed human blood, the hunter stepped aside, refusing to believe the boy's naive words of peace. Former allies now stood as bitter rivals, staring each other down across an ideological line neither would cross. Suddenly, a voice labeled him an orc slayer as an entire battalion of green-skinned warriors emerged. The orcs arrived to safeguard Worcester, warning the human hunter that his life depended on his next move. Worcester barked at Hang Li to retreat, fearing the young man would get caught in the impending slaughter. Scanning the room, Guangil realized the scales of victory had tipped heavily toward his monstrous foes. With cool composure, he accepted fate and reached for a specialized canister marked G4. Popping the cap, he doused the area in a pungent, oily liquid that smelled of impending disaster. Worcester realized it was fuel just as the trident slammed into the stone with bone-rattling force. Metal struck rock, birthing sparks that transformed the room into a raging, hellish inferno in seconds. The orc reinforcements realized too late they'd been baited into a masterfully crafted fiery trap. Behind the wall of dancing flames, Guangil's presence vanished like a ghost in the smoke. He's making a break for it, the orcs realized, while Worcester sneered at the pitiful wall of fire. Brandishing his massive blade, the orc hunter charged into the heat to reclaim his lost prey. Unleashing the mountain splitter art, he cleaved the flames apart with a single, devastating swing. As the smoke cleared, Guangil was gone, leaving Worcester to curse the masked man's narrow escape. Turning to the young heroes, the veteran hunter offered a grim apology for dragging them into this mess. While the archer shrugged it off, Dandelion turned to check on his partner, only to find empty air. Panic set in as he realized Hang Li had vanished without a trace during the chaotic escape. Meanwhile, a fleeing Guangil slowed his pace, confident that no one had managed to track his retreat. He approached his hidden gateway, thinking he was safe, until a familiar voice shattered the silence. "Quite the secret passage you have here," Hang Li remarked, appearing like a phantom right behind him. Shocked, the hunter asked how he'd been found, only for the lad to mention tracking his mana. Having fought orcs for so long, Guangil had forgotten that some humans possessed the senses to hunt him. He leveled his trident at the boy's throat, coldly ordering him to stop his pursuit immediately. "Or what will you kill me?" the protector challenged, knowing the veteran couldn't bring himself to hurt humans. Sighing, the hunter relented. If the boy wouldn't obey, he would have to see the truth for himself. "I'll show you the true, vile face of these beasts," he promised, referencing the ancient, bloody orc wars. They entered a hidden chamber overflowing with a legendary collection of cold, lethal steel and ancient relics. The boy looked around in awe, asking if this secret sanctuary truly belonged to the legendary Guangil. It was a trophy of war, a weapon that the protector realized had been studied with obsessive intensity. "Orcs are monsters of pure, unbridled strength," the man muttered, sitting down to nurse his battle-worn body. Even while parrying, his bones ached from the sheer, overwhelming power of the orc's monstrous strikes. The protector asked why he carried such a heavy burden, pushing his body past its breaking point. Pointing to a grim leaflet, the hunter revealed the mountain of corpses left behind on the day they arrived. Unmasking his scarred face, he lamented a tragedy born from a total lack of common tongue and mercy. His own son's life was extinguished that day. He knew these creatures were anything but civilized warriors. Guangil spat facts. Those monsters weren't just orcs, they were bloodthirsty demons in disguise. That day's nightmare is on 247 repeat in his mind. The trauma, it never sleeps. Haunted by his own weakness, the man swore an oath. From that moment, the hunt began. Bones snapped and flesh tore, but he kept swinging, giving up, not in his dictionary. Muscle alone wasn't enough to kill legends. He needed the forbidden science of the hunt. Catching an orc wasn't luck, it was destiny. Guangil had the villain in cold chains. He studied their foul tongue and savage habits. Knowledge is the ultimate weapon, after all. He gift-wrapped his secrets for the Hunter Association. He literally handed them the win. He wanted a brotherhood of hunters. He gave them everything to win the war together. Talk about a letdown. Those hunters traded lives for fame and shiny, frivolous toys. Pathetic. Cash or clout. Pure trash to him. Principles are for people who aren't chasing revenge. He's just playing the role of a devoted dad. A dad with a very deadly hobby. Zip it, kid. The masked man wasn't in the mood for a moralizing TED Talk. Boom, he slammed the red button. Someone's about to have a very bad day. Green smoke started billowing like a toxic rave. Hang Lee realized he was totally cooked. A trap for uninvited guests, he brewed this poison from the deadliest flower in existence. Warning, your mana is currently overflowing. Hang Lee's internal system was crashing hard. Cheat code active. That mask was a top-tier gas filter. He's basically immune to everything. One drop kills an orc, but don't panic. It's just a lighted dose for the boy. Sweet dreams, kid. By the time you wake up, the world will have changed. Danger level extreme. Hang Lee needed to warn the team before it was too late. The orcs were actually listening. Dandelion was freaking out. Hang Lee is in major trouble. Worcester played it cool, but the archer feared their friend was becoming a human shield. That masked guy is a pro at dirty tricks. Predicting him, good luck with that. I've got a lock. The archer had a secret way to sniff out the killer. It's a ranger thing. Jinho and the killer were basically cut from the same cloth. Old school tracking methods for the win. Classic ranger skills never go out of style. Only a high-level veteran leaves tracks like these. Jinho knew he was facing a master. Tracking Mr. Guangil easy mode, Jinho was about to show off his pro skills. Look closely, guys. Secret ranger symbols were hidden right under their very noses. Mana light activation. This is basic training for any ranger who actually paid attention. The veteran hunter was totally clueless. Looks like someone needs to go back to school. It's a ranger secret code, sorry. Non-rangers need not apply Tabasco. Go get the elder. Time for a manhunt. They were going to track down that villain and end this. Archer, lead the way. Dandelion was ready to throw hands or mana to save his friend. Mana perception activated. The squad was moving out with 100% determination. The hunt was on. A team of elite hunters followed the trail with cold precision. Hang Lee woke up in the villain's lair. Talk about the worst place for a nap. Ziri, no, something was wrong. Dark, demonic mana was swirling in the air. Company's here. The mysterious voice hinted that the party was just getting started. Knock knock, someone was at the door, and they didn't look like a delivery man. A blurry shadow lunged. Hang Lee's eyes were still messed up from the toxic gas. Through the shadows, the masked man moved. He followed the ranger markings like a ghost. 10 long years of planning, every drop of poison was saved for this glorious moment. The stage was set. It was finally time to release the fog of war. Screams of vengeance echoed through the village as Guangil marched in, thirsting for rogue orc blood. This wasn't a raid, it was an extermination, but even among the monsters, he spotted a defenseless child. "What's a kid doing here?" the masked man growled, just as the dust from the shattered gate settled. Through the haze, Wang Li's eyes widened. His squad had actually arrived to pull his butt out of the fire. "Do you even have a conscience?" Dandelion teased. "Making us worry is basically your primary superpower." The magical Dandelion couldn't believe it. How does a legendary leader manage to get himself kidnapped like a rookie? "Kidnapped, please," the protector scoffed. "I wasn't taken. I was just playing follow the psycho with our masked friend." Clad in shining armor, the hero scrambled up. "No time for chit-chat, we've got a massive catastrophe to prevent." Wang Li dropped the bombshell. Guangil was planning to flood the entire settlement with lethal, soul-crushing poison. "I knew he was up to something," the archer smirked, having already sent Worcester forward to intercept him. Worcester blocked the path like a mountain. The archer's warning was spot on. This masked snake was up to no good. "You're not going anywhere," the orc growled. But the archer warned Worcester to keep his distance from the danger. Flashbangs, muffled boots, and specialized pouches. This wasn't a warrior's kit, it was a professional break-in set. The archer narrowed his eyes. In this entire dungeon, only one high-security vault required gear that specific. "You thought this was just about an orc village?" Worcester asked, leaving the masked man's jaw on the floor. How did a mere ranger see through his master plan? Guangil realized he'd gravely underestimated the kid's brain power. "Give it up," Old Man Worcester barked, but Guangil just chuckled. "Villains never come to the party alone." "You think you're the only one who's lost someone to these beasts?" Guangil spat, his voice dripping with venom. Suddenly, a horde of masked orc killers emerged from the shadows, their killing intent chilling the very air. "We've waited years for this," they hissed. Today, the disgusting greenskins would finally pay the ultimate price. Worcester spat a curse. These weren't just thugs, they were the cold-blooded lackeys of a legendary orc slayer. The orc warriors held the line against the minions while Worcester locked eyes with his true prey, Guangil. Steel met iron in a chaotic symphony of violence. This wasn't just a skirmish, it was a fight to the death. "You're not moving an inch," the veteran hunter vowed, standing like a wall before the settlement's entrance. "Then you'll die right here," Guangil hissed, whipping out a rope that moved like a living, breathing viper. The snake lunged through the air. Worcester just scoffed, thinking he was being threatened with a literal piece of string. Big mistake. The orc grabbed the rope with both hands, planning to snap it like a dry, brittle twig. Surprise, a heavy steel chain was hidden inside the hemp. Worcester's muscles tensed as the trap finally sprung shut. Only a fool uses a normal rope for an orc, the masked man mocked. All muscle, zero brain cells. Worcester yanked the chain back with monstrous strength. Muscle is the only language I need to speak, pal. The air screamed as trident clashed with sword. It was a duel between a veteran hunter and a raging orc. That annoying spear was getting on Worcester's nerves. With a roar of pure power, he threw a devastating strike. He tried to shatter the trident, hoping to make the fight interesting, but the masked man was 10 steps ahead. Using the chain like a master, Gil bound the orc's arm. Worcester's sword clattered to the ground, disarmed. Did you really think the trident was my only trick? Gil sneered, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He unsheathed twin daggers, ready to carve up the green hunter, but Worcester had one more ace up his sleeve. Iron skin mode activated. The orc's flesh hardened into unbreakable metal just as the blades made contact. Clang, the daggers bounced off harmlessly. Gil realized his standard attacks were basically toothpicks against this defense. Your skin is tough, but what about your eyes? Gil lunged, forcing a desperate scream from the orc. The masked man was sweating. Why wouldn't this monster fall? Then it hit him. This was a diamond rank orc. This ends now, Worcester bellowed. You won't take another step toward my people while I'm still breathing. Panic set in. If the duel dragged on, Gil knew his head would be the one rolling on the dirt. Boom, a flashbang detonated, blinding everyone in a white-hot explosion of light and sound. As the orc shielded his eyes, Gil roared for his hidden accomplices. Honor, that doesn't win wars. Numerical superiority wins every time he laughed, but Worcester sensed more shadows closing in from the mist. Orc warriors fell like wheat to the scythe because Worcester was too blinded by his own duel to notice the carnage. Gil's squad moved in, vowing to hold the line while their commander breached the inner. Settlement, leave Worcester to rot for now, Gil commanded. Just make sure the beast stays alive, if possible. The masked man chuckled, adding they'd need one orc left to dig the graves. Worcester roared that he would never allow such humiliation. Bleeding from a ruined eye, the orc snarled while Gil's men demanded he stay put. They hemmed him in with flashing steel, threatening death. Meanwhile, Gil slipped away, infiltrating the orc stronghold. He encountered a lone guard on the path and silenced him instantly with a single dagger strike. The masked man scanned the area, noting this was his first time infiltrating this specific den of filth. He'd never set foot here before. Suddenly, a pack of orcs intercepted him, demanding his name before their eyes widened. They recognized the infamous orc killer and lunged to capture him. Gil merely sighed, stating they were too late. Reaching into his cloak, he produced several chemical capsules. He tossed the lethal pods high into the air, right above the charging horde. Channeling his mana, the masked man manifested a spectral bow and let an arrow fly. The orcs sensed the impending doom, but in the dance of death, realization is always a second too late to matter. Gil's multi-shot technique shattered the pods, raining down a fine toxic mist over the green-skinned warriors. What is this sorcery? They gasped. Panic set in as they coughed, realizing the very air had become a deadly poison, safe behind his mask. Gil watched coldly. Consider this 20 years of overdue revenge, he hissed. He stepped onto a fallen orc's head, catching the warrior completely off guard, looking down with absolute contempt. The masked man noted that this brute had likely never tasted such shame while sitting atop the food chain. Orc's eyes burned with a primal rage at the insult. He couldn't endure such mockery from a mere human. With a roar, the brute exploded upward, tossing Gil aside. I will crush your skull for this, he screamed. Gil flipped back, landing perfectly on his feet. Finally, he taunted. The beast shows its true colors at last. The green orc snarled, eyes glowing with a murderous light. He realized he couldn't let this killer leave alive. The masked man heard that animalistic growl and felt a shiver of memory. He knew that sound too well. That noise has haunted my head for 20 years, Gil said. The orc lunged, claws reaching for his chest. A simple sidestep left the brute grasping at shadows. Won't you even draw your sword? Gil asked mockingly. Where is that legendary warrior pride you monsters always brag about? He continued to rain blows upon the orc. Don't you believe that only a battlefield death leads to glory? I wonder if poison victims find that same path. You will die in agony today, Gil promised. He prepared to shatter the orc along with his pathetic weapons. Suddenly, a booming command echoed. Stop this at once. Gil turned to see a new presence had arrived. An ancient orc stood there, warning that a man shouldn't let blind rage consume his very soul. He said, such petty emotions are better stuffed into the bottomless pits where you'd hide extra bowls of rice. Gil demanded to know what this elder wanted. The old orc glared back, his voice heavy with ancient, bitter memories. It has been far too long, the orc muttered, calling his foe a murderer. This was Chief Alioli, a diamond rank warrior. Gil smirked. Who would have thought the biggest fish just jumped right into my net? Alioli called him a fool, noting no fisherman poisons the entire river just to catch a single prize fish. I'm wiping out your whole race, Guang Gil replied. This revenge has been simmering for 20 long years. The chief picked up a discarded mask, noting how much time had passed. This has gone too far. The orc added, the grudge you hold belongs to my generation alone. A true warrior doesn't punish the innocent. Innocent Guang Gil's aura flared. Have you forgotten that day you slaughtered everyone, from the elders to the infants? The chief lowered his head, claiming it was an accident. Guang Gil's eyes flashed with a terrifying fury. It was no accident, he screamed. I saw your faces that day, I saw the joy in your eyes. You treated our massacre like a funny game, Guang Gil spat. The chief replied that it was all a misunderstanding. Back then, they didn't know how to quench the fire in their hearts. They were driven by a curse. The curse of the flame, Lord ruled us. We were helpless, the chief claimed, but the masked man laughed. So now you're the victims. Listening to you makes me want to vomit. Guang Gil hissed. Chief Alioli asked, can't. Guang Gil offered a final chance to atone. Their glares crossed, sparks of pure hatred flying between man and beast. The villain sneered, once an arrow is loosed, its path is set. Guang Gil didn't hesitate for a single second. Mana surged as the arrow flew. The orc unsheathed his steel, roaring that he'd protect his kin until his last breath. You've inhaled enough poison to paralyze a titan, the man mocked. Swinging that sword must feel like moving mountains. The orc grunted, this poison just a pungent spice. But internally, his body was screaming from the lethal toxin. The chieftain swung his blade, charging forward. He wasn't just a warrior now, he was the shield for his tribe. Alioli scoffed. If I quit because the sauce was too spicy, I couldn't call myself a man anymore. He danced through a hail of arrows, his blade a blur nearby. The young hunters finally reached the battered Worcester. Relief washed over them seeing their examiner alive. Where's that masked freak? The protector demanded, eyes scanning for the villain. The veteran hunter spat blood. Forgive me, I couldn't stop that monster. Archer realized the massacre was just the beginning. That masked villain wasn't working alone. We need to patch Worcester up before he bleeds out, the archer commanded, frantic. Worcester wheezed. The association, we have to report this madness before more people die in this dungeon. No signal, his colleague shouted. Someone was jamming the mana flow, cutting them off from the outside world entirely. Mana dead zone detected. The phone blinked. The orc realized the trap was deeper than they ever imagined. Wang Li struggled to reconnect. The chieftain turned to the youths. Go, this is orc business. You shouldn't die here. Leave the dungeon now. But the protector stood firm. This was exactly what a real hunter was born to do. The archer calculated their odds. Since Guang Gil focused only on orcs, they actually had a fighting chance. Nico's already heading out, the boy added. We just need to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Let's do this. Looting time. The protector snatched gas masks from the fallen goons. They won't be needing these where they're going. He slammed a mask over his face, looking like a total pro. Time to dive back into the chaos. Dandelion grabbed the second mask. I'm the only one who can track mana while throwing hands. He smirked confidently. Masked up and ready, the squad prepared to storm the orc settlement. It was do or die time. Worcester stopped them, handing over his legendary sword. Carry my legacy, he whispered. Show them what a real hunter can do. The boy's eyes sparkled. I won't let you down. Archer warned them to stay in one piece, no medical leave. We'll be back in a flash. The doctor joked about hitting the diner later, keeping the mood light. Dandelion sighed. Working for free again. My wallet is crying. Worcester smiled. His team was truly top tier. I'm not arguing, Archer admitted. He knew Han and the others would literally die to protect the rest. Everything rested on Nico now. Meanwhile, that poor soul was sprinting through subways like a madman. Need a signal, Nico screamed at his dead phone. Suddenly, two mysterious girls blocked his path. Talk about bad timing. They were orc exterminators Hang and Kim, target spotted on the horizon. One whispered, eyes cold as ice. Accomplices, Nico realized. These were the ones jamming the signal. The excitement of the day was officially over. You girls just ruined my vibe, Nico hissed, actually furious. Did they have any idea who they were messing with? You'll take responsibility for this, he yelled. The older girl just tilted her head. Kid, leave if you want to live. Talking to me like that, Nico growled. He decided it was time for a dramatic power-up. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Seventh blade of the moonlit night, activate. His blades began to hum with a lethal silver radiance. Prepare to be amazed. I shall cleave the moon itself, he shouted, striking a pose. He unleashed the secret 8 swords of moon dissection move. He looked absolutely formidable, a true protagonist moment, or so he thought. The aura was intense. The girls were completely unimpressed. Is this guy for real? They deadpanned. He's ridiculously weak, isn't he? With a casual swing of her mace, the girl shut him down instantly. Nico's glorious mission ended in a faceplant. Protector and Dandelion charged in, masks on. They realized Nico had failed. There was no help coming. It was all on them now. The orc chief gripped his sword, his gaze burning with ancient hatred and desperation. End this bloodshed, the chief pleaded with Guang Gil. Anger is just a hollow emotion. It leaves you empty. Guided by rage, you'll only stumble into darkness, the orc warned. Rely on it, and you'll lose yourself. The masked man loomed over his fallen foe, 1 foot in the grave. Yet you're lecturing me, Guangil sneered. Worry about your own head, he cold-bloodedly retorted. Chief Alioli remembered the day his world first shattered. Our green-skinned friend woke up in a nightmare realm facing a fiery titan that basically scorched his retinas. Clueless and trapped deep underground, he started praying to any god who wasn't currently on a coffee break. Suddenly, a bass-boosted voice rattled his ribs, commanding the son of Earth to stop shaking like a leaf. Fear is for losers, the voice boomed. Conquer your cowardice to unlock your true hidden orcish potential. To awaken that legendary power, he needed to swap his fear for something way more spicy and aggressive. The secret ingredient, pure unadulterated hatred. Despise everyone who even looks at you funny, the voice suggested. His rage needed to turn this land into a literal barbecue, making every living soul regret being born. And just like that, the young warrior's heart turned into a pressure cooker of dark, vengeful energy. He started a one-man demolition derby, smashing everything until he eventually blinked awake from the trance. He was standing on a mountain of bodies. Talk about a bad morning. Meanwhile, Guangil brandished his blade. Feeling guilty now, the masked man sneered. Bit late for apologies, chieftain. Why didn't you stop sooner? Alioli sighed, knowing you can't hit the undo button on a massacre no matter how much you regret it. Do you even know who saved our race? The chieftain asked. Guangil basically replied with a giant, don't care. Turns out regular humans were the ones who taught them to speak and behave like civilized beings. They taught him to chill out, leading to orcs actually becoming useful allies in the dungeon front lines. Fighting side by side with humanity, they had officially saved more lives than they had accidentally demolished. But Guangil wasn't buying the redemption arc. He pressed his cold steel against the old chieftain's throat. A new era is coming, he hissed, and it's time to delete the sins of the past permanently. He prepared to finish the job, but a sudden flashback of a tragic day hit him like a truck. He remembered cradling a wounded child surrounded by the silent, broken bodies of his own people. I lost my entire world that day, he roared. Small payments won't fix this massive injustice. The chieftain tried to explain, but he was cut off before he could even clear his throat. This is just the appetizer, Guangil declared. His vengeance was far from over. He wouldn't stop until every orc was extinct, then boom. A bolt of lightning crashed down. The strike blocked his killing blow. Who was the party pooper with the thunder skills? It was Dandelion. He dropped in like a hero, wand in hand, panting about his narrow timing. Alioli couldn't believe his eyes. Rescue from a human. Now that is a plot twist he didn't expect. Guangil scanned the newcomers, squinting at the familiar masks they were wearing. Wait, are those his co-workers? Put the knife down, the protector ordered, while Guangil noticed Worcester's legendary blade in his grip. Are you an orc lover now? I'm on the side of common sense and justice, the lad fired back. He was just following Guangil's own advice about being a good hunter. Irony is a beautiful thing. You think 2 gold-ranked rookies can stop me? The protector didn't even flinch. Challenge accepted. Underestimate us at your own peril, Dandelion added, striking a dramatic pose. Guangil unleashed a barrage from his mana bow, sending a rain of glowing arrows their way. Arrows were coming from every angle. Time for some quick thinking or they would end up as pincushions. Dodging was a no-go. They threw up the tread shield, hunkering down as the magical onslaught hit. Dandelion started charging his mana while Guangil kept spamming arrows like an elite raid boss. Let us see how long that scrap metal lasts, he mocked, but the protector stood like a mountain. The arrows shattered like glass against the shield while Dandelion prepared a magical counterslap. The spell landed and suddenly Simon materialized right in the archer's personal space with a sword. Without missing a beat, Simon unleashed the demonic sword art, executing a flawless, terrifyingly sharp cut. He is a one-trick pony, but that one trick is lethal. Sword versus mana bow, the duel was on. Their teamwork was suspiciously good. Guangil realized they'd used the shield to blindside him for the summon. Before he could even blink, Simon was already there. Talk about a tactical masterclass by the rookies. Crush it. Simon the Protector cheered, charging in to deliver the final epic smackdown. The Protector charged like a tank, aiming to pin Guangil, but the masked man was ready. Seeing his arrows stall, the masked villain shifted gears instantly mid-air movement. Hang Li watched as the bow aimed low, earth burst, the ground itself exploded. A torrent of mana surged upward, sending jagged rocks and debris flying like shrapnel. Shards hammered the shield while the masked man soared high, preparing a devastating counter. He blasted Simon and the Protector back with a single heavy fist. Dandelion quickly raised a dome. These kids had some backbone, far more than he expected, but he was out of patience. No more playtime, he had a poisonous mission to complete and the clock was ticking. Guangil decided to stop playing nice. These pests were eating into his precious schedule. Mana arrows formed once more as he prepared to end this annoying little skirmish. We won't back down, the Protector roared, trusting in their perfect team synergy to win. Hang Li sensed the incoming storm as Dandelion forced Simon's sudden evolution. A relentless barrage of arrows rained down. Surrender now, the masked man shouted through the chaos. Not a chance, the Protector countered, unleashing his hidden mana in a desperate surge. Simon lunged forward to shield his ally, narrowly intercepting the lethal mana-infused projectiles. Fighting this monster is a thrill, he yelled, though Guangil just sighed in annoyance. Give it up, your mana is at its limit, the masked man warned coldly. Hang Li's tank was nearly empty. The strength of their enemy was truly on another level. Exhaustion set in, yet the protector refused to yield as the masked man closed in. Are you puppies? He mocked. Are you going to follow me to the ends of the earth? To ensure they stayed put, Guangil prepared to snap their legs, raising his heel high. Stubborn brats, he muttered. I'll have to break you to make you stop. Dandelion screamed for him to back off, but Guangil just offered a cold, ruthless stare. The young mage fell, and the heel of doom descended, aiming for a crippling blow. Suddenly, a hand caught his leg. Violence is never the answer, especially against children. The savior was none other than Manager Kim from the association, looking incredibly cool. Elsewhere, Nico was being mocked. You're pathetic. The girls laughed while he lay bleeding. I know I'm a loser. Nico spat blood dripping from his lip. Just a weakling who bluffs. The girl almost felt sorry. Just stay down, she urged. Stop hurting yourself. My friends believe in me, Nico whispered, and I won't let them down like this. Even if every bone shattered, he refused to quit. His determination was terrifying. Stop it, she cried. Nothing you do will change the inevitable outcome here. Nico grinned through the pain. I'm not here to win a fight, I'm here for backup. He took a massive breath. Poison gas is being sprayed. Help us, he roared. Is that your grand plan? They giggled. To scream like a baby. Nobody can hear you. They pitied the idiots who trusted him, but their laughter was about to be cut short. A robotic voice filled the room. Message received. Reinforcements are en route now. The girls froze, spotting a glowing mobile phone lying just out of reach. How they gasped. No signal should penetrate our magical barrier. Nico smirked. I told you bluffing was my specialty. Who is the loser now? His flashy swordplay was just a distraction. I can't believe we fell for that. The villain crushed the phone. It doesn't matter, they are still an hour away. By the time they arrive, every orc here will be long gone. Nico looked at his broken phone. My warranty, he sobbed. I just bought that. Back at headquarters, Manager Kim's screen flashed red. Emergency level 2 threat detected. Code red. The meeting's aborted. Manager Kim demands immediate backup from anyone stationed nearby. Dispatch the Black Stag Alert, the 5th branch, and get the chairman on the line right now. Inform the chairman. Manager. Kim orders the trainee to retrieve the teleportation stone from the vault. This $10 million artifact is no toy. It's a legendary mineral capable of tearing through space. The intern trembles. Is he really going? Manager Kim nods. Only he can settle this crisis personally. Fate hangs by a thread. In the orc village, deadly toxins still saturate the dungeon's heavy atmosphere. Suddenly, space ripples. Manager Kim emerges from a swirling mist, his eyes instantly locking onto the chaos. Seeing the hunters in peril, Kim blurs in a heartbeat. He's grounded the masked assailant by the leg. Halting the violence, Kim towers over the scene. Glad I arrived before the blood started flowing, he declares. He identifies himself as Guangil. Gapes in shock. He's never seen someone manifest out of thin air. Is this sorcery? Guangil stammers. Kim scoffs, attributing the feat to the legendary teleportation stone's raw power. Such treasures are beyond the reach of minor guilds. To commoners, this high-tier tech remains a total mystery. The villain curses his ignorance. He underestimated Kim, thinking the manager couldn't withstand the toxic air alone. Pardon me, Kim sighs. My asthma makes this stench unbearable. Time to give this place a deep cleaning. Without warning, Kim unleashes a devastating whirlwind kick. The sheer force of the strike purifies the atmosphere. The poison vanishes. Impossible. Guangil screams. His years of twisted labor were erased with one movement. The trainees watch in awe. Manager Kim neutralized the entire cloud with nothing but the wind from his heel. Kim's voice turns cold. Guangil, you are under arrest for multiple third-degree felonies and terrorism. Genocide and mass destruction. The list is long. Surrender now, or I'll be forced to use extreme measures. Boom! A crushing strike sends Guangil crashing through the stone walls. The impact rattles his very soul. You talk about peace, but hit like a demon. Guangil wheezes. What a massive hypocrite you are. Kim calmly adjusts his frames. My apologies. I merely assumed a criminal like you would resist lawful arrest. Guangil unmasks, his face twisted in hate. Why protect them? Orcs are nothing but savage beasts, manager. They're monsters through and through. Don't pretend you don't know that as well as I do, Kim. We caged these vile creatures for a reason. Why defend these disgusting monsters now, after all these years? Hang Lee steps forward, revealing his face. You're wrong. Orcs aren't the heartless demons you make them out to be. He recalls Worcester's kindness, the orc who proudly claimed his specialty dish was a humble bowl of kimchi stew. Lee smiles sadly. Worcester actually hated spicy food, yet he mastered that recipe just to please the hunters. Every orc here has shown a warmth you couldn't understand. They aren't monsters, they're a community. Do you honestly believe slaughtering them brings peace? Hang Lee challenges. Your bloodlust solves absolutely nothing. Violence only breeds vengeance. If you don't stop, their kin will hunt you until the world burns. Shut your mouth, Guangil roars. You're a traitor to your race for siding with these filthy animals. Blinded by fury, the villain lunges at Hang Lee. He won't let an orc lover stand in his way. Fists clenched, Guangil closes the distance like a rabid beast, aiming to crush the young hero. Denied. Manager Kim intercepts the strike, delivering a punishing counterkick to Guangil's ribs. The villain is launched like a cannonball, shattering glass as he's smashed through the walls of a building. Hang Lee is safe meanwhile, amidst the wreckage. Guangil groggily scans his surroundings. Where the hell is he? He's landed inside a domestic residence. It's a home, a place filled with the warmth of everyday life. Clutching his chest, agony flares through his body. His ribs are pulverized. Kim's power is absolutely monstrous. That manager is on another level. He grimaces. A direct confrontation now would be nothing short of suicide. Swallowing his pride, the villain decides to retreat. He'll slink into the shadows and wait for a better opening. As long as I escape, I can rebuild everything. His mind races, searching for any possible exit strategy. Snap, a sound echoes behind him. His mangled body betrays him, moving too slowly to meet the threat. A young orc strikes. "Give me back my father," the child screams, plunging a blade into the villain's back. "Filthy brat, get off me," Kwang Gil snarls, savagely striking the child down with a desperate, heavy fist. The orc collapsed, wailing. Kwang Gil gripped his hilt, facing a baby monster for the very first time. Looming with a blade, he mocked the child, claiming its father was the beast he had just slaughtered. Through choked tears, the infant screamed, defending his father's honor against the man's cruel, biting insults. Kwang Gil stepped closer, cold steel gleaming. "What now, cub?" he asked, his voice dripping with icy menace. He loomed over the trembling creature, repeating the chilling question. What could a tiny orc possibly do now? The child just sat there, sobbing silently. Suddenly, Kwang Gil saw his own son's face in those tears. He lowered his weapon, confused. Why did this monster cub stir such strange, nagging hesitation in his soul? For 20 years, he never doubted. Yet now, he told the child to vanish before his patience expired. The young orc stood his ground, refusing to budge. If he fled, this human would surely kill again. Kwang Gil felt his resolve crumbling. This was all wrong. He needed to end this distraction immediately. "Move," he roared, lunging forward. He couldn't waste another second on this pathetic, small creature of shadows. Desperate, the child lunged at the man's leg, clinging on with a grip born of pure, terrifying grief. He squeezed tight, eyes shut in terror. Kwang Gil bellowed in rage, trying to shake off the persistent pest. He raised a fist to strike, but a voice stopped him cold. "Monster," someone screamed, shattering his focus. He froze, glancing aside. 2 more tiny orcs stood there, their eyes wide with fear and burning hatred. They called him a demon, begging him to stop hurting their brave, older brother. The scene was chaotic. The eldest snapped at them to hide, having warned them never to leave the safety of their room. Kwang Gil realized the truth. This monster was only acting out to protect his precious younger siblings. The children pounced, tiny fists flying. "Monster," they shrieked, determined to save their brother from his wrath. Their childish insults stung more than their punches. They wept, hitting him with everything their small frames possessed. "Hit me instead," they begged. Kwang Gil stood frozen as the realization hit him like a physical blow. Was he truly the monster here? The eldest brother screamed for the little ones to run and hide. He planned to sacrifice himself, hoping his brothers could escape while he stalled this unstoppable, human terror. Kwang Gil watched, utterly bewildered. These children were showing more courage than he had in 20 years. "A monster," he muttered, forced to laugh. It wasn't a funny joke. He wasn't some mindless beast, right? Looking at their tear-streaked faces, he felt a strange warmth, a terrifying shift occurring deep within his heart. The air felt heavy yet oddly warm. He wondered how his righteous path had led to such misery. Why did they hate him so much? He thought he was the hero, yet he saw only horror. "Am I wrong?" he whispered. Suddenly, Manager Kim crashed through the window, shattering the heavy, tense silence. Kim tackled him instantly, shouting that Kwang Gil had crossed a line that no man should ever cross. "You couldn't kill them," Kim noted. It seemed a spark of humanity still flickered inside the broken warrior. Kwang Gil struggled, shouting for release, just as a massive, dark shadow loomed within the open doorway. The orc chieftain stepped into the light. "It is over," he declared, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. Beside him stood a dandelion, a symbol of fragile life. The chief spoke of rage's true, destructive nature. "Rage is a burning flame," he whispered. "It fuels courage, but leaves only cold, gray ash behind." He concluded that such anger leads only to a hollow end. In the finale, only emptiness remains waiting. He looked at the man. For Kwang Gil, there was nothing left but a void where his soul was. The man screamed, claiming he fought to escape the guilt of failing his own child long ago. Revenge had been his only oxygen. The chief asked one final, piercing question with his remaining, fading strength. "Does it feel better?" he asked softly. "Is it truly easier for the human to breathe now?" Wan Li stood there with his blade. Kwang Gil's 20-year master plan had been ruined by one hunter. He never expected a curious rookie to shatter a plot 2 decades in the making. Destiny was cruel. Wan Li knew the truth. Even alone, Kwang Gil could never have brought himself to harm those kids. The villain sighed, accepting his failure. He had achieved neither the forgiveness he sought nor his bloody revenge. "Not my fate," he muttered, wishing for the young hunter to find a better, more righteous path. "That kid's too kind." The villain lunges with his blade, desperate to escape justice through a final, cowardly strike to his own heart. Hang Lee screams as cold steel flashes, but Manager Kim's reflexes are god tier. He catches the blade with his bare, bloody palm. How many times will you choose wrong, Kim growls, twisting the villain's arm. You don't get a peaceful exit today, you absolute trash. The notorious orc killer, Gwang Gil, is finally caught. Kim declares that this criminal must face judgment at the legendary Hunters Association. The survivors watch their savior in awe. Hang Lee barks orders to move everyone inside. The air is thick with a lethal, creeping toxin. Get them indoors now, the poison gas is spreading fast, but an orc coughs out the grim truth: they're completely short on masks. Worcester's heart sinks. They caught the killer, but the poison is still winning. Is this where the story ends for their entire tribe? Suddenly, new players enter the field. Status report. Where are the casualties? A group of elite hunters emerges from the swirling shadows. The Black Deer Guild's healing squad has arrived, and leading the charge is a top-tier representative from the Eternal Life Herb Guild. Hope ignites. If Mr. Kim is on the scene, that toxic fog doesn't stand a chance. The tide is finally turning for everyone. Worcester stares in disbelief. Would humans really cross the racial divide to save a tribe of orcs? It's a miracle in the making. Tears flow as more guilds signal their arrival. Archer realizes the truth: these orcs aren't the world's lonely outcasts after all. But the celebration is cut short. An orc rushes up, trembling. It's the chief. He's in dire straits. The poison is too deep. The chieftain is at death's door. Worcester kicks the door open, his heart hammering against his ribs in pure, frantic desperation. How are you feeling? The chief rasps. Still worrying about others? Worcester collapses at his side, eyes wide with absolute horror. Blue blood stains the floor, a fatal sign. Worcester screams for a high-level specialist, refusing to let his noble mentor slip away. The chief grips his hand with fading strength. Save your breath. Boy, it's not worth it. My clock has finally run out. Tell me. The old warrior wheezes. Is it over? Is everything sorted? Worcester nods through tears. Everyone is coming to help us. A weary smile touches the chief's lips. Then our struggle wasn't in vain. The legacy of the young hunters was worth the cost. He looks at Worcester, the pride of the tribe. I've waited long enough. Today, I'm finally handing the reins of power to you. I can't. Worcester objects. There are others. Bakim is 8th rank. He's stronger, faster, better than me in every single way. The chief shakes his head. Strength isn't everything. A true leader needs a heart like yours. You are the only suited candidate. Coughing up more blue blood, he makes one final plea. Grant this old man his dying wish. Lead our people forward, Worcester. Overcome with grief, Worcester embraces his father figure. I'll do it. I'll be your successor. Just please don't leave us yet. The chief sighs, his body relaxing. Then I am free to retire to the next world. I leave the clan in your care. It's a scene straight out of an Oscar-winning drama. Heads bow in silence as the young hunters watch this heartbreaking final moment. Worcester is a complete wreck, wailing like a child. I'll be the greatest leader ever. Just watch over me from the heavens. He's practically giving a eulogy while the chief is still warm, begging for a divine gaze from above. Talk about peak melodrama. Suddenly, a hand taps his shoulder. I get the vibe is heavy. A voice says, but you're kinda blocking my workspace, man. It's Mr. Kim. The orc snaps. Can't you see we're having a tragic farewell here? What are you even doing at this funeral? I'm the poison expert, Kim says nonchalantly. And if you step back, I might actually save this old man's life today. Worcester's brain short circuits. Save him. He was already halfway to heaven, but he's literally dying. Isn't it way too late, expert? Kim just shrugs confidently. He's in critical condition. Sure, but too late isn't in my vocabulary. Let a professional handle this. The poison is a mana drainer, scary to look at, but it hasn't destroyed the organs yet. There is still a slim golden chance. Kim places a hand on the chief's head. This is gonna hurt. Suddenly, the room fills with the chief's agonizing, guttural screams. The extraction is brutal. Pure black toxicity begins seeping out, turning Kim's own hand a haunting, shadowy shade of deep purple. Hang Lee watches in awe. The poison is literally being sucked out of the chieftain's body. This guy is a true monster. With a final grunt, Kim pulls away. His arm is pitch black. Man, I absorbed a lot today. Gonna need time to purge. Silence fills the room until bam! The chief's eyes snap open and he lets out a roar that shakes the very foundation. He's back from the brink. The color returns to his skin. Worcester stammers. Chief, are you actually feeling okay right now? I don't feel even a drop of pain, the chief booms, flexing. He's completely, 100% recovered and full of life. Worcester is relieved, but then the realization hits him like a train. The deathbed inheritance just got real awkward, real fast. Don't mind me, the chief grins. I've been boss long enough. You've got the reins now. Worcester, good luck with that. Worcester remembers his dramatic speech about being the new successor. He looks at the very much alive chief and starts sweating buckets. Wait, take it back, Worcester shouts, panicking. The situation has changed. You're still the boss. I was just being dramatic before. The old leader refused to step down, stubbornly demanding his throne back. Kim sighed, wondering if saving that ungrateful chief was even worth the effort. Hang Lee quipped that being uncomfortable beats being a corpse. Meanwhile, the horned girl focused on mending the shield warrior's battered leg. Kim leaned in, noting rumors that the examiners practically carried the orcs. Was it really all you, Hang Lee, he asked. Eyes narrowed. The young hero confirmed it. I'm the shield warrior, Hang Lee, he declared, proudly showing off his prestigious new gold rank status. Kim rubbed his chin as a memory flickered in his mind. Where on earth had he heard that name before? Suddenly, it clicked. You're the shield bearer from that legendary salamander incident at the underground station, he shouted in realization. Our hero blinked in surprise as Kim extended a friendly hand. The guildmaster told me everything about your trio's exploits. The guy with the turtle shell shield, Kim laughed. Hang Lee smiled, finally meeting a high-ranking member of the Eternal Life Herb Guild. I'm Kim, a cavalier from the legendary Herb Guild. He introduced himself with a flourish. It was a meeting of destined warriors. Kim joked that their leader, the Undertaker, was impossible to forget with that massive hat and those iconic red glasses. Talk about a unique fashion sense. Hang Lee's jaw dropped in pure shock. Wait, that eccentric guy is actually the absolute head of a major guild. He recalled the underground hunter's cryptic advice, find the master cobbler known as the coffin maker at the Herb of Eternal Life. Master Hong had promised him an apprenticeship once he hit gold rank, gifting the boy a mysterious, ancient-looking coin as a final test. Use this to find the Undertaker, his master had said. Kim's eyes nearly popped out of his head seeing that legendary VIP coin. How could a mere rookie possess such a priceless treasure? Hang Lee pointed at the coin, wondering if it could really summon the guild leader. Kim smirked. With that coin, kid, you could probably summon the man himself right to this very spot. The tension was palpable. Hang Lee gasped. Could this tiny piece of metal really summon the supreme head of the guild with just a single thought? Just who was his teacher to give him such a rare artifact? Kim watched intently, asking if the boy was going to use it now. How do I activate it? Hang Lee asked. Kim shrugged. Simple. Just flood the coin with your mana and wait for the magic. The boy felt his heart hammer against his ribs like a drum. He had finally achieved his goal and reached the gold rank. He'd kept his promise to his teacher. Soon, Hang Lee would stand before his master once again to begin his true training. Far away, the Undertaker hummed a dark tune while strolling past a mountain of mangled monster corpses. His business was never finished. My client's little chickens are finally starting to hatch. He chuckled, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent behind those red lenses. He never expected Master Hong to be so fond of these rookies that he'd actually hand over a priceless VIP coin. When asked if he'd leave immediately, the Undertaker nodded. A VIP call must be answered personally. I'll leave a few helpers here. Safety first, the Master Deboner turned to his new, silent assistant with a grin. We have a fresh case, so we're moving out. The assistant bowed in eerie silence. To anyone's horror, that loyal shadow was none other than the fallen warrior, Ghostblade. The Undertaker crushed a teleportation stone in his palm, shattering the very fabric of space as they vanished into the swirling void. In a blink, they warped across dimensions, appearing right before the stunned young shield warrior and his companions. The arrival was instantaneous. The summoning light flared violently. Hang Lee jumped back in a fright, his heart nearly stopping at the sudden, powerful presence before him. The master cobbler always answers when the coin calls, the man in red glasses proclaimed with a mysterious, chilling smirk. Hello, Mr. Dumpling, Hang Lee stammered, looking at the legendary figure with completely different eyes now, respect and terror mixed together. It's been a while, kid. The Undertaker grinned. Hang Lee couldn't believe the man would actually answer a rookie's call so quickly. Our hero noticed the usual giant bodyguard was missing today, replaced by a much more ominous and familiar figure. Hang Lee caught a glimpse of the new apprentice's face and scrambled back, his blood running cold with pure, unadulterated dread. Ghostblade, how is that possible? The boy's mind reeled at the impossible sight of the fallen enemy serving the Undertaker. Don't be so dramatic, the Undertaker waved a hand dismissively. He's nothing but a hollow puppet now, bound to my every command. Hang Lee shuddered in disbelief. Did a powerhouse like the Undertaker really cross the world just to see a gold rank rookie? Do you even know why I've appeared? Boy, the Undertaker asked, his shadow looming large over the trembling young warrior. My teacher just told me to meet you, Hang Lee admitted, sweating under the heavy, suffocating pressure of the man's presence. I'm here to finish the job Master Hong paid for, the Undertaker declared. It is time for your true awakening. But I already awakened during the life and death fight with Aeon, the boy argued, confused by the Master's cryptic words. An awakening triggered by someone else is only a half-baked result. The man scoffed. You haven't even seen your real potential. Hang Lee bit his lip. It was true he had only reached that heightened state thanks to Zafar's desperate intervention. You can release mana, but controlling the flow is still impossible, right? Hang Lee gasped. How did the coffin maker know his secret? The Undertaker dropped a truth bomb. He called the boy's mana form absolute garbage, finally exposing his hidden struggle. During training, he couldn't produce a single result. Even the watching orcs thought his mana potential was zero. Kim disagreed. Not even a high ranker can judge mana origins by sight alone. There was a deeper mystery. The old man possessed a monstrous, silent bond with the world's energy. His senses were on another level. He compared the boy's mana to a chaotic four-way intersection without traffic lights, a recipe for total disaster. Because of this messy release, he wastes more energy than he uses. Fixing his flow would change everything. Efficiency would skyrocket. The Undertaker raised his hand solemnly, marking a turning point in the boy's destiny. In that moment, he promised a full awakening. The young protector's eyes lit up with a burning ambition. He wanted to become a legendary hunter like his teachers. He begged for that power, no matter the cost. The Undertaker grinned, expecting that exact answer. "We start right now," he declared, approaching the nervous lad. First, he ordered him to spread his arms and relax. "Just let go of everything," he whispered ominously. Next, he had to hold his breath and endure a searing heat. "Don't you dare move," the master warned. This felt familiar. Was he going to use acupuncture or force Noma? This was something much more primitive. The Undertaker's fist tightened. He swung with violent intent, aiming to shatter the internal blockages with pure force. Wait, could he really punch mana pathways open? The man just flashed a terrifying smile at the shivering boy. A good beating clears the mind and the veins. Fear surged as the boy questioned this insane method. Blood dripped from the master's knuckles. The boy stood there, face swollen and bruised, looking like a total mess. "Did it work?" he croaked. The Undertaker laughed, admitting he was a bit rusty after all these years. The kid didn't care about the pain. He needed to see the results of this brutal therapy session immediately. He focused, channeling his mana into a single point. Every nerve ending screamed as he pushed his limits. "It is working," he screamed. Success, he had finally broken through his limits and achieved the impossible. Suddenly, the ghost blade lunged with a lightning strike. The protector barely raised his shield in time to survive. Wang Li panicked. Had the Undertaker lost control, he was not about to lose to that blade again. Fueled by his new awakening, he countered the spectral blade. His movements were sharper and faster than ever. The ghost blade felt the sting of his counterattack and retreated. The power dynamic had shifted in an instant. Our hero was no longer a helpless rookie. He poured his refined mana into every single strike. The ghost blade tried a desperate kick, but Wan Li saw it coming. His instincts were now completely electrified. He blocked the strike and leveled the opponent with a heavy punch. The Undertaker finally called the match. "Enough testing," he announced. Straining any further was pointless. The results were written in the boy's victory. Through his red glasses, the master saw perfection. The boy's defense proved his awakening was officially complete. He tossed a device over. "A gift for your hard work," he said. Our hero caught it midair. It was a top-tier manaphone. Checking it, he saw Mr. Hyung was already added to his contacts. Talk about a premium reward. He scrolled through the list, seeing every important ally was already saved. The software was even updated to the latest version. Suddenly, Archer burst in, worried about his friend. "Are you okay?" he yelled. The roast master announced his work was done and prepared to head out. "Until next time, Shield Warrior," he called out, leaving with a lingering sense of mystery and power. The ghost blade followed like a loyal dog. Archer noticed his friend's wounded leg and started fussing immediately. Dandelion demanded an explanation. Why was that creepy ghost blade hanging around their friend anyway? "I will explain everything later," he promised. For now, the protector had a much bigger problem. He was absolutely starving. He suggested they find something to eat before they all passed out. The orc chieftain agreed. No guest leaves an orc village hungry after saving their lives from certain doom. The group had one request, Mr. Worcester's legendary kimchi stew. Their mouths were already watering in anticipation. Dandelion felt like a hero, honored by the orc's gratitude. Worcester stepped up to handle the cooking duties. Meanwhile, the villainous Guang Gil was dragged away to the Hunter Association. Justice was finally being served. His corrupt associates were rounded up and arrested too. The dark shadow over the land was finally lifting. The village bounced back fast. Peace finally returned to the green-skinned folk. To stay safe, the orcs officially joined the Black Stag Guild's ranks. Worcester turned to our heroes, asking if their bags were already packed. Wang Li nodded. It was finally time to head back to civilization. Licensing exams were calling, and they'd basically eaten the village out of house and home. Worcester insisted their massive debt of gratitude could never truly be repaid. Still, he presented Mr. Protector with a legendary parting gift, a massive blade. Wang Li's eyes widened. This wasn't a toy, but a chieftain's battle sword. Why give such a top-tier treasure to a rookie hunter like him? Thanks isn't enough, though heavy for a shield user. The steel is divine. Melt it down, the orc suggested, and forge a weapon fit for a king. Gripping the heavy steel, our hero dreamed of his custom-made gear. Nico's eyes sparkled at the leftover scrap metal like a hungry vulture. Dandelion grew suspicious. What was Nico planning to do with the extra scraps? "I want a matching sword," Nico chirped. Suddenly, a phone began to buzz. A call from Metro Hunter. Wait, since when does he have a Manaphone 15 Pro Max? Silence fell as Wang Li entered intense business negotiations with his master. To celebrate their new gold rank, they scored a free roasted basilisk feast. Archer guarded the meat while Wang Li finished his highly secretive call. He bragged to his teacher about the legendary orc blade they'd just snagged. Master Hyun suggested a blacksmith, noting that elite dungeons were finally opening up. But beware, silver rank was child's play. The path ahead is paved with danger. Wang Li's idea of preparation devouring that delicious basilisk immediately. Dandelion's heart raced at the thought of facing even more legendary monsters. "So, Master, where is our next death-defying destination this time?" "Meet at Bagwan Station, Branch 3, exactly 1 week from today." "That's the Waterdrop Guild's turf. Dandelion's encyclopedia never tells a lie." Archer had personal connections there, but the chosen location felt strangely ominous. Why meet there deep within the Waterdrop headquarters? The mood shifted. A man hung in chains while rank 19 monk Taek Kim relaxed nearby. With chilling calm, Taek Kim asked why the mission was a total disaster. The prisoner begged for mercy, his face masked in a layer of shame. Taek Kim rose, sighing that mistakes are only natural for pathetic humans. Relief washed over the prisoner until Taek Kim clarified he didn't say he forgave him. He unstrapped his watch, noting that every failure demands a bloody receipt. Wrapping the watch around his knuckles, he stepped into lethal striking range. Bam! A metal-clad fist crushed the man's jaw and his remaining hope. Do you have any idea how much gold and time our order wasted? The plan was to manipulate those cowardly orcs into a bloody frenzy. Instead, the orcs got stronger and joined our rivals at Black Stag. If the association smells this mess, our entire order becomes a global joke. A scarred man stepped from the shadows, claiming the loose ends were snipped. Those fake orc slayers, they have been permanently and silently retired. Dead men tell no tales, so the association's investigation will hit a wall. Taek Kim smirked, thanking his subordinate for doing the necessary dirty work. Just business, they said, two guilds joined by shared greed. The boss smirked. A sharp tool like Ingi was truly priceless. Bam, he hammered his fist into the captive's ribs once more. Talk, or I'll keep using your body as a punching bag. Mercy, he wailed, but Taek Kim just grinned. Looked down. Surprise. Below, a demonic beast hungrily circled the depths of the pool. Meet your new maker. The man's screams echoed in terror. Please, not the Lord, but sin requires a bloody final payment. Repent as fish food, Taek Kim roared, his dark aura surging forth. With a snap, the chains broke. Gravity did the rest. He plummeted toward the monster. Now, go find those pesky lambs. Ingi bowed. He had some unfinished butchery to attend to. I'll tear this city apart to find them, he promised darkly. As wrath loomed, Metro Hunter faced a different beast, the tiger. Enter Ochre, the guild's customer service with a predator's lethal grin. I'm here for the Lord of Waves, Hyun stated, unfazed. Appointment, Tiger growled. No name, then no entry for you, kid. Not even the president gets a free pass to meet divinity. Fine, sign me up. When is the earliest slot available? First time turn around and go back to mommy, little boy. The Lord isn't a zoo animal. Get lost, you small fry. Hyun flashed some cash. Tiger just yawned at the pathetic bribe. We're loaded, kid. Your money is just scrap paper to us. Unless Tiger smirked, you have something much better than gold. They're secret sauce mana potions, and the ingredients are incredibly rare. Quit stalling, Hyun sighed. What exactly do you need from me? Mona stones from level 60 fallen angels. Think you're tough enough. Bring the loot, get the ticket. It's as simple as that. One dead angel later, why does God love you flawed humans? Probably your terrible morning breath, Hyun deadpanned, unsheathing his blade. The monster roared in fury and lunged, a fatal mistake. The tiger's jaw hit the floor. That's a mountain of stones. Is this enough for a VIP pass? Hyun asked, smirking. True to his word, the tiger escorted the man inside. Commander, the stone collector is here, Tiger announced, sweating buckets. This kid is the one. The commander's eyes narrowed suspiciously. He brought a mountain of treasure, Tiger whispered, hands trembling. A rank 90th knight stood there, stunned by the massive haul. I need answers from your lord. Take me to him now. The knight chuckled. Ah, a little misunderstanding has occurred, boy. That's a worship ticket. You watch the show. You don't talk. You can see him, sure, but don't expect a conversation. Hyun's eyes blazed. He'd been scammed by an overgrown alley cat. I never lied, Tiger chirped. I said you'd meet the guy. The knight smiled. But for this much loot, I might listen. I've got a proposal for you. The knight smirked. And what's in it for me? Mr. Hugh countered sharply. The boss raid is imminent, but our elites are pinned down elsewhere. We're dangerously short on high-tier manpower. Join this operation, and we'll settle our score. The knight proposed. It was an offer too tempting to ignore. Reaching out, the commander promised legendary rewards. If we succeed, the benefits will be beyond your wildest dreams. You'll get a private audience with the Lord of the Waves. No deception, just a straightforward, gentlemanly deal. Tiger urged Mr. Hyung to reconsider. Give him a chance. This man holds the third highest rank within our guild. He has direct access to the Elder and the Lord himself. Mr. Hyun narrowed his eyes. What's the target? I need a roadmap, he demanded. The commander nodded grimly. We're hunting the king of the fallen angels. His name is Yasis. We're after the divine tier mana stone pulsating inside that monster's chest cavity. Mr. Hayar smirked. I'm in. When do we strike? A predatory grin spread across the knight's face. Quick decision, I like your style, he barked. Deployment starts tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon sharp. Turning on his heel, Mr. Hyun walked off. See you tomorrow. The commander shouted one final warning. Eat your fill before we leave. There won't be any catering in that hellhole of a dungeon. Consider it your last meal, Hunter Tiger whispered. Are you seriously bringing this suspicious guy along? The commander laughed. You're a beast, man. Tiger, your senses are sharper than ours. Can't you feel it? Tiger tilted his head, confused. Feel what? The knight's expression turned chillingly serious. He's just like me, the knight muttered. He reeks of slaughtered monsters. Meanwhile, Hyun ascended Teeson Tower. Bentley presented a new blade with a proud grin. She's finally finished. Your ultimate weapon is ready. It was a massive steel greatsword forged in the legendary Mercedes workshop. Behold, the upgraded Mark II. Stop giving my gear cringy names. The Metro Hunter sighed. It's embarrassing and totally unnecessary. Bentley ignored him. This isn't just a sword, it's a magically enchanted masterpiece, far superior to the original. I've optimized the aerodynamics and infused the blade with rare Leviathan iron. This metal is revolutionary. Watch closely, the properties of this alloy are insane. The blacksmith prepared for a live demonstration. Time to turn up the heat, Bentley declared, igniting a wick as the sword glowed a terrifying red. It doesn't steal skills like Leviathan, he explained while the blade hissed. Instead, it accumulates and amplifies them. Mercedes nodded in approval. So, Hunter, does this piece of art meet your high standards? Not bad at all, Hyun admitted, as he unsheathed the blade. A torrent of fire erupted around him. His eyes blazed with infernal intensity. With this, I feel like I could incinerate magma itself. Hey, no pyrotechnics in my workshop, Mercedes yelled. Observe some basic safety protocols, you maniac. The morning of the raid arrived. At the dungeon gate, the commander looked at Hyun's casual attire. Aren't you going to prepare? The knight asked, annoyed by Hyun's relaxed attitude. Don't worry about me. I'll do whatever it takes for that crystal. The knight smirked. Any last questions before we dive in? Hyun scanned the assembled troops skeptically. You're actually bringing this entire mob inside with us. My knights are legends, the boss will tremble at our sight, the commander boasted, but Hyun stayed grim. They'll get caught in the crossfire if they stand too close to me. The commander burst into laughter. Quite the comedian, the knight chuckled. A man who can't boast isn't a man at all. Another hunter scoffed. We don't need dead weight like you. Watch your own back out there. Kid? Enough bickering, the commander barked. Save your energy for the monsters. We have a mission to complete. Ahead lies a literal hellscape. Doom lurks in every shadow. With a heavy push, the gate creaked open. Attack, the commander roared, snapping his visor shut. The hunt for the king had officially commenced. As they pushed forward, a gruesome scene awaited. The bodies of fallen angels were strewn everywhere. Impossible, someone beat us to it, the knight gasped. This location was supposed to be a top secret. Amidst the carnage, they spotted a lone child huddled on the ground. A knight cautiously approached the boy. Hey, kid, what are you doing here? As the knight reached out, Hyun's voice thundered with urgency. Get back, that's no child, but the warning came too late. The knight had no idea what was coming. Our brave knight was totally oblivious. Behind him, the fallen angel's massive shadow loomed like a waking nightmare. Then, the kid looked up. He flashed a wicked grin and called the knight a total moron. The commander finally sensed the real threat and screamed for immediate backup. Battle stations, now he roared. The lead knight finally realized the terror was actually coming from the hidden dungeon boss, Yaris. Eosphorus, a level 79 fallen angel, was terrifying. Yet, the knight felt even more suffocating mana radiating from that tiny, mysterious child. The boy stood up, his grin stretching wider than humanly possible. In his tiny hands, the demonic brat clutched a cursed red book. Pointing a trembling finger, the meteor hunter identified him as the named boss, Ios. This wasn't just a monster, it was a legendary disaster. The knight guessed the boss was level 100 plus. The kid just smirked, wondering if these weaklings actually knew his true identity. He lunged at the hunters with terrifying speed. Got any more secrets for me? The child asked, his voice dripping with pure malice. Suddenly, the boy morphed into a grotesque beast with a gaping maw. I'm starving, he hissed, and I eat everything in my sight. The head knight spun around, finding the monster right behind his back. He shrieked in terror. When did this freak move so incredibly fast? The little beast bared its fangs, ready to snap the knight in half. Thanks for the snack, Pallet mocked with a dark giggle. Mr. Hyung barely managed to block the strike with his blade. The child clamped down on the steel, asking the hunter who he was. Mr. Hyung just shrugged, claiming to be a nobody with zero special skills. Meanwhile, a dark ritual of emotions continued in the distance. Envy, rage, and sorrow, they harvested all. In a silent temple, a mysterious man offered to cleanse the people's heavy, volatile hearts. A young girl approached, trembling, and begged the elder to take her heart. She held a bowl filled with a strange, shimmering liquid. The elder reached out with a greedy glint in his eyes. I accept your offering with great pleasure, he said, sounding way too holy. But the girl's hands shook. The bowl slipped, tumbling through the air as the precious liquid began to splash everywhere. Disaster had struck. She screamed in pure horror. Everyone froze in shock, except for a creepy bald man with a torn ear who just stood there smiling. The ceramic shattered against the stone floor, spraying the liquid like blood. The holy chamber was suddenly stained and completely ruined. Some of the mess splattered onto the elder's pristine robes. The girl collapsed, sobbing and begging for forgiveness for her clumsy, terrible mistake. She offered to scrub the floor with her bare hands as the man leaned down. She squeezed her eyes shut, expecting a blow. Instead, he gently took her hand. Careful, child, he whispered. You'll cut yourself on the glass. We can't have you bleeding here. But I ruined everything, she wailed. He just smiled, saying clothes can be washed and cups are easily replaced in this cruel world. He knelt before her like a saint. But if you get hurt, he asked, who will mend my broken heart, my dear supporter? Don't cry, the elder cooed softly. This isn't a sin punishable by death. The psychological manipulation was working perfectly on the desperate crowd. Overwhelmed by his fake mercy, the girl threw her hands up. Take it, she cried. I give my entire heart to our magnanimous elder. Like a brainwashed choir, the whole temple began chanting the same thing. They were all ready to hand over their very souls. Back in the dungeon, the monster child bit down on Mr. Hyung's sword. Seriously, who the hell are you? The beast snarled hungrily. Meteor Hunter insisted he was just a generic, low-tier nobody. The monster didn't buy the act, letting out a low, guttural growl. Don't act smart with me, human, it hissed. Why are you only looking at what's right in front of your pathetic face? The child told him to check his surroundings. Behind the hunter, a massive fallen angel was creeping closer, ready to strike a blow. The knight mused that humans only seeing forward was God's plan. It was a sign that they must rely on each other to survive. Mr. Hyung and the commander stood back to back, a wall of steel against the incoming tide of grotesque, bloodthirsty, and starving monsters. The kid laughed. What a poetic way to describe absolute garbage, he mocked. You only rely on others because you're pathetic alone. The little demon sneered, declaring that the law of the jungle was the only truth. In their world, only the strongest predators survive. The strong crush the weak, it's that simple, he barked. Suddenly, the demons activated burial mode, and the atmosphere turned pitch black. Corrupted mana flooded the area like a toxic fog. Commander and Knight yelled, the fallen angels, they're actually rising from the dead. Just what they needed, more trouble. The lead knight clutched his sword, wondering if his opponent was actually getting stronger by the second. The enemy's onslaught was becoming relentless. The commander realized that Cursed Red Book was the source of all this chaotic, demonic power. He watched as the child casually flipped through the pages. Mr. Hyung smirked, impressed by the commander's sharp intuition for the danger. That's the Necronomicon, the hunter revealed. It's the legendary Devil's Tome, a tool used to enslave and command high-ranking demons. The child froze in total shock. How did a lowly human hunter know the name of such a forbidden and ancient demonic artifact? The demonic brat let out a piercing shriek. Just who the hell are you anyway? He demanded, his eyes glowing with fury. The monster launched a devastating shadow strike, parrying the blow. The meteor hunter joked that he was wondering the same thing. How can a top-tier demon manifest without a medium, he asked. The child just cackled, mentioning that the old man was behind it. With the demon dead, the leash was finally off. That creepy kid declared the war for hierarchy dominance has officially begun. This hellish ranking battle is just the start. Clutching the cursed book, the brat smirked. The real slaughter is only just beginning. Rise, my loyal puppets, he chirped. Suddenly, bottom-tier fallen angels crawled out of the dirt to serve their tiny, terrifying master. Pointing at the humans, the kid grinned like a psycho. Be good boys and rip them into snack-sized pieces, eat every bite. One knight turned to his commander, face pale. Sir, we're cooked. I don't think we're making it out of this one alive. Still, it's been an honor serving a legend like you. The commander chuckled grimly. Who knew our guides to the afterlife would be rotten zombie angels? God really has a twisted sense of humor. Gripping his blade, the knight prepared for a final dance. If we're going down, we're taking every single one of these bastards with us. Let's make it easy for the next guys. A desperate roar echoed my heart for the Lord. Meanwhile, Mr. Hyun decided it was finally time to turn up the heat. He unleashed his new blade's fiery aura, turning the battlefield into a BBQ. Not bad. This toy actually works as advertised. I'll have to thank the blacksmith later. The veteran knight watched in awe. I knew this hunter wasn't just some random rookie. That sword is a beast, the commander nodded. You're surprisingly professional in a scrap. Kid, but don't go getting yourself killed. Safety, what's that? Our hero quipped. Besides, you promised me a meeting with the Lord of the Waves. Don't flake now. A man's word is his bond. The commander stepped forward, blade gleaming. I promised, and I'll make sure you're alive to see it. So stay on your feet, Hunter. The armored leader triggered his weapon's ignition mode, the steel glowing with an intense, holy light. The tide has turned, he roared. Just hold the line a bit longer. Suddenly, Hyun spotted the big boss, the monster leading this circus. There, glowing in its chest, was the crystal focus fire smash, that gem, and we're going home for dinner alive. Everyone. Hyun strolled up to the brat amidst the chaos. So, kid, what's your take on this mess? Having fun yet? Or what? The boy sneered. Time to die, human. He looked at Hyun's flaming blade and cackled. Your little toothpick is honestly hilarious. Raising his hands, the kid unleashed dark mana. I won't let some lowly monkeys win. A massive shadow ball began to swell. From the darkness stepped a nightmare. I am Eos, the demon hissed. Rank 105. Prepare to be erased from existence. Hyun didn't flinch. He just pointed his fire-spitting sword at the demon's face. Eos, never heard of you. You don't scare me. Swing in one clean motion, Hyun sliced the demon like cheap ham. Wait, what? The monster sputtered, his body sliding apart. I've memorized your face. Next time, I'll tear your soul out. The demon's upper half hissed as it tried to escape. Going somewhere? Hyun snatched up the cursed book. Are you really just leaving this legendary loot behind? How generous of you. It's not mine, I don't know that book, the kid squealed. Hyun squatted down, giving the brat a very suspicious look. Cut the act, I know everything. Tell your daddy, the real Atos, that he needs to teach you some better manners. Atos, the kid's face twisted into a snarl. Busted, they'd seen right through his little masquerade. Hyun just let out a sigh. Since your old man failed as a parent, I'm confiscating this Necronomicon. Consider this a 1-month grounding, you little brat. I'll remember this. Hunter the Angel faded into mist. Hyun dusted off his hands. Welp, that's another day. Another demon dealt with. Business concluded, the commander and his knights let out a sigh of relief. One knight proudly held up the massive crystal. The monostone is finally ours. The commander turned to Hyun. Since we got the goods, I'm keeping my end of the bargain. Time to meet the elder and the lord of the waves. Meanwhile, a nervous servant approached the elder during his lunch. Sir, the knight commander is asking for an audience. The elder didn't even look up from his soup. Fine, send him in. The commander marched in and gave a deep, respectful bow. Reporting for duty, sir. The Waterdrop Guild leader salutes you. He felt a bit guilty about ruining the guy's lunch, but the elder just smiled and returned the salute quite warmly. I heard things got messy out there, the elder noted. The knight stood tall. Just doing my duty, sir. It was my job. Seeking to lighten the mood, the elder gestured to the food. Have you eaten? You look like you've been through a blender. I haven't, actually. The elder nodded. Sit, a long journey deserves a hot meal. My treat for a job well done. Actually, sir, can we make that a table for 2? The elder blinked, confused. 2, I wasn't expecting anyone else. Who's the guest? The elder asked. The knight smiled. I'd like you to meet the hunter who saved our skins today. The elder's eyes widened. If you're vouching for him, he must be something special. Bring the man in right now. Set 2 more plates immediately. Hyun walked in right behind the head knight, and they both gave a very formal bow. I'm Hyun. I came to meet with Elder Ingi. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as the visitor stepped into the light. A bald man with a jagged, torn ear stared at Hyun in shock. Wait, is that really him? He whispered to the leader. Elder Kang Chul rose with a snake-like grin, welcoming our hero with a layer of false warmth. He'd anticipated this meeting for ages, yet seeing Mr. Hyun appear was a total shock he couldn't hide. Injai smelled a rat immediately. This old fox was definitely plotting something sinister behind that wrinkled smile. The head knight awkwardly bowed out, promising to grab a meal another time while the tension spiked. Without warning, the guild leader charged. He was practically begging for a high-speed facial reconstruction from Hyun. Boom, their fists collided in a bone-shattering shockwave. Quite a violent greeting for a holy man, Hyun joked. The scarred thug froze in terror. Did this guy seriously just parry a strike from a top ranker? Even the entire guild combined couldn't stop that blow. Yingi realized the rumors about this monster were true. He'd totally underestimated his opponent. Bing Bing wasn't exaggerating. This man was a walking natural disaster on 2 legs. The elder barked about lost profits, claiming Hyun owed their holy order a mind-blowing fortune in damages. Wow, counting every penny, Hyun scoffed. For a big shot, you're surprisingly stingy with your pocket change. The guild leader fumed. Was this brat just that cocky, or was he missing a few brain cells? It's all about confidence, old man, Hyun replied coolly. The elder's patience was officially thinner than his hair. Thinking Hyun hadn't learned his lesson, the leader lunged back into the fray with pure murderous intent. Hyun effortlessly caught the fiery punch. I came to talk, but I guess violence is your only language. Fine then, I won't rest until I've knocked some common sense into that thick skull of yours. The 2 rivals traded brutal blows, each strike designed to turn the other into a human puddle. The commander and the scarred man screamed in panic, begging the elder to watch his blood pressure. The elder unleashed a holy strike, but Hyun ducked like a pro, showing off some legendary wrestling footwork. Those childhood boxing classes were finally paying off. Hyun landed a sharp counter that rattled the elder's jaw. Suddenly, the elder's eyes glowed with a demonic, unholy fire. Are you possessed or just really hangry? I'm no demon, the elder hissed. These black eyes are the sacred mark of the truly blessed one. The guild leader paused, sensing a familiar, overwhelming mana. It felt exactly like the power of their lord. Mr. Hyun, you're actually quite impressive, the elder purred. You're one of the blessed ones too, aren't you? A slave to the lord of waves, Hyun asked. The elder just laughed at his pure ignorance. We aren't slaves, he claimed, clutching his chest. We willingly offer our hearts to our glorious aquatic master. Aren't you the same? The man mocked. Just another servant dancing for the Flame Lord's ultimate amusement. Don't act like we're buddies, Hyun warned. The commander jumped in, terrified of Hyun's total lack of manners. Mind your tongue, the commander begged. He turned to the elder, pleading for mercy for the reckless hunter. The knight defended him, claiming they only survived and found top-tier monostones thanks to Hyun's incredible strength. The elder sighed. People change fast. Yesterday you were a nuisance, and today you're their guardian angel. The guild head was genuinely shocked that Mr. Hyun hadn't started a literal war the moment he entered. He leaned in, curious, why did a man like you actually show up for this peaceful meeting? I'm not here for a pointless scrap, Hyun stated. Your guild's shady business doesn't interest me at all. I have one goal meeting the Lord of the Waves. That's not a crime, now is it? He just wanted a quick chat and then he'd be gone faster than a cheap health potion. The elder smirked. Why would their divine lord waste a single second talking to a random, lowly stranger? He cackled, realizing the hunter was completely clueless about the watery horror he was asking to face. Seeing Hyun wasn't a threat, the leader grabbed the crystal and decided to play the generous host. Since you helped my men, I'll grant your wish. Prepare to meet the great Lord of the Waves. Deep inside the guild's massive aquarium lived their guardian, a terrifying deity lurking in the pitch-black depths. The tank was a graveyard, filled with monster cores and the bleached skeletons of many human sacrifices. The Lord was a colossal nightmare dwelling in the aquarium. As they approached, it let out a roar. Suddenly, a grotesque, human-like torso sprouted from the monster's head. Hyun recoiled. This vile thing is God. Behold the Lord of the Waves, the guild leader cheered, though the creature looked like a failed experiment. Still far from perfect, huh? Mr. Hyun sneered at the pathetic blob. Is this god just oversized sushi? This deity is just a bloated meat sack. Suddenly, the human-shaped tumor on its head took a massive breath. It let out a bone-chilling roar. The chimera launched its massive bulk from the water, screaming like a banshee. Our pro-hunter narrowed his eyes. That is some nasty alien mana, he muttered, sensing the toxic energy. Turning to the guild leader, he asked, what kind of freak show are you running? This thing was nightmare fuel. The elder sighed. She is a work in progress. Rome was not built in a day, and neither is a monster. I am crafting a vessel for a wave lord, the elder bragged. It will be a masterpiece of cosmic horror. Originally, it was just a bunch of hands, he explained, but with enough mana, the rest finally filled out. Are you brain dead? Elder Hyun snapped. Bringing this thing here is begging for another Gangnam Station massacre. Even the head knight and the one-eared goon were shaking. Sir, this is way beyond dangerous, they screamed. The elder waved them off like flies. You simpletons understand nothing, he chided with a smug look. The Flame Lord was all about rage. Gangnam was just a spicy misunderstanding that could not be avoided. Hyun was not buying it. And why exactly should we believe this god isn't going to murder us all? Because our Lord is a creator, not a destroyer, the elder replied. It is a matter of principle, really. Speak English, old man, Hyun growled. Give me a real answer before I decide to delete you right now. The elder chuckled. A mere hunter threatening a guildmaster in his own base. You have got balls of steel. Hyun did not wait for a punchline. He grabbed the old man by his collar. Talk about zero chill. Hands off the merchandise, the elder warned. Remember, you are the one who came here asking for favors. Suddenly, System Alert Iron Maiden activated. Hyun blinked. Wait, what the hell is this signature skill? It is Elder Kim's specialty, a mana-infused torture device that snares anyone the user has touched. Meanwhile, a massive mana crystal was lowered into the pool. The Wave Lord lunged for its snack with a roar. The Chimera's eyes glowed with demonic hunger. Right beside the pool, the Iron Maiden stood locked and loaded. Why cross the line and make me grumpy, the elder asked, looking down his nose at the trapped hunter. Locked in chains, Hyun smirked. Drop the polite act already, the elder sneered. You are dead anyway. Why pretend? You know why there is a pool in the basement, the elder asked. Hint, it is not for swimming. Listen closely, Hyun, Kim whispered. Try to keep up with the big brain talk for once. The Chimera snatched the crystal, crunching down like it was the world's most expensive piece of candy. Pure rage flickered in its eyes. After swallowing the stone, the beast began to leak terrifying amounts of mana. Elder Kim watched with a creepy grin. Everything was going exactly according to his twisted little plan. The entire basement lit up like a neon rave as the monster's energy surged through the air. No way, Ingi shouted, staring in disbelief. Something was changing about the creature right before their eyes. It is growing hair. The human torso atop the monster was suddenly sprouting locks. It was getting weirder. The Chimera's eyes went wild. More, she rasped. I need more shiny rocks. Talk about a greedy goddess. How embarrassing. The elder sighed. She can barely talk, and she is already demanding a refill. Turns out, even top-tier mana stones were not enough to wake her up fully. But the elder did not care. Luckily, thanks to you, Hyun, we have got a mountain of mana potions. The elder laughed at the prisoner. The realization hit Hyun. So that is the secret sauce. That is why nobody else can copy your potions. Fallen angel stones are too filthy to use directly. The elder explained. They are like drinking toxic waste. But once they pass through the Wave Lord's body presto, the corruption is filtered out into pure mana. It is the world's grossest water filter, Hyun muttered. If people knew, they would stop buying this junk. Who cares about the truth, the elder barked. Success is measured in sales, not ethics. People drink pink strawberry milk made from crushed bugs, the elder pointed out. Do they complain? No. Do steak lovers visit the slaughterhouse? Of course not. Hyun just rolled his eyes at the terrible logic. You are talking absolute rubbish, Hyun retorted. Are you just feeding this thing random mana stones then? The elder's grin widened. You are getting warmer. Mr. Hyun, in that case, does his... Poor guy has no clue what's coming. Hyun's in deep trouble against a grappling specialist. A close combat nightmare. Those Iron Maiden spikes are biting deep into his flesh. Absolute agony. Every flinch sinks them further, the elder sneers. The Wave Lord loves snacking on hunters. Bon voyage, fish food, the guild leader waves goodbye as the cage plummets down. Gravity takes hold, the Iron Maiden dives straight into the monster's gaping, hungry maw. Those demonic eyes flare, a soul-shredding scream erupts as the impossible twist unfolds. The chief knight jumps, he's abandoning everything to save Hyun. What a legendary move. He's clawing at the bars, the guild leader is speechless, his warlord has gone rogue. I owe him my life. The knight roars, honor beats duty every single time. A warrior's debt must be paid in blood. The chimera's reaching out for a double snack. How disappointing, the leader sighs. His favorite pawn just threw his life away. Sinking into the dark abyss, then, boom, a blinding mana explosion rocks the entire pool. Underwater hellfire, Hyun's new sword is vacuuming up mana like a total beast. Flashback time, Bentley said this blade doesn't just steal, it accumulates legendary power. This sword is a masterpiece. Bentley really cooked up something divine for our boy Hyun. Unprecedented power, high above. The guild leader watches his monster shriek in pure terror. The chimera wants a refund, flames are erupting from its mouth, indigestion, anyone. Sparks of defiance, Metro Hunter is still alive and kicking inside that beast's throat. Kaboom, a massive explosion sends waves flying, the monster screaming in absolute agony. Emerging from the flames like a god, Hyun stands tall, his sword blazing with underground fire. He's alive, the crowd is losing it, even the chimera's human half is panicking now. The elder watches his pet burn. Hyun's charging up for the ultimate finishing move. One shot. Kill. The flaming strike carves through the beast. Rest in pieces. Monster. Smells like a barbecue. The monster is defeated. Victory cries echo through the hall. The leader is frozen in shock, but wait, the nightmare is just entering phase 2. Mutation alert. The fire triggered an evolution. This thing is growing legs and getting bigger. Too late, the elder cackles. The Wave Lord has fully awakened. It's party time for him. Hyun stares down the god. So this is the famous Lord of Waves looks hungry. I'm famished, the beast moans. Hyun just shrugs. Same ugly face, different day. Exactly, the leader laughs. He's just an empty vessel waiting for a true master. Summoning again, Hyun asks, Old man, your obsession is getting really pathetic. It's a vision, not an addiction. The elder's got a much darker skill in mind. I want mind control, a skill to invade the soul and rewrite every thought. The ultimate puppet master move, this skill built his entire dark empire from scratch. It works best on empty heads, the elder explains. Savage burn for the monster, and this beast has 0 brain cells, perfect for the elder's twisted new toy. A brainless god-tier puppet, I'll spend forever playing with this one. Creepy vibes intensified. Hyun just grips his sword in silence. Enough talk, it's time for some monster hunting. Eat him, the leader commands. Turn that arrogant hunter into your next meal. Chew him into pulp. Hyun's dancing through the attacks like a total pro. Stop scurrying like a rat, the elder's losing his cool. Hyun just glares back. You let a hero die for this trash. Hyun's rage is finally hitting the boiling point. He chose his grave, the elder sneers. No mercy, no heart, just pure villainy. Dying for a stranger, how pathetic, the leader mocks the knight's ultimate sacrifice. His life was worthless. Hyun tightens his grip. You're about to regret those words. After that pool stunt, Elder Kim is cruising for a bruising. He sneered, asking how long our hunter planned to play hero. Since the hunter's days were numbered, Kim promised to finally show the Metro Hunter his place at the bottom of the food chain. Perched atop his monstrous chimera, the guild leader looked down like a titan. He loomed over the pool, dwarfing our hero below. Channeling the chimera's power, Kim unleashed the breath of water. His fist glowed, ready to deliver a bone-shattering, high-pressure strike. But the Metro Hunter was unfazed, baiting the old man closer. To land his counter, he just needed the enemy within arm's reach. Suddenly, the beast triggered water pandemonium. It was a subterranean ambush, something the hunter had never faced before in his life. The Wave Lord locked on, firing a staggering shot. A massive water spear erupted from the ground with lethal, earth-shaking precision. The spear tore through the floor, but the hunter danced away. With a swing of his flaming sword, he carved the spear into mist. He realized this chimera wasn't just a pet, it could spam those deadly projectiles indefinitely. This wasn't going to be a quick fight. The beast's frenzy only grew. With every attack, its power surged, fueled by a relentless, primal rage that shook the very air. Those glowing eyes were filled with pure malice as it shrieked. Mr. Hyun dodged effortlessly while spears whistled past his head. His fire sword hummed, parrying every drop. Elder Kim just laughed, mocking the hunter for doing nothing but running for his life. Prepare for the end. Kim prepared another massive blow, telling the Metro Hunter there was nowhere left to hide from his wrath. Kim unleashed his secret weapon, the spear rain. Every single droplet was a lethal blade, a new development designed for total annihilation. The Metro Hunter knew things were getting spicy. A literal wall of water spears rained down, giving him zero room to breathe. You've got guts for a mortal, the leader sneered. He demanded the hunter kneel before the divine power of his rising evolution. After swatting away the barrage like pesky flies, the Metro Hunter sighed. Is that really the best a god can do? He mocked. Kim's smile twitched with fury. Deep down, he realized this obnoxious hunter was a wall he couldn't simply climb over anymore. Insignificant brat, the water drop guild head screamed. No mere human had the right to look down on a literal deity like him. He declared the Metro Hunter's sins unforgivable. Divine punishment was coming, and there was no corner of the earth left to hide. The massive beast suddenly defied gravity. Soaring into the sky, our hero looked up, surprised the overgrown fish could actually fly. Flying wave lord, that's new, he muttered. Kim boasted it was true magic physics didn't apply to a being of his stature. The guild leader explained his secret gravity manipulation. He wasn't just floating, he was building massive momentum for a crushing descent. High above, Kim gathered his internal energy for a final, catastrophic strike. He was going to turn the Metro Hunter into a pancake. Disappear from the face of the earth, the elder roared. He plummeted downward, intending to erase our hero with one overwhelming blow. Mr. Hyun sighed, his patience finally snapping. He was tired of the villain's ego and that endless, worthless god chatter. Did you think I'd just stand here? The hunter asked. Ignition, he lunged forward, his flame sword carving a trail of fire through the sky. Kim's jaw dropped. He expected a desperate defense, not a suicidal charge. The hunter was actually taking the fight to him. The chimera stood no chance against such raw aggression. Kim's confidence crumbled as his ultimate weapon failed to stop the burning blade. He was shell-shocked. How could his beast lose when they both tapped into the power of the lords? It made no sense. It's not about the power, the Metro Hunter countered. It's about the decades of blood and sweat. We aren't on the same level. The leader was baffled by such a simple logic, but the hunter knew he wielded his strength with far greater surgical precision. Reaching your true potential is more than just a lucky awakening. It's about excellence, and the hunter was the gold standard of warriors. Thanks to his potion, the hunter's mana was a raging ocean. Wrapped in a cloak of superiority, he looked like a descending war god. The momentum had completely shifted. The Wave Lord was no longer the hunter. It had officially become the terrified, cornered prey. Our hero, Kang Chul, wasn't interested in a fair fight. He was here to dominate, imposing his own brutal rhythm on the battlefield. He poured every last drop of strength into his blade. However, the Lord's flames were becoming too intense for even his body to handle. This was the climax. Realizing the end was near, the Metro Hunter prepared for the final soul-rending clash of steel and spirit. He reached into his pocket for the Undertaker's special heat resistance pills. These weren't your average over-the-counter vitamins. They were pure essence. Kang Chul remembered the Undertaker's grim warning. These pills could suppress internal fever, but they were incredibly volatile and dangerous. The deboner had been clear: take only one at a time, or your insides will turn into a chaotic, agonizing mess. The dosage was critical, but the hunter just stared at the packet. One at a time, he muttered, uncorking the vial with a smirk. He felt a bit guilty. The Undertaker had gone through hell to get these, and now he was about to do something reckless. No time for second-guessing, he thought. In one fluid motion, he tossed back the entire bottle, ignoring the safety warnings completely. His vision blurred instantly. As the pills dissolved, a violent storm of internal force began to brew, threatening to explode from within. Pills ignited his soul, and the Metro Hunter transformed into a literal force of nature. With eyes glowing like hellfire and demonic horns blazing, he left Elder Kim shaking in shock. Refusing to accept reality, Kim desperately unleashed his water breath one more time. How pathetic. Even with fire horns sprouting, our hero just grinned. He'd never felt more alive or deadly. The chimera tapped into its dark core, preparing one final, desperate strike against our hunter. A massive surge of negative energy roared forth, but could it even touch our legendary hero? Like a ghost, the hunter slipped through the shadows, leaving the beast's attack hitting nothing but air. His flame-charged blade sliced through the darkness, triggering a massive, fiery explosion that scorched the earth. Panic-stricken, Elder Kim screamed like a child, ordering the lowly trash to stop his beautiful creation. He lunged forward, threatening to murder the hunter if a single hair was harmed on his pet. Kim attempted a holy strike with his glowing fists, but the hunter just danced around him. Then crack, a legendary kick to the jaw sent the elder flying like a broken ragdoll. With the villain temporarily neutralized, the hunter walked over to end this long, exhausting workday. Shaking with terror, the elder asked what fate awaited him. Talk about a major vibe check. Clinging to his blazing steel, our hero stood over the monster. No more mercy, no more games. His eyes burned with righteous fury as his demonic horns glowed white-hot. This ends now. The chimera's massive body became a bonfire, its screams echoing through the dark, lonely tunnels. Years of twisted, expensive research turned to ash right before the old man's weeping eyes. Drained and defeated, the great Elder Kim couldn't even find the strength to throw an insult. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How did his mana-rich masterpiece lose to this guy? How could a lowly ranker crush my ultimate creation? He wailed, drowning in his own saltiness. Power without wisdom is just a fancy suicide note. A chimera without a soul stays a beast. The elder started begging, worried about his investment. Seriously, someone get this guy a tissue. He tried to bribe our hero, offering enough gold to buy a small country. Nice try, Gramps. He even offered a promotion to Knight Commander. Talk about a desperate career pivot, right? We could rule the world, he shouted. Honestly, the guy's been reading too many villain origin stories. The hunter looked down in disgust. Every word from this loser was making him physically ill. Leaving this monster's body with a scumbag like Kim, that was a hard pass for our hero. The verdict was in. Mr. Hyung decided to incinerate the evidence and close this messy case. Kim's eyes nearly popped out as he begged for mercy, but the hunter wasn't listening anymore. The proud guild head fell to his knees, sobbing over the ruins of his twisted life's work. The nightmare was finally consumed by the inferno. No escape, no sequels, just pure, hot justice. 13,000 mana stones and a mountain of schemes all wasted because he picked the wrong opponent. 2,000 days of nurturing this beast went up in smoke in just one afternoon. Major rip, 130 billion spent to revive a dead lord. Talk about the world's worst return on investment. Today was meant to be his grand debut, the return of the legendary Lord of the Waves. Instead, Elder Tai Kim watched his bank account and his dreams burn into absolute nothingness. He held the cold remains of his failure while our hunter just checked his watch, bored. Mission accomplished, our hero saved humanity and probably cleared his schedule for a well-earned nap. The elder ranted about taking over the capital. Calm down. Grandpa, you can't even take over a subway. This is your final stop, Elder, the hunter declared. The express train to hell is now boarding. He spared the old man's life, but only to hand him over to the Hunter Association. The association will ruin me, Kim cried. Well, that's usually what happens when you build illegal monsters. He tried to act tough, swearing to destroy the hunter. Sure, buddy, maybe in your dreams. But how the chimera is a toasted marshmallow now, what's left a very angry Yelp review. Smirking, the elder asked who would dare fight the hunter. The guild leader added that many still wanted to crush Metro Hunter. Envy, wrath, terror, and sloth, sadness, and isolation. I'll fuse these fickle emotions into one, the man declared with a dark grin. Metro Hunter stared in shock at the elder's soul manipulation. What kind of ritual is this, he demanded, sensing the ominous shift. With eyes blazing like hellfire, Elder Kim hissed that this sacrifice was for their precious hunter at the station. At Chilson Station, the old blacksmith celebrated his victory. He held the blade high, cackling that this sword was truly excellent. Mr. Protector cheered with delight. The blacksmith boasted that this steel made his previous legendary designs look like dull toys. You're a genius, Protector yelled. The blacksmith barked back. I'm the best. My master even said so while hiding his jealousy. I'm the god of the forge, the old man roared. The youth bowed, apologizing for not recognizing such a famous celebrity. The smith smirked, claiming he had secret talents. Just wait, kid. You'll witness my true, legendary greatness soon enough. The dwarf guessed the boy's intent. He had heard the lad wanted to forge a weapon worthy of a true legend. You've come to the right place, the dwarf boomed. He had zero doubts about the lethal weight and sharpness of this steel. The youth presented the blade. Orcs use a forbidden method to forge such weapons, a secret known only to the masters. Only a grandmaster could handle such an item. The youth noted that while it looked plain, the craftsmanship was incredibly complex. It seemed to him that some ancient, complicated technique was used. The blacksmith just chuckled at the young man's observation. Actually, simplicity is the secret, the dwarf laughed. That is the main mystery behind creating a truly legendary soul-bound blade. He explained the orcish tradition. They loot enemy weapons after battle, melting the steel of the conquered to forge their own. Thus, an elite orc's blade is a cocktail of 100 different metals and souls fused in the fires of war. No two blades are alike. Each has its own strength, unique personality, and a history written in blood and steel. This blade holds the life of an orc warrior, the dwarf added. The youth realized he possessed something truly priceless. He offered a silent prayer to Worcester. This gift was far more valuable than any common treasure or chest of gold. You've got talent, the smith grunted. If an orc gives you his blade, he recognizes you as a true warrior. Great, so only monsters like me, Protector joked, feeling proud. The dwarf let out a thunderous, belly-shaking laugh at that. You have a way of diffusing tension? The smith finally understood why that picky Metro Hunter chose this lad as apprentice. Why did the teacher choose me, the boy asked. The blacksmith shrugged. Ask the man behind you. He has answers. The old man admitted he didn't know the details, but he knew a certain someone who could explain the whole mystery. A familiar shadow flickered as an old friend appeared. It's been an eternity. Mr. Hang. A calm voice echoed nearby. Bomu asked how the youth was doing. We've got a lot to talk about, kid, the hunter said with a smirk. Wang Li was stunned. How did you find us? Bomu revealed that Metro Hunter had requested special lessons for him. Your mana pool has exploded since we last met, Bomu noted, impressed by the progress the young protector had made. I finally mastered the flow, Wang Li beamed. It was amazing, like finally grabbing the reins of a wild stallion. Bomu scanned him from head to toe. In that case, you're ready. Hang Li blinked, wondering what they were discussing. It's a matter of unleashing the master's power within you, the hunter explained. That is our next, most important task. Which master? Wang Li stammered. Are you talking about that terrifying vampire, Zerify, because I'm definitely not ready for her. Bomu frowned. Did you forget the blood pact you made with her? That master-servant bond isn't just for show. Kid, it means you're under her eternal protection. You can even tap into her overwhelming, world-ending vampiric authority and power. Hunters call your kind the blessed, Bomu explained. Hang Li was absolutely horrified at the weight of those heavy words. This ability is rare even among legendary ranchers. The young man was hitting the cosmic jackpot of luck and danger. I dislike your contract with Zarify, the hunter admitted, but one day, your unique ability will save Metro Hunter's life. How could I possibly help my master? The youth wondered. Bomu whispered about a place beyond the human world. There is a realm that is neither world nor dungeon. It is your destiny to unlock the door to that world. You will fulfill the role of the key, the hunter added. That is your true purpose in this grand game. Terror gripped Hang Li. He had no idea such a heavy, soul-binding fate awaited him in this dark, new world. Meanwhile, the Waterdrop Guild leader knelt before his mangled chimera, weeping over his shattered plans and massive loss. A colossal demon loomed above as Elder Kim hissed. He planned to use that broken body as a brainless puppet. You already did, didn't you? Metro Hunter challenged. The guild leader just sighed, claiming he had no other choices left. Realizing his broken body couldn't finish the job, the desperate man prepared his final, forbidden trump card. He'd summoned the true Lord of the Waves. Despite Metro Hunter's warnings, the madman saw only salvation. Stop, you'll invite catastrophe, but the guild leader just laughed, blinded by his own crumbling empire. I'd rather burn this world down than lose everything, he snarled, ready to drag everyone into the abyss. Hai Young scoffed at the bluff, summoning a god with a mangled corpse impossible, or so he thought. Then I'll just build a new vessel, Take Him hissed. In this church, every soul was his to burn. As the self-proclaimed god of this domain, the lives of his flock were merely fuel for his ambition. I have plenty of cattle to slaughter, Kim cackled. Surely he wouldn't betray those who worshipped him wrong. Watch me, he roared. With a wave, he unleashed a tide of mind control upon his devoted followers. Their wills were stripped away, leaving only empty shells. Kim's dark influence spread like a parasitic virus. Siphoning the life force of the faithful, he prepared the ultimate ritual to resurrect the fallen chimera. Behold, the Lord of Waves descends. The air grew heavy as a divine, terrifying presence breached the veil. Outside, the crowd collapsed. Their vitality was being sucked dry to fuel one man's insane vanity project. As the Lord of Waves manifested, it didn't offer gratitude. Instead, it struck its creator with hellish fury. A water spear erupted through the beast. It let out a bone-chilling roar, detonating a wave of pure energy. Yes, I did it, Kim cheered, oblivious to the danger. The true nightmare had finally taken its physical form. The ascension was complete. Take Him knelt, bowing low to the towering god he had just unleashed. Welcome, my master, he simpered. I am your most loyal servant, the one who paved your glorious path. But as he bragged about opening the portal, the Lord of Waves decided to give him a warm welcome. Wham! A massive fist shattered Kim's jaw, launching the pathetic servant through the air like a discarded rag. He smashed through a wall and hit the dirt. Why? He shrieked, his tiny brain failing to compute. I summoned you, he wailed. But the Lord looked down with eyes full of ancient, simmering contempt. You dare speak of summons, the monster rumbled. I remember every agonizing second you spent torturing my vessel. Kim's holy will was just a mask for his greed. Suddenly, his plan to control the god backfired spectacularly. How could you know? Kim gasped. The Lord smirked. I watched every sin from behind your very eyes. The link between Lord and servant is absolute. Kim realized too late that he'd invited his own judge. Connection, you're just a tool, he snapped, his ego still trying to bark orders at a literal god. You think you're in charge, Kim snarled. If you won't obey, then I'll just have to break you. He triggered his ultimate trap, the Iron Maiden. The beast was encased in cold, unforgiving steel. Thanks for walking into my trap. You oversized fish, Kim sneered, his confidence returning far too quickly. He knew he couldn't kill it, but the maiden would hold it long enough for him to escape. Today is officially the worst, Kim grumbled, already planning his cowardly retreat to a new hideout. Crack, the legendary trap shattered like cheap glass. The Lord of Waves stepped out, looking very annoyed. Kim froze. His invincible defense was gone in seconds. Now, the Lord rumbled, I'll take back my mana. A colossal water serpent materialized, unhinging its jaws to reveal fangs dripping with spectral venom. It coiled around the elder like a liquid noose, squeezing the very breath from his lungs. I'm sorry, Mercy, he screamed, but gods don't listen to the pleas of parasitic worms. The snake drained every drop of his power. Take Him's brain fried as mana shock set in. Tears of agony streamed down his face. The rightful master was now nothing more than a pathetic, weeping mess. Funny, the Lord mused. Your victims begged exactly like this before you slaughtered them for your will. With one final, devastating strike, the Lord erased Take Him from existence. The trash had finally been collected. But the show wasn't over. Standing firm before the monster was the one and only Kang Chul. He gripped his blazing blade, the heat shimmering. So, the monster hissed, a tiny human blessed by fire. Kang Chul stayed silent, simply eyeing the beast. To an armed master, an unarmed monster is just dinner. Are you really going to try and slay me with that toothpick? The Lord sneered, clearly underestimating the legend. Staring at the enemy's exposed back, Kang Chul gripped his blade. One swing could end it, yet he hesitated. He held back for two lethal reasons. The Wave Lord smirked, questioning if this hunter truly possessed such reckless confidence. Reason 1, a crushing ocean of mana radiating from the beast. The sheer pressure alone was enough to drown any ordinary man. Curiously, Chul felt no bloodlust, no rage, just emptiness. That lack of killing intent became his second reason to pause his strike. Without a purpose to kill, the Wave Lord seemed bored. You should be ready to die, the monster hissed with icy calm. Even without hate, a clear goal makes a killer, it mocked. I can take your life without a single blink of an eye. The beast continued. Behold the influence of our master, those blessed by his shadow rule this world from the dark depths below. If a mere hunter reached transcendence, the monster surmised, then his master's resurrection was finally at hand, the world would tremble soon. Tell me, human, the beast growled, are you truly planning to summon the Flame Lord into this fragile, pathetic realm of yours? Silence was his only answer, but Chul's eyes flared with demonic intensity. The Wave Lord saw the truth burning in his gaze. Silence confirms it, the beast noted. This world is no playground for lords with a roar. It summoned its devastating water axe. Breaking the laws of summoning only invites chaos. It warned, you'll drag both our worlds into a spiral of absolute destruction. Armed and dangerous, the beast leveled its gaze once more. I'll ask one last time. Will you summon the Flame Lord today? This time, Chul gave a firm nod. I'll summon him, he declared, only so I can tear him apart with my bare hands. A human killing a god, preposterous, the Wave Lord scoffed at the hunter's audacity. Kill your own master, you must be insane. Then prove your madness, the monster roared. It unleashed a massive water serpent, its crystalline jaws unhinging to reveal a liquid nightmare. Venomous fangs glistened as the beast lunged. The hunter stood his ground, blade ready, as the watery predator prepared to strike with fury. Show me a glimmer of hope, the beast commanded. The battle exploded into violence as Chul clashed fiercely against the monstrous water snake. A mere snake can't hold me back, Chul shouted. Parrying a lethal strike, he danced through the spray, a whirlwind of steel and determination. You're more than just a big mouth, the monster admitted, intrigued. But if one snake isn't enough, let's see how you handle a legion. The Wave Lord chuckled, his power surging. I'll bring reinforcements. Let's see how many lives you can cut through before you break. Rise, my army, the beast bellowed. He activated the forbidden Call of the Water Suns, and the atmosphere turned heavy with ancient magic. Thousands of liquid clones materialized instantly. Rip him apart, the Lord commanded, sending his mindless legion into a berserker's blood-red rage. Now that's a bit overkill, Chul muttered, his eyes widening. He had never faced such an overwhelming tide of enemies before this moment. Steel met water as Chul carved a path through the clones, but the Wave Lord only laughed. Kill one, and 10 more rise. It was an endless, draining cycle. Chul's mana was bleeding away. The monster watched, unimpressed. Is this really the extent of your power? Impressive for a mortal, the beast sneered. But your human limits will always be the chains that drag you down to hell. Shut your trap, Chul snapped. Your monologue is more annoying than these clones. I've got a job to finish, so stop barking. Time was his enemy. Chul knew that if this dragged on, his strength would vanish. The sea of clones showed no signs of receding. Exhaustion set in, but Chul's resolve hardened. It was time for a gamble. One strike to decide it all, one blow to shatter destiny. I'll decide when I'm done, he roared, igniting his ultimate skill. The flame cutter, the hunter prepared to incinerate the watery abyss surrounding him. A single horizontal slash vaporized hundreds of clones, a desperate struggle. The Wave Lord sighed. A shame it leads only to your death. Your blade will never touch me, the beast bellowed. He raised his hand, summoning a massive swarm of spirits from the deep ocean. A literal tsunami of clones surged forward, a wall of crushing force designed to erase the hunter from the face of the earth. Through the chaos, Chul launched his final strike. It pierced the heart of the storm, told you, he smirked. I always hit my target. Underestimating me was your first mistake, Chul panted. I've spent a lifetime slaughtering nightmares much worse than you. Fishy, this is my playground. He wasn't finished. Chul stared down the Lord, his blade glowing. The score isn't settled yet. We're just getting to the good part. The Wave Lord paused, his expression shifting. Actually, I'm done, he declared unexpectedly. This battle has become unproductive for my grander designs. Killing you now is too much trouble, the beast muttered. He then asked a chilling question. Do you know who these believers really are? These people are just tragic puppets, the Lord explained, brainwashed, hollowed out, and manipulated by mind control just to summon my physical form. Their lives were harvested like wheat. Their very souls were drained of mana, leaving them as empty husks in this cruel, divine ritual. You can still save them, the beast offered. Retrieve their stolen mana and they might live. Isn't that better than this pointless, bloody brawl? Chul lowered his sword slightly, suspicious of the beast's sudden mercy. Since when do monsters like you care about human lives, he asked. I didn't choose this world, the Lord sighed, and their deaths offer me nothing. I'm a warrior, not a petty butcher of weaklings. The beast watched Chul's hardening expression. Ah, I see it in your eyes. You've already decided to be the hero, haven't you? Total confusion. Our hero was baffled since he'd only ever communicated with the Flame Lord before. The Metro Hunter stood paralyzed, questioning the identity of this mysterious Lord of the Waves. They are guardians of the Seven Kingdoms, each ruling a realm by divine and ancient destiny. 6 more lords exist. Our hunter was stunned by the scale of this hidden monstrous hierarchy. He wondered if a lord ruled the human realm, but the creature had never heard of humans. Suddenly, the Flame Lord's kingdom fell, and the realm of man appeared in its smoking ruins. The Metro Hunter demanded to know how this caused the sudden plague of dungeons and monsters. No time for answers, the Lord of the Waves felt his power fading as time ran out. If he stayed, the mortals would perish from mana deficiency. The hunter screamed for more truth. To reach the ultimate truth of the lords, a hunter must never stop moving forward. You must find the first warrior, Wang Ho. He alone knows the secrets of the ancient reigns. This legendary man could finally open the Metro Hunter's eyes to the world's true, terrifying form. Don't leave yet. The hunter pleaded for answers, but a blinding flash consumed his entire vision. The Wave Lord vanished without a word, leaving our hero alone with only his cold steel. Shocking news, the bald man realized the infamous church thug, Elder Kim, was among the corpses. Mr. Yingi rushed to report this bloody incident to the guild head before things spiraled further. The Wave Lord's mana evaporated, and the unconscious believers began to stir in a panicked daze. Brave knights restored order quickly. Amidst the chaos, the upright tiger witnessed a true, glowing miracle. The commander rose. Roaring with life, the tiger rejoiced that such a divine revival actually happened. Are you really back from the afterlife? The Metro Hunter asked if death left an impression. The old man blanked out but claimed an ancestor was waiting for him in the beyond. A conversation with the dead, the tiger leaned in, dying to hear this ancient, ghostly wisdom. His ancestor gave him a hot stock tip for Tayson Electronics talk about a heavenly investment. How would a ghost know about the stock market? The hunter realized the geezer was insane. It's the truth, the old man screamed, sprinting to the bank to withdraw every single cent. The hunter focused. He had to find Wang Ho, the one man closest to the truth. A new quest begins. Mr. Hyan pondered where to start his search for this legendary figure. Deep underground at the Oasis Bar, a mysterious man offers a potent tonic to a stranger. Black Deer Guild leader, Demiglass, noted that the legendary Wang Ho had been missing lately. Old man Wang Ho smiled, holding his drink, finally entering the prestigious Hunter's Hall of Fame. Why only one bottle? The old man admitted he'd already chugged 10 others on the way. Demiglass laughed, noticing the old warrior seemed even more energized since their last secret meeting. Life is strange, the old man put on new glasses, struggling with his failing, aged eyesight. These magnifying lenses are for my farsightedness, he grumbled about the cruel passage of time. A legendary warrior who can't see Demiglass joked that the story was almost too pathetic. If young hunters heard this, they'd faint. Wang Ho insisted he was just a retired nobody. Why are you really here? Demiglass knew the old man wasn't just craving cheap wine. The old man's expression hardened. He'd sensed the Wave Lord's mana, and it sparked his interest. You must know something. The perceptive elf confirmed he'd brought a blessed one to the Lord. Was he truly blessed? Wang Ho wondered about the man who carried the Flame Lord's legacy. His name is Kang Chul. He's the monster who slaughtered a lord at Gangnam Station. A lord slayer. Wang Ho looked skeptical. The kid didn't look like a god-killing legend at all. Why hide such an entertaining story until now? The drunken old man's eyes finally lit up. He handed over his credit card, ordering 100 bottles of wine for the long night. This tale is going to take all night. Better start pouring if you want the truth. Brace yourselves. Wang Ho's ultimate warrior, Kang Chul, stumbled toward the sanctuary, his body finally reaching its breaking point. Darkness swallowed him as he collapsed. The chief knight lunged forward, still reeling from Elder Taekim's shocking departure. With the guild's head gone in a heartbeat, they scrambled for stability, thrusting the mantle onto the nearest capable soul. Commander Paluham became the interim leader while our legendary Metro Hunter hovered between life and a cold grave. Healers fought a losing battle. The system alerts were screaming his physical form was crumbling faster than they could mend it. Decay outpaced divinity. Desperate, the new boss demanded every available healer on site to stop the impending total collapse. He even begged rival guilds for backup. The Grand Knight watched in horror, unable to fathom this warrior's immense agony. Why must the savior bear such a heavy cross? He was carrying the world's weight, but his own greed was the enemy. The dosage was simple: 1 pill daily, but Kang Chul, in his infinite wisdom, decided to ignore the labels entirely. He downed a fistful at once now. The clashing medicinal energies were throwing a violent, explosive party inside his internal organs. His body became a chaotic battlefield, yet the man resisted, fighting the internal meltdown with the stubbornness of a god. Teeth grinding, eyes rolling back, he endured agony that would have turned any normal human into a puddle of despair. Paluham sensed the hunter's mana flickering out like a dying candle. He refused to let this flame vanish. The old man did the math. This kid had saved his hide twice. He wasn't about to let his savior expire. I will save him, Pilgu roared, ordering his assistant to fetch every last resource from the depths of the vault. Empty the entire treasury. He was going all in on this recovery. Naturally, the assistant started sweating over the guild's budget. That is guild property, the assistant whined. Pilgu barked back. Don't you dare question me while a hero is dying. 2 legendary vials arrived. Thinking things couldn't possibly get any messier, the leader prepared a radical, desperate move. He dumped both potions directly onto the hunter's burning chest. The liquid sizzled against his skin like a hot skillet. Steam rose as the essence absorbed. The old man's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the flicker of life return. Grinning like a madman, he didn't stop. He proceeded to dump the guild's entire medical inventory onto the poor guy. Tied down like a Thanksgiving turkey, the hunter finally sighed, his eyes flickering open. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis had finally passed. The commander didn't give a damn that the guild's bank account was now 0. They were broke and potionless, but alive. The old man leaned in, asking his savior how it felt to be back. Kang Chul smirked, telling the geezer to back off. Up close, the old man's face was more terrifying than any monster. How ungrateful, the knight huffed. Between the two of us, you are the one currently looking like a swamp creature, kid. A single, manly tear escaped the old man's eye. He blubbered about his joy, repeating his gratitude over and over. He kept chanting it while wiping his face. Changed the record already. The hunter groaned, exhausted by the emotional display. Noticing the army of knights watching, he told the old man to stop crying before he embarrassed them both. You are setting a bad example, he joked. Then, the hunter tried to stand, despite the system's frantic warnings to stay. Sit down, the staff yelled, but the hunter just laughed. He had no time to play house dog when duty called. Besides, he had guests. His rowdy young disciples had arrived, ready to see if their master had finally kicked the bucket. Why is master half naked, they asked. Dandelion assumed he was just flexing, while Huan Li looked on in total confusion. Did you solo the boss, master? The Metro Hunter gave a cool nod, basically confirming his own legendary status. The upright tiger teased him, noting how he had miraculously risen from his deathbed just to look cool for his students. A true metrosexual hero, the knight joked, though his eyes lingered on the brutal map of scars covering the hunter. What kind of hell has this man survived? The flame fighter and savior of the realm was a living testament to war. His sacrifices would be repaid 100-fold. Suddenly, the commander and his entire knightly order dropped into a deep bow. They saluted the man who saved their guild. To Kang Chul, the wounds were just annoying souvenirs from a Saturday brawl. Hearing their gratitude, he figured the pain was worth it. Our noble hunter realized his reckless heroism had not been wasted. Beating that former elder was time well spent. Turning to his students, he signaled that it was time to move out. The boys followed like loyal pups, eagerly asking where their next adventure would lead. The answer, a total nightmare zone. They were heading to a dark hellhole ruled by a level 110 barbarian lord. A true monster's den. The beast was busy sharpening its massive blade when a mysterious stranger approached and casually ordered the monster to sit. Shockingly, the beast obeyed. Perching on the rails, the stranger locked eyes with the barbarian, judging its very soul. A massive puppet, that's what the barbarian became. He let out a primal roar and swung his blade with lethal intent. The young master snapped a command, but the beast refused to yield. With a cold wave of his hand, he erased it. Word spread that he'd crushed a high lord using only his bare fists. Witnessing such raw power was always a magnificent spectacle. What a waste. The young man sighed. Initially, he'd hoped to tame the creature as a loyal pet for his personal collection. Mr. Ingi chuckled, noting barbarians are mere brutes with low intelligence. Training such mindless savages is an exercise in total futility. The young man agreed completely. He'd slaughtered countless others, yet none possessed the rare ability to actually regenerate their broken forms. Truly regrettable, he muttered. It was a shame such a promising specimen lacked the resilience to survive his legendary training sessions. Cutting to the chase, he asked if the bald executive had finished his mission. Baldy reported that Elder Kim had died tragically. The young man with the mystic eye leaned in, his interest piqued. Tell me every gruesome detail, he demanded with a chilling smile. The culprit was Jinsung Guok, the Night Cloud leader, alongside the legendary second-rank weapon master, the formidable Hunter Bombubak. Hunter Bombubak sat in his sleek private vehicle, eyes glued to top-secret files. He was currently piecing together a dangerous puzzle. Something felt off. The Ghostblade strike, the 9 dragons clash, and the orc incident, it was all connected by a single thread. This wasn't just a series of random tragedies. The veteran hunter sensed the unseen hand of a single faction behind the scenes. Secretary Kim asked, should we hire a professional investigator? But the hunter already knew exactly who was pulling the puppet strings. That won't be necessary, the hunter countered. Only one organization possesses the audacity to pull off a shadow operation of this magnitude. His mind flashed to the Night Cloud Guild. Wait, Kim gasped. Aren't they just a pack of lawless thugs and back-alley criminals? The girl's face turned pale. If they're involved, then Mr. Kang and Mr. Hang are in danger. We must warn them immediately. Bambu gritted his teeth, sharing her dread. The Night Cloud Guild was a lawless wasteland where only the most ruthless predators survived. Yet, the man who forced those monsters to kneel with absolute power was the real nightmare. He was a truly terrifying ruler. Jinsung Guok, the Night Cloud King. The hunter recalled the legendary rivalry between Guok and Kongan, two titans at each other's throats. Make a U-turn now, Bamboo barked. He had to intervene personally to maintain the fragile peace within the capital's chaotic borders. We're heading to Mr. Khan. We must prevent their meeting at all costs. Meanwhile, at Taiwan Station's hidden underground office, Jinsung Guok touched his face. 10 years had passed, yet the phantom pain in his eye still throbbed whenever the rain fell. Some scars never heal. He remembered that rainy day vividly, the day his world went dark and he lost his eye forever. Before him, a man trembled on his knees, begging for mercy. Please, Master Guok, I swear it will never happen again. He even offered to bury the truth to protect his reputation. This pathetic coward was Bongu Ho, head of Steel Wolves. Bongu stammered that his men were watching. Suddenly, a man with a torn ear gripped his shoulder with pure, burning fury. Know your place, trash, he hissed. Mr. Ingi added that they had been far too lenient with this ungrateful snake until now. Have you forgotten how many chances we've given you, Ingi sneered. Your debt is paid in blood. Not empty, pathetic pleas. A towering orc loomed over Bongu's men. Stay still if you value your lives, he growled. One move and I'll split you. That monster was General Gambu, rank 29. Ingi leaned in, demanding to know why Bongu had dared to betray their trust. I didn't betray you, Bongu shrieked, his swollen eye twitching. I was just borrowing what we needed for our growing numbers. He claimed he was going to pay it all back very soon. Just give me a little more time, he begged desperately. Everyone says that, the young man replied. From now on, I'll personally ensure that every debt in this city is settled promptly. Bongu begged for leniency one last time. Guok looked down with disgust. A man shaking like that clearly deserves a punishment. Teeth chattering, Bongu whispered, What are you going to do? The young master simply gave a chilling, thin-lipped smile. Something like this, he whispered. His hand blurred through the air, and in a flash of agony, the kneeling man's eye vanished. When the master sets rules, there are 0 exceptions, Guok declared. True obedience is a pure emotion born from absolute trust. He waved his hand, commanding the crowd's attention. Watch closely, everyone. This is the fate of those who forget their place. Behold the final seconds of a rule breaker. He picked up a simple teaspoon, ready to deliver a fate worse than death. Who's second in command? Guok asked. A terrified man stepped forward. I am Gyu Kim, the deputy of Steel Wolves. Congratulations, Kim. You're in charge now, Guok stated. He then ordered Kim to recount today's events to every soul in the guild. Make them understand the price of disobedience, he commanded. Kim bowed in terror, swearing to serve Master Guok with absolute loyalty. Back at the water drop office, the legendary Metro Hunter strapped his blade to his back, ready to meet the young master. Ignoring the storm, he stepped out. Dandelion watched from the shadows, sensing a massive shift was coming to the capital. It's pouring buckets outside despite the sunny morning start. Mr. Hyung says we'll reach the dungeon in no time. We need to get inside before we're soaked. Dandelion wonders if they're actually heading into a real dungeon right now. They just met, yet the Metro Hunter is already judging him. Dandelion just shrugs. Who said he was complaining anyway? He's all smiles. That's the spirit, but the protector eyes that gloomy pit the teacher mentioned with total suspicion. Was that really the dungeon? The teacher just smirks. Patience, fledglings. You'll find out what true terror feels like soon. Chill out, kid. Archer's spidey sense is tingling, though. Dandelion cracks open his encyclopedia to study the local monsters. He flips through the pages, scanning for the station's inhabitants. Great, it's just a bunch of fallen angels, no biggie. Psych 1 is literally breathing down his neck. The rookie screams in terror. Wait, is that a level 65? Archer's mathing hard. Gold class caps at level 30, but this beast is double that. We are totally cooked. Escort missions shouldn't hit level 40, let alone this Archer's brain is buffering. This definitely wasn't in the brochure. We're fighting level 60 mobs. Seriously, Dandelion looks at the teacher like, are you trying to kill us all? The teacher is totally chill. Don't sweat it. We aren't hunting. Even the protector is shocked the monsters are just passing. They're being ignored by high-level mobs. How Metro Hunter explains the secret, there's a brutal, absolute hierarchy here. Rank is everything. They won't strike unless provoked. The team moves forward, reaching a mysterious, hidden secret portal. Archer feels a heavy aura behind that door. Something supreme is lurking, a presence that commands even fallen angels. A level 60 commander, that's boss-level territory staring at the gates. Archer feels the sheer weight of its power. Incredible power radiates from within then. A tiny kid pops out. Wait, is this the final boss, a toddler? It's a monster kid. The little guy waves at Mr. Kang like they're old pals from the neighborhood. Long time no see, the boy bows politely. Meet Ios Jr. Turns out he's already done business with our hunter. Metro Hunter notes the kid's manners have improved. Junior admits Daddy was pretty cranky after their last little encounter. Pops is chilled out now, though. Archer realizes this kid's father is the one who enforced the absolute hierarchy here. Dandelion walks up, zero survival instinct, and asks, who's the little kid that looks like a weird Simon? Ouch, Junior's offended, comparing me to a Simon. How rude. He stands tall to introduce his royal demonic self. I'm the firstborn of Ios, deputy commander of the Demon Kingdom, and I am your official gatekeeper. Mic drop. The Demon Kingdom. The rookies' souls nearly leave their bodies. We're actually talking about the literal underworld right now. Metro Hunter confirms the nightmare. Destination, the Demon Realm. Next stop, total chaos. All aboard the hype train. We're taking the express train to hell. Junior invites everyone onto their insanely fast, demonic bullet train. A high-speed train in a dungeon. The rookies are floored. This tech is light years ahead of anything they've seen. Pure Magic Tech Junior brags that this beast will teleport them to their destination before they can even blink. Blink and you're there, Dandelion notes. This definitely isn't a normal commute. This thing radiates pure demonic energy. It's a custom ride for the Demon Realm. Dandelion's actually hyped. Are we really heading to the underworld on this? Junior is losing his patience. Did I stutter? We're going. He sighs at the underground hunter's clueless crew. What's up with these slow-witted humans? Junior asks Mr. Hyung, wondering why he brought these noisy kids along. Dandelion snaps back. Next time, tell your monster child to get some manners. This kid is way too sassy. Talk about a lack of hospitality. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms in the doorway. Someone new has entered the scene. Care for a history lesson? A monster emerges from the gloom, claiming to know the secrets of this train. This dungeon is just a mask. It looks like a subway, but it's neither human nor spirit territory. It's the in-between, a void where this high-speed train tears through reality to reach the world of demons. We're literally warping through dimensions. Junior cuts the conductor off. Enough talk, we've got a schedule to keep. When do we move? Mr. Hyung asks. The conductor checks the dimensional rift. 30 minutes until the next departure. 30 minutes until the void opens. The conductor of this hellish express introduces himself as Bordeaux. Bordeaux eyes the group. Oh, Mr. Hyung brought another blessed one. He stares right at our terrified protagonist. He's shaking. Metro Hunter steps in. He lost his patron's grace. That won't be an issue, right? Bordeaux shrugs. No biggie. All aboard the express. The engine roars. It's time to leave the human world behind. Once everyone's settled, Bordeaux grins. Enjoy your one-way trip to the Demon Realm. Next stop, the Abyss. Attention passengers, welcome aboard the Iron Beast. We depart shortly, so please stay glued to your seats for safety. Wang Li scanned the carriage and realized they weren't alone. Shadows moved. Other passengers were lurking in the dim light. The rookie naively offered a greeting, but the Metro Hunter's hand clamped down on him like a vice. Stop. The Hunter's gaze was cold. Talking to that thing was a death sentence. That wasn't a human in that seat. It's a wandering monster, a nightmare with no name. Even the system can't gauge its level. It is a complete unknown. These horrors roam the dungeon without a home. Nobody knows where they crawl out from or where they truly belong. Start a conversation, and it will trap you in endless riddles. Fail to answer once, and you are lunch. Wang Li scoffed, unimpressed. That weakling, it looks like it could not even hurt a fly, let alone eat us. Don't be fooled, its power is immeasurable. No hunter has ever survived a direct confrontation with these nameless terrors. As long as you stay silent, it is harmless. One word, however, and you have signed your soul to death. Mister? Protector trembled with fear and excitement. Suddenly, the child monster laughed, pointing at the armored man's shaking legs. Look, the big guy in armor just wet himself, mister. Protector's heart sank. They had barely started and everything was chaos. An unrankable monster right at the start. Is this train headed straight to the depths of the demon realm itself? Suddenly, a new shadow emerged with a cheerful grin. Greetings, travelers, you are in luck. It is 90% off. Commuting to work or seeking thrills, it does not matter. I have exactly what you need for your deadly journey. Dandelion groaned inwardly. What now? The Metro Hunter narrowed his eyes. Watch out, it is a traveling merchant of the abyss. He never stocks the same treasure twice. His wares are unpredictable, but occasionally, he carries items that defy common logic. The hunter demanded to see the inventory. The merchant beamed, claiming today was their lucky day in this hellscape. With a flourish, he revealed a masterpiece. Out came a water pistol shaped like a seahorse. Truly a legendary weapon. It fires up to 10 meters, the monster boasted. Dandelion stared blankly, praying for something, anything actually useful for survival. The merchant's eyes gleamed. Oh, you want the good stuff? Prepare yourselves. You will not be able to resist this beauty. He pulled out a neck pillow covered in lethal needles. Guaranteed for your health, he shouted with terrifying enthusiasm. Dandelion recoiled in horror. Health, that looks like a torture device, mister. Hyun finally snapped at the merchant's annoying antics. Stop the jokes and show us something real. The merchant smirked. I doubt you lot can even afford my premium stock. Dandelion expected more trash, but the air shifted. The merchant's hand dove deep into his bag for a unique relic. He produced a worn backpack. Nearly 3,000 square meters of space, he declared. It was an interdimensional storage unit. This bottomless rucksack is a portable vault, a treasure beyond compare, unique in all the known worlds and hidden realms. Dandelion's jaw dropped. That is massive. Think of the loot. We would never have to hire a recovery company again. Wang Li stepped forward, eyes gleaming with greed. I will take it. Name your price, you greedy little imp. How much? The merchant's grin widened. It is a bargain, really only 10 years of your life, a small price for ultimate utility. Wang Li's face paled. 10 years, that is highway robbery. Who in their right mind would trade a decade for a bag? The child monster scoffed. Did you think Demon Realm treasures could be bought with your pathetic, worthless human paper money? Hang Li hesitated. A decade is a lifetime. Who knows if we even have 10 minutes left in this cursed place. Suddenly, the young man stepped up. It is okay. Take the years from me. This backpack is worth the sacrifice. No. Do not, mister, Protector cried out. 10 years for one rucksack is madness. You cannot just throw your life away. The trader chuckled, pleased with the drama. Ah, finally someone understands quality, but wait, there is one small catch. He turned to the Metro hunter. Your life, it is worth 0. I would not sell you a toothpick for it. Wang Li stood frozen. Was his master's soul truly that worthless? The merchant merely reached out his hand for payment. Suddenly, the monster kid shoved his way through. Enough haggling, I am buying this thing right now with real currency. How much in demon coins? The brat demanded. The trader's eyes sparkled. 7 yellow coconuts will do nicely, little prince. Dandelion let out a sigh of relief. Coconuts? Well, that is surprisingly wholesome for a literal hell train. How interesting. Then, the kid unhinged his jaw and spat out 7 gleaming yellow skulls. Dandelion's soul nearly left his body in shock. Skulls, those are not coconuts. The merchant happily pocketed the macabre payment, his greed finally satisfied for the day. A pleasure doing business, your highness. The merchant vanished, leaving the group stunned as the kid handed over the bag. The child tossed the legendary bag to Mr. Hyun. For you. The hunter stared, utterly baffled by the brat's kindness. No sugarcoating it, this was a bribe. Currently, the demon realm is a blood-soaked arena for the empty throne. The brat wants our hero to help his father seize the crown. The Metro hunter wonders if the all massacre ever ends. The beast notes the small fry are dead. Now, it is a war between 3 titans. First is the kid's old man, King Aos, the North's icy sovereign. The boy stared at our protagonist and named Strength, the West's red deity whose power is exploding like wildfire. Behold, Vampire Lord Zer Wang Li knew she was a big deal, but she's actually a legend. Then there's the final boss, Conqueror Kuga, the monster ruling half of this hellish realm alone. The kid points a trembling finger as a new shadow creeps into the carriage. Who is this guy? It's Gambus, the Nightcloud Guild's heavy hitter. This general holds the 29th rank and he's hungry for blood. His mission, eradicate Kang Chul. Meanwhile, at the Metro Guild headquarters, things are getting suspicious. Nightcloud, 9 dragons, and the Orc Slayers, all these chaotic incidents point toward one mastermind. The guildmaster swirls his wine, staring at a dusty photo, a ghost from a forgotten past. There's Chul and Guak as kids. Turns out, these 2 rivals go way back to their rookie days. Rumors said no one survived the Gangnam Station disaster, but Guak wasn't buying that fairy tale. He knew Chul wouldn't die so easily. A young subordinate studies the Metro Hunter's photo intently. Guak smirks, thinking he'll finally leash his old friend this time. He's got a much nastier plan. The demonic express screams through the void. Chul looks at the massive orc standing in his way. You really think killing me will be easy? Gambus chuckles, fully aware of the suicide mission. Gambus unsheaths a massive blade. He brags that no enemy has ever survived his iron grip. Destruction is his only specialty. Chul draws his own steel, unimpressed by the orc's flexing. Nice intimidation tactics. Big guy Chul locks eyes with his prey, ready to test his limits. The orc roars, swinging that slab of metal directly at our hero's head. Total carnage ensues. Chul doesn't even flinch. He parries the blow as their blades scream in a violent, metallic embrace. Sparks fly like fireworks. The toddler monster screams, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. He stomps between them, arms wide. Suddenly, a violent gale rips through the train car. Is this wind from their swords? Our hunter shifts gears, moving from defense to a blistering assault. His flaming blade suppresses the orc, pinning the beast against the rattling metal walls. The atmospheric pressure skyrockets, the windows shatter into a million jagged glass shards from the raw power. The rookies take cover as the hurricane grows. The bratty monster shrieks, completely fed up. This isn't a playground, smash the train, and we're all drifting in the void forever. Who wants to be a ghost in space? Chul stops, realizing the kid actually has a point. Wrecking our ride is a bad idea. Chul kicks the door open, inviting the orc outside. Step into my office. He refuses to let this train get trashed by a mindless brute. The orc sneers, calling Chul a coward, but Chul just smiles, asking if Guak sent him. Nightcloud Guild, right, since you're his dog. Tell Guak his old pal says hello, sending an assassin from the shadows. How typical of that sneaky old snake. Jinin Guak. The orc growls. Chul has poked his nose into the guild's business one too many times. Now Chul is marked for death. There's nowhere to hide from the Nightcloud's reach. Chul laughs. It's pathetic seeing a proud warrior reduced to a mindless, obedient house dog. The insult stings. The orc lunges in a blind fury, swearing these will be Chul's final words. Talk is cheap. Secretly, Chul realizes he's still battered from his clash with Elder Kim. He needs to play it smart. One wrong move against this veteran could be his last. The orc is no amateur. His stance screams years of slaughter. Chul braces himself. If this beast boarded the express, he's definitely got a blessing. Time to reveal his hand. Let's see what you're made of. Chul ignites his blade for a devastating flame slash. He unleashed a blazing strike, but the orc just laughed it off, too ticklish. The ultimate move failed. Suddenly, a pint-sized monster appeared, claiming to be his savior. The kid prepped a shadow ball while the hunter screamed, "Get out of here, brat!" The little guy just wanted to help, but Hyun yelled to retreat before things got messy. The young trainees were in peril, and Hyun's master plan was officially falling apart. That annoying orc needed a beating ASAP. Meanwhile, the rookies inside braced for a stand. "Stay back," Tread roared. Suddenly, a shady rival emerged, twirling a dagger with a grin. It was Mr. Ingi, a bald thug with a mangled ear and a serious attitude problem. This loan shark mocked the pathetic silver ranks, promising to turn them into corpses. "One flick of my blade, and you're dead." Wong Li felt totally disrespected by this guy. "We're gold rank," they cried. The lender just cackled, treating their pride like a joke. 3 gold ranks versus 1 bald ego, please. The archer wasn't backing down at all. Dandelion couldn't believe his friend's chill. Meanwhile, the archer locked onto his target with focus. This bald villain was underestimating them. "Dandelion, initiate plan A right now," the archer signaled. "Ready," Dandelion chirped. Then, the archer unleashed a rapid-fire rain of aimed, deadly arrows. But the loan shark was a pro. His twin daggers deflected the arrows like annoying flies. Despite the chaotic trajectory, every shot missed. The bald man didn't even break a sweat. The archer aimed right for that shiny forehead. Could this villain dodge a point-blank execution? He swatted it away effortlessly. "Is that all?" the lender yawned, looking bored out of his mind. The archer's pride was crushed. Every single arrow was deflected like it was child's play. Reality hit hard. This bald guy was playing on a completely different combat difficulty setting. As the lender smirked, Hang Li roared, swinging his massive mace in a desperate charge. "Stop, you idiot," the archer screamed. Rushing head-on into a pro was a suicide mission. That was exactly what the lender wanted. He lunged forward, daggers gleaming with lethal intent. Narrowly avoiding a death blow, our protector felt the freezing wind of the blade. The dagger grazed his nose. "Not bad, kid," Baldy sneered, prepping a much more lethal follow-up. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed, and a titan-sized hand crushed the bald man's skull. Terror paralyzed the loan shark as the giant's fist tightened. The hunter just became the prey. He shrieked in pure agony. Even the brawling hunter and orc stopped to witness this nightmare. A purple behemoth stood there. "I am Athos, king of the void," he thundered, shaking everything. "Who summoned me?" Athos asked. Dandelion just whispered a very nervous oops under his breath. A second-rank Demon King Dandelion actually did it. Meanwhile, the bald guy was rethinking life. "This wasn't in the contract," Baldy wailed. Nearby, the monster kid cheered. Papa had finally arrived. It was time for a literal house cleaning. High on the roof, the duelists froze in awe. The hunter and orc forgot their feud, staring at Athos in pure, unadulterated shock and fear. "Did you do this, maybe?" Dandelion stammered. He just wanted a little help, not this. He reached into his bottomless bag. Athos's eyes locked onto a mysterious, ancient, glowing tome. "That book," the king muttered. "How did a mere mortal get his hands on that? Why was the Necronomicon aiding a kid? That cursed book only obeyed high-tier demons, right? Is he blessed?" Dandelion smirked. "My teacher is the supreme Gorgor demon, if you must know. The Gorgor leader, a cold-blooded monster with a soul-withering gaze. Dandelion just winging it now. He gave a desperate command. "Athos, take out that bald guy and that orc right now." "As you command," Athos rumbled. "The contract is signed, and my path is clear." The bald lender's brain short-circuited. How could a brat control a Void King's ultimate power? "I don't buy it," Ingi roared, swinging his dagger in a final, pathetic act of defiance. Eos mocked. "Resistance is futile. A waste of mana." Baldy urged Mr. Gambus to do something, anything. Eos sneered, asking if the orc served Kuo the Conqueror. Metro Hunter realized Eos was a fire user too. King Eos declared Kuo his eternal nemesis, serving the wrong lord. The penalty for this orc was death. "Don't look down on me," the orc roared, unleashing his mountain-split sword art. Eos didn't flinch. Flames erupted from the Void King's palm. The mini-monster giggled. His father was the demon world's apex. "Gambus can't even scratch him." The brat laughed. Eos planned to swat these rebels like flies. Eos struck, but the duo vanished. "We aren't running," the orc claimed. "It's a high-level tactical retreat." Baldy groaned. "We're already running." The baby monster laughed. They'd be trapped in the void forever. "We aren't leaving alone." Gambus smirked. He grabbed the monster prince as his ultimate ticket out. Baldy and the orc leaped into the void, taking Eos Jr. with them, a total disaster. Metro Hunter watched from the roof as the Void King scratched his head in awkward silence. "Sorry about your kid," Hunter sighed. Eos shrugged. The brat was always getting into trouble anyway. The train was totaled. Dandelion appeared, voice dripping with venom, demanding to know who trashed her ride. Eos blamed the contract, but Dandelion didn't care. "New order," she snapped. "Get us to safety, now." "It wasn't your strength that summoned me," Eos told the hunter. "It was the Necronomicon's ancient will." The book returned to its master, but Eos warned the hunter his right to command was over. The conductor begged for mercy. Without the king's help, they'd be stranded in this void hell forever. "Bordeaux is right," Hunter agreed. "You broke it, so you help. It costs you nothing." Eos leaned in, amused. "You're pretty cheeky. We aren't old friends, so watch your tongue, mortal." Dandelion was shocked they weren't besties. Bordeaux confirmed they were definitely more like enemies than friends. Years ago, Eos challenged the ruler, but Lord Kang's interference kept him rank 2 in hell. Still mad, Eos was going to use him anyway. Guide us to the entrance. Hunter proposed a deal. What do you want? Eos asked. A game of wishing, Hunter replied, regarding the legendary Lord Zairi. I'll give her to you, the hunter promised. Wang Li wondered why Zairi's name was mentioned now. Flashback. Kang Chul's blade flashed, stunning Zairi. His sword drove deep, skewering the vampire queen through. Blood sprayed as she screamed. In a brutal display of strength, the Metro Hunter had utterly crushed her. Don't celebrate yet, Zairi spat blood. As long as night exists, I'll return to drain you dry. Look forward to it, she hissed. Meanwhile, in the western demon realm, the Skull King's sanctuary lay ruined. Zapar surveyed the carnage, blade in hand. I'm defeated. The Demon King groaned. Zairi had conquered him. Nothing less from the Queen of the West. D-Slave bowed. He was a high-level demon blade from hell. Zairi told him to skip the theatrics. As a 4th-rank vampire lord, she had no time for flattery. D-Slave noted she had massacred over 100 factions. Only the kings of beasts and sky remained. Kang Chul engaged Zairi in a fierce blade clash. With one brutal strike, he stunned his opponent. The hunter's sword pierced the vampire queen, the cold steel bursting through her back in a spray. She coughed up blood, screaming in agony. She had lost the duel to the hunter's overwhelming strength. Zairi warned him not to hope for an end. Night will always return, and so will I. I'll drain every drop of your blood until you're a husk, she hissed, eyes burning with hatred. Across the realms, in the sanctuary of the Skull King, Zapar looked upon a field of corpses. I have been defeated, Radam confessed. Zairi, the Queen of the West, stood victorious over him. D-Slave, the rank 55 demon, praised his mistress. Her power was truly beyond any normal demon. Zairi was a 4th-ranked vampire lord. She commanded D-Slave to end his pointless, dramatic flattery immediately. He reported that nearly every faction had fallen to her blade. Only 2 powerful kings remained. The King of Beasts and the King of the Sky were the last obstacles in her path. Wipe them out, D-Slave urged. Then we can finally launch our grand crusade against King Eos. Zairi's eyes narrowed. Patience, she whispered. I will choose the perfect moment to start this war. The disciple noticed his mistress acting strange. She whispered that he had finally arrived. It was the fated reunion. Sverri hissed that his past betrayals would be paid for in blood. The demon train screeched into its final destination. Eos had successfully crossed into the western realm. Within the Ash Mountains, the hunter asked if they could ride this hell train even further. Eos refused, his strength hitting a hard limit. One step more would be a declaration of war. Crossing that boundary meant certain death. From here on, our heroes would have to walk. Calling the demon lazy, the group disembarked. Kongu inhaled the thick, suffocating mana of this world. Master Dandelion noted the oppressive atmosphere. The energy here was far beyond any regular dungeon floor. Gazing at the horizon, our hero saw 0 signs of civilization, just pure, ancient demonic chaos. Eos reminded the hunter of their deal: eliminate Zephyri, and the ultimate prize would be his. Slay the demoness, and only then would he receive the artifact he had been hunting for. The hunter stared him down. Do you truly have the Eye of the Phoenix in your possession? This legendary treasure grants absolute immunity to any flame, a literal cheat code for fire users. Eos admitted he did not have it, but the tyrant Kuga the Conqueror certainly did. Kuga had crushed half the demon kingdom, but even kings eventually bleed and fall from grace. Having recently lost an arm, Kuga's severed fiery limb was handed over to the Metro Hunter. The hunter felt a strange resonance with the flames. For some reason, this power felt like home. The Phoenix Eye was gone, swallowed whole by the crazed conqueror to merge with his very soul. A tiny fragment of that divine power remained in the hand. It had to be used wisely. Suddenly, the hunter felt as light as if he had taken 100 top-tier heat resistance pills at once. Defeat Sverri without interference, and Eos promised to deliver Kuga's shattered soul to the hunter. It was a spicy deal. Meanwhile, Void King Zero was already plotting to become the ultimate ruler. Our hero realized his goal was within reach. He tightened his fist, already sensing a coming victory. The young Hang Li panicked. Was his master really planning to go on a demon hunting spree? To the hunter, Sverri was just another annoying obstacle on his path to peak power. Mr. Protector argued his teacher was not obligated to do this. Was he really that attached? The boy struggled to explain. To him, she was not just a demon, she was his savior. The hunter scoffed. You are blinded by gratitude, kid. You know nothing of her true nature. Suddenly, 2 trash-tier demons appeared, offended that anyone would dare speak Zephyri's name so casually. They demanded to know if these humans were her followers. Our hunter just looked at them bored. Who invited these snacks to the party? The demons were shocked that anyone failed to recognize them. They claimed to be the Ash Mountain Lords, Riga of the Heavens and Vega of the Beasts. Riga threatened to gnaw their bones to dust, but our hunter was not in the mood. Without waiting for the monologue, he drew his blade and humbled both monsters in an instant. One second they were bosses, the next they were swollen-eyed weaklings begging for their lives. Their threats vanished instantly. The hunter noted they were far too weak to even bother him. The demons were awestruck. They had never seen a human with such overwhelming, legendary strength before. With that flaming sword, he looked like a god of war. This man was seriously cool. When asked about Zeferi, they trembled. To them, she was not a mistress, she was death. They used to live in peace until she arrived and turned their home into a slaughterhouse. She does not care about mercy. Anyone who resists her will is turned into a charcoal remains. The hunter looked at his disciple. Do you need more proof, or are you still dreaming? He asked if there was anything else the boy wanted to know about his precious saint. Hang Li realized his image of her was a lie. Meanwhile, Zeferi stood amidst the carnage. Amidst the valley of skulls, her demonic blade whispered for her to admire their bloody masterpiece. Just a casual stroll through the void, the youth smirked. You'd be shocked what's just lying around. I stumbled upon a slave of Kuga, an octopus-headed freak, and even a little prince. Behold the ultimate 3-in-1 starter pack. Zeferi's eyes gleamed with newfound, dark intrigue. Buon Station, a literal hellhole. Mister. Beck drew his blade, lightning crackling with divine fury. One swing, one kill, lightning struck like the heavens themselves were purging the trash. Coast is clear. Secretary Kim. The young man grinned as if he hadn't just committed monster genocide. Thank goodness, she exhaled. Who puts a gate to the demon realm in a place this sketchy? Only the top-tier hunters survive the commute here, she noted, realizing the sheer danger. And missing the train is a nightmare, Beck grumbled. It only stops here once a day. The schedule board delivered the grim news: next arrival in 22 hours. We're late, Kim sighed. But Beck knew the truth. The situation was far worse than a missed ride. His contract was with the Demon King, but that throne was currently empty and cold. The king is dead, his blessing is gone, and our ticket to the train just expired. Our hero's heart sank. He needed to prove his worth to Mr. Khan, but everything was failing. Loyalty and duty, what rare, beautiful spices, a mysterious voice echoed behind them. Enter two legendary wanderers. Need a hand, kid. You look like you're having a rough Monday. It was Degas, the 7th rank mage and guild leader, a literal titan in elven form. Meeting the new generation always gets my old blood pumping, the elder roared with excitement. This was Juan, the first warrior. Beck stared, realizing he was in the presence of legends. The hero of the capital knows us, Juan laughed. I guess we haven't been forgotten yet. Enough talk, the first hunter declared. We've got some demons to turn into scrap metal. Meanwhile, in the western demon realm, Zeferi was hosting the world's most awkward dinner party. The guest list: an orc, Aos Jr., and a scarred bald man named Mr. Ingi. Lovely place, Ingi smirked. Always a pleasure to meet someone who hates Kang Chul as much as I do. Bali stuffed his face. Gratitude for the feast, demon food really hits the spot. Eat up, Zeferi purred, but Gambus the orc stared at his plate like it was poisoned. Demon kindness always comes with a bill, he growled. I'll stick to the salad today. What's the catch? Lady Zeferi laughed. Oh, you're just a cranky slave of Kuga, aren't you? Relax. Unlike other petty demons, I am actually quite charitable, she whispered with a sharp grin. With a snap, 91st year chateau wine poured itself, a vintage treat for a future victim. I am so polite that I will even ask for a favor first, she said, making the orc's skin crawl. Gambus felt the air grow heavy, and if I refuse, he asked, sensing the impending doom. Sferi's eyes flared with hellfire. The room froze as her demonic aura crushed the atmosphere. Refusal, how cute. Gambus tried to lunge, but his body felt like it was encased in lead. Time has not stopped, dear. You are just moving at a snail's pace compared to me. She leaned in, her voice a chilling caress. Shall I pluck your eyes out before we negotiate? Just kidding, I will let you slide because you remind me of that nuisance. Kang Chul? A pity you are bound to Kuga. You would have made such a lovely pet for my collection. Fine. What do you want? Zeferi reclined on her throne, her gaze turning cold as ice. Bring me the corpse of Kang Chul. She tossed him a massive blade, his own Oro sword. Gambus gripped the hilt, his warrior spirit reigniting. I have missed this weight, he grinned. That's it, a simple murder. I thought you would ask for something actually difficult. Aos Jr. watched in horror. This unholy alliance was a nightmare for his father's grand design. Over in the Ash Mountains, monsters were on the move, carrying the weight of destiny. Time to shift gears, the hunter whispered. Vega, Argea unleashed the turbo mode. Dragging their feet uphill, Vega barked at his friend to endure. Their salvation lay just beyond those jagged peaks. RGA vowed to push on, while Dandelion wondered why their teacher looked more like a demon than the actual monsters. The question went unanswered as the exhausted beasts collapsed. This path was never going to be an easy walk. Suddenly, enemies swarmed. The Metro Hunter watched as black flames danced before him, heralding a deadly familiar presence. With sword drawn, Gambo declared he was finally here to settle his unfinished business with the legendary Kang Chul. Something was wrong with that blade. Kang Chul realized a malevolent Dine slave was sealed within the orc's steel. The orc laughed, confirming the hunter's suspicions. He was eager to introduce him to the blade's true lethal power. Gambas unleashed a mountain splitter, but the hunter countered with his iconic flame-slash-fire met cursed steel. Orcs are 5 times stronger than any man. Facing one head-on is a suicide mission for any low IQ fool. Every sane warrior asks, is it worth the risk? Most would avoid these belligerent creatures at all costs. There is a way to survive any encounter. Rule number 1, never face an orc in solo combat. Kang Chul decided to play by the book this time. To win, he just had to maneuver past the beast. Why won't you fight? Gambus roared, baffled. Why was this famous hunter refusing to engage in a direct clash? He taunted Kang Chul, asking if he'd tucked his tail in fear. He expected a warrior, not a dancer. His respect curdled into disappointment. The orc had orders to take him alive, but his patience was wearing thin. Gambus turned and gave chase, deciding this coward didn't deserve to breathe. He lunged with his massive, heavy sword. The orc executed a perfect lunge, believing the man was unfit to live. He chased the retreating hunter with bloodlust. The hunter maintained a steady pace, luring the beast into a trap. The unsuspecting orc took the bait blindly. The orc rushed forward, oblivious to the hunter's precautions. He was sprinting headlong into a tactical nightmare. An orc's pride is their leash. They loathe cowardice. To win, one must simply think outside the predictable box. Kang Chul unleashed a flame whirlwind. Somersaulting through the air, he leaped high, defying the orc's heavy swing. The hunter landed and struck back, catching the brute off guard. Gambus was livid. He'd been played like a fiddle. Was every move calculated? Gambus scrambled to counter, desperate to fend off the human's sudden and overwhelming assault. Don't swing so hard, the hunter mocked. You've lost control. If you want to live, you need to calm down. Before the orc could react, the man was inches away. The hunter had completely bypassed his clumsy defenses again. It's not just skill, the hunter whispered. I only land these blows because your defense is full of holes. Kang Chul felt the rhythm. The orc was tiring, his nerves fraying as he lost control of the fight. Orc rule number 2, make them lose their temper. As Gambus grew more frantic, his doom became certain. I tried to teach you discipline, the hunter teased, but I guess you skipped that lesson. You uneducated brute. Gambus roared, blaming Mr. Hyun for the orc's weakness. He swung wildly, claiming that rage was a warrior's fuel. The green warrior swung his blade, shouting that feeling anger was natural. He was drowning in his own fury. I don't just feel anger, I command it, the orc barked. But to the hunter, he sounded like a loser. The orc chieftain would be horrified by your sloppy form, Kang Chul teased, sending the beast into a frenzy. Gambus screamed, demanding to see whose flames burned brighter. He unleashed his ultimate mountain-splitting strike with a roar. With effortless grace, the hunter parried the blow. If it's a fire you want, I'll show you an inferno. Rule number 3, anticipate the big swings and shatter them. The hunter prepared to deliver a devastating counterattack. Gambus gasped as the hunter emerged unscathed from the heart of the fire, leaping high with a flaming blade. Like a descending meteor, Kang Chul struck. He plunged his flaming sword downward, aiming for the orc's heart. I warned you about overswinging, he whispered. The flaming torch erupted, illuminating the entire valley in golden light. The apprentices shielded their eyes, awestruck. Their teacher wasn't just fighting, he was performing a masterclass in destruction. Wang Li gasped, wondering if this was even a battle between men. It looked like a clash of legends. When the heat receded, a massive crater remained. At the center stood the Metro Hunter, wreathed in smoke. It's over, he declared, but as the haze cleared, the hunter saw Gambus still stirring at the bottom. Gambus wasn't alone. Beside him stood Delay, eyeing the hunter with a sinister, chilling familiarity from the pit. Long time no see. Metro Hunter. Sleep heard. Surprised you're still alive? Ready for a deadly reunion? Having spent some time in the living world, he spotted a tiny beast trapped in that massive blade. That sword was literally alive. The hunter asked if they really planned to jump him like wild dogs. Metro Hunter knew it would be trouble if this little brat decided to back up that ugly orc slave. Who said there were only 2 D-slaves, sneered as a shadow strike lunged at our hero's throat. Gritting his teeth, he barely parried the sneak attack. Athos Jr. was actually standing against him now. Had the fairy already brainwashed the kid? The monster child lunged, eyes blazing with demonic hellfire. This is not good, he grumbled. He'd just finished with Gambus, and now another challenger appeared. D-slave mocked him, asking if he really thought he could solo everyone. You've got 0 chance, human. 2 small monsters were charging him now, but instead of panicking, our man actually liked those odds. That Kuga hand from Athos, it was finally time to see if it lived up to the hype. This was the perfect moment to test his new toy and put these insolent punks in their place. Grabbing his hilt, Kang Chul prepared to push his limits beyond anything seen in this world before. He slammed his flaming blade into the earth. A massive explosion erupted, striking everything in sight. The very mountain began to shatter. The peak is crumbling, the enemies screamed in pure terror. Even Mr. Hyun was stunned. He'd gone full power, but didn't expect to literally delete the landscape. His ceiling had been raised. That Kuga hand was way more overpowered than he'd initially imagined. But wait, his allies were in danger. The rescue basket was drifting right into the fiery inferno. Suddenly, a winged shadow swept down. Hang Li cheered. Mr. Raiga had finally made his entrance. The monster, Z, signaled to Mr. Khan. He was ready to evacuate the youngsters to safety immediately. Dropping your pride for friendship, the hunter mused. You're a real one. Now, let's get serious. With his allies safe, the Metro Hunter thanked the beast. Time to play for keeps, boys. The orc was losing it. Why won't this human just stay down? Gambus roared in pure frustration. Let's settle this one-on-one, Gambus challenged. But Kang Chul just stood there, eyes glowing with malice. He actually lowered his sword. Was he crazy? No, this was the coldest tactical move ever. Confused by the opening, the orc overextended and lost his balance. He was falling into the trap. Gambus couldn't recover. He went flying off the edge like a ragdoll under his own momentum. D-Slave stood paralyzed as the little monster, Athos Jr., started shaking with rage at the hunter. Do something already, the beast screamed. From behind, a massive surge of dark energy gathered. The kid was spamming shadow balls. Each dark orb was packed with pure, unadulterated hatred. Chaos reigned. Dodging in midair with no footing was impossible. The hunter had to think fast. Sorry, kid, but I'm fresh out of mercy, our hero declared, readying his flaming rope technique. He thrust his burning steel forward. No more playing around. The battlefield was about to explode. I'm out of options, forgive me, kid, he yelled, unleashing an all-out strike on Athos Jr. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing the area. Kang Chul had won, but he was falling fast. Gravity was calling. He needed a plan to land without turning into a human pancake. If I can just squeeze out one more burst of mana, he thought, desperate to cushion the fall. He realized he needed every drop of strength just to stay in one piece for the next fight. He hated being in debt, but he had no choice. It was time to borrow some power. Kang Chul noticed someone watching. He decided to borrow a little mana from the mysterious spectator. A massive explosion rocked the crater. Teacher Kang is down, the protector shouted in a panic. He fell from such a height, the archer cried. Dandelion prayed that their teacher was still alive. But our hero survived, using a last-second fire cloud. He managed to defy certain death once again. The fever broke, leaving his body shattered. Maybe I overdid it just a little bit, he wheezed. He sighed in relief. Was he still not good enough to master the Lord's true strength? No time for rest. The hunter needed to find out what happened to that damn orc. Inside the demon blade, Mr. Hyun's mana is bone dry. He is currently a sitting duck with 0 energy remaining. Every second counts. He desperately needs a recovery window. Suddenly, Zeri materializes right beside our exhausted hero. That vixen missed the scent of destruction unexpectedly. She drifts closer to Mr. Hyun, whispering of their fated reunion. She purrs his name softly. Meanwhile, in the fire dragon's nest, the old man is absolutely losing his mind. King Kuga of the Third Realm is actually impressed. Destroying fire dragons, that is supposedly impossible for any mortal. Kuga acknowledges his rival as the Void King. This legendary feat has officially solidified Azadus's terrifying reputation. Azadus questions this suspicious alliance. Is the demon world seriously going to the dogs? This betrayal tastes bitter. It is true. Kuga teamed up with the Night Cloud Guild. That old fox will do anything for absolute power. Desperate for the throne, Kuga draws his blade, a cold farewell to an opponent he actually respected. Glaring with murderous intent, Kuga labels Azadus his nemesis. Nearby, Zeri studies Kang Chul with an intense gaze. It felt like centuries since their last encounter. Mr. Hyun grumbles. Zeri sure knows how to pick the worst timing. The young mountain hunters watch the reunion with bated breath. Wang Li wonders if Zeri will finish him. The protector recalls his master's warnings. Never trust that woman, she is as poisonous as she is beautiful. The teacher challenges the boy's loyalty. Do you still want to defend this lady after everything I've told you? Kang Chul scoffs, telling his student he will reveal the ugly truth about her later. She is no saint. The young man is desperate for answers. He needs to know the full history behind the mysterious Miss Zeri. From the ancient seal to her current murderous intent, the protector demands the story. The hunter finally sighs. Zeri and he weren't always enemies. 10 years ago, they were actually comrades and perhaps even something more. Kang Chul reminisces about the rank war. Back then, he helped her conquer the blood-soaked throne of the kingdom. Zeri was the right hand of the new ruler. She played her part perfectly, offering her most sincere congratulations. She hungered for Kang Chul's pure power. Like a loyal shadow, she dutifully followed his every lethal command. My lord, the fractured demon clans will finally bow under one name. Her eyes burned with pure ambition. In those days, she begged him to tear open the world gate. The human realm was her next feast. But once he became king, a rift formed. Zeri's greed was infinite, while Kang Chul's heart stayed home. He declared an end to the endless bloodshed. The expansion was over, much to her secret, burning fury. I won't watch my kin bleed for nothing. Zeri listened, her worth proven but her dark desires ignored. The king ordered a stop to the slaughter. No more demons would die for a crown's vain vanity. The vampiress sneered. Was the throne so comfortable that it turned a lion into a lazy, pampered house cat? She mourned the lord she once risked her life for. He had become a coward, fearing the battlefield. The vampire clan serves no weakling, Kang Chul shouted for her to end this childish little tantrum. Her response was chilling. In this realm, might is right. Zeri decided to claim the throne herself. Wang Li realized Zeri's plan was a suicide mission. If Kang falls, the human world is next. We need other options immediately. If the teacher dies, the vampire queen will consume the entire mortal realm. Thinking fast, the young man's brain went into overdrive. He needed a miracle, or at least a very good distraction. He realized Dandelion was his only hope. He begged the spirit to summon Simon and get him down there. Dandelion checked the drop. It was a long way down, but Simon was more than capable of the task. Zeri was actually impressed by the hunter's tenacity. "You really are something special," she purred, shocked by his victory. A knockoff can never beat the original. Zeri mocked the fake while Gambus fumed in utter frustration. Drawing her demon blade, she noted his weakened state. "Looks like you are running on fumes. Game over." The hunter asked if she truly murdered the previous ruler. Zeri just laughed, raising her blade high. "Ask him yourself in hell," she shrieked, the steel gleaming as she prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the air whistled. A hail of arrows rained down from the sky, cutting through the dramatic tension. Zeri scoffed at the toys. Did they really think these pathetic, slow projectiles could graze her royal skin? High above, Dandelion, the archer, and On watched closely. The situation was spiraling out of control. The protector was already diving in from the mountain. He was ready to crash the party. Arrows were just bait. Our rookie thought he had her, but the trap was set. Flawless plan. Nope. Zeferi snatches his throat like a hungry predator. The boy gasps for air while she mocks his guts. Cute try, kid. A chilling smile appears. "Do you really want to die today, little hunter?" The boy smirks back. "Fighting you? I'm not crazy. This is something else." Wang Li takes a breath. "I've got a different plan, and it's way better." Avoiding the fight possible, he pulls out a magic bag that defies all physics. "Get in the bag, lady." The vampire queen freezes in pure, shocked silence. "Is this a joke?" she snaps before the void swallows her whole. Perfect. The bag is sealed tight. Our hero looks at teacher like a proud puppy. "See peace and quiet," he tells Master Khan. The situation is handled. Khan gives a thumbs up. Winning without sweat is peak. Sun Tzu would be proud. "Will she stay inside?" "Heck no." Khan laughs. 5 minutes, tops." "Wait, only 5 minutes. The boy's face turns pale. "Let's toss the bag and run." "Run," Khan smirks. "Nah, it's time to rumble." "But you're out of mana." Khan just shrugs. "Who needs mana when you've got a literal portable battery?" He points at the orc. "Time for a quick recharge." "You're fighting Zeferi?" "Yup," the master replies. "Just gotta fill the tank." The orc is running low on juice, but Khan doesn't seem worried at all. "He's got something better than mana," Khan says. "I'm borrowing his fire." "The king's flame is mine," Khan declares with absolute cold arrogance. He drains every single spark. The orc can't even resist the absolute theft. Far away, Kuga screams, "My fire, it's leaking. Who is stealing my power?" No orc could hold this. The old king realizes someone is pulling the strings. The guild leader knows immediately. It's not Gambus. This reeks of one man. "Kang Chul," he roars. "Only that monster could steal fire like this. The Metro hunters have a secret weapon." Kuga seethes. "Is he using my power?" "Arrogant brat," the lord yells. "Can nobody put this little thief in his place?" Khan feels the flow slowing. Ah, he figured it out. He shuts off the tap. How pathetic. I wanted more. He's almost back at 100%. Energy crackles now. "All right, kid. Time for business." He turns to his student with a sharp look. "Open the bag." The young man grabs the rucksack and trembles. "Why are you shaking, boy?" Because someone's about to die. "Master." "The fear is real." "Master, are you actually the strongest right now?" He can feel it, the overwhelming aura coming from Khan. It's legendary. "One request, Master." The boy swallows his fear and speaks from the heart. "Don't kill Mrs. Zeferi. Give me your word that she'll walk away." "I want to change her." Khan sighs and nods. "Fine, I'll try my best." The bag unzips. Boom's fairy explodes outward with a scream of pure rage. "You dared trap me," she snarls, claws out. "I was already breaking free." "I wouldn't doubt it." Khan says, "Breaking space is your specialty, isn't it?" "Still here. Kang Chul, I'm not running anymore." He stands his ground. "Like a moth to a flame," she sneers. "You're just begging to get burned." Her eyes glow red. "Actually, this is perfect. I've been craving your blood. Let's see how you taste." She lunges forward with godlike speed. Wielding her cursed demonic blade, she strikes, but the hunter vanishes, dodging with godlike speed before leaping high. Midair, Kang Chul quips that he's too anemic for this drama. The girl snarls, memories of his annoying personality flooding back. She recalled every terrible joke he ever made. Kang Chul just smirks, claiming she simply lacks a refined sense of humor. "You're insufferable," Zeferi screams, summoning her demon bats. The vampiress commands her winged minions to feast on the target. As the rodents swarm, our hero scoffs at their sickly appearance. "Are you even feeding these poor things?" he mocks. "They're fueled by raw mana." "You fool," she retorts. But in the heat of battle, the hunter leaves a fatal opening. Zeferi lands a devastating blow, drawing blood. Instead of falling, the hunter erupts into a pillar of incandescent fury. Flames dance around him as he reminisces. Just like the old days, he laughs, starting every meeting with a death match. She grinds her teeth, remembering how he irritated her from second one. Back then, destroying him wasn't the goal. But now, rage boils over. Within the backpack lies a desolate world, a void where not a single soul remains to witness his end. "This empty realm will be your tomb," the vampiress declares. Kang Chul remains silent, his expression unreadable as the stakes rise. He decides she needs a serious timeout. Maybe once the dust settles, they can actually talk instead of trying to kill each other. Sferi lunges, unleashing the deadly devil's hand, reacting instantly. The hunter prepares a countermeasure to meet her dark magic. He summons a blazing torch, incinerating her strike midair. She sighs, wishing Kang Chul could finally understand her perspective. Claiming she's misunderstood, she swings her blade with lethal intent. She can't forget the day Kang Chul chose his path. You sided with the ruler and betrayed me, she screams. He sighs, realizing she's trapped in a web of false conclusions. I only stopped the demon invasion, he clarifies. Protecting the human realm isn't betrayal, it's my duty as a man. Humans are born to serve, she shrieks with pure hatred. To her, his independence is a sin against the natural order. His opinions mean nothing now. Closing the distance in a flash, she enters his kill zone with eyes full of murder. I'll devour this entire world, she vows. Kang Chul's jaw tightens, a fierce, protective fire finally igniting in his gaze. Don't you dare say that, he growls. Sferi just laughs, noting that he hasn't changed a bit in all these centuries. Still chasing impossible dreams, she mocks. That's why you're so pathetic. Kang Chul just shakes his head at her arrogance. Maybe that's why we're a perfect match, he retorts, since you're also reaching for things you'll never actually grasp. She cackles, asking who could possibly stand against her. In the entire demon realm, no one has the power to interfere. You're right, no one can stop you, he admits. And that's exactly why I'm the one standing in your way. Her laughter echoes through the void. What could a mere human do? Fine then. She sneers. Let's erase you from existence. She unleashes a blood wave, a catastrophic tide of Galatas's essence, the blood of a high-tier demon king from the west. Her eyes narrow as the crimson tide surges. This corrosive ichor is legendary. It can dissolve enchanted steel into nothingness. Even your fire rat armor will melt away, she gloats. Kang Chul observes the carnage, impressed by her lethal growth since the seal. You've been busy since your prison broke, he remarks. Cloaked in brilliant flames, he prepares to witness her full strength. Show me everything, he challenges. Activating his superiority mode, Kang Chul's aura shifts, radiating the authority of a true sovereign. He ascends to his lord form, wreathed in celestial fire. Well, he asks with a smirk. Ready for round 2. She readies her blade, a feral grin on her face. You took the words right out of my mouth. Meanwhile, the protector sits in deep thought, his only mission guarding that mysterious backpack at all costs. Dandelion suggests they tail the fighters, betting on Sferi's victory. The archer agrees, the girl's grudge is a powerful weapon. Sferi will never forgive the man who caged her, but the protector stands firm, refusing to abandon his post. I'm not running, he shouts. Master Kang entrusted him with this bag, and he won't fail. He turns to the beast. You have a mission, he tells the monster. He begs the warrior to lead the others to safety before things get ugly. He pleads for their lives, but his words are cut short. A jagged dagger slams into the earth right before his feet. The boy screams as a shadow looms. And where do you think you're going? Little rats, a voice sneers from the darkness. Why not just die quietly? It's the scarred assassin. But wait, the once bald killer now has a full head of hair. The bald assassin is back, the archer yells. Who are you calling bald, the villain roars, offended by the outdated insult. Dandelion freezes. Didn't this guy plummet to his certain death? What kind of dark sorcery brought him back from the grave? Ingi smirks, claiming he was reborn through a dark blessing. He survived the fall by clinging to a passing basket like a leech. Hand over the backpack now, the villain demands. If they cooperate, he might just let them live for a few more seconds. I'll be merciful and grant you a painless end, Dandelion fumed. This guy actually plans on wiping them out. The villain glared, declaring Dandelion the one exception he'd truly feared his whole life. Ingi spat that Dandelion humiliated him. Now, he'd savor every second of the most agonizing execution possible. Dandelion trembled. Archer whispered, "What's the move?" The protector paused, weighing their desperate odds. "We fight," he declared. The villain scoffed. Resistance. How pathetic. He reached for his steel. Unsheathing jagged daggers, he mocked their survival odds. Dandelion's battle cry ripped through the air. Archer materialized mana arrows, his bow drawn tight. The young warrior locked onto his target. A volley of arrows flew. The villain danced through them, yawning at such predictable trajectories. Child's play, he sneered. Seeing no choice, Dandelion gripped his staff to trigger the ultimate summoning. Mana-surged Amon materialized instantly, charging in to save the young hunters once more. The loyal beast stood firm. The villain laughed. You think a single Aemon can stop me? Big mistake. Ingi Aemon wasn't alone. An endless tide of monsters emerged, fangs bared for the kill. The villain's master plan crumbled into chaos. Despair took hold as Ingi swung his blades wildly. He struggled to keep the swarm at bay. The Aemons closed in, trapping him like prey. Cornered, he snapped. Nothing scares me now. Bring on the whole damn army if you want. The clash turned brutal. Ingi was a whirlwind of steel, proving his deadly mastery of the blade. But numbers win wars. The monsters wore him down, slowly draining every ounce of his stamina. Is that all? Ingi gasped. Simon smirked from the lead. If you're still standing, let's turn it up. Time for level 2. A massive, terrifying silhouette loomed. Damon had entered the chat. The torn-eared villain panicked. Why me? Since when did the difficulty spike this hard? I didn't agree to this. Too late to forfeit, Damon unleashed his demonic breath, a devastating wave of pure nightmare fuel. The blast hit like a hurricane. Ingi was slammed into the dirt, completely helpless against the raw power. The hairpiece was gone. He was back to being bald and very unconscious. Talk about a bad hair day. Dandelion poked him with his staff. Yep, he's toasted. His wig didn't survive the transition either. Simon sighed. Seriously, Dandelion, you're a magnet for these creepy lowlifes. It's actually impressive. It's because I'm with Master Kang Chul, Dandelion argued. The monster just grunted in disbelief. Kid, you're lucky I'm your babysitter, the beast teased. You'd be monster chow otherwise. Dandelion realized the truth. Behind all that grumbling, the big guy actually cared about him. Looking at the massive new ally, Dandelion pointed his staff curiously. So, what exactly are you? He's an elite warrior of our clan, the monster boasted, a titan of pure destruction named Damon. Gorgor explained the tiers Simon, Aemon, then Damon, the holy trinity of monster evolution. The protector approached, shaking Gorgor's hand. Your timing is legendary, my monstrous friend. Gorgor tilted his head. What's the plan? You have to stop Master Kang Chul and Zephyri. If their duel continues, one of them is going home in a casket. Gorgor sighed heavily. You know nothing, boy, Gorgor rumbled. The protector blinked, stunned. He thought he knew everything. Zephyri's power is in another dimension. It's beyond your comprehension, kid, way beyond. Even if my entire clan jumped her, we'd still likely lose. Fighting her is sheer suicide. Why throw away our lives for nothing, he added. This clash would only end in tragedy. Trust Kang Chul, Gorgor advised. He's the only soul in this demon realm who can match her. With eyes like hellfire, Gunho pushed back against the invincible vampire queen, Zephyri. The stalemate dragged on. How long will you hide behind those pathetic tricks, she hissed. Until you slip up, the hunter retorted. Maybe stop ignoring what's right under your feet. She frowned. Why must you speak in riddles? Just talk like a normal person. Then, he struck. A massive wall of fire erupted. Everything was consumed in an instant. Zephyri simply stepped aside. Nice try, she yawned. But not quite enough. The demonic hunter narrowed his eyes. The real game begins. Cowardly hiding behind wings that just fueled his fury, Fairy suggested they end this repetitive dance. Enough scouting and testing limits, both warriors agreed it was time for the final, lethal conclusion. Glaring at her rival, she demanded her stolen property back. No more games, hunter, give it up. Pointing at her chest, the hunter asked if the heart was her prize. She simply nodded. No apologies here. That heart was his now. It had saved his neck too many times already. Politeness was over. Transforming into a full demon, she prepared to rip the organ out herself. Someone dies today, she hissed. Chul smirked finally. They were on the exact same page. They clashed like titans. A massive blast rocked the area, leaving only a mysterious rucksack behind. The bag began to pulsate and grow unnaturally before detonating in a violent shower of loot. Gear flew everywhere. The boys dove for cover, screaming like they'd seen a vengeful ghost. Archer panicked, shouting about a technical failure. Something went hilariously wrong inside that magical bag. Perhaps a glitch in the matrix. As the smoke cleared, two bodies lay slumped in the dirt. The teacher and Fairy were both down. The protector wondered who had actually claimed the victory. Wang Li rushed to his sensei's side, desperate to know if the old man was still breathing. A flicker of life, the teacher's hand twitched, still gripping his sword like a true, stubborn warrior. He's moving, Dandelion cheered. The teacher groaned, using his blade to haul his broken body upward. Wang Li asked for a status report, but the man's eyes were only filled with pure exhaustion. He stared at the unmoving Fairy in silence. Chul stood tall, looking more monster than man. Like a demon rising, he limped toward the silent girl. Wang Li followed with bated breath. He loomed over the fallen vampire, raising his sword high for one final, cold execution strike. The student begged him to stop, but the blade fell. Mercy wasn't on today's menu. Squelch blood sprayed as the steel pierced her. The boy wailed what happened to their promise. Stop the waterworks, kid, the hunter grumbled. She's a vampire, she's not actually dead yet. Staring at the massive chest wound, the boy was baffled. How do you survive a heart stab? Chul sighed. Pure bloods are immortal, genius. You can't kill them with just a simple sword strike. Do you even watch movies, he mocked. This just slows down her inevitable vampire respawn timer. The girl slowly looked up, eyes filled with disbelief. Losing to this man again was unthinkable. With a sword through her spine, she swore to return and take his head next time. Get in line, he deadpanned. He wasn't even sure if he'd be alive to see her try. She laughed, telling him to stay strong. A lady's request shouldn't be ignored. After all, if he dies, nobody's left to stop her. Chul sighed. Humans aren't exactly built for eternity. Individual lives are blips to demons, but that's exactly why humans leave a legacy behind. We leave our gear, our skills, and our sheer stubborn will for the ones who follow. He was getting all philosophical now, passing the torch from one warrior to the next generation. When you return, these kids will be your nightmare. He warned her not to get comfortable. Despite being skewered, she laughed. A hunter talking about surrendering his will. How incredibly ironic. Before vanishing, she dropped a truth bomb. She wasn't the one who actually murdered the Lord. Was it the others? Nope. It was the very woman the hunter had longed for. Deep in the demon realm, the King of Void sat humiliated, bound in chains of fire. How pathetic, the Flame Lord mocked. To see the Void King end his journey like this? Wrong question, she hissed. He should be asking why he was the first on her list. The guild leader recognized her instantly. Mia, he whispered. The name felt like a ghost. It's been a while, she smiled. The man asked if she knew Chul was here. She'd felt his aura since he stepped in. She wondered what face he'd make now. Does he still look like a grumpy middle-aged man, she joked, wondering about his current state. Now that's a sight for sore eyes. Main character Kang Chul sat solitary atop the peak, lost in thought as the sun dipped below the horizon. Dandelion, observing his master, wondered about the mysterious Flame Lord. The teacher's face turned grim at the mention. Gorgor explained a Flame Lord is a guardian of the seven realms, barring our world. But that noble title was swallowed by her sheer thirst for total annihilation. She even incinerated her own homeworld. Talk about a walking natural disaster, Gorgor added. Thankfully, our world was saved by Kang Chul and his crew. Wait, he actually had friends? Suddenly, Dandelion spotted an anomaly. Something was plummeting from the sky toward them. Gorgor sensed it too. A crimson book soared down. Dandelion shrieked, identifying it as a Necronomicon. The young hunter grabbed him, demanding to know what it was. Gorgor guessed Athos had fallen. Athos Jr. appeared, trembling in terror. No way, this can't be happening, he screamed. He refused to believe his legendary father lost to a lowlife like Kuga. The others stayed silent. Gorgor only agreed to the duel if it was one-on-one. Still, the demon sensed a foul stench. Something here just doesn't add up. Kuga wouldn't act this cocky without a trump card. What's his secret? Athos asked. Gorgor suspected a hidden mastermind, someone vastly more powerful than Kuga himself. Dandelion gasped. Could the Flame Master be pulling the strings? The kingdom is doomed. Wang Li doubted if their teacher could survive this duo. He did it once, right? Kang Chul is a powerhouse, sure, but facing a master alone is pure suicide. That's why you need a reliable squad, a voice rang out. Help has arrived. Mr. Beck, the elf, and the first hunter appeared. Our hero greeted them from the cliff. The first hunter suggested a talk, but only if there's rice wine involved. The group paused, watching Kang Chul. He was fixated on something near his feet. A single white flower bloomed through the barren stone. Life where there should be none. Wang Li's face darkened with grief. It's Mrs. Z, he whispered softly. They bowed in silence. The first hunter praised Kang Chul's romantic side for honoring a foe. Dandelion approached the old man, wide-eyed. Are you the legendary author of the Hunter's Guide? The old man was stunned. You actually know about that old dusty manual, kid? Dandelion geeked out. I own all 4 volumes. Meeting such a celebrity is a dream. The old man chuckled. Writing down monster intel was just a hobby from my warrior days. He was touched. It helped the youth. Wait, this old geezer was actually a warrior. He is the strongest hunter of the first generation. This man is a literal living legend. His name is the Great Huan. Kang Chul was confused. Why is a human world legend hanging out in the demon realm? Huan spoke of a prophetic dream, a vision of the capital consumed by hellfire once more. He bet Kang Chul felt it too. Real warriors can sense when destiny turns sour. Wang Li was reeling. His teacher was a warrior too. How much news can I take? 10 years ago, Kang Chul was the sole survivor of the Gundam Station massacre. He was the one who finally extinguished the catastrophe known as the Flame Lord. The archer gasped. Wasn't that an epic raid involving all the major guilds? Exactly. Hundreds died. After that slaughter, the guilds took control of the capital. They monitored every boss layer to ensure no monster ever reached the surface again. But times have changed. Demiglass warned that the warrior's vision is a death knell. Danger is creeping close. The old man turned to Kang Chul with grave eyes. I have an extremely bad feeling about this, he muttered as shadows lengthened. The Flame Lord's back, Huan asked. Mr. Hyun responded with a heavy, chilling silence. Round 2, the veteran asked. Kang Chul's eyes burned. No, I'm ending this forever. The elder grabbed Hyun's shoulder. Hyun snapped. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He tried to dodge, but the old man's grip was absolute, clamped down like iron shackles. You can't even escape a senior citizen, Huan mocked. Yet you'd challenge a demon lord. Get to the point, Kang Chul growled. The veteran replied. It's time for a desperate power-up. We're boosting your power, the elder declared, before you're turned into a pile of ash. Huan ordered Demis to guard them. We're vulnerable, Demis nodded. Leave it to me, boss. The elf wove wind and mist, creating a perfect, blinding shroud of supernatural fog. Hidden here, we're invisible, the youth whispered, activating his spirit magic, the legendary Mirage Field. The party gasped. Demis's defense was top tier, manifesting a barrier that defied all detection. Skill Mirage Field, a divine camouflage erasing sound, presence, and even the ripple of mana. They're safe. Demis exhaled. The old man smirked. Good. Let the real trial begin, Hyun. Hyun braced himself, heart pounding. Wait, trial? What exactly are we starting right now? Stay still, Huan commanded. To survive the coming war, you must endure this soul-altering refinement. Pure energy surged through Hyun's spine like liquid fire. A desperate scream tore through the mist. Don't move, the elder hissed. Slowly, the agony subsided as the torrential mana flow stabilized. It's working, Hwan noted. The brutal leveling process continued, shattering the Metro Hunter's limits. Every nerve ending screamed. Hyun's bellows echoed as the old man channeled pure, unbridled power. The process ended. The Metro Hunter rose, trembling but radiating a brand new, terrifying aura. Gasping for air, he turned to the elder. A burning question lingered between them. How the hell did we even end up here? Hyun wheezed, seeking the location's truth. Later, Hwan replied, glancing at the gate. The owner isn't exactly thrilled to have guests. Activating Soul Blade, the old man faced the demonic flames alone, a legendary one-man army. Dandelion trembled. Is he insane, facing those flames head-on? He's way out of his league. Are we invisible? She whispered. Demis nodded. Outside, there was only an impenetrable, ghostly fog. No sound, no mana, nothing. The archer frowned. This eerie stillness felt like a dark memory. The ghost blade's path, he muttered. Dandelion grew restless. How long do we wait? Depends, Demis explained. Subconscious access takes 12 hours of agonizing, deep focus. 12 hours, Wang Li roared. My father's life is at stake. We don't have time. The monster snarled, but Mr. Beck intervened. Calm down. Rushing equals certain death for everyone. None of us can match the Flame Lord. Kang Chul is our only winning card. So we just wait. Opus Jr. snapped. Beck smiled. No, we're using this time wisely. Beck revealed a massive mace forged from molten orc blades, a custom-made masterpiece from Bobitos. Wang Li's jaw dropped. For me, he hadn't expected a legendary weapon to drop today. The train was late, so I went shopping. Beck grinned. Stance up, training starts now. Right now in the demon realm, Wang Li stuttered. It seemed like a terrible time. Growth needs no schedule, Beck countered. I'll show you the Blessed One's true power. Training in hell, how romantic, Demiglass laughed. Elites love nothing more than mentoring fresh meat. Seeing the spark, Demiglass stepped up. I'll teach the young mage a few forbidden tricks, too. He turned to Dandelion. The Necronomicon, do you even understand the weight of that book? The mage shivered. You know it. Demis's eyes glinted with a dangerous, ancient knowledge. The Necronomicon, a cursed tome that raises the dead. Every dark sorcerer's ultimate dream. The veteran stretched, joints popping like firecrackers. It's been ages since I've swung real steel. As the elder laughed, the Metro Hunter gripped his sword. When does the battle begin? Hwan gritted his teeth, shouting they were nearly there. Don't slow down now, the elder's voice thundered. The Metro Hunter's mission was simple, breach the gate with a roar. The elder unleashed his final gambit. Sunsword, spiral gale, the blade danced, our hero gaped. This old man's vigor defied his age. Mr. Hyan was floored by such monstrous strength. The old-timer clearly still had plenty of fire left. Kang Chul smirked, asking the legend why he was holding back. The elder hesitated, eyes narrowing sharply. So you noticed, the old man mused. Was his hidden power really that obvious? Young laughed loudly. It's glaring, he's masking his mana, but the sheer pressure is leaking everywhere. Hong's eyes turned cold. If the plan failed, he'd kill the Metro Hunter himself. Behind that door, a primordial flame stirred. If you can't tame it, the world burns. The first hunter always preferred erasing risks early. Then why help me? Kang Chul pressed. The elder recalled Buan Station the day the waves broke. He'd expected a mountain of corpses. Arriving late to face the Lord of Waves, he felt dread. But miraculously, only the elder had fallen. No civilians died. In that moment, his heart shifted. He saw a true hero in the Metro Hunter, a man bleeding for the sake of total strangers. I'll bet my life on you, he decided. Tame the force behind that door. Make it yours. Soul immersion, with a blinding flash, the path was cleared. The elder had sacrificed his opening. Run, Kang Chu go now, Hwan screamed. Our hero felt the scorching seal finally begin to crack. A cursed, apocalyptic heat bled through the iron. This flame was destined to turn reality into ash. Consume me never, he roared. He would shatter this cursed fate and defy the heavens themselves. Meanwhile, the Necronomicon sat a forbidden tome of death. Dandelion trembled. Was this truly the demonic text? Dark mages across the globe craved this power. Dandelion whispered. Who are these monsters, Demiglass? Do they defy nature? Demiglass scoffed. I'm no renegade, he replied, eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. You lack vision. Boy, mana isn't a singular force, it has 1,000 different faces and colors. Dandelion's mind raced. Isn't mana just mana? He'd never heard of different elemental core types before. Like blood types. Every soul carries a unique signature. Dandelion nodded. The logic was surprisingly sound. I get it, like how I feel the heat or chill in someone's aura, he realized excitedly. Demiglass was floored. To sense mana temperature without training, this kid was a literal cultivation genius. Is that why the book chose me? Dandelion asked. The Necronomicon wasn't just paper, it was breathing. Exactly, Demiglass confirmed. The book is a parasite, it hungers for a specific energy to thrive. It needed the rarest essence of all, a dark spark that lived only within the young boy. Black mana, Dandelion yelped. Where would I even get something that sounds so incredibly ominous? It's the energy of the dying, a final, desperate flare of power released at the very end. Like squeezing the last drop of toothpaste, it's a soul's final stand. It burns through life force. Yet Dandelion radiated it naturally. He was a living miracle of darkness without even being hurt. Wasn't my mana normal, he wondered? Demiglass smiled. You just haven't learned to see yet, boy. Want to borrow my perspective? The elf offered his third eye. Suddenly, the world shifted violently. A massive surge of power flooded Dandelion's senses. What's happening to my vision? He cried out. He saw it, the jet-black aura swirling around him like a storm. He gasped at the darkness. You're black too, he pointed at Demiglass. The elf chuckled. We're two of a kind, little mage. Back in the abyss, our metro hunter stumbled, his strength failing as he hit the cold floor. His grip remained ironclad. Suddenly, a figure in crimson stepped from the shadows. Far enough. Human. A horned titan with hair of living fire loomed. You wretched, cursed little mortal, it sneered. 10 years, Ignis, the hunter spat. Time flies, but your ugly face hasn't changed a bit. Memory triggered Gandam Station. 10 years ago, a hellscape of burning steel and dying screams. Kang Chul stood amidst the ruins, sword trembling. Miha, no tears blurred his vision as she fell. She grabbed his blade, pulling the tip toward her heart. Do it, Shu, she whispered. End it. If he wavered for even a second, the legendary Fire Lord Mia would become unstoppable. End me now, she pleaded, claiming death was the only escape from this hellish fate. With tears blurring his vision, he unleashed a devastating strike toward her heart. But wait, a demonic shadow intercepted the blade at the absolute last microsecond. Ignis had arrived bleeding molten lava. He swore no mortal would touch his master. The flaming sentinel loomed over our hero, ready to deliver a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Missed me, Kang Chul joked, though Ignis looked like he wanted to skip the reunion. 10 years in a cage doesn't exactly make for a warm and fuzzy welcome back party. Our hunter thought they were bros, especially since he played the ultimate tour guide here. Ignis wasn't grateful. He was just using our main character as a taxi back to Mia. The truth was out, the Flame Lord's presence was flickering back to life in this world. No more games. The hunter realized it was finally time to put his life on the line. Ignis sneered. The human wanted the vessel of hellfire, the core of the Lord's power. This divine fire belongs only to my lord, hands off, you filthy thieving mortal. Did this guy really think he'd just hand over the world's most dangerous candle, please? Reborn from the ashes, our hero ignored the scorching heat and lunged at the demon. Quick lore check, the Flame Lord has 5 artifacts. First, Ignis. Second, the Hellfire Vessel. Wait, an item owning another item? Our hunter found this logic completely ridiculous and unfair. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to break the rules of this twisted demonic reality. Transcendence-activated demonic horns sprouted as his power level broke the charts. He unleashed a flame cutter, his signature move, hoping to slice through the annoyance. But Ignis just yawned. Was that supposed to tickle? The demon didn't even flinch. Kang Chul's jaw dropped. Even in his peak form, he was swinging like a toddler. Not a single scratch, the demon looked more bored than threatened by this supposed hero. You've got guts, kid, the demon admitted, but guts won't keep you from the grave. Ignis lectured him about limits, basically calling him a bronze player in a grandmaster lobby. Pure, unadulterated arrogance, that's what the demon saw in our Metro Hunter's desperate eyes. Time to regret ever waking up today. The demon charged with lethal, murderous intent. Prepare for a slow-motion nightmare. A crushing fist flew toward the hunter's ribcage. Impact, our hero was sent flying like a broken doll across the fiery landscape. This guy is on a whole different level. He's way faster than those other demonic blades. Stay sharp, he whispered. He needed a miracle or a massive opening to survive this. Ignis wasn't done playing. He closed the distance, repeating his relentless, heavy-handed assault. Another direct hit. Where's all that legendary hype now? The demon mocked relentlessly. Are you getting rustier with age? Ignis asked, disappointed by the hunter's current state. To challenge a literal god-tier demon while unprepared, that's not bravery, it's a death wish. Know your place, human. The demon's gaze flared with the intensity of 1,000 suns. This was a mental prison. If the hunter died here, the seal would shatter forever. Freedom was within reach. 10 long, agonizing years of waiting were finally ending. With a flaming palm pressed to the hero's chest, the demon whispered a final goodbye. Boom, an inferno erupted, turning the hunter into a human torch as he screamed in agony. That's the spice, the demon cheered. But wait, the hunter was actually standing up. Not bad for a campfire, the hero joked, gripping his sword with newfound burning determination. Impossible. How did he survive that blast? Our hero lunged forward like a lightning bolt. Is that an enchanted blade? Ignis stammered, as the hunter flashed a cocky, winning smile. Gazing deep into those demonic eyes, he unleashed a sudden flame slash. The scorched fiend reeled, completely blindsided by the strike. Ignis mocked his creative tactics, calling them utterly futile. Still, the demon was rattled. He never expected this outcome. Imagine using fire against a flameblade demon. Laughable, right? But Kang Chul noted his foe was getting awfully chatty. Is he running his mouth because he's rattled? Our hero clearly caught this arrogant demon off guard. The Metro Hunter smirked. You're terrified, aren't you? If Ignis were truly confident, he wouldn't be hiding behind a wall of weak minions. Kang Chul knew exactly what comes next. After all, he'd already served this demon a bitter defeat once before. Had the demon forgotten the hunter's steel had tasted his flesh once already, piercing through his dark hide? The demon let out a chilling cackle. He remembered that day taking the blow to protect his precious mistress. Dandelion noted that Demiglass possessed the same pitch-black mana. This was a dark revelation for the young warrior. Why does your mana feel so prickly? Dandelion wondered. Demiglass sighed, admitting his lack of perfect control. If a weakling like me can manage, why can't a noble elf? Dandelion questioned, confused by his own untapped potential. It's talent, the elf replied, a wall between those born with gifts and those forced to seize power. Black mana is a twisted force, an affront to nature itself. To harness it, Demiglass had to cross a forbidden line. He sold his soul to a demon for this power, losing everything in pursuit of the forbidden. Dandelion listened, stunned. Is talent truly innate? The young hunter doubted himself, never feeling like he possessed any sort of legendary strength. I've always been the dead weight, he lamented, frustrated by his slow growth. Suddenly, Teacher Gorgor cut in. Gorgor interrupted, explaining that Dandelion simply lacked the finesse to wield his overwhelming, raw power. That pitch-black mana is a parasite, feasting on his life force while pushing his physical limits to the breaking point. This cursed energy usually grants nothing but a one-way ticket to the grave. It's a death sentence for most. But Dandelion is an anomaly, Gorgor noted. The young man's constitution didn't follow the typical rules of magic. He doesn't burn his own life, he harvests it from others. Dandelion gasped. Could he really be a soul stealer? Isn't that just theft? He asked. Precisely, that's why Gorgor taught him the dark art of summoning. Dandelion was a masterwork in the making. Summoning magic allows a caster to bridge worlds and command contracted beasts. It opens a rift to another dimension, calling forth entities fueled by the chaotic mana of the demon realm. By tapping into the abyss, he spares his own life force. Demiglass offered to reveal the secret of his perceived weakness. His magic felt useless because he lacked the key to activate that volatile black mana. The secret lay in understanding. Intrigued, Dandelion pressed for more. The elf explained that typical magic is simply the purification and release of energy. Whether casting fire, shields, or healing arts, a mage usually expends their own internal reserves to fuel the spell. Normal mages give, but black mana users take. It's a complete inversion of the fundamental laws of sorcery. This isn't about spending power, it's about predatory consumption. The distinction is as vast as heaven and earth. With this cursed power, every living, breathing thing becomes a mere battery for Dandelion's dark spells. I can steal lives, Dandelion gasped. Today, the young hunter finally glimpsed the terrifying truth of his own soul. Theory is garbage without action, Demiglass noted coldly. He then turned his gaze toward a nearby archer. He had a small request for the archer. That mangled, bald villain needed to be moved for a little experiment. Looking at the broken, breathless body, the young man complied. It was time to relocate the specimen. The archer dragged the villain aside. Demiglass smiled, satisfied with the location. A perfect stage for our lesson. Suddenly, the corpse twitched, coughing up a crimson spray. The bald man clung to life, shocking everyone present. Marvelous. The specimen survives, Demiglass remarked with chilling glee. This ensures the purity of our dark trial. Is this creep really a guild leader? The archer whispered. Dandelion nervously asked what he planned for the octopus man. Time for a live demonstration, the elf purred. The atmosphere was finally ripe for a gruesome, practical lesson. Now, the real training begins. Demiglass would show him how to rip the black mana right out of a living being. Forget the notes, watch closely. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, the brutal clash between Ignis and Metro Hunter raged on. Their lethal dance continued, each blow testing the other's resolve. Ignis charged, horns lowered, and launched a devastating punch. A bone-shattering right hook caught the hunter's jaw. He reeled back, nearly losing his footing from the massive impact. Using his blade as a brace, he steadied himself. Pure, unadulterated fury began to boil in the Metro Hunter's veins. He slammed his blade deep into the parched earth. A thunderous roar echoed. Confusion clouded his mind. Ignis abandoned his precious flames. The terrifying fiend dismissed the query, sneering with mock pity for his foe. The hunter couldn't evade a single strike. Kang Chul mocked him, claiming the demon feared losing his fire again. Ignis barked at him to cease his futile swinging. The Metro Hunter collapsed, desperate and down on one knee, propped up by his steel. The demon whispered of his nearing end. Kang Chul stared back with icy defiance. Don't rush me, he growled. Springing up, he unleashed a fierce arc of steel. The show starts now. The demon caught his wrist mid-swing, crushing his momentum. Ignis sneered, mocking the hunter's pathetic lack of power. You can't even scratch me from this distance, the demon scoffed at the hunter's useless, endless chatter. Years of hatred boiled over as he aimed for the heart. With a casual flick, the demon struck. His hand tore through flesh and bone, a wretched end for a wretched man. The Metro Hunter's agony erupted. Crimson sprayed from his lips. This agony was unprecedented. The demon grinned, relishing his absolute and final victory. The seal dies with you, freedom at last. The hunter's strength vanished, and his body began to crumble. He slumped into the demon's cold embrace. Ignis waited for the world to change, yet silence reigned supreme. He glanced upward, searching for a sign. The horned monster's confusion quickly turned into a frustrated, guttural roar. Kang Chul is dead. Why is the seal holding the hunter hacked up blood, offering a mocking apology? Ignis shrieked in disbelief. He had felt the heart shatter beneath his very claws. It was simply impossible. How are you still breathing? A bloody smirk spread across the hunter's face. You only got one, idiot. Kang Chul awakened Zephy's hidden core. With a chilling grin, he suggested the demon count hearts more carefully. Like a starving predator, he lunged for the throat. The demon's triumph instantly transformed into sheer, unadulterated terror. Ignis panicked, desperately trying to shove him off, but the hunter's grip was like a vice from hell. Get away, the demon shrieked. Our hero just grinned. That spirit flame, it tastes absolutely divine. You know. Ignis clutched his own throat. What is this bizarre energy? This mana felt eerily like a vampire's cursed power. He truly looked like a creature of the night. You're smart, he teased. One heart down, another wakes up. As one failed, Zephy's heart ignited. Ignis trembled. Could this human truly devour sacred flames with vampiric hunger? The mere idea infuriated the demon. Watch closely now, the hunter commanded, his eyes glowing with dark intent. He drew a deep breath and exhaled pure destruction. Hellfire surged, coating his blade in a terrifying blaze. Fear gripped the demon's soul. An ignited blade, what nightmare was this human about to unleash upon him? Meet my new toy, he joked. Straight from the latest designer collection, the demon's roar shattered the air. His scream ripped through the sky, echoing far beyond the gates. The entire world seemed to tremble in fear. The horned beast spun, throwing a rage-fueled punch. All his demonic composure had completely evaporated into thin air. Desperate, he slammed the earth, triggering a volcano pulse. Jagged rocks erupted, flying in every single direction imaginable. Debris flew everywhere. Thanks to the stolen fire, his drained mana pools were now overflowing with newfound strength. Power surged through his veins. Every flicker of flame, every incoming attack, he could see it all perfectly now. Even a stray pebble was clear. It was divine. Ignis's once invisible strikes were now moving in slow motion. He realized a direct clash was suicide. To survive this war, he needed more than just brute, raw strength. If he's stronger, I'll outclass him with skill. He prepared a move that was anything but typical or ordinary. He unleashed a flaming torch strike. Ignis roared in fury, tired of these repetitive and seemingly pointless maneuvers. Enough, the red-clad demon unhinged his jaw, unleashing the devastating volcano's breath upon the unsuspecting battlefield. Molten energy surged forward. The hunter laughed, noting that wide-range attacks were nothing but a desperate waste of power. Spreading power too thin was a rookie mistake. In a duel, such grand gestures were merely pathetic displays. His combat experience far outweighed the demon's. You lack the scars of a true warrior, he taunted coolly. Respect the warrior's code, Ignis barked. He looked down upon the human, blind to his own growing insignificance. Don't get cocky just because you're back on your feet, Ignis warned, his voice dripping with venomous arrogance. Reclaiming the Hellfire vessel, the horned fiend declared himself the sole master of the Lord's divine, eternal flames. Outside the sealed gate, the first hunter stood in silence. The old veteran sensed the shifting tides of battle. This clash was dragging on way too long. The old master once said that to master a legendary weapon, you must go the extra mile to prove your worth. Only the brave can tame a sentient blade. These soul-bound weapons are high maintenance. Suddenly, the hunter realized he was facing a soul blade. Ignis grinned. Outside the great gate, the chaos didn't stop. The demon mocked the man, asking if he still had guts. Ignis roared, fueled by the Lord's divine flames. The demon laughed, thinking the human was just smirking nervously. But Kang Chul wasn't afraid. He knew dungeons were death traps where monsters crawl from every dark shadow. Survival here demands constant vigilance. One wrong move and you become a monster's midnight snack. Using a massive two-handed sword in these tight corridors, talk about a terrible life choice, it's too cramped. Why stick to the oversized butter knife? Kang Chul was about to show him exactly why size matters. The fiery freak attacked Commander Kong, took the hit and retreated, regrouping with grim determination. I am Kang Chul, Blue Sword Guild commander. He wasn't just a warrior, he was a boss-slaying specialist. His sole purpose, winning battles against legendary monsters. He gathered his strength to do what he does best. Ignis told him to stop barking and start biting. He challenged the hunter to a real fist-to-fist brawl. Humans are just short-lived fuel, the demon sneered. Fragile little sparks that burn out in an instant. Big mistake. Underestimating human potential is the fastest way to get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. We are weak. Yes, mister, Hyun said, but we pass our wisdom down while you stay arrogant and stagnant. He slammed his blade down, shattering the earth. We don't just pass knowledge, we pass down our will. Suddenly, the hunter erupted into a blazing bonfire. He looked more terrifying than the demon himself. He was invincible. The demon scoffed, still calling him pathetic fuel, but his voice was clearly shaking. Now or never. The perfect opening for a lethal strike appeared. Kang Chul didn't miss a single beat. He swung his flaming torch with fury. Meanwhile, Wang Li raised his shield to block a master's strike. Focus, Kid Master Beck barked. Watch the sword, not the clouds. A shield is useless without focus. The attacker lowered his steel. You're daydreaming in a war zone. Do you actually want to die? Forgive me, Master, the young protector stammered. Why was his concentration failing so miserably today? The underground hunt haunted his thoughts. He told the master he was worried about Mr. Kang's long silence. Do you doubt your teacher, Master Beck asked. It wasn't about doubt, it was about the sheer danger. Do you even know who Kang Chul is? Beck questioned. The boy replied he was a seasoned veteran. Wrong, he's a pioneer, Beck corrected. A legend who has mastered the blade through 1,000 wars. He's always the first into the unknown, facing monsters that would make gods tremble with fear. He walks into the abyss with nothing but a single sword. That is a real man's lifestyle. He's reckless because he's already made peace with death. Fear isn't even in his dictionary. He has the wisdom to survive and the masculine grit to break his limits every single time. Trust him, Beck insisted. Back in the dungeon, the battle between titans reached a fever pitch. Kang Chul danced through the flames. You're physically strong, he mocked, but you're basically a slow-motion target. Ignis was fuming. He had no chance. He was already down one powerful artifact in this fight. Losing that toy was nothing, Ignis roared. I only need to catch you once to end this. Kang Chul knew he was playing with fire. One hit meant game over. No second chances here. You're just a little flea jumping around, the demon hissed. Afraid to face my direct power, coward. Dodge this. Ignis unleashed a storm of punches, aiming to turn the hunter into a bloody pancake. But Kang Chul was a ghost. He slipped through the strikes easily. The demon's jaw hit the floor. Impossible, he screamed. The hunter knew why this demon was born strong and never feared death. He didn't know the desperate tension of a real hunter, the thrill of dancing on the edge. Instead of dodging, Kang Chul leaned in. He delivered his favorite dissecting blow with legendary precision. Slice. The demon was too slow. A bloody gash opened across his eye as he wailed loudly. Now you look like my #1 fan, Kang Chul joked. The demon's rage reached a boiling point. Ignis unleashed a hellish torrent of demonic flames, but when the smoke cleared, only a sword remained. A burnt Metro Hunter jacket hung mockingly from the blade. The demon realized even his fire had limits. Had the human turned to ash, suddenly, our hero appeared behind him, launching a lethal surprise strike. How are you here? Ignis gasped. Teleportation, baby. The hunter smirked, waving a glowing return stone. Sure, it only works inside this barrier for now, he teased, but it's enough to ruin your day. In a hunt, every trick is fair game, Ignis spat back. Running just proves you're a weakling. The demon sneered, claiming nothing would change the final outcome. Victory is mine, then. He inhaled deeply. Volcano breath, round 2. But wait, nothing happened. Why weren't the flames erupting from his throat? You're all bark and no control, the hunter mocked. Anger is just a leak in your engine. I don't care about logic, the demon roared. I'll chew you up and spit out the bones. Perfect, Kang Chul grinned. That's exactly why I'm here, to snatch the legendary vessel of Hellfire. He saw the vessel blazing with catastrophic power. It was right there, pulsing with forbidden heat. Time to end this. Hong reached out, his hand closing in on the core of absolute destruction. Gotcha, Kang Chul yelled, grabbing the artifact. Then, he did the unthinkable. He dove into the flames. Fate is just a series of choices, the Metro Hunter mused, and he was making a wild one. No more hesitation. Hellfire swallowed his face whole as he embraced the agonizing, divine heat. Floating in a sea of demonic embers, he pushed his internal mana to the absolute limit. His face was literally cooking, yet his spirit refused to break. He was out of strength, not spite. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he held on. Ignis shrieked. What have you done, human? Boom! An internal explosion rocked the demon's skull. It felt like his very brain was detonating. Ignis hit the dirt, his vision blurring. Defeat, a one-horned king losing to a mere mortal. Did he really absorb the vessel? The demon trembled. How can a human contain such primal power? The road is clear now, the hunter stated. Shut up, Ignis barked. The Lord's fire belongs to me. Enough with the monologues. The hunter sighed. He wound up a fist charged with pure victory. Smack right between the eyes, 2 of the demon's teeth went flying like sad, ivory confetti. Stop crying like a baby, the hunter taunted. I'm just getting started. You overcooked lizard. Why did the vessel choose you? Ignis sobbed. The Lord's flame needs a home, the hunter replied. It looked for the strongest container, he explained, and guess what? You weren't even a runner-up. Impossible, the demon wailed. Better than me, the scoreboard doesn't lie. Buddy, the man countered. You look like a mess, he added, delivering a crisp left jab that rattled the demon's jaw. Ignis stumbled back as a relentless flurry of strikes rained down on his demonic hide. A devastating leg kick launched the giant upward. Gravity was the only thing holding him together. Before he could land, the hunter spun, connecting with a massive double kick right to the chest. The impact sent shockwaves through the earth. Ignis crashed down, gasping for air in the dust. His power was drained dry. The Metro Hunter dropped into a final stance. Game over, villain. The monster was a broken mess, just muttering nonsense. He wasn't just beaten, he was demoralized. That's twice my blade has tasted your blood, the hunter noted, finally taking a well-deserved breather. Ignis crawled up, trembling, how you're just a nobody, an ordinary, pathetic human being. Resist all you want, the demon screamed. You can't outrun destiny, Kang Chul. He was spiraling. His screams turned into hysterical laughter, a human trying to play God. You're nothing but trash. Then consider me the furnace, the hunter replied, because this trash is about to burn you whole. With one final, epic plunge, the flaming sword pierced the demon's chest. The ultimate victory was his. Screw your curses and your fate, he roared. I decide who I am, not your prophecies. Suddenly, the gate swung open and SUV roared in, driven by the first hunter looking quite proud. The old man gripped his sword. Damn it, Kang Chul, he grunted. You nearly gave me another heart attack. Mistaking the old man for a mob, our hero almost ended him. Lord Hunter asked if the search was over. Grinning, the Metro Hunter confirmed his success. All thanks to you. Old man flattery gets you everywhere, right? Keep your thanks, the legend replied. The elder offered a hand, signaling it was finally time to regroup. As their palms met, the air screamed, forget a normal handshake, this was a total power move. Blue flames erupted, a massive energy burst flooded the room as the old man peeked into his soul. Through that touch, the elder felt it, the brutal, bone-crushing hell the Metro Hunter survived for this power. Time for a quick physical buff, the elder began his mystical acupuncture to restore the kid's height. Agony flared again, but our main character just ate the pain. New trials, bring them on. Power up complete, but uh-oh, where are my clothes? Talk about an awkward, legendary transformation. Kang Chul panicked. Does subconscious gear shredding count in reality too? The elder just sighed. Wait silently, kid. Suddenly, the mood shifted, sword drawn. The elder sensed a disturbance. Something is dead wrong here. Talk about a ghost town. The entire squad had vanished into thin air. Where did everyone go? A shadow flickered behind a jagged rock. Someone was lurking, watching them like a hungry predator. Come out and face me, Kang Chul barked, sword pointed at the shade. No more hide and seek. Don't poke me, a voice squeaked. Out stepped Athos Jr., looking way too innocent for this place. A mini-monster here alone, the hunters stared, wondering if they'd stumbled into a nursery instead. Metro Hunter squinted suspiciously. Hiding behind rocks is usually a villain in training move. What's his game? The kid looked him dead in the eye. We've got a teeny tiny problem, he confessed. Cue the explanation. An hour ago, things were actually chill. Demiglass and Dandelion were just busy leveling up their skills. The black elf offered a spicy lesson how to rip black mana straight from a living soul. Dandelion hesitated. Extracting life force isn't that, like, super forbidden and dangerous for a rookie? Demiglass smirked. What, getting cold feet, worried about your precious little humanity and moral compass? Nah, Dandelion snapped. That bald guy with the torn ear is a jerk anyway. Let's do it. The elf cackled. Good, I thought you had a conscience for a second. Glad to see you're practical. Gorgor chimed in. Don't underestimate the kid. He's not as soft as his pretty face suggests. Dandelion was tired of being the team's weak link. Huangli was soaring, and Jinho was a genius. I don't want to just be the mascot friend anymore. He was desperate to finally pull his weight. Demiglass felt that fire. That's the spirit. Ambition is the best fuel for dark magic. After all, turning to Elder Simon, the elf had one big favor to ask. A deal between legends was brewing. Watch the barrier, Demiglass requested. I've got some forbidden knowledge to drop on this kid. Gorgor agreed, but with a warning, demons don't do charity work. Pal, everything has a price. The cost 4 heads, a steep price. But Demiglass didn't even blink. Consider it a down payment. Done, I'll pay up before we exit this realm. Talk about cold-blooded negotiations between monsters. Prep work finished, concentrate, kid, the elf commanded. One slip up and things get very messy. Dandelion locked in. What now? Teach, the elf pressed his palm onto the captive's chest. Stack your hand on mine. Dandelion obeyed. Sensing the terrifying ritual was finally reaching its peak. Now for the fun part, the elf grinned. You know how to summon Simon, right, piece of cake? Dandelion nodded. He was a pro at summoning, but the next instruction was a total curveball. We're doing it in reverse. Dandelion blinked. He'd never tried backwards magic, but he wasn't backing down. With eyes closed and hands steady, he began the forbidden chant. The air began to warp and twist. Don't stop now, Demiglass urged. The reverse invocation was working. The mana was starting to churn. Suddenly, Dandelion's book, a living entity, snapped open, licking its lips with a creepy, long tongue. He fought to keep his grip as the bald man's mana roared like a trapped, angry beast. A pitch-black magic circle flared to life. It was terrifyingly beautiful. Power was finally within his reach. I can feel it, Dandelion gasped. Pure, raw mana was flooding his veins. What an absolute rush. Demiglass explained mana depletion is the ultimate buffet, letting you feast on another creature's life force. The elf warned that black mana's effect is unmistakable. Remember this feeling. It's the core of all dark arts. Soon, Dandelion noticed the mana flow slowing down. He pointed this out to the elf immediately. Demiglass told him to focus. Our young hero had literally sucked the environment dry of every mana drop. The mana was vanishing before his eyes, as if the world itself was being hollowed out. Demiglass asked, how does it feel to have that corrupt, black mana overflowing within your very soul. Feels incredible, the young man replied, feeling his power level skyrocketing like a true main character. The elf noted he'd effortlessly drained a hunter far stronger than himself. Talk about an overpowered cheat code. Dandelion grinned, realizing black magic is actually pretty awesome. He was totally vibing with these forbidden sensations. But wait, there is more. His peculiar eye saw secrets he did not quite understand yet. One snack was not enough. The young hunter hungered for more black mana to fuel his dark evolution. The book's tongue grew long and creepy, concentrating thick clouds of palpable black mana around its master. He needed even more power. That bald guy was just an appetizer. The real source was still out there. Elder Simon panicked. This was suicide. The Necronomicon was clearly hijacking the boy's mind and soul. Demiglass was stunned. How could the Necronomicon resonate with this kid instead of its true owner, Athos? The connection was impossible. Why was the legendary book reacting so strongly to a mere young mage? Stay focused, Demiglass roared. If the kid lost his grip now, his mind would be gone forever. The black elf moved. He summoned the acrid winds and the essence of spirits to stabilize the chaos. He combined forest purity with freezing intent to forge a massive, legendary ice spell. Freeze in agonizing cold, he screamed, unleashing the chilly palm, merging magic with explosive force. To their horror, the Necronomicon just deflected it. It was busy creating an immortal, undying warrior. Dandelion wore a creepy smirk as the rebirth process began. Something terrifying was about to be born. The bald villain screamed as his mana was ripped away, leaving only a husk of his former self. Skin and muscle vanished, leaving a skeleton with glowing demonic eyes burning inside its hollow skull. The skeletal puppet felt the crushing pressure of the magical forces and tried to shield its bony head. Dandelion watched with his book open, trying to puppet the shaking, swaying skeleton like a dark master. Demiglass was baffled. How was this kid using high-level necromancy he had not even studied yet? The young man's eerie smile widened. Hidden skills were flooding his brain like a massive data download. The information overload was insane. He tossed the book and ignited his void circuit with pure instinct. Dandelion went full chaotic, blasting lightning everywhere. He was officially high on power and totally unhinged. Master Beck shouted in shock. Why was the kid attacking his own teammates? Where are your manners? Beck scrambled to neutralize the accidental friendly fire, but the lightning was way too fast. One bolt slipped through Demiglass' scream to stop him before he drained everyone's mana like a vacuum. He is out of control. If he keeps stealing mana from us, we are all going to end up dead. Dandelion was howling for more power. He had become a mana-hungry monster that could not be stopped. Elder Simon realized his student was fading. He needed to intervene before the kid lost himself completely. Gorgor rushed in, shaking Dandelion's shoulders. Wake up, kid. Do not let a dusty old book win. Simon was not having it. He began his own transformation, evolving into a terrifying elder demon. The demon grabbed Dandelion in a massive fist. Playtime is over, you little brat. He roared at the presence within the boy, demanding to know who dared steal his disciple's body. Then it clicked. Athos, the king of the void, was using the book to possess the boy. Dandelion spoke with a strange voice, unsure how long this possession would actually last. He never expected Athos to claim the Necronomicon so early. Giving him the book was a gamble. Master Beck realized the terrifying truth. Was he just a pawn for Athos the entire time? The young monster grinned. He could feel his father, Athos, awakening inside Dandelion's very soul. He teased the massive Gorgor, explaining this body was a temporary rental before offering the senior demon a spicy deal. Still clutching that Dandelion body, Simon listened as Athos proposed a shady business arrangement between the two of them. Athos suggested moving to a private suite. Suddenly, a blinding flash of mana erupted, engulfing the entire area. Everyone vanished in a mass teleportation prank, leaving poor little Eos Jr. all by his lonesome in the dust. The kid wandered around a lonely skeleton that missed the teleport bus. Why would a bag of bones need travel? The mini-monster actually started sobbing, wondering why his old man pulled the ultimate going out for milk disappearance move. The Metro Hunter blinked. So, everyone just ghosted. Junior sniffled, claiming his dad just had a massive brain fart. He didn't abandon me, the kid insisted. He just forgot I existed for a second. Top-tier parenting. Clearly. Same difference, kid. Kang Chul shrugged, figuring it was better that everyone ended up in a slightly safer place. We gotta move, the kid warned. Their black mana was leaking everywhere like a broken pipe without a barrier. It was only a matter of time before Kuga smelled them. Suddenly, massive dragon shadows blotted out the entire sky. You'd have to be blind to miss those flying lizards. Our hunter looked up, totally unimpressed by the overhead traffic. Too late for a stealthy exit. He sighed as a flashy knight suddenly blocked their path with pure arrogance. This guy introduced himself as Vargas, the third general of the Fire Dragon Army. Talk about a long, edgy title. Vargas yapped about punishing insolent humans. Without wasting time, he commanded his dragon squad to toast them all. It's time for a bloodbath, he roared. Little Eos Jr. immediately hid his face, hoping the scary dragons would disappear. The Metro Hunter was ready. With one casual swing, he completely deleted the arrogant knight's pride. Kang Chul told Vargas to hit the gym. You're looking a bit malnourished, buddy. Who's afraid of a twig? Junior's jaw hit the floor. How did this human swat away a general like a mosquito? Kang Chul was insane. The first hunter asked, "What's the plan, boss?" The old-timer was genuinely worried about their missing battle comrades. "Actually, it's better this way." Our hero chuckled. "Those 3 rookies were only going to get in our way." "You're really heading straight for Kuga's door?" the old man asked. Kang Chul just gave a mischievous, confident grin. "Why sweat when we can make the boss come to us?" He turned back to the trembling, defeated General Vargas. "Run along, little lizard. Go tell your master exactly what happened here," he commanded with a cold, terrifying gaze. "Tell him Kang Chul is itching for a fight. Long ago, the world was ruled by the legendary Scarlet Wings. Those wings were the ultimate symbol of nobility. These magnificent creatures were the undisputed, gorgeous lords of the animal kingdom. I'm talking about the fire dragons. These guys were basically walking cheat codes, invincible and terrifyingly powerful in battle. Many tried to challenge their throne, but it was futile. Under King Methra, the dragons enjoyed a glorious, prosperous era. They thrived under Methra's protection, but even the strongest dragons can't hide from the cold winds of a new era. Once Methra vanished, the dragons lost their mojo. And then, the worst-case scenario finally struck the once proud dragon race. They didn't just get weaker, they degenerated into brainless monsters. They lost their dignity and became slaves to pure instinct. Centuries passed until their greatness was forgotten, but then, a miracle cracked open. A new Methra hatched from an egg. It was written in the stars, this tiny hatchling was destined to reclaim the glory of the ancient dragon kings. The hatchling grew into a total unit. Kuga the Conqueror. He declared himself the new ruler of the demon realm. "How dare a mere human provoke me with such trash talk?" Kuga fumed, his rage shaking the very ground. The insult was carved into Vargas's back like a savage sticky note, a truly humiliating message for the Dragon King. "Perfect," Kuga growled. "I'll finally reclaim the hand he stole." The old hunter couldn't believe Kuga fell for it. "Works every time." Our hero laughed. High-tier villains are suckers for a bit of classic, childish bullying. With Zephyri and Athos dead, Kuga claimed to be the undisputed heavyweight champion of the entire demon realm. But the hunter didn't wait for a monologue. He swung his blade, unleashing a devastating, fiery slash across the air. "You okay with this sword, big guy?" he teased. "Let's see if your face can handle this significant argument." He aimed straight for the head. After all, decapitation is the best way to win a debate. Flaming cutter, activate. The hunter kept the pressure on, but suddenly, he noticed something strange. The dragon's legendary fire was flickering out. "As soon as our steel met, I knew." Kang Chul smirked. "You're not the real Kuga, are you, imposter?" The demon was stunned. The hunter looked at the fake lord and dropped a massive truth bomb right then. Losing was impossible. How could he fall to a weakling who didn't even know how to grip a sword properly? The demon scoffed at the man's delusions, but Kuga, he remembered the past with haunting, crystal-clear precision. He could still feel his blade carving through flesh. The demon relished the memory of his enemy's hot, spraying blood. That euphoric sensation of slaughter remained unmatched. Kuga declared himself the undisputed victor, leaving no room for any debate. Fueled by fire dragon essence and sheer bloody spite, he had evolved into the ultimate monster standing before them now. Suddenly, the fire dragon's incarnation erupted. The demon's eyes burned with a primal rage that shook the very atmosphere. The hunters gasped as the ground groaned beneath them. Was this a natural earthquake or something far more sinister? The old man trembled in disbelief. Could a demon truly possess such earth-shattering power? Athos Jr. watched, completely paralyzed. The world was literally breaking. The terrified child begged Kisan to flee before they were all swallowed by the earth. "Run, the fun is just starting," Metro Hunter grinned as Kuga transformed into a massive, gore-stained dragon of legend. Even as a one-armed beast, he was terrifying, undeterred. Metro Hunter gripped his blade, ready to raid the boss. The kingdom's high-speed train arrived on cue. A red-faced conductor, nails clamped in his teeth, hammered away at the engine. The conductor spotted the intruders and growled, "How did these rats get here? No tickets had been sold for years." Dandelion revealed his secret teleportation. This void station was supposed to be invisible to every living soul in existence. The conductor's eyes widened. That voice was hauntingly familiar. Could it truly be the legendary Lord Athos himself? Dandelion confirmed the truth. The confused conductor asked why his majestic lord now looked like a tiny talking plant. Athos explained Kuga's cruel prank. His original body was currently a broken mess, discarded like trash in a volcano. While they chatted, his real form was melting in lava. Mr. Beck already knew exactly what insane plan was coming. Lord Dandelion made his demand. They were invading the fire dragon's lair to reclaim his stolen, burning physical vessel. Mr. Beck sighed at the predictable madness. It sounded like a suicide mission, but they weren't known for playing safe. Kuga's nest is a graveyard. Was the Lord seriously suggesting they march straight into the jaws of certain death? Dandelion's voice turned chilling. He knew the risks, but Kuga was currently far too busy to deal with uninvited guests. The group froze in horror. Were Kuga and Kang Chul really clashing right now? The sheer scale was hard to imagine. Athos explained that Kang Chul's petty taunts actually worked. Kuga's fragile ego couldn't resist a personal invitation to a duel. Dandelion smirked. He was certain they were currently tearing each other apart, trying to prove who was the ultimate predator. Wang Li urged a rescue mission, but Dandelion stopped him cold. The Lord's body was their only priority right now. Athos insisted on the retrieval first. Mr. Beck added that interfering in that monster's duel would only result in death. The Protector stood stunned. If those two titans were already clashing, anyone else would just be collateral damage. The battle was reaching its peak. A hunter whispered in awe, wondering if this demon's power truly had no limit. Athos Jr. confirmed the nightmare. The child monster wondered why Kang Chul would start a fight he couldn't possibly win. The old man called it a hopeless suicide mission. Getting involved was just a fast way to meet the Reaper. But then, the old man's eyes sparkled. Perhaps he was wrong. Kang Chul was tapping into something ancient and terrifying. He was awakening. The veteran told young Athos to watch closely. Look at the sheer defiance in that man's eyes. Metro Hunter didn't have the face of a loser. He looked like a man about to spit in destiny's face. High above the peaks, the demonic circle dragon loomed. The hunter finally understood the true devastation of dragon fire. It was overwhelming. Metro Hunter noted that demons were just lucky brats, born with cheat code levels of natural mana. They were born at the finish line with that much energy. They could spam god-tier spells like minor party tricks. The dragon laughed at his desperate foe, but Metro Hunter just smirked, his aura beginning to shift and sharpen. He wasn't trembling, he was calculating. The hunter prepared to test his new toy, the legendary Lord's Hellfire Flame. This was the ultimate field test. He needed one simple, absolute technique to see if this power was actually legit. The hunter began to ignite, his entire body becoming a living sun. He was ready to turn everything into ash. This was the perfect playground for destruction. Stepping forward fearlessly, he raised his flaming sword toward the dark sky. Man and weapon became one singular pillar of heat. He mocked the dragon, saying fire breath was so last season. The spectacle was breathtaking. Kuga recoiled, wondering where this human insect found such a divine, overwhelming surge of power. The demon's arrogance shattered. He realized the Metro Hunter wasn't just a pest, he was a walking natural disaster. Our hero was barely hanging on against that fairy. The dragon's warning hit home. Death was just a heartbeat away. Zray struck while he was down, but Kang Chul just smirked. The shackles are off, and the real game starts. No more holding back. It is time for his opponent to feel the scorched earth fury of true, legendary flames. Kuga spat fire, roaring about his royal demon blood. No pathetic human is going to topple the king of hell. That dragon breath was no joke. The sheer heat was cooking everyone, from the old geezer to the young punk. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the field. The old man gasped, since when did a simple trade of blows cause a nuke? Still, the old man could not help but grin. Seeing the kid's raw power was like watching a god awaken. Oops, looks like they accidentally poked a sleeping beast, mister. Beck warned that charging in now was a suicide mission. Racing toward Kui is a death wish even without the boss. That nest is crawling with angry fire dragons. Mister? Beck pointed out the obvious. The place is packed with trash mobs acting as a scaly meat shield. Douglas was not feeling it. High risk, zero reward. Why risk their necks just to stitch Athos back together? Suddenly, a dandelion started talking. Athos was not asking for a handout. He had a deal they could not refuse. A legendary warrior in the demon realm to save humanity. Now that is a plot twist with serious benefits. Athos promised, save my soul, and I will be the human world's ultimate bodyguard for all of eternity. But wait, there is more. If he grabs the throne, the entire demon realm gets a total management makeover. He even swore a blood oath, no more demon invasions, just peaceful coexistence and good vibes from now on. Being the demon lord is not just a title, it is being the ultimate guardian of one of 7 worlds. Mr. Beck realized this was a golden ticket, a lunch date with a friendly demon lord. Sign us up. Our hunter was stuck in thought. Decision time. Do we play Kingmaker for a demon or what? Mr. Protector was all in. The logic was sound, and a safe human world sounds like a great plan. He reminded his master about the shield of justice. Protecting the innocent is basically in their hunter job description. Wang Li agreed. As hunters, saving the entire world is kind of the peak of their career goals, right? Mr. Beck finally stopped overthinking everything. Fine, let us do it, and just like that, the squad was born. The main character officially joined this weird circus, sealing the deal with a manly handshake of destiny. Elder Simon sighed, claiming their stupidity was contagious. Fine, I will go. Those fire dragons won't kill themselves. Demiglass raised a hand too. He just wanted to help the little mage get his swagger and his body back. Everyone looked at the archer. I am terrified, he admitted, but if you guys are going, I am shooting. His arrows were ready to fly. The dandelion asked if the group hug was over so they could leave. Time is up. Let us move. The conductor looked confused. Wait, we are taking the train, not the portal. Poor guy just fixed the seats, but Athos explained his dandelion body would literally explode from high-speed teleportation. I will pay for the damages, Athos promised. The conductor's eyes turned into dollar signs instantly. All aboard. Money talks. The conductor hopped in, shouting that the demonic express was leaving the station right now. It is a dream team of humans, elves, and a demon. Truly a legendary crossover that nobody saw coming. The demonic express blasted through the realm, skipping all stops straight into the heart of the fire dragon nest. Our hunter stood there, leaning on his sword like a boss. The dragon was down, and he was exhausted. Athos Jr. was shook. The king of conquest actually lost. You have got to be kidding me right now. Kuga just laughed. He was 1 inch away from the crown, only to be stopped by a human. You should have brought your whole army, the hunter mocked. Never underestimate a guy with nothing to lose. Now for the real talk. The hunter had one burning question: who was the one who actually killed him? He needed to find the Flame Lord. Kuga narrowed his eyes, wondering who leaked that top-secret info. They were just trading questions like cards. Where is the Flame Lord? The hunter growled at the dragon. Kuga just gave him a nasty, mocking smirk. In a fit of rage, the hunter screamed, spit it out. The other hunter watched nervously. Kang Chul was losing his cool, and this might not end very well. Kuga spat blood, refusing to be bullied by some annoying human. He was not going to talk or beg. Just kill me now, the dragon challenged. The hunter narrowed his eyes. Fine. Wish granted, you oversized lizard. Mocking his rival's final wish, he bid a cold farewell until a sudden shadow loomed before him. A mysterious figure blocked the hunter's path. It's been an age, Kang Chul. The stranger smirked, chilling the air. Recognizing the face, Kang Chul growled. Why now? Of all times, Jinsung Guok had a habit of crashing parties. He always appears uninvited. Any questions? Guok asked, noting the sheer destructive weight of the Metro Hunter's recent strike. You've finally regained your peak form, haven't you? Kang Chul ignored the bait, demanding to know his true purpose. Just company business, nothing personal, Guok chirped before launching a lethal opening strike at his old rival's throat. A razor-sharp kick sliced the air, but the hunter parried with clinical precision. Stance is everything, you know, Guok mocked. But you're swinging that blade like a blind amateur. Pathetic, Kang Chul grunted, eyes narrowing as the pressure mounted rapidly. A surprise attack, I'll give you that. But I didn't feel a thing, Kang Chul countered, his resolve hardening like steel. Still as stubborn as a mule, Guok laughed. Kang Chul barked back. Why shield a demon that preys on humanity? You're the rank 2 hunter. For heaven's sake, Jinsung Guok shrugged dismissively, indifferent to the moral weight of his actions. It's a job, Kang Chul. Didn't I stutter? The guild leader's orders were absolute: secure the weapon at any cost. Targeting the muzzle loader, Guok unleashed his aura. Anything in my reach dies today. He invoked the lethal hidden willow form. A forbidden sword art bloomed. Meanwhile, atop a jagged cliff, a colossal dragon watched the mortal ants struggle below its talons. As sparks flew between the masters, an old observer marveled. That form, it's pure, stripped of all earthly weakness, he whispered. Total efficiency, breaking that defense would be a nightmare. Suddenly, the dragon's gaze shifted, sensing a new presence. Sent here as a watchdog, the beast seemed to ask. Exactly. Without me, this whole operation would fall into chaos, Guok replied. Kuga sighed in relief but issued a warning: don't underestimate him. The Metro Hunter is a monster in human skin. Guok scoffed. I taught that brat everything, from the way he grips his sword to how he breathes. He's my student. Meanwhile, the high-speed train roared toward destiny. Their goal was within reach as Elder Simon peered through the glass windows. The skies changing color were close. Simon noticed the archer's trembling hands and told him to keep his cool. Even without Kuga, we have enough firepower to level a city. The archer said nothing, his eyes fixed on the horizon. What's with the cold shoulder? Simon grumbled, ignoring your elders now. Wang Li shook his head at the youth's silence. At least show some respect, Jinho. The archer looked down, his face flushing with embarrassment as he finally spoke up. I just don't know what Hang Li pressed. The archer snapped back, frustrated by his own limitations. I can't speak the demon tongue. All right, it's humiliating, mister. Protector blinked in confusion. Since when was this an issue? Since forever. It's not like I was born with a demon dictionary. Unlike his freakishly gifted peers, he was just normal. I'm just a regular guy. Okay, Wan Li realized the truth. The poor archer hadn't understood a single word of the mission. The intercom crackled. Next stop, the nest of fire dragons. Mister, Protector stood up, his aura flaring in anticipation of battle. They were entering the lion's den. The conductor didn't even know which side the doors would open or if they'd survive. Left or right, who knows? The panicked conductor's voice wavered over the speaker. Attention passengers, we have a major disaster. Pandemonium struck as riders witnessed a chaotic war zone outside. The sky was literally raining fire and steel as dragons circled. Dragons swarmed like hungry locusts. Mr. Beck adjusted his glasses, completely unfazed, just as the prophecy predicted. Right on schedule. Quite a flashy welcome, Dominguez smirked. But the host seems to be missing. Elder Simon scanned the carnage for the boss. This station is a death trap. Panic turned to resolve. The passengers grabbed their weapons. It was time to hunt some dragons. The conductor wept. Why is it always my train? Suddenly, a massive crimson dragon blocked the tracks, letting out a deafening roar. The beast bared its fangs and roared, shaking the earth. Mr. Beck didn't wait. He dove out the door, sword already mid-swing. A whirlwind of steel met dragon scales. The beast has the high ground, Beck muttered, his blade a blur of silver light. Flying pests are hard to swat, Beck grunted. Dominguez stepped out of the wreckage, his hands glowing with ancient magical runes. Allow me to tip the scales. Dominguez cast a powerful spell, and suddenly, the clear sky vanished behind a violent downpour. The heavy rain lashed against the dragon's wings. Let's see you fly through this, Beck shouted, exploiting their newfound weakness. Their lift was gone. They were grounded. Dominguez began a complex chant. I'll grant you the path you need to end this. The black elf channeled his mana, weaving a bridge of frost through the air. An ice road crystallized instantly above the battlefield. The frozen highway hung in the heavens. Now we're talking, Beck cheered, sprinting up the slippery bridge with impossible speed. Charging straight into the swarm, Beck grinned. The enemy was sluggish, and he had a direct highway to their scaly necks, straight into the dragon's den. The conditions were perfect for a bloodbath, and the hunter knew it. No holding back today, mister. Beck unleashed a flurry of lightning strikes, aiming to pulverize every lizard. Every hit landed with lethal precision, instantly crippling those bloodthirsty monsters. The sky was finally clearing. Dragons fell like broken toys. The team watched in awe as the legendary hunter dominated the airspace. What insane power! Despite a hint of fatigue, the hunter kept hacking away at the endless swarm. Chop after chop, the dragons just kept coming. Bomu smirked, asking if there were any more targets. Watch out on your right, Demiglas screamed as a massive shadow loomed over the unsuspecting hunter. A giant dragon's maw opened wide, ready to gulp him down. Suddenly, Elder Simon leaped into action. I've got your back, Simon roared, while Athos urged everyone to hang on just a bit longer. Dandelion obeyed his master's will as the sky erupted into a chaotic storm of fire and steel. The monsters spewed scorching flames, incinerating everything. Simon warned Bake to watch the coming heat wave. They're sinking their fire breath, Demiglas yelled to blast the area with maximum ice magic immediately. The black mage channeled dark mana, focusing every ounce of his power to weave a defensive spell. With a surge of energy, the black mana shield stabilized, acting as a wall against the inferno. Nice work, Demiglas. The barrier held firm, keeping the team safe from the dragon's scorching breath. Danger from the rear, Simon barked as an endless tide of dragons swarmed them from all sides. The massive red dragon unleashed a devastating fire jet, aiming directly at the speeding iron train. Boom! The locomotive shattered into splinters, sending carriages flying into the dark abyss below. Talk about a bad day, Wang Li groaned as they looked at their destroyed ride. Don't be a drama queen, Athos snapped as they floated down safely using some slick levitation. Where are the others? Athos explained. The group split up when the train was blown to bits. We should find them, but Athos insisted that recovering his original body was the top priority. Forget the search, we need to find my physical form in this sea of lava right now. It's down there. The protector wondered how a body could possibly survive in that molten soup. The hunter threw a rock into the pit, watching it vaporize instantly. This was pure suicide. You'll be dust in seconds. The protector looked at Athos, hoping for a genius master plan. Trust the process, Dandelion spoke with the demon's voice, telling everyone to just stay cool. The demon opened its mouth, spitting out 4 glowing pink skulls. Talk about some weird pocket change. Are those Bashas? Wang Li recognized the demon world's most valuable currency right away. Now what? The demon grinned, promising a solution would appear faster than a level-up notification. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, claiming to sell anything a desperate adventurer could ever dream of. A traveling merchant in the demon realm, he bowed low, eager to serve his dear customers. Is demon cash really that tempting? Dandelion demanded a sturdy ship that could survive the lava. I have just the thing, the merchant smirked, swearing his prices were perfectly reasonable today. Dandelion offered the skulls, but the merchant had a much greedier price in mind for his boat. Dandelion ordered the merchant to bring the ship, ready to pay the price immediately for those 4 pink skulls, but the peddler only accepts 1 currency since the bank's closed. 10 years of your life, not a day less. The protector screamed at the merchant's creepy obsession. It is happening again. Why is he obsessed with my life? Athos just told him to pay. I do not even know my remaining lifespan. The merchant sighed, preparing to pack up and leave. Wait a minute. Demiglas stepped forward, calling the merchant out for his unethical and overpriced junk. This boat isn't worth a decade. The protector begged him not to blow the whole negotiation. The merchant scowled. Do you even know how business works? Price is all about demand, kid. Fine then, Demiglas countered with a shocking offer. He was willing to pay a much higher price. He would give 20 years instead. Is that enough of a payment for a greedy merchant? The merchant cackled, calling the 20-year offer a total steal. Our protector stood frozen. This wasn't a trade, it was robbery. Elven lifespans AA humans, making the price fair game. Dominguez sighed, accepting the twisted logic for the mission. With the contract signed, he demanded the ship. The merchant smirked. Once he's paid, he couldn't care less whose life was spent. To a soul peddler, the source of life is irrelevant. He'd gleefully collect every second, even accepting installments from multiple buyers. Dominguez paid, and his youth vanished instantly. New wrinkles etched his face, the heavy price of a desperate deal. The merchant howled with glee, savoring his profit, but Atha had no time for pleasantries. Screaming for their transport immediately, Every second was precious. Finally, the merchant reached into his pocket, revealing a tiny object that looked like a toy. A miniature boat sat in his palm. Behold, the lava god Wang Li stared, wondering if this was some pathetic joke. He sensed a scam, but the merchant just grinned. Patience, this demon realm masterpiece is more than meets the eye. Packed with a powerful mana engine and heat-resistant coating, this tiny vessel was built to dance on liquid fire. Ownership transferred to Eos, and suddenly, the air groaned, the toy ship expanded, transforming into a gargantuan beast of metal. The lava god stood tall, a massive investment that paid off. Eos smirked, confident that everything was finally falling into place. With their ride prepped, Eos didn't hesitate. He plummeted off the cliffside, landing perfectly on the deck of the juggernaut. "Wait for me," Wang Li shouted, launching himself after his friend. Dominguez watched his reckless allies with a weary sigh. Seeing no choice, the mage followed. Behind them, the merchant, now 20 years younger, waved a cheerful, mocking goodbye. The rejuvenated swindler wished them luck as they plunged into the molten depths. Their perilous voyage across the lava had begun. The thick, rocky liquid slowed their progress to a crawl. Amidst the heat, Wang Li turned to Demigas with a question. "Why sacrifice your years?" he asked. The elf chuckled, explaining that for a dark mage, age is merely a flexible number. By gorging on black mana, they cheat death itself. Our protector realized the merchant had been completely played by the elf. Dark mages are enigmas even in the demon realm. The greedy seller's ignorance was their greatest weapon in that trade. But their victory was short-lived as the terrain shifted. Dominguez frowned. They were sailing straight into a literal sticky hellscape. The endless sea of fire felt infinite. Could they truly locate Athos's remains in this abyss? Atha remained surprisingly calm. "I have a plan," the demon boasted, holding up a tracker. "This baby can sense a body from miles away." Atha took the helm, navigating toward his own past. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the legendary 6th-rank swordsman Echo made his move. Known as the Seven-Colored Blade, his strikes left shimmering rainbows in their wake, a beautiful sight, yet a deadly one. His blade danced with lethal grace, yet the ultimate title of Swordmaster remained just out of his reach. The association's highest honor was blocked. A living legend stood in the way of everyone's ambition and glory. From spear gods to axe kings, none could claim the top rank. All these masters were overshadowed by one shadow. The titles of Spear Master and Axe Lord were already taken. One man had monopolized every single pinnacle of martial art. He was the absolute master of weapons, Jinsung Guok, a man who mastered every tool of death to its limit. Currently, Jinsung was fighting with total seriousness. He was locked in a fierce duel against the underground hunter, Metro. Only Metro could stand toe-to-toe with this monster. Jinsung smiled. Kang Chul was proving to be a worthy opponent. The battle intensified as the bald master pushed his limits. But even masters of arms fall before a true god. Another subordinate fell, fueling Jinsung's cold rage. Kang Chul had a nasty habit of destroying everything Jinsung held dear. Calling them things suits you, Metro spat. To you, subordinates aren't even living, breathing people, are they? Decades had passed, yet the man at the top hadn't changed. Guok merely gripped his sword, radiating a killing intent. "I'll erase anything my blade touches," Guok threatened. Metro narrowed his eyes, meticulously analyzing his opponent's every single move. He needed the perfect opening, the one trajectory that could pierce Guok's defense. He watched and waited for the strike. There he found it, but Guok shifted into the willow tree stance, his blade flowing like a deceptive, lethal breeze. Kang Chul expected a simple aura strike. He prepared to parry and redirect the force, but something felt dangerously off. The aura was razor-thin. This wasn't the form he knew. It was a deadly evolution of the traditional arts. "Don't block that," an old observer screamed from the sidelines. "It is a trap. Get out of there now." Danger bells rang in Metro's head. He aborted his counter and dodged, barely escaping the invisible threat of death. "How disappointing," Guok sighed. "The Kang Chul I knew would never have dodged a beautiful strike like that." The guild leader smiled coldly, readying a more graceful attack to end his opponent's life once and for all. A heaven-splitting slash. Even the first hunter got the chills for the first time in eons. This monster can actually warp space. Just what level is this sword-wielding freak at? "That aura is pure final boss energy," Guok smirked, recalling how he used to trash the Metro hunter. He'd crushed his arrogant rival countless times. "How's it feel seeing my god-tier evolution?" Guok mocked. "You wasted time simping while I reached the peak," Kang Chul noted. His opponent looked way too stressed. "I didn't waste a second," Metro hunter countered. "Time for a painful refresher course on who's boss. Lest you forget, you lost the final showdown." Guok froze, then asked if he remembered their meeting. He'd found a kid in a dungeon with only a dagger. Dead monsters were piled up like trash. Even then, Kang Chul's gaze was pure murder. Guok just laughed in the face of that bloodlust. That rookie's aura was completely unnatural. It was so demonic the guild veterans reached for their blades. Guok had a sudden, crazy impulse. He couldn't explain what possessed him to make that reckless choice. The kid was a walking vortex of killing intent. Guok's heart raced with a strange, burning provocation. "I'll tame this wild beast," he thought, so he recruited him into the Blue Sword Guild. Guok personally molded him into a killer. The brat learned every survival trick and sword technique. Before long, he was a top-tier hunter. Guak knew his protege was the guild's ultimate cash cow. As his mentor, Guak was bursting with pride. The guild's bank account was getting as fat as their reputation. They rocketed into the top 10 guilds. Guak dreamed of them ruling the hunter world together. The future looked blindingly bright and full of hope, until Kang Chul decided to ruin everything. "Recruiting you was the biggest blunder of my life," Guak roared as he unleashed his sword. He shifted into a traditional stance, the willow tree style, a classic but deadly sword art. "You're the cancer that destroyed my legacy," Guak spat. Kang Chul was officially his most regrettable mistake. "Second form barrage, I'm going to turn you into human confetti," Guak screamed. Kang Chul watched the blade. It was terrifyingly precise. Every strike was a cold, calculated move. Guak's defense was a literal fortress of spinning steel. Not a single opening was left in sight. Metro Hunter needed a plan, and fast. Should he block every hit like a normal person? Or should he just smash through with pure meathead power? He decided to get sneaky instead. Time for a forgotten technique. Guak ducked low, waiting like a viper to strike. The young monster watched, munching on popcorn. He lived for this kind of high-stakes drama. Meanwhile, the first hunter was sweating bullets. He was basically live commentating every move like a fanboy. That destructive power comes from his rock-solid footing. Our hero realized he was fighting a mountain. Step 1, break his balance. Step 2, make him play by my rules and win. "Oh, you actually have a brain," Guak mocked. He expected the kid to just rage charge blindly. Suddenly, boulders and dragons started floating. Wait, is he hacking? He's a swordsman, not a wizard. How did he master levitation without being a mage? Guak laughed at his rival's confusion. "If you think I'm the same man, you're delusional. Naivety is a death sentence in this world." After that disaster at Gangnam Station, everything crumbled. His guild, his fame, his money all gone. Watching the station burn, he made a vow, a promise written in the ashes of his reputation. He would claw his way back to the top. He'd make Kang Chul beg for mercy on his knees. He needed more mana, so he visited a legend, the number 5 hunter, the great mage Hyun. He literally stole the magician's eye. Now levitation is as easy as breathing for him. Kang Chul's jaw hit the floor. After all these years, the gruesome truth finally emerged. "You actually murdered him for that eye." Guak's wicked laugh was the only answer needed. "You monster, he was one of us." Kang Chul's scream echoed with pure betrayal. "I'll sacrifice anyone for my dream," Guak sneered. "He should be honored to be my fuel. Just shut your trash mouth." And that's how he gathered criminals to form Night Cloud. Guak claimed this sanctuary for his secret army. "Quit meddling in my business, Chul. Merging worlds means absolute planetary chaos." Chul vowed to stop him right here. He channeled the vessel's dark energy. Explosive blade Eos was finally unleashed. Rivals clashed. The old veteran grabbed him. A massive blast rocked the entire realm. He shielded the boy from flying debris. Eyes locked as their deadly blades crossed. Trapped Chul walked straight into his bait. Fire engulfed the Metro Hunter completely. "Cheap tricks are useless now, rival." Chul struck, disarming Guak with power. A heavy blow sent his weapon flying. A brutal kick sent Chul skidding back. Bleeding, he gripped his sword tight. Guak shifted his deadly arsenal again. Witnessed the legendary golden twin dragons. The lethal dragon dance style commenced. "Masterful," Chul noted, dodging the axes. "You've got guts, little hunter." Audience members just ruined the fight. "Old man, take the kid, run." The veteran finally retreated with haste. "I'm taking the devil baby away." They waited for the rescue exit. "Quiet, kid, or you're dead." The dragon mocked Chul's inevitable defeat. "Silence, lizard, you're just a hostage." He dragged the beast with adrenaline. "Kuga, don't leave me," Guak cried. "You'll have to kill me first." Guak's face darkened with demonic rage. Limiters off, unleashing full power now. Chul donned his intimidating black gloves. "Behold the first strike team commander. Keep my name out of your mouth." Guak snarled at the pointed blade. "I'll snap your sword like glass." Time for a truly massive axe. Weapon synthesis, giant double dragon axe. "Let's test your strength, little hero." Chul lunged forward with a roar. The archer nursed his bruised ego. Things were looking grim as he searched for the others. Suddenly, a girl appeared, wearing a mask of fake pity. She cooed over his injury, claiming to be a skilled paramedic. She seemed far too eager to help his wound. The archer recoiled in total shock. "Where did a human come from?" he barked, stunned by her sudden, impossible presence. Besides their squad, no humans should be here. The boy sensed something was rotten. She was a total, dangerous enigma. He couldn't sense a single drop of mana from her. This girl definitely wasn't a hunter. She was something else entirely. "What's a civilian doing in this hellscape?" he demanded. The girl just grinned, realizing she had skipped her polite introduction. "Oops, my bad," she giggled. "The name's Mia." The archer's heart nearly stopped at the mention of that name. Mia, the very person Kang Chul was desperately hunting for. He wondered if this was some twisted, demonic practical joke. Was she really the one his master was searching for? Mia seemed amused by the look of pure, utter disbelief. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she laughed. "Did Kang Chul really talk about me that much? I'm flattered." The boy stammered that his teacher was vague, but he knew she was the sole target of their perilous journey. "I can't wait to see him," Mia hummed. Curiously, she didn't even glance at his mangled leg while she spoke. The archer warned her that Mr. Kang was on a warpath, not a social visit. Things were about to get ugly. I know, she whispered. His flame has such a spicy scent. She dismissed his confusion like he was just slow. You wouldn't understand anyway, she shrugged. Then, her eyes locked onto his injury. So, what about that useless leg? He wasn't walking anytime soon. The archer knew he needed to regroup, but in this state, he'd just be bait. Mia pulled out a mysterious pill. Hungry, she asked playfully. Want to swallow this and see if it's a miracle? He eyed the suspicious medicine. What is this? He snapped, his survival instincts screaming at him to stay away. It's the ultimate cure, she declared. You won't find a better medicine in this entire wasteland. Trust me on that. If it was that rare, he figured he'd save it for later. Mia just shrugged, telling him to do whatever. Keep it or toss it, I don't care, she said, but the archer's internal alarm bells were hitting the red. He couldn't trust a mystery drug from a stranger. Thanks, but I'll pass, he said, handing the suspicious pill back. Mia's smile twitched. Why the refusal? The archer laid it out. You're alone in a dragon's nest with 0 mana. This was the deadliest place in existence, yet she had no weapons or equipment. It made absolutely no sense at all. His brain raced through the possibilities. Either she was godly strong, or she was working with the monsters here. Until I know who you are, you're a threat, he growled. He officially declined, refusing to touch her suspicious medicine. Mia sighed, her playful mask finally shattering. I didn't think Kang Chul would have such a sharp student nearby. I wanted this to look natural, she mused, but I'm a terrible actress. Let's try a much more direct approach. The air turned ice cold. If you won't take it willingly, she whispered, then I'll just have to make you swallow. Suddenly, the archer gasped for air. He clutched his throat as a demonic flame ignited deep inside his chest. He couldn't move. Mia drifted closer, her eyes glowing with terrifying power. I hate to be rude, but you're eating this now, she smiled. The pressure was crushing his soul. Her hidden strength was absolutely, terrifyingly insane. The archer struggled with his last bit of strength. He knew now this girl was a monster hiding in human skin. An invisible force hoisted him into the air. His mouth flew open against his will as he gasped heavily. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the pill inside. He had to swallow just to keep breathing. The archer collapsed, hitting the dirt hard. What was that? He wheezed, feeling a dark power take hold. Mia laughed, a chilling sound in the silence, that it was just the essence of the late demon lord. The lord is dead, the archer choked out. Mia's grin widened. Of course, because I'm the one who slaughtered him. After slaying him, she had harvested his power. So, she hummed. How does it feel to host a king? The archer couldn't even answer. His body was being torn apart from the inside by a power he couldn't control. His condition was plummeting into a nightmare. Mia just smiled, apologizing with fake sweetness for the minor pain. The cunning girl was just curious. She needed a human body to see how the essence would react in reality. In his agonizing pain, the archer realized the truth. This woman wasn't an ally, she was a walking, smiling catastrophe. He had to warn his friends. He had to tell them to run before this monster found them too. But while he suffered, Jinong and Kang Chul continued, completely unaware of the horror lurking right behind them. Steel clashed against steel in a violent dance. Neither side budged an inch, sending showers of sparks flying like a deadly fireworks show. It was a total stalemate. Both warriors were desperate for a final blow, but neither had enough juice left to secure the ultimate win just yet. Our man was clearly the alpha here. One look at those muscles and you could tell he was physically dominating his opponent without breaking a sweat. Yinong Guok was actually impressed. Haven't seen a blade this sturdy in ages, he admitted, genuinely curious about which legendary blacksmith forged such a beast. The hunk didn't play coy. It is a Bentley, he bragged, crafted by a Mercedes apprentice. Talk about driving a luxury car into battle. Guok decided to switch his supplier to Bentley immediately, but enough talk he unleashed his signature move, a defensive dance only he could perform. He cycled through styles faster than a gamer, the Knight's Oath, the Poison Dagger, and even the legendary Dwarf's Hammer. He was a walking shop. Finally, he pulled out the Mace of Justice. Let us see how long you can last against my entire inventory, the warrior taunted with a grin. Kang Chul wasn't fazed, meeting the onslaught with the searing heat of his flaming sword. He was basically a human flamethrower at this point. Handling multiple weapons was his specialty, and he was proving it. Each blade had its own soul, and he was the undisputed master of them all. With high-tier mana flowing through his veins, Guok manipulated every weapon with surgical precision. His eyes glowed with the focus of a combat god. It felt like fighting a whole squad of grandmasters at once. Every time our hero dodged, another weapon was already aimed at his throat. You really think you are the only one with a hidden trump card? Our hero smirked. It was time to show off his real collection. He activated the summoning skill, Ignis, pulling a blazing dagger out of thin air. The heat alone was enough to melt the floor. Wait, is that Mia Ignis's blade? Guok screamed, eyes popping, unfazed. Kang Chul swung both the sword and dagger in a double-bladed whirlwind. With a thunderous roar, he slammed his sword down. A massive tidal wave of pure fire surged forward, turning the ground into a hellscape. Guok barely escaped the inferno. Meanwhile, Our brave sailors were still navigating their boat through a lake of boiling lava. Just another Tuesday. Suddenly, the ancient magic book took flight. Hovering away from the ship like it had a mind of its own, something big was going down. The book hovered before the massive demon. "Time to pay my debts," it whispered, as the legendary king of the void, Athos, made his entrance. Kang Chul looked straight up demonic, his face darkening as his eyes burned with hellfire. Nearby, Guak was frantically scavenging through junk for a sword. Everything was scrap metal. The heat had melted every single blade into useless slag. Talk about a bad day for a weapon collector. Guak cursed his luck. He should have finished the kid off while he was weak instead of letting him power up like a protagonist. "What is the plan now?" our hero asked. "Going to awaken the Flame Lord and roast the capital again. That is so last season." "Dude." Guak didn't deny it. He claimed the world was rotting from the inside out, filled with pampered idiots who did not respect the hunt. "Look at them," Guak spat. "Dungeon trophies are just home decor for rich snobs who have never even seen a goblin in their lives." He was sick of it. People only cared about the gold, showing zero respect for the hunters who bled and died to keep the surface safe. Even now, dozens of hunters were risking their lives because some fat cat who cannot even hold a knife ordered them into a dungeon. The guild leader roared in agreement. He could not stand seeing weaklings bossing around warriors who were 10 times stronger than them. The audacity. Why should the sheep lead the lions? It was a broken system where the pathetic held the leashes of the powerful, and he was over it. Guak wanted to reset the clock. He envisioned a world where might makes right, where the strongest actually held the throne, just like nature intended. "So your brilliant solution is a monster apocalypse?" Kang Chul asked, unimpressed, turning the world into a buffet for Orc's great plan. Genius. He reminded Guak that his simple logic would cost millions of innocent lives, but apparently, some people just want to watch the world burn. Guak just scoffed. If they cannot defend themselves, do they even deserve to exist? Spoken like a true villain with a serious superiority complex. Our hero sighed with relief. "I am glad I can shut down your crazy little project before you actually turn the world into a graveyard." "You talk a big game," Guak challenged, "but you cannot claim victory until my head is rolling on the floor. Come and get it." Our hero realized the snake was looking for an exit. Guak had not accounted for everything, and justice was finally catching up to his soul. Suddenly, kaboom, a blinding flash of light tore through the air, and a massive demonic figure materialized right in front of our startled hunter. Guak struggled to his feet, a twisted grin on his face. Our hero stared at the beast. "Wait, did you turn that thing into an undead?" "You bet I did." Guak laughed. He was not above hiring a necromancer if it meant winning the fight. Ethics are for losers, after all. But Guak was not done yet. He had one more nasty surprise up his sleeve, and things were about to get a whole lot messier. Our hero questioned if there was no limit to Guak's cruelty. Guak just grinned, revealing he taught one lesson. Kang Chul must win by any means necessary. Guak sneered, promising that even in death, his foe wouldn't escape shame. The humiliation would be eternal. Suddenly, eerie circles manifested around Jinsung. Our hunter realized what they were. Instant teleportation. The Metro Hunter roared that this monster was far too lethal to remain among the living. Kang vowed he wouldn't let Guak crawl away. Dagger in hand, he lunged forward, ready to end this nightmare. Blade in hand, his strike outpaced light itself. Jinsung Guak couldn't even blink before the Metro Hunter struck him. A clean sweep severed the man's arm instantly. Guak's hand danced through the air as he shrieked in pure agony. Blood erupted like a crimson fountain. Guak howled through the pain, swearing 1,000 deaths upon his formidable foe. A scar for the soul. As the Metro Hunter gazed upward, he watched his cowardly prey trying to flee. Did he really think he could escape? Suddenly, abyssal shadows snatched Guak, slamming him back toward the hard earth. He plummeted backward in a dizzying spiral. Then, a titanic hand emerged from the clouds. Athos had finally arrived. "Going somewhere?" the giant rumbled. Guak's jaw hit the floor. A void demon here. This had to be a nightmare. Athos materialized before the stunned crowd, a mountain of shadow and malice. His sheer size defied all human logic. Trembling, Guak stammered. "How are you here?" The demon smirked. "Did you truly believe I could be so easily destroyed?" "I am eternal," Athos roared. With a fist like a falling comet, he smashed Guak directly into the dirt. The ground groaned as Athos unleashed a relentless barrage. Our hunter could only watch the brutal, one-sided beatdown. It was a symphony of vengeance. Athos accelerated his assault, his fists becoming a blurred storm of pure destruction. He literally turned Guak into a human pancake, cratering him into the bedrock. As the demon stopped, silence reigned. Guak lay broken and unconscious in his custom-made crater. Suddenly, familiar faces emerged from behind the massive demon. The students chirped. "Master, are you still in one piece?" The hunter blinked. Were these kids actually here to help? He never expected his pupils to save his skin. Athos turned to Kang Chul, declaring his destiny to lead. But a shadow loomed. The Flame Lord. Athos spat the name with venom, warning that this tyrant blocked their path. "He threw me into the magma," Athos growled, pointing at the flattened Guak, and this worm was his puppet. "So, we share a target," the hunter realized. Athos leaned in. "Want a taste of my power to fight him?" "A pact with the king of the void." Talk about an upgrade. The hunter smirked. Only a fool would decline. Consider it a deal, he replied. This partnership is going to be legendary, but first, he had a little bribe. Here is a sign of good faith. He gestured toward the captured cougar. Athos looked genuinely shocked by the gesture. His life is yours to toy with, the hunter offered. Athos laughed. What a delicious gift, today is truly blessed. Meanwhile, First Hunter and Athos Jr. hid in a cave. The kid called the old man a rusty combat retiree. The scary mana is gone, the brat noted. The old man chuckled. Seems like Kang Chul actually pulled it off. A flawless victory, the old man beamed. Junior just shrugged. Duh. I never doubted him. So, do we leave? Should we head back? Junior asked. The veteran leaned back. Nah, stay put. Our hero will come fetch us. But a sweet, chilling voice interrupted. I would hate to disappoint you, old man. A mysterious girl purred nearby. I am definitely not Kang Chul. She laughed, pinching Junior's cheeks like a doll. The old man's blood ran cold. He knew that face, the Flame Lord, he gasped. In front of them stood the most dangerous woman alive. She kept teasing the kid's face, honored to meet a first-generation fossil like you. She mocked with a grin. His hand flew to his hilt. I knew you were the puppet master. Was she here to rescue the dragon? Mia laughed. Save him, hardly. It is actually the opposite. She had come to collect a very bloody debt. The dragon trembled. What debt? The vessel, it needs more time. His voice cracked with genuine, primal terror. Her expression turned demonic. I told you to stay in your nest, you overgrown lizard, she hissed, aura exploding. You failed a task a toddler could manage. Why should I keep a useless tool like you around? One more chance, please, the dragon wailed. I will be perfect this time. I swear it by my life. Are you actually begging? Mia sneered. Where is that famous dragon pride? You are just a pathetic worm now. It is too late, she sighed. I can forgive being stupid, but I never forgive a disobedient pet. She pointed a finger, and the dragon's insides curdled. He let out a strangled roar, eyes rolling in pain. Hellfire spewed wildly from his maw. The old man leaped back, heart racing. What kind of dark magic is this? Don't even touch that hilt, Mia warned coldly. Unless you are in a hurry to meet your ancestors early? She was not bluffing. Her bloodlust was suffocating, thick enough to choke a god. He wisely kept his sword sheathed, waiting for a miracle. Everyone turned to the dragon. He stood frozen, mouth agape, his scales turning ghastly gray. He turned into a statue, Junior gasped. Mia yawned. The monster is useless trash now. Anyway, she reclaimed her flame from the dragon. The beast shattered into rubble under crushing gravity. Amidst the falling stones, the young conqueror stood on all fours. Atha Jr. watched in awe. Had his father faced such a monster before the vessel for Kun's essence was finally ready? The old hunter gasped in shock. Were they really birthing the ultimate Lord of Darkness now? Mia grinned. The Demon King and the Lord of Darkness are one and the same. She was about to unleash the true power of that essence. A new dark era began. He'll be a good, obedient puppet, Mia giggled, and I won't accept any returns. The old hunter demanded to know why. Don't you have a hobby or something better to do? Mia's eyes blazed with madness. I'll burn everything until not a single soul is left. The hunter roared that he wouldn't allow it. He drew his legendary, tireless sword. He swung with everything he had. I'll stop you, even if it costs me my life. Brace yourself, he warned. He unleashed a massive spiritual strike against the girl. Mia flicked her wrist, parrying the blow with grace. It was child's play for her. How disappointing, the villainess sighed. You can't fight for real with a hostage around, right? She dangled Atha Jr.'s head like a trophy. Besides, the Dark Lord is already here. Mia stood tall before the broken warrior. The young monster's screams echoed in the air. The old man lowered his blade. He was paralyzed by her cruel, hostage-taking tactics. The archer's body loomed over the fallen Jin and Guak. Atha demanded to know his identity. The demon reached for the motionless body. Don't you dare ignore me, the void demon shrieked. The creature turned, revealing glittering, demonic eyes. The pressure was absolutely suffocating. A black explosion erupted. Dark energy surged toward Atha like a devastating tidal wave. What kind of monster is this? Atha gasped. How can a human host Kun's power? Was it even human? Kang Chul squinted, trying to recall a familiar face from his past. That silhouette sitting on Atha's shoulder, teacher. It's Jinho, the protector shouted. His face was hidden, but the build matched perfectly. It was definitely their archer. Mia. You monster? Had she really stuffed a god's essence into a human vessel? He is the Lord of Darkness now, the demon sneered. Ants like you don't interest him. Order was returning to the demon kingdom. All outsiders were officially banished from this realm. Wang Li panicked. Is my friend high? Does Jinho even have a brain left? The humans felt a strange force pulling them away. Their business here was far from finished. But there was nothing they could do. The void demon watched as they were exiled. Only the archer Dark Lord remained. Tread groaned as he slowly regained consciousness. Are you okay? Take my hand. It was Mr. Bomu, offering a helping hand. What are you doing here? The young man asked. Bomu had just wandered into the nest. Wang Li looked around. We're back in the dungeon, the Metro Hunter noted. Kang Chul realized they were in the capital. The Dark Lord had personally escorted them. Dandelion trembled. Is that really the Jinho we once knew? He feels different? Don't you feel it? Dandelion whispered. That mana, it isn't human anymore. It felt like the oppressive aura of Authus. But those are demons. How is this possible? Was he hijacked like me? Wang Li wondered if Jinho was still trapped inside. Demiglass shook his head. In your case, Athos was just borrowing your body. The elf explained that their manas remained separate, but Jinho's situation was far worse. His mana has completely merged, Demiglass warned. This is a disaster for our friend. His very soul was being overwritten by a superior power. His consciousness was fading fast. It was the Flame Lord's favorite trick, a twisted way to create absolute, mindless followers. Jinho's soul was slipping away. Wang Li panicked, begging the teacher for a miracle. How could they save their friend? The protector suggested retreating to the demon world. They had to rescue the archer, but Demiglass delivered the cold, hard truth. The demon realm train was trashed. Without it, they were totally cut off. Wang Li wailed that Jinho was dying. Their options were officially zero. Subak yelled for calm. They wouldn't just leave their comrade behind. These villains were a global threat now. Meanwhile, Metro Hunter lost Mr. Wang's signal. Where was the first hunter? Dandelion hoped the old man was just being stubborn. Without Mr. Wang, their total combat power just took a massive nosedive. Demiglass knew one person who could track Huan, a man with the answers. They needed the association's help. Manager Kim was currently watching a total monster. The room was literally shaking. Someone was unleashing some serious physical pressure. Chairman Hong Wan was busy chasing legendary gains, crushing heavy barbell squats. He asked Kim for the count. The manager was sweating just watching him. 4,400 reps, yet Hong Wan wanted 500 more. An assistant interrupted the workout. Kim tried to shoo the visitors away. The chairman is a busy man. He only sees guild heads, usually, but the uninvited guests broke in anyway. Hong Wan actually looked surprised. It was Demiglass and Kang Chul, long-lost comrades, reunited at last. The elf noted it had been ages since the association first opened. Time flies when you're powerful. Hong Wan apologized for the long silence. Demiglass understood. Being the chairman means having a schedule from hell. They reminisced about their old team days before the heavy news dropped. Huan was in mortal danger. The old warrior was trapped and silenced. Hong Wan froze. Was his big brother actually in real trouble? Huan sensed a catastrophe and dove into the demon realm alone. He never returned. Kang Chul declared they were staging a rescue mission, but with the train down, they needed a new ticket to hell. The chairman knew only one way, a very specific, very rare way. They had to find Nana, a rank 4 spatial mage with god-tier portals. Where was she? Metro Hunter was ready to start the manhunt. Nana is a ghost, though nobody tracks her unless she wants it. Kang Chul didn't care. It was their only shot at saving Huan. Hong Wan handed over a special business card infused with his own mana. Nana would recognize his signature. Metro Hunter took the card with hope. The chairman felt a chill, a dark premonition he couldn't quite shake. Back in the demon dungeon, the atmosphere was getting seriously heavy. Huan demanded answers from Mia. Why did his allies' mana just vanish? Mia smiled. She sent them home, but she wasn't done with Huan. Why keep the old man? Huan felt like the unwanted third wheel. Did she plan to kill him? No, she had a different use for him. She knew his secret. Huan was a living battery for ancient energy. The Lord's power is the world's core, one Lord per kingdom, usually. Humans die too fast, though, so the power has to jump between generations. It's a different system, a legacy of power flowing through human blood. Concerning the Lord's divine aura, the elder marveled at Mia's vast knowledge, but Mia wondered hadn't his primal strength already withered away? Most of his vitality vanished the moment Kang Chul awakened as a true warrior. Mia smirked, having witnessed that legendary transformation firsthand. She knew the score better than anyone. Back then, the old man was only wielding half of a true warrior's explosive might. If the elder kicked the bucket now, his remaining power would flood into Kang Chul. For Mia, that was a total disaster scenario. Mia declared she had a wicked plan for the veteran hunter. She wasn't about to let that precious energy slip through her fingers. Her goal, keep the old man trapped on the thin edge of death. Suddenly, a demon possessing an archer's corpse haunted the cave. With a sinister flick, the demon paralyzed the elder using twisted manipulation. It moved with predatory grace, its hellish eyes fixed on Mia. Exquisite work, Mia purred, praising her monstrous associate. The Flame Lord agreed. It was finally time to ignite their grand, chaotic scheme. Back at Bulog Station, on the capital's bustling 6th line, Kang Chul prepared for a secret meeting with the high-ranking association chairman. The chairman had summoned him to deliver some spicy intel. In the shadows of the subway, the atmosphere felt heavy with impending secrets. The Metro Hunter revealed he'd found the specific item requested. He held up a mysterious glove once worn by the elusive mage. Nana? Is one glove really enough? The chairman asked, skeptical. Kang Chul nodded confidently. This spatial mage's gauntlet was a treasure trove of data. They arrived at the Spatial Mage Information Bureau, but the shutters were locked tight. Kang Chul didn't hesitate and pounded on the glass. A small window slid open. Password, a voice demanded. Kang Chul sighed and recited the code: warm beer and freezing cold soup. The doors hissed open, revealing an informant named Happy. She grumbled about the new, suffocating security measures currently plaguing the black market. Happy, a member of the energetic stray dog race, mentioned that the Night Cloud Guild now ruled the sixth line with an iron fist. Incidents were spiking everywhere lately. Suddenly, Happy's nose twitched. She recognized a very specific, lingering scent coming from her visitor. This was the exact aroma of the target Mr. Wei was hunting. She wondered if this man had crawled out from the underworld. Does my history actually matter? Kang Chul asked coldly. Happy laughed it off, only caring about getting her fat paycheck on time. She demanded every detail he had. Kang Chul slammed Nana's glove onto the table, demanding the current location of its rightful owner. Happy sniffed the leather, noting its exquisite care. How long since it was last used, she asked, her tracking instincts beginning to tingle. 1 week, Kang Chul replied. Happy immediately activated her specialized aromatic tracking ability. Nothing ever escaped her divine sense of smell. Her keen instincts locked onto the trail, but then she froze in shock. The scent had abruptly vanished into thin air at one spot. This had never happened to her before. She informed the Metro Hunter that the trail went stone cold at the busy Mission Station. Mission Station sat right on line 5. Kang Chul turned to his silent companion, Gravedigger, ensuring the man hadn't missed a single detail. Gravedigger adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. I'm heading out, he declared, already stepping into the shifting shadows. Happy gasped, realizing the debonair man had been standing right behind her the whole time without making a single solitary sound. How did he mask his scent? Gravedigger simply smirked, revealing a legendary, high-grade teleportation stone that glowed with an eerie blue light. Next stop, Mission Station, he announced. In a blinding flash of spatial energy, the two men vanished, leaving the informant completely stunned. They materialized instantly at Mission Station on the capital's 5th line. The teleportation stone had worked its high-speed magic perfectly as expected. Kang Chul scanned the area, his jaw nearly dropping. This wasn't the dark, monster-infested dungeon he was prepared to fight through today. They were standing in the middle of a sunlit, bustling surface city. Gravedigger confirmed that ordinary civilians used this station every day. The man in red glasses wondered why a spatial mage would hide here. Kang Chul narrowed his eyes. Let's go ask her personally. As they walked, passers-by couldn't help but stare at the intense hunter. Suddenly, 2 men in sharp civilian suits blocked their path. One man extended a hand, signaling them to halt. Stop right there, Hunter. Don't take another single step forward, he commanded firmly. He warned them to clear out, claiming this wasn't a dungeon. Kang Chul countered. If it's not a dungeon, why are you here? The air grew heavy as tension skyrocketed between the two groups. Gravedigger stepped forward, his hand reaching out as the real confrontation began. Back on the surface, civilians filled the station. A man in red glasses wondered why a spatial mage was here. He questioned the mage's motives. The hunter simply replied that they'd just have to ask her face to face. As they navigated the city streets, heads turned. The hunter's presence was impossible to ignore even in the crowd. Suddenly, 2 suits blocked his path. The Metro Hunter realized he'd finally arrived at the right place. A man barred his way, ordering him to halt immediately. Coldly, he asked if our hero was a licensed hunter. He confirmed his identity, but was told to beat it. Apparently, this area wasn't a designated dungeon zone. Kang Chul scoffed. If it's not a dungeon, why the crowd? The Metro Hunter added. Aren't they just hunters too? Are we not all the same breed? Tension skyrocketed as the deboner reached out, ready to initiate a confrontation. From behind Metro Hunter, a man stepped out, urging everyone to lower their weapons and keep cool. Sporting flashy red spectacles, he introduced himself as the leader of the Eternal Life Herb Guild, the Mortician. The guards bowed instantly, terrified they'd offended a high-profile figure they failed to recognize until this very moment. Our Debone Master chuckled, explaining that his guild's secretive nature made such blunders inevitable for common folk. Shifting focus, the rooster pointed toward a guard's badge, identifying him as a soldier of the renowned Taeson Guild. He demanded to know exactly what treasure they were protecting with such high-level security in this drab corridor. The guard softened his tone slightly but maintained a firm stance, refusing to spill secrets to mere outsiders. Unless the rooster joined the Taeson ranks, their top-secret mission would remain strictly classified and off-limits. Fine, Metro Hunter replied, pivoting to a direct inquiry while maintaining his usual dangerously polite and calm demeanor. Extending a hand, he asked if Nana, the legendary spatial mage, was currently inside, citing a life-or-death emergency. Suddenly, a shadow loomed as the guild manager stepped forth, grumbling about persistent flies buzzing around his door. This was Min Ho, the 10th ranked fighter and Taeson's manager. Clearly annoyed by the commotion disrupting him, he sneered, questioning if these uninvited guests realized the astronomical price of even a single minute of Nana's time. Her daily rate starts at 90 million, and that's just the base fee before the taxman takes his cut. You can't just stroll into a grand mage's presence with empty pockets and expect a warm welcome, he mocked. Without a massive bag of gold, Minho wasn't moving an inch, scoffing at their audacity to demand a meeting. The manager claimed total ignorance of their identities until the mention of the prestigious Hunters Association chairman changed everything. Hearing that title, Metro Hunter smirked and produced a certain high-authority business card that could silence any loud mouth. He dangled the card before Minho's twitching eyes, watching the arrogant manager's face drain of all color instantly. The chairman's influence was absolute. Minho bowed frantically, stammering out desperate apologies for his earlier, incredibly rude behavior. It was all a massive misunderstanding. He squealed, begging the Metro Hunter to tell the association he was helpful. Our hero realized just how much weight this tiny piece of paper carried in the cutthroat world of hunters. Ober nodded, noting that even giants like Taeson must bend the knee to the association's ironclad rules and regulations. Minho scurried ahead, leading them to a shimmering portal, Nana's latest masterpiece pulsating with immense, concentrated and ancient magical energy. Kang Chul marveled at the gateway, finally understanding why the entrance was crawling with elite guards and high security. Just as Minho predicted, the rift flickered, and a petite girl stepped out, casually lugging 2 heavy bags of loot. Behold Nana, the 4th-ranked independent spatial mage, who seemed quite pleased with her incredibly profitable day of work. Kang Chul stared in disbelief, wondering if this tiny brat truly possessed the power to bend the fabric of space. Nana's eyes narrowed at the strangers, barking at Minho for failing his job of keeping her workspace strictly private. The manager whimpered, explaining that he was powerless to stop guests sent personally by the fearsome chairman of the association. That bald old geezer is becoming a real pest, she groaned, preparing to vanish back through the portal in boredom. She wondered if the association had finally sent a cleanup crew to haul her away for her chaotic dimension hopping. Minho begged her to stay, desperately explaining that these gentlemen were here to request a very special, high-stakes favor. Metro Hunter stepped forward, addressing her with respect, asking if she could tear a hole straight into the demon world. Nana shrugged, admitting she could, but questioned why anyone in their right mind would seek a vacation in hell. Her gaze sharpened as she inspected the underground hunk, realizing he looked suspiciously like the legendary Kang Chul himself. He wondered if he'd need a pen for autographs, surprised she actually recognized his face despite never meeting before. Nana mentioned meeting the Lord of Waves during her dimensional travels, a being known for hoarding everything he desired. Red glasses sensed the impending danger, warning that a brutal journey lay ahead for their brave, gold-plated client. With a final deep breath, Kang Chul plunged into the swirling vortex, ready to conquer the void between worlds. The Debone Master clasped his hands in prayer, hoping his high-paying client survived the madness of the demon realm. Nana expertly manipulated the spatial coordinates, ensuring the Metro Hunter would land exactly where he needed to be today. Moments later, she wiped her brow, complaining that unscheduled trips really messed with her perfectly planned, high-profit routine. She held out a greedy hand, demanding the man in red pay up for the extra, uncontracted labor performed. 900 million for the emergency rift, she barked, as Mr. Ober reluctantly raised his hand to pay. Just send the tab to the Hunter Association, the red-spectacled man smirked, tossing the bill her way. The legendary first hunter was in agony. Mia had pinned him up like a butterfly, looking down with cold eyes. How scandalous, she whispered. The mighty first warrior, reduced to such a pathetic, humiliated state before her. Through shattered lenses, the old man wheezed. Is this funny? Mia shrugged, hardly amused. Old man. Don't paint me as the villain. Bullying the elderly isn't exactly my idea of a fun afternoon, she sighed. Then why seal my mana? The old man spat. You're keeping me alive just as a bargaining chip, aren't you? He realized she needed him breathing. His death would be a messy inconvenience for her grand plans. Every mana circuit was blocked. He didn't even have the strength to lift his head against the crushing weight. Wang Ho felt his helplessness. Without mana, he was just a frail, ordinary old man at her mercy. Smart man, Mia smiled. Next step, total conquest of the demon kingdom. She turned toward her demonic servant. Where is the Lord of Darkness? She demanded. Why are you back here without Athos in your grasp? The demon trembled. My orders were only to banish the humans, excluding the warrior. Mia's face darkened with rage. No sense of improvisation, she groaned. He's a mindless tool who's just doubled my workload today. New orders, Mia barked. Drag Athos before me immediately. I'll finish him off with my own 2 hands. Athos Jr. trembled. You really mean to destroy my father? He couldn't believe her terrifying ambition. You're too noisy, kid, Mia snapped, blasting a stream of hellfire right at his face to shut him up. I didn't give you permission to speak, she hissed. She then ordered the demon to start the hunt. Why are you still standing there? The demon froze. I cannot obey. Mia's eyes flared, disobedience from him. I can't sense Athos's mana anywhere, the demon stammered. Some foul trickery is masking his very existence. Mia's temper flared. Things were slipping from her control while the old hunter hung silently in the air. Meanwhile, at the Demon Kingdom station, Athos approached the conductor. The man nearly jumped out of his skin. Lord Athos, why are you here? The conductor stammered. I need this train, the Demon King replied coldly. The last trip wrecked the engine, the conductor wailed. She's taken too much damage to move right now. Repairs will take at least 2 months, he estimated, and that's if the parts even arrive on schedule. 2 months is an eternity, Athos growled. The Flame Lord will have scorched this entire kingdom by then. Bureaucratic delays in the demon realm, a familiar voice chuckled. Lucky for you, it's not too late yet. Diona's heart raced as a portal tore open. Out stepped Kang Chul, the legendary Metro Hunter himself. We've got unfinished business, Kang Chul grinned. And leaving things half done makes me feel itchier than a rash. I promise to make you the supreme ruler here, the hunter reminded him. Does that deal still stand? He extended a fist, a silent challenge. The demon's eyes softened. Of course, our pact is eternal. Their fists collided with a resounding thud. Athos looked at him. You truly are my one and only friend. But tell me, Metro Hunter, Athos asked, what does that meddling flame lord actually want with my world? Fear and rage, the hunter replied grimly. Those are the dark fuels that drive her twisted heart. She feasts on volatile emotions, he added. The more chaos she stirs, the more her power explodes. Their paths were finally one. Our interests are aligned, the hunter declared. Let's end this nightmare together. She's likely inciting the demons to civil war, the hunter warned, harvesting power from every drop of blood spilled. Using our noble struggle for her own petty greed, Athos roared, his demonic aura beginning to boil over. To tarnish the pride of the Void King, she'll pay in soul and blood. He smashed his fist down. The station rattled as the conductor shrieked. What's the plan? Hunter Athos asked, his eyes burning with intent. First, we save your people, Kang Chul said. After your clash with Kuga, the demons are leaderless and vulnerable, with no one to protect them. They're sitting ducks, the hunter explained. They can't resist her dark influence. She'll use her power to repair them, he warned, turning every demon into her mindless, loyal puppet. The more slaves she gains, the stronger she becomes, Athos realized. We must move, every second counts. Perched on a jagged cliff, Mia frowned. When Athos slips into the void, he becomes a literal ghost. He's impossible to track, she muttered. Athos Jr. looked up. Did you really think my father was that easy? Imagine being caught by a girl, Mia mocked, firing streams of hellfire at the helpless child. Too much energy for a hostage, she joked. Kids these days are just built different, right? Senior could wait. The Flame Lord had bigger priorities, like a total hostile takeover of the demon realm. First step, absolute control. Mia wondered if her executive subordinate was enjoying his new human skin. That archer's body suited him perfectly. She hoped he was out there properly traumatizing the locals. To this demon, Mia's orders were absolute. Disobedience, that word didn't even exist in his head. Deep in the forest, the archer demon met a horned beast. The staring contest was legendary and lethal. Kneel and swear, the demon commanded, but the horned tribe had zero chill and even less loyalty. We don't follow anyone, the chief spat. Our lord is dead. Take your attitude elsewhere, buddy. Verga, leader of the Blackhorns, just swiped left on the offer. Bad move, very bad move. Fine, I'll just delete the unruly ones, Archer sighed, aiming his bow at the entire tribe. Verga watched in horror as a rain of demonic arrows blotted out the very sun above. Gravity took over. Those arrows weren't just falling, they were homing in on his kin's hearts. It wasn't rain, it was a localized apocalypse. The disobedient beasts were turned into pincushions instantly. Loyalty or extinction, the archer declared. Anyone holding a weapon against my lord dies today. Everyone bled except Verga. On his knees, the wounded chief faced the same question again. No, Verga groaned. The archer shrugged. Next shot hits the seniors and the kids. Your call. Think carefully, Archer mocked. The chief's pride crumbled. We swear we'll obey everything. Archer branded Verga's forehead with a sizzle. The sound of forced loyalty was a loud, agonizing scream. Remember that sting, Archer whispered. As long as you have a lord, you're never truly free. The Darkness Lord was speedrunning the demon realm, merging with Jinho for absolute, terrifying strength. Northern clans smashed. Vampires deleted from existence because they wouldn't sign the contract. The blue-winged harpies saw the vibe check and surrendered immediately. Smart birds, those ones. Next up, Simon, the Cayman King. Gorgor decided it was time for a very awkward reunion. Long time no see, the Flame Lord's jokes were spicy, but the Darkness Lord wasn't laughing. Swear or die, he told the Cayman Elder. No fluff, no drama, just a cold, hard ultimatum. Gorgor laughed. Nonsense, a true warrior doesn't kneel just because a scary shadow asked nicely. Death on the battlefield is our greatest honor, Gorgor declared, triggering a massive, demonic evolution. His skin hardened. You can take our lives, but our pride, that's not on the menu. No choice then. The Darkness Lord sighed. His eyes glowed with the rage of 1,000 rejections. He raised a hand. The air grew heavy. Refusal meant the total deletion of the Simons. Mana erupted from the archer's body, manifesting as a gigantic, terrifying bow of pure shadow. Is that a mana nuke? Simon gasped. The archer aimed to erase their entire history. He took aim. One shot to end a legacy. But then a wild Aeos suddenly appeared. Target sighted, the Lord murmured. Aeos was now priority number 1 on the to-delete list. He pivoted mid-shot, focusing his divine destruction on the new intruder. Talk about a plot twist. Simon survived, along with Aeos. The Metro Hunter joined the fray. The real boss fight begins. Solo raid, nah, Kang Chul laughed. I brought a friend. Hope you've got insurance.